Xiao Li, look. There's a dendrobium ahead. Qin Su happily called out to the girl behind her. Qin Li walked over and looked where Qin Su was pointing. Indeed, there was a dendrobium, but it was growing at the edge of a cliff, making it hard to pick. That spot is dangerous. If you fall, it could be fatal. It's okay, I'll be careful. Just hold on to me, and I should be able to reach it. Qin Su didn't want to give up the hard-to-find herb, especially since it was valuable and could help ease her family's burden. Qin Su slowly moved down, with Qin Li holding her other hand. She leaned out to reach for the herb, but she was still a bit too far away. She leaned forward more, her hand finally touching the herb, and she picked it. Just as she was about to pull herself back up, the hand holding her suddenly loosened. Qin Su fell towards the cliff. The last thing she saw was Qin Li's wicked smile. Why did Qin Li let go? A question flashed to her mind, and the next moment, Qin Su lost consciousness. Qin Su slowly opened her eyes. She thought she would surely die after falling from such a high cliff. She moved her body and was relieved to find no severe pain. Looking around, she wondered why the environment here was so strange. Was there such a place under Meng Mountain? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her head as a flood of information rushed into her mind. It turned out that when she fell, her blood had stained the jade pendant on her chest. The pendant activated its protective function and transported her into the jade pendant space. After absorbing the information about the space, Qin Su examined her surroundings. It was a space about an acre in size, filled with a white mist. To her left, there were many plants she had never seen before. To her right, there was a clear spring bubbling up. The jade pendant was created by ancient immortals as a personal space, and the plants inside were all spiritual herbs. These herbs could be used to make many ancient elixirs. The spring water was a spiritual spring that could improve a person's health and remove impurities and toxins from the body. There was also a lot of information about cultivation techniques, alchemy, talismans, and spells. Qin Su went to the spiritual spring and took a few sips. Then she sat cross-legged and began to meditate, following the techniques in her mind. Time passed, and Qin Su felt a strange energy filling her body, as if she could explode the air with a single strike. Worried that too much time had passed and her family would be concerned, she silently wished to go back, and the next moment, she found herself at the bottom of the cliff. Meng Mountain Village is a small town under Renxin City in Yun Province. Surrounded by mountains, the climate is warm and humid, making it rich in various precious herbs. In the village, besides growing grains, some families contract land to grow herbs. Her family has only her father as the labor force. Her grandmother is old, and she and her brother need to go to school. Her mother passed away when she was young. Now that she has gained this space, she is determined to help her family live a better life. She found a way up from the cliff. If it had been before, she wouldn't have been able to climb the rugged path. But now it was too easy for her. Using her spiritual energy, she leaped up to the top of the mountain. Afraid her family would worry, she hurried down. By the time she got home, it was already dark. Qin Su organized the herbs she had collected that day. Her grandmother came out of the kitchen when she heard the noise. "Xiao Su, why are you back so late? I saw Qin Li return around noon. Didn't you go herb picking together?" Qin Su didn't want to tell her family about Qin Li's betrayal yet, as it would only worry them. There were no witnesses at the time, and Qin Li might even accuse her of slandering her. She would take revenge on her own. I wonder if Qin Li will be scared to death when she sees I'm back safe. I wanted to collect more herbs, so she went back first. How is Dad's injury? Is it hurting again? Qin Jianya had injured his leg while building a house a while ago. Although he had been to the hospital, the wound still hurt from time to time. Her grandmother frowned. Your dad's injury has been 10 days, and it still hasn't healed well. Qin Su understood her grandmother's worries. The family relied solely on her father's income, and life was already tough. Now that her father was injured and could only stay home, no one was taking care of the crops in the fields or the herb garden on the mountain. Grandma, you don't need to worry. Junzi and I will take care of the fields during our break. Qin Su was studying at university in the capital, but since her father was injured, she decided to give up her part-time job during this break to care for him and manage the herb garden. Qin Su entered her father's room. Qin Jianya had injured his bone, and the doctor advised him to rest more. Dad, does your leg still hurt? I found some really good herbs on the mountain today. I'll help you with the medicine later. Qin Jianya looked at his daughter. His wife had passed away early, and besides him, his daughter had been the one working the hardest in the family. From a young age, she helped with household chores while other kids played. She always found time to study hard. Now that he had injured his leg, the burden of the family rested on her shoulders. I'm fine. It will get better in a while. This simple farmer didn't know how to express his worries to his daughter. He didn't want to add to her burden. Qin Su noticed the concern and affection in her father's eyes. In the past, she would have worried about their current situation. But today, she had gained the space, and now these problems were easy for her to solve. After checking on her father, Qin Su went to the kitchen to help her grandmother cook. After dinner, Qin Su took out a spiritual plant from the space. Although she could directly use spiritual energy to heal her father, that would be too obvious. She wouldn't know how to explain it to her family. She couldn't tell them about the space. She crushed the herb and applied it to her father's leg injury, then wrapped it with gauze. To enhance the effect, she infused a little spiritual energy into it. Su, what kind of medicine did you use? I feel a very comfortable warmth, Qin Jianya said. After applying the medicine, the pain in his wound disappeared immediately. Previously, his wound had been aching and his skin was red and swollen. He didn't expect the medicine Su brought back to work so well. He could feel its effects shortly after applying it. Qin Su didn't want to reveal the space, so she just said she found it in the valley by chance. Now that she had this treasure of a space, she could use the spiritual plants inside to improve her family's finances. And with the spiritual spring, she could dilute it to irrigate their herb garden. After helping her father with the bandaging, Qin Su prepared to return to her room to study the space. Thinking about going in, she soon found herself back in the space. Besides growing spiritual herbs and having a spring, the rest of the space was empty. Qin Su thought it was a waste and decided to transplant some fruit trees in the future. Then she could enjoy her favorite fruits anytime. With the rich spiritual energy in the space, Qin Su didn't want to waste it. So she decided to sit down and meditate. The next morning, Qin Su heard her grandmother exclaiming in the living room. Qin Su quickly left the space, tidied up, and went to the living room. Jianya, your leg. Grandma Qin couldn't believe her eyes. Just yesterday, she had heard her son groaning in pain from his injury. He had been stuck in bed, and now she saw him moving around the yard like a normal person. Watching Qin Jianya skillfully move out herbs to dry, Grandma Qin thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. Mom, I don't know what happened. After Su applied the medicine last night, I didn't feel any pain today. I tried to get out of bed and walk. Who knew it really worked? Qin Jianya also found it amazing. He had only applied the medicine once, and a wound that was supposed to take months to heal was suddenly better. Could it be a miracle medicine? Su, what exactly happened? What kind of medicine did you use? Qin Jianya asked as he saw Qin Su coming out of the living room. Dad, I found the medicine in the valley on the other side of Nanshan. Maybe I was just lucky to come across some rare herbs that have been around for a long time? Qin Su could only make such an excuse. Dad, your injury has healed too quickly. Anyone can see that something is off. You should stay home for a while, she advised. It's impossible for a normal person to recover so fast after a leg fracture. It hasn't even been 10 days, and he seems just like everyone else. She still isn't strong enough and needs to keep a low profile. If the villagers find out, we won't know how to explain it. She hadn't expected the spiritual plants in her space, combined with her spiritual energy, to be so effective. If she had known, she would have just used the spiritual plants. Grandma, please don't tell anyone about Dad's recovery. Otherwise, our family will be targeted by the villagers. Qin Su had to emphasize the seriousness of the consequences to prevent her from accidentally revealing it. I won't say anything, but can you tell me what really happened? Grandma Qin asked, confused. Qin Su hadn't explained everything to her last night. I found a very good herb in the valley yesterday and applied it to Dad last night. That's why he looks like this now. Qin Su couldn't go into too much detail, or there would be more holes in her story. Let them figure it out themselves. Dad, Grandma, after I finish breakfast, I'll go check on the medicinal field. Since Qin Jianya got injured, no one has taken care of the medicinal field. It's the family's main source of income. Qin Su is on break from school and wants to verify the effects of the spiritual spring. Don't stay too long. The sun is really strong. Be careful not to get sunburned. You can do the other work in a few days, Qin Jianya reminded her. Qin Su felt warm inside. She knew her family cared about her. After breakfast, she headed to the medicinal field. Qin Li watched her distant figure with resentment. How did that worthless girl survive such a high fall? A worthless person has a worthless life. She hated Qin Su. Despite being an orphan from a poor family, she had good looks and excellent grades, even getting into a top university in the capital. She could tolerate all that, but what made her the most jealous was that the person she had a crush on liked Qin Su. So that day at the cliff, when she was pulling Qin Su and saw her about to climb up, she inexplicably let go. After cultivating, Qin Su's senses became sharp, and she had already noticed Qin Li following her, pretending not to see. She wanted to test if Qin Li had intentionally let go. Arriving at the medicinal field, Qin Su filled a bucket with water and secretly added some spiritual spring water. After watering the entire field, she prepared to head back. She saw Qin Li approaching her. Qin Su, are you okay? I was so scared when you fell off the cliff yesterday. I accidentally lost my grip and caused you to fall, Qin Li said, pretending it wasn't intentional, but Qin Su could hear the regret in her tone. Qin Su feigned ignorance and asked, Then why didn't you call someone to rescue me when you got back to the village? Qin Li froze for a moment. I was so scared that I stumbled home. By the time I remembered, a long time had passed, and I was afraid of getting scolded, so I didn't dare to say anything. And now that you're fine, you didn't even tell me, making me worry all night. Qin Su was amused by her shamelessness. If it weren't for her space, she might have died from the fall. Now she was being blamed. Qin Su was too lazy to argue. Do you think everyone else is a fool? Was it intentional? Do you think I can't see through you? She clearly saw the malicious smile on Qin Li's face at that moment. Worried about me? I think you're more worried about whether I'm dead or alive. You looked so happy when I fell. What deep grudge do I have against you for you to treat me this way? Seeing that the facade was gone, Qin Li stopped pretending. So, what if I did it on purpose? You flaunt your beauty and charm men everywhere, even stealing the one I like. Besides, do you have any evidence that I did it on purpose? With your family's poor condition, what can you do to me? Qin Su's expression darkened. Qin Li's words sounded like a defense to her. When did she ever steal someone she liked? And with that arrogant attitude, Qin Su stepped forward and slapped her face. Qin Li was stunned and didn't react. A moment later, she screamed and charged at her. How dare you hit me, you worthless girl! I'll kill you! In Qin Su's eyes, her speed was no different from a snail. Qin Su swung her hand again. Qin Li fell to the ground. Holding her face, her eyes were filled with hatred. Just wait. I won't let you off. After saying that, as if afraid Qin Su would hit her again, she turned and ran. Qin Su watched her pathetic figure, knowing she would definitely go back and tell her family. That would be just right. The grudge of pushing her off the cliff wouldn't be settled with just a few slaps. Back at home, Dad was sorting through the herbs. After the herbs in their village mature, they are harvested, processed, and sold to a designated buyer in the village. Qin Li's family is in that business. Dad, you should rest. Your leg is better, but you still need to be careful. Qin Jianya thought sorting herbs wasn't tiring at all. This batch of herbs just needed to dry for another day or two before they could be sold. I'm just moving my hands. It's not hard work. You've been at the medicinal field for half a day in this heat. Grandma made green bean soup and put it in the fridge. Go drink it to cool off. Qin Su knew she couldn't change her dad's mind, so she let it go. Sitting by the fan, a bowl of cold green bean soup made her feel refreshed. During her afternoon break, Qin Su entered her space again. Without a reference point, she wasn't sure about her current level of cultivation. But absorbing spiritual energy would always be beneficial. After hitting Qin Li today, given her family's domineering style, they would definitely come to cause trouble tomorrow. Their family mingled with gangsters in town, monopolizing the herb trade and keeping prices lower than others. Why not sell to others? Some people had tried selling their herbs elsewhere, but their medicinal fields would mysteriously suffer damage afterward. Even if they reported it to the police, nothing would come of it. Later, through others' reminders, they learned that Qin Li's 2 sons were behind the destruction, just because those people didn't sell their herbs to them. His 2 sons usually hung out with the bad youths in town. The villagers didn't want to provoke them, knowing the prices would be lower. To avoid trouble, they had no choice but to sell their herbs to his family. While cooking dinner, Qin Su added a bit of spiritual spring water when Grandma wasn't looking. She needed to improve her family's health. They were all old, weak, and sick. When her younger brother came home, she prepared a strict training regimen for him. At school, Qin Jun suddenly sneezed several times. The next morning, right after breakfast, loud shouting came from outside the door. "Qin Su, you little brat, come out." The woman shouting had a long face, thin eyelids, and bulging eyes, giving her a harsh look. Grandma Qin was tidying up in the kitchen. Hearing the noise, she walked to the door and opened it. "Lu Yufan, why are you shouting outside my house so early? What has my Qin Su done to you?" Grandma Qin was not one to back down, and immediately shouted back. "What has she done? Hurry up and get that little brat out here. Look at what she did to my Xiaoli," Lu Yufan said, pulling Qin Li over. Qin Li's swollen face was now exposed to everyone. There was a commotion.
Wow.
Her face looks really bad. I thought Qin Su and Qin Li were good friends. How did they end up fighting? A nosy villager, known for gossiping, saw the scene and was eager to spread the news. No matter what, you can't beat someone up like this. This person was friendly with Lu Yufan, so they sided with her. Qin Su had already heard everything inside and calmly walked outside. As soon as Lu Yufan saw Qin Su, she wanted to jump on her and scratch her face. Last night, she and her husband came home late and, upon seeing their daughter's face, immediately questioned her about it. Their daughter cried to them that Qin Su had hit her. They had been holding in their anger all night and came over first thing in the morning. "You little brat, how dare you hit my Xiaoli? Just wait until I tear your face apart." Like mother, like daughter. Their insults were the same. Qin Su shot her a cold glance. "Why would I hit her? Does she dare to tell you the reason? I only slapped her a few times, but she wanted to take my life." Everyone gasped, wondering what the feud was about. "You're lying. It was clearly an accident," Qin Li blurted out in a panic. Hearing about an accident, Grandma Qin quickly asked what happened. Qin Su recounted the events from the mountain yesterday. Grandma Qin was furious, clutching her chest. "Lu Yufan, your child is so vicious. At such a young age, she's already trying to harm others." Worried that her grandmother might get too upset, Qin Su gently patted her back while secretly channeling energy to calm her. Lu Yufan hadn't heard her daughter mention this, so she wouldn't admit it. Xiaoli said it was an accident. Qin Su is just trying to frame her. Qin Su had expected this response. That's true, no one saw what happened, so it's hard to say for sure. The villager who sided with Lu Yufan chimed in. Qin Su knew that people in the village were afraid of Lu Yufan's family. They would only protect themselves and wouldn't speak up for her. She wasn't someone who relied on others for help. She spoke loudly. "Since you don't believe what I say, can you really trust Qin Li's word alone? Or do you think you can just bully my family and make false accusations?" Qin Li jumped in. "I want to check on you out of kindness, thinking you might be hurt. But you accused me of pushing you off the cliff and hit me." "Boo-hoo." She pretended to be weak and vulnerable. Qin Su had seen enough of her act. Slowly, she took out her phone and pressed play on the audio. Yesterday, Qin Li's arrogant and vicious words echoed among the crowd.
Wow.
Due to Qin Li's family's influence, no one dared to openly criticize her. They only pointed and whispered to each other. Qin Li was furious. She hadn't expected Qin Su to be so cunning and secretly record her. Now, no one would believe her no matter what she said. Lu Yufin, being older and wiser, quickly regained her composure. Qin Su, my Xiaoli is just a child. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Sometimes she says things in a moment of panic that she doesn't mean. After a pause, she continued, we are all from the same family and usually help each other. Remember when you needed money? We lent it to you right away. And during the medicine purchases, we've always helped you. Qin Su admired their ability to lie so easily. The borrowing incident happened when Qin Jianya hurt his leg, and they had no money. Grandma Qin had no choice but to borrow from Qin Imin. However, borrowing 10,000 yuan from them came with a 5% interest rate. It was definitely usury. But at that time, they were desperate to treat their father, so they had to accept the high interest. Every time they bought medicine, they always tried to lower the price, nitpicking about everything. Now, Lu Yufin brought it up to imply that if Qin Su kept pushing, they wouldn't have a place to sell their medicine. Qin Su had already planned to find her own channels to sell medicine, so she wasn't worried about their threats. She knows the truth. If I post this recording on her school forum, I wonder if anyone will believe her innocence? Qin Su said coldly, staring at Qin Li. Qin Li panicked at the thought. She absolutely couldn't let Qin Su make the recording public. She tugged at Lu Yufin's arm. Lu Yufin looked around at the crowd of villagers and realized this wasn't a good place to talk. She said to Qin Su, let's go inside and discuss this properly. No need. I don't have any demands. I just want Qin Li to apologize. Then I might consider forgiving her. For someone like Qin Li, being forced to apologize was more damaging to her pride than being slapped. Qin Li refused. I won't. You weren't even hurt. Besides, you hit me first. Why should I apologize? She was very unhappy and thought that when her brother returned, she would have him force Qin Su to hand over the recording. If she didn't make Qin Su suffer, she wouldn't be a Qin. Since you're not sincere, you can go home. As for the recording, Qin Su ignored them and pulled her grandmother inside, slamming the door shut. Seeing Qin Su leave, Qin Li clutched Lu Yufin's arm. Mom, what should we do? That little brat still has the recording. What if she really takes it to my school? Lu Yufin glared at her angrily. Don't you think about the consequences before you act? You did it, and now you've given her something to hold against you. We'll tell your dad about this and have him talk to Qin Jianya. She didn't believe she couldn't handle a little girl. For poor people, pride meant nothing. As long as she had some money, those people would still bow and scrape to please her. Grandma Qin was a bit worried. Sususu, their family is unreasonable. We offended them today. It will be hard for our family in the village from now on. She knew her granddaughter was very angry after being pushed off the cliff by Qin Li. But life must go on. Qin Imin was a local bully in the village. If we provoke them, they will definitely cause trouble. She only hated herself for being useless and unable to help. Grandma, don't be afraid. If they dare to come after us again, I won't let them go. Mom, what happened to Susu? Why is there so much noise outside? Qin Jianya, who couldn't appear in front of everyone yet, could only hear the voices faintly. Grandma Qin explained what had happened. After hearing this, Qin Jianya stood up and was about to rush outside, but was stopped by Qin Su. Dad, don't be impulsive. I'm fine. Qin Jianya suddenly wiped his face with force. It's all my fault. Others want to harm my daughter, and I can't do anything about it. His tone was filled with deep helplessness and guilt. Dad, don't say that. You've never given me less than anyone else. I'm very happy to be your daughter. Seeing her father like this made Qin Su feel heartbroken. He lost his wife in middle age and had to raise 2 children while taking care of the elderly. It had already consumed all his energy, and now he was doubting his efforts because of people like Qin Imin. Once emotions settled, they needed to think about what to do next. Dad, from what Lu Yufin said earlier, they might make things difficult for us regarding the medicinal materials. Their family already buys medicinal materials at a low price. At worst, we can sell them at a farther market. Qin Su shared her thoughts with her father. Qin Jianya had other worries. There have been people who tried to sell elsewhere, but they couldn't stand the harassment from the Qin brothers and ended up selling back to them. In the past, it was indeed a problem, but now that she had cultivated, it wouldn't be an issue to deal with a few people from Qin Imin's family. Dad, I can handle it. Tomorrow I will go to the county's medicinal market to see if I can find good buyers. Qin Su planned to use the spiritual plants in her space to find someone knowledgeable. Later, her family's medicinal materials would definitely sell for a good price. Qin Jianyo agreed to let his daughter try. Qin Su wanted to check the medicinal field. She had added spiritual spring water to it yesterday and wanted to see if there were any changes. By the small river next to the medicinal field, a large group of children were swimming. The village was backed by a mountain, and a small river flowed through the village entrance. Every summer, it became a natural swimming pool for the village children. While she was checking the medicinal field, she suddenly heard cries for help from the river. Help! Xiaohao is drowning! A group of children ran to the shore in fear, leaving only one child struggling in the water. Qin Su hurried to the river and jumped in. The child was already sinking. Qin Su dove underwater and swam quickly toward him. She grabbed the back of his collar and swam toward the shore. At that moment, many people were coming over. An elderly woman rushed toward the child, crying, "Xiaohao, you can't be in trouble. My precious." She shook the child with both hands. "Kapopo, stop crying and move aside. I need to give him first aid." Qin Su pulled her aside and quickly started CPR. Kapopo wanted to scold someone at first, but seeing Qin Su saving her grandson, she swallowed her words. After several minutes, the child finally coughed up water and regained his breath. Seeing her grandson recover, Kapopo hugged him, crying and laughing. Qin Su returned to work in the medicinal field. That evening, the family was having dinner when someone knocked loudly at the door. Grandma Qin was about to go open it, but Qin Su got up first to open the door. 3 people stood outside, Qin Imin and his 2 sons, Qin Zhangjuan and Qin Zhangqiang. Qin Su asked, "What do you want?" Seeing Qin Su, Qin Imin frowned. "I'm looking for your dad." The atmosphere was a bit tense as they sat across from each other in the living room. Qin Imin spoke up. "I understand what happened this morning. How much do you want?" Qin Jianya gritted his teeth in anger. "Your daughter did something to our Qin Su that is no different from attempted murder. Not only did she not apologize, but she also threatened us. We just want an apology, not money to brush us off." At that moment, Qin Zhangjuan stood up and took a few steps forward, his fists cracking ominously. Qin Su quickly stood up to block him. "Are you trying to start a fight?" Qin Zhangjuan looked her up and down with a wicked gaze. "You should know your place while we can still talk nicely. Otherwise, you won't like the consequences. Then you can leave. You little brat, I'm really giving you face." He reached out to grab Qin Su. Qin Su grabbed his arm directly, and with a forceful twist, there was a loud crack. The next moment, a piercing scream rang out. "Ah!" Qin Imin and Qin Zhangqiang hadn't reacted yet. They thought it would be easy for Qin Zhangjuan, a big man, to handle a little girl. But the situation changed in an instant. Seeing their son's twisted arm, the 2 rushed at Qin Su, throwing punches. Qin Su sidestepped, striking Qin Imin in the chest while kicking Qin Zhangqiang several meters away. The 3 of them lay on the ground in a mess, looking at Qin Su as if she were a terrifying monster. "Get out! Do you want me to throw you out?" The 3 hurriedly got up, helping each other as they stumbled out. Once Qin Imin and his sons left, the living room returned to calm. Qin Jianya finally snapped out of his shock. "Susu, when did you become so skilled?" He had never seen his daughter practice martial arts. How did she suddenly become so strong? Qin Su had already thought of an explanation. "Once, I went into the mountains to gather herbs and saved an elderly man who got hurt. He knew some traditional martial arts and taught me for a while." She didn't know if Qin Jianya believed her, but he didn't ask further. Grandma Qin felt relieved. They had always been bullied by Qin Imin. Today they had fought back. She thought they probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble again for a while. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door again. Could it be that they weren't done being beaten and had come back for more? Qin Su still went to open the door. This time, it wasn't Qin Li and his family. It was the parents of the child Qin Su had saved earlier. Qin Su called him her third uncle, the son of the village chief. They were holding something and looked very grateful when they saw Qin Su. Xiao Su, thank you so much for saving Xiaohao today. We don't know how to thank you, so please take this. They handed her the items. Qin Su refused to accept it, saying saving someone was a natural instinct. Since they were from the same village, there was no need for such a valuable gift. Aunt San, who was nearby, saw that Qin Su was unwilling to accept and quickly tried to persuade her. Xiao Su, I know you're a good girl, but this is just a small token of our appreciation. If you don't accept it, we won't feel at ease. After a few rounds of pushing back and forth, Qin Su had no choice but to accept. Xiao Su, we saw Qin Li and his son on our way here. Are they coming to cause you trouble? Qin Li has a bad reputation in the village, and she was worried they might come to trouble Qin Su because of what happened in the morning. It's fine. We've already resolved it. They won't come back again. She didn't go into details about how it was resolved, as it was too violent, and she feared they couldn't handle it. That's good. If you need help in the future, just come to us. Even if Qin Li was aggressive, their family was not easy to mess with. After sending them off, Qin Su carried her things inside. Qin Jianya and Grandma Qin saw her return with a pile of items and asked who had come to see her.
Insu briefly explain.
That night, lying in bed, Qin Su looked at her hands. She couldn't believe how strong she had become after her training. She felt that she had easily knocked down the three big men, Qin Li and his son, without using much strength. Thinking about going to the city tomorrow, Qin Su entered her space to see which spiritual plants she should take out. Qin Su sat on the minibus to the city. It was a long journey of several dozen kilometers from their town to the city. The minibus would stop frequently, taking nearly 2 hours to arrive. When Qin Su reached the medicinal herb market, it was bustling with people, and the sounds of various accents filled the air. She walked past various herb stalls. It truly was one of the largest medicinal herb markets in the country. Most of the herbs available in the market could be found here. Qin Su entered the largest and most luxurious pharmacy she could find. There weren't many people in the store, just a man around 50 years old behind the counter. Seeing a young girl, he lowered his head as if he didn't see Qin Su. Qin Su approached him and asked, "Boss, do you buy medicinal herbs here?" Without looking up, the man replied, "No, we don't buy. Go check other places." "Boss, please take a look. My herbs are of very high quality."
I told you we don't buy.
Can't you understand? If you don't leave, I'll have to kick you out. Seeing the store's rude attitude, Qin Su felt anger rising in her. She thought the large store would pay a better price for the spiritual plants in her space, but the boss looked down on her. She turned to leave. Just then, an elderly man entered and said to Qin Su, "Young girl, is your herb really of good quality?" Qin Su saw an elderly man in traditional clothing with silver hair, but a lively spirit walk into the store. "Sir, you are?" "Oh, I am the owner of this pharmacy," the old man said with a hearty laugh. The man behind the counter quickly stepped forward. "Old Zhang, when did you arrive in Renxin? Why didn't you notify me so I could arrange for someone to pick you up?" The old man was Zhang Huaishan, the founder of the largest Renxin pharmaceutical group in the country. Renxin Pharmaceutical has chain pharmacies nationwide and collaborates with many hospitals. They also have planting bases and herb collection points in famous medicinal herb-producing areas across the country. The middle-aged man was Wang Liwei, the purchasing manager in Wencheng. Zhang Huaishan had just heard the conversation between him and Qin Su outside and was very angry at his arrogant management style. He sternly reprimanded Manager Wang, "Have you forgotten our company's motto? Treat every customer equally. It's our basic quality. If you can't even do this, then this company is not the right place for you." This essentially meant he was being fired. Wang Liwei turned pale with fear and quickly explained, Old Zhang, it's not that I don't want to buy this girl's herbs. It's just that in the past, individual sellers often came, but their herbs were of poor quality, so Zhang Huaishan snorted coldly. You won't get your bonus this month. If this happens again, you're out. Wang Liwei repeatedly agreed. Zhang Huaishan turned back to Qin Su and asked, What is your name, young girl? Where are your herbs? Sir, my name is Qin Su. The herbs are right here. Qin Su brought in the 2 bags of herbs she had left at the door. Zhang Huaishan took a handful of herbs, examined them closely, and smelled them. Girl, your herbs are indeed of good quality. We can buy them at market price. These herbs were dried by Qin Jianya 2 days ago and had not been watered with spiritual spring water, so Qin Su had no objections to the price. Sir, I also have some wild herbs I collected from the deep mountains. Would you like to take a look? Qin Su took out a small bag containing the spiritual plants she had gathered from her space. Zhang Huaishan took it and examined it carefully. Suddenly, his pupils widened in shock. In his youth, he learned medicine from his master and had seen descriptions in ancient texts that matched the herb in front of him. The ancient text said this herb could only grow in conditions rich in spiritual energy. Since the spiritual energy on Blue Star has been decreasing, many rare treasures have disappeared. He had always thought the records in the ancient texts were myths, never expecting to encounter one in his lifetime. Excited, he asked, Young girl, where did you collect this? How much do you have? Qin Su didn't dare to reveal too much, only saying she stumbled upon it and found it very rare, so she brought it to ask. Girl, this herb you collected is incredibly precious. I'll give you 5 million. How does that sound? Qin Su guessed that the spiritual plant was very valuable, but she didn't expect one plant could sell for 5 million. Thinking of the large number of spiritual plants in her space, her heart raced. However, she quickly calmed down. From the old man's reaction, she knew this type of spiritual plant was definitely rare for them. If she suddenly revealed too many, she would surely be suspected. Thinking this, Qin Su had to suppress her desire to sell more spiritual plants from her space for money. After receiving the text notification of the deposit, she looked at the zeros in her bank balance and beamed with joy. The old man told Qin Su that if she had any rare herbs in the future, they would definitely offer her a satisfactory price. After leaving the medicinal herb market, Qin Su thought about the empty space in her garden and headed to the flower and bird market. The flower and bird market was located east of Wencheng, in the opposite direction from the medicinal herb market. Qin Su spent a few dollars to take an electric tricycle there. The flower and bird market was less crowded than the medicinal herb market, and people strolled around leisurely. Qin Su found a stall specializing in fruit seedlings and carefully selected them. Thinking about how rich the spiritual energy was in her space, she decided to buy both tropical and subtropical seedlings without hesitation. At the Renxin pharmacy, after Qin Su left, Zhang Huaishan carefully held the rare plant. According to ancient texts, this herb is the main ingredient for making the Tongmai pill. The Tongmai pill can open the body's 7 channels and 8 meridians. When combined with the qi refining pill, it allows a postnatal warrior to upgrade to a prenatal warrior. However, becoming a prenatal warrior is extremely difficult. The materials for the Tongmai pill are very hard to find, not to mention the even rarer qi refining pill needed later. In his excitement, he forgot to ask the girl for her contact information. She was able to find such a rare herb, so she must have extraordinary luck. When Zhang Heian walked into the shop, he saw his grandfather gently touching something in his hands. He approached and saw it was a strangely shaped plant. Grandpa, what kind of herb is this? I've never seen it before. His grandfather had studied under a master in his youth who was a skilled doctor. With his exceptional medical skills, Zhang Huaishan founded Renxin Pharmacy. Therefore, when he encounters very precious herbs, he becomes quite obsessed. Heian, come here and take a look. I really found a treasure this time. This is the spiritual herb I told you about. I didn't expect to get it. A spiritual herb. Zhang Heian was surprised. He didn't think such herbs actually existed. He had heard about the levels of martial artists, and spiritual herbs are key to that. Grandpa, where did you get it? Zhang Han asked curiously. A girl named Qin Su came to the shop to sell herbs, and I happened to meet her. Zhang Han was out with his grandfather to inspect their business, and also to relax. He didn't expect his grandfather to have such a surprise. Zhang Huaishan felt that finding a spiritual herb in Wencheng made it a treasure place. Perhaps he could find other spiritual herbs as well. He needed to inform his senior brother. After buying fruit tree seedlings, Qin Su took a bus back to town. She arrived at the entrance of the high school, where Qin Jun was in his second year. As the weekend approached, parents were waiting outside to pick up their children. Feeling happy after making a good amount of money, she planned to take her brother out for a big meal. Before long, she saw Qin Jun walk out of the school gate. Qin Jun inherited his mother's good looks, appearing refined and tall, with the energy of youth.
Yun.
Qin Jun seemed to hear his sister's voice, looked up, and saw her standing outside the gate. He happily ran over and asked in surprise, "Sis, why are you here to pick me up?"
Why?
"Is it not okay for me to pick you up?" "No, I'm really happy. I just didn't expect you to come. I went to the city to sell herbs and just got back to town. I thought of you coming home today, so I stopped by to pick you up." He thought it was strange that his sister would come just to pick him up. It turned out it was just on the way. "Let's go. I made a lot of money selling herbs today, so I'll take you out for a nice meal." Seeing that he thought she was just passing by, Qin Su felt a bit unhappy and quickly tried to cheer him up. Qin Jun was indeed distracted. "Then I want to eat McDonald's." They went to the only knockoff McDonald's in town, ordered their food, and sat nearby to wait. At that moment, a beautiful girl with fair skin and a tall figure walked toward them. "Qin Jun, what a coincidence. I saw you from a distance and thought I was mistaken." Turning to see Qin Su, she exclaimed, "Is this your sister? She's so pretty." Qin Jun recognized his classmate, Su Xiaoya, and stood up to greet her. Su Xiaoya greeted Qin Su. "Hello, beautiful sister. I'm Su Xiaoya." Qin Su smiled slightly at her. "Hello, I'm Qin Jun's sister, Qin Su."
Just then their food arrived.
Qin Jun invited Su Xiaoya to sit with them. The three of them chatted while eating fries and drinking soda. "Qin Su, which school are you studying at now?" Qin Su took a sip of soda. Drinking cold soda in summer was a great pleasure. Hearing Su Xiaoya's question, she replied, "I'm at Jing University." "Wow, you must have excellent grades. Only top students can get in. You can definitely get in too." Su Xiaoya was very happy to receive praise from the beautiful sister. "Then I'll take your good luck. The fries here are better than anywhere else. You should eat more." Noticing that Qin Su was only drinking soda and not interested in the fries and chicken wings, Su Xiaoya enthusiastically recommended them. Qin Su picked up a fry, dipped it in ketchup, and took a bite. It was indeed very good. Qin Jun watched as his sister chatted happily with his classmate. He felt like he was invisible. So, he focused on eating, venting his frustration. "Wow, this kid can really eat." Qin Su kicked him under the table. Qin Jun looked up in confusion. "What? Can I eat?" Seeing her brother acting silly and not caring about his image in front of a girl, she felt embarrassed. Su Xiaoya didn't notice the silent exchange between the siblings. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked Qin Jun, "Did you sign up for the hiking adventure to Phoenix Mountain organized by our class for the summer vacation?" Qin Jun didn't know how to respond. He actually wanted to go. Boys are often curious about adventure activities. But his family's financial situation was tough. He heard classmates say that participating required buying climbing gear, tents, and other supplies. That would cost a lot of money. Boys at this age still have a strong sense of pride. He didn't want Su Xiaoya to know he wasn't going because of money. Qin Su hadn't heard her brother mention this before. Her brother didn't want to sign up because he didn't want to spend money and add to the family's burden. She had just earned 500,000 today. Now that she had the means, she couldn't let her brother miss out on class activities because of financial difficulties. She quietly told Qin Jun, "Don't worry about the money. I sold that batch of herbs in the county, so when you go back to school, you can sign up." Qin Jun leaned closer to his sister and whispered, "How much did you sell for? Dad's injury still needs treatment, and we'll need money for that." This activity isn't that important. It's okay if I don't go. Qin Su understood that her brother was embarrassed to say this in front of his classmate. She could only whisper back, "You don't need to worry. The money we have is enough to support us for a while." Seeing that Qin Su didn't seem to be lying, Qin Jun felt relieved. Just then, they finished eating. Su Xiaoya wanted to pay the bill, but Qin Su stopped her. She couldn't let Qin Jun's classmate treat them, especially since he had eaten the most. It was really embarrassing. He acted like he hadn't eaten in 800 years. After returning home, Qin Su found an opportunity to enter the space. She planted all the fruit tree seedlings and watered them with spring water. Looking at the rows of small trees she had planted, she couldn't help but drool at the thought of eating the fruits produced in the space soon. She organized the information received from the jade pendant and found the recipe for making cleansing pills. She needed to create a few pills, one for each family member. Since she had this fortunate encounter, she hoped to ensure her family's health and a better life. If only her mother were still alive, their family could be together. The jade pendant was a relic left by her mother, and she had never heard her mother mention anything about her grandmother's side of the family. Her mother had fainted on the mountain and was rescued by her father. When she woke up, she only said she couldn't remember where she came from. She had nothing with her except the jade pendant hanging around her neck. At that time, her father took her mother in. As they spent time together, they gradually fell in love and got married. Unfortunately, their happy days were short-lived, as her mother fell ill and passed away. Before her death, her mother handed the jade pendant to Qin Su. She only told her that one day, the pendant might help her find relatives on her grandmother's side. At that time, Qin Su was too young to think much about it. But now, reflecting on it, there were many doubts. Her father said that when he met her mother on the mountain, the fabric of her clothes was very unusual, not something a farmer could afford. Her mother was beautiful and had an extraordinary presence. All signs indicated that her mother's identity was definitely not that of an ordinary person. If she hadn't been pushed off the cliff by Qin Li, awakening the space, she might have almost forgotten these memories. Qin Su could only set aside these questions for now and focus on improving her cultivation. According to her cultivation level, she was currently at the qi refining stage. Now was the end of the law era, with very little spiritual energy in the air, and the inheritance of cultivation techniques had been cut off, making it difficult to find master-level practitioners. She didn't know how many challenges she would face on her future path. She exited the space, crushed all the spiritual herbs, added spring water, and put them in a pot to boil. She had thought that making pills would be complicated, but the highest-grade herbs only required the simplest methods. Before long, a strong fragrance of pills filled the pot. Qin Su handed the finished pills to Qin Jun. Qin Jun looked at the dark pills in his hand, confused. What was wrong with his sister today? She seemed a bit strange, even telling him it was a cleansing pill. Had she been transported to another world? Or was she so engrossed in novels that she believed in something like a cleansing pill? He hoped he wouldn't die after eating this thing. Sis, even if you don't like me, you don't need to give me poison to eat, Qin Jun resisted. Just eat it, no need for so much nonsense. Under his sister's long-term pressure, Qin Jun reluctantly swallowed the pill. Qin Su gave the remaining 2 pills to their father and grandmother. They didn't suspect that what Qin Su was giving them was harmful. Before long, the 3 of them felt a foul smell coming from their bodies. They thought it was just sweat, but when they looked, they found a layer of black dirt on themselves. They rushed to wash off, and it took several rinses to get rid of the black grime. Qin Jianya and Grandma Qin had no idea what was happening. But Qin Jun thought it resembled the cleansing process described in novels. Sis, this really is a cleansing pill. I can't believe it. Where did you learn to make pills? He imagined that he could cultivate like in the novels, cleansing his body and practicing techniques to ascend and achieve immortality. Qin Jun was extremely excited. The next moment, Qin Su shattered his fantasy. This pill just removes toxins accumulated in your body over the years and enhances your physical condition. As for my pill-making skills, an old man I saved in the mountains taught me. Qin Jianye and Grandma Qin never doubted what Qin Su said. They would even believe it if she said it was from a divine being. I also learned many other skills from him. Later, I'll give you a set of health exercises to practice daily. Not saying you'll live forever, but living a long life is definitely possible. They thought the shock they received today was enough, but then Qin Su said something even more astonishing. I went to the city today. Not only did I sell the herbs, but I also sold that rare herb I found in the mountains. Guess how much I sold it for?
5,000 yuan. Qin Yun boldly guessed.
In their area, someone found a wild ginseng and sold it for a few thousand. Although he didn't know what herbs his sister sold, that price seemed high to him. Qin Jianye and Grandma Qin nodded in agreement, thinking that selling it for that price was already impressive. No, it was 5 million. The three of them gasped in unison. How much? 5 million. They doubted their hearing. Su, did you really sell it for 5 million? Qin Jianye still couldn't believe it. Who is the fool who paid 5 million for herb? Then our family must be rich. Sis, you're amazing. Qin Jun didn't care who bought it. He was just thrilled that it was really sold for 5 million. Sis, I want to buy the latest fruit phone.
Can you get me one?
He was tapped on the back of his head and turned to see Grandma Qin glaring at him. You're like a mouse that can't save food. You just earned money and want to waste it. Qin Su smiled, thinking about their family's past hardships, which were now behind them. They would only get better from here. Junzi, aren't you participating in the hiking adventure this summer? I'll take you to the city to buy the gear you need, and I'll get you a phone too. She took out a bank card and handed it to Qin Jianye. Dad, this card has some money in it. Find a time to pay off the debt to Qin, I mean. Okay. Qin Jianye was so excited, he didn't know how to express it. Sis, thank you so much. You're the best big sister.
Qin Yun grinned.
Make sure to practice the techniques well and don't slack off. If you don't meet my expectations, you're in big trouble. Sis, don't worry. I'll work hard. One day, when I'm strong, I'll protect you. Thinking about finally having his own fruit phone, Qin Jun couldn't wait to fly to the phone store. He had long envied his classmates' fruit phones, but in the past, his family was struggling, and he never thought to ask his father for one. After dinner, Qin Su gathered the whole family together. She taught them breathing techniques and demonstrated the health exercises, encouraging them to practice whenever they had free time. After Qin Aiming, Qin Zhangjuan, and Qin Zhangqiang were beaten by Qin Su, they became very wary of her. For a while, they didn't dare to cause trouble for her family. However, they felt frustrated, as they had never suffered such a big loss before. I'll go to town and get my brothers. I don't believe a girl can take on more than 10 of us, Qin Zhangjuan said fiercely. Brother, you must ruin that shameless girl's face. She walks around with that seductive look, trying to attract people. If she likes to flirt, let your brothers entertain her properly, Qin Li said with a twisted, malicious expression. That which dared to break my hand. Next time, I'll make her suffer, Qin Zhangqiang said with an evil grin. That girl is a bit strange. I didn't know she had such skills. I wonder if she has some powerful backing. You guys should avoid provoking her for now, Qin Aiming said cautiously. He knew that being a village bully wasn't just about brute force. Sometimes he understood who could be provoked and who couldn't. Thanks to his ability to read people, he had avoided serious trouble. Dad, how can you let her get the upper hand? Even if she can take on 3 guys, she can't beat more than 10, Qin Li said, not believing that Qin Su was that strong. Just thinking about Qin Su being bullied by a group excited her in a twisted way. Qin Su had no idea that Qin Aiming and the others were planning to take revenge on her. Even if she knew, she wouldn't be afraid. With her current skills, not to mention ordinary people, even a martial arts master wouldn't be her match. She wanted to check the changes in the medicinal field after watering it with spiritual spring water last time. She couldn't take out too many spiritual herbs from her space, but the herbs watered with spiritual spring water could be sold. Arriving at the medicinal field, she saw that the herbs had grown much better than ordinary ones. She could even sense a faint spiritual energy within the herbs. If she used these spiritually infused herbs to refine medicine, the effectiveness would increase by many times. After watering the herbs with diluted spiritual spring water again, Qin Su returned home. Qin Jun was currently focused on practicing. After finishing his homework, he ran off to train. Qin Su told him to tidy up as she planned to take him to the city to buy a phone and camping gear. By the time they reached the city, it was already 2 p.m. They went straight to a fruit phone store. A smiling salesperson approached them. "What type of phone are you looking for?" "Give us your latest model," Qin Su replied. The salesperson was surprised that these two young students were so generous. The latest model in the store cost 5 figures, indicating they were likely rich kids. The salesperson brought out the phone. Qin Su examined it and noticed the quality was indeed exceptional. The feel and various features were impressive. "I'll take one in black and one in white." Since they had the money, Qin Su decided to upgrade her own phone as well. After packing up and paying with a card, they completed the purchase in under 5 minutes. Having money felt great. Spending didn't require any second thoughts. "Let's find a place to eat first, then we'll buy the gear," Qin Su said. "Sis, you decide," Qin Jun replied, happily playing with his new phone, his eyes glued to the screen. They arrived at the most luxurious commercial area in the city and chose a restaurant with good online ratings. Since it was the weekend, the place was crowded. After ordering, they both started watching videos on their phones.
Ah!
A sharp cry from a boy echoed from another direction in the restaurant. Everyone turned to look, murmurs of concern filling the air. "What happened?" "I don't know. I hope no one is hurt." Qin Su put down her phone and looked in the direction of the sound. The restaurant manager rushed out, shouting to a nearby server, "A child got burned by hot soup. Call for an ambulance." After thinking for a moment, Qin Su followed the commotion. Qin Jun, not understanding what was happening, followed her. When they arrived, they found that a server had slipped and spilled a pot of boiling soup on a little boy. The boy's father was panicking, unsure of what to do. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly tried to remove the boy's clothes. "Don't take off the clothes yet," 2 voices shouted simultaneously. Qin Su turned to see a handsome boy. The boy looked back at her. Qin Su quickly said to the boy's father, "Don't rush to remove the clothes after a burn. It can cause further injury. First, take him to the bathroom and rinse with cold water for 10 minutes. The father, feeling flustered, asked, "Can you help?" "I'm afraid I won't do it right." Together, Qin Su and the boy's father carried the child to the bathroom. The server had already filled a bucket with water. Seeing the boy's exposed skin turning red and forming blisters, Qin Su knew the burn was serious. Even with prompt care, the treatment would be tricky. She thought of the spiritual spring water in her space. However, it wasn't convenient to take it out with others around. She told the boy's father, "Go find some scissors to cut open his clothes." After he left, Qin Su added the spiritual spring water to the bucket, pouring in a generous amount. The little boy, who had been writhing in pain, gradually calmed down after the water was added. He felt the pain lessening and his mind clearing up. Seeing a beautiful older sister nearby, he curiously asked, "Sister, did you save me? I saw water coming from your hand, and then I stopped hurting." Qin Su was surprised that he noticed her in the chaos. "Sister is a little fairy here to save you. This is our secret. You can't tell anyone, or you won't see the little fairy again," she said playfully. The boy covered his mouth, his big eyes sparkling, looking adorably like he wouldn't spill the secret. Just then, the boy's father returned and was astonished to see his son calm and no longer in pain. "Xian, does it still hurt?" "Dad, it doesn't hurt anymore." Though he had some doubts, seeing his son okay made him forget them. He turned to Qin Su and said, "Thank you so much. What's your name and which school do you go to?" He promised to give her a thank you banner later. Qin Su replied that it was just a small effort and not to worry about it. After the little boy and his father left with the ambulance, Qin Su returned to her seat and continued her meal. Qin Jun was curious about how the boy was doing. "Sister, was the boy seriously hurt?" Seeing such a large pot of soup spilled all over him, the burn area must be significant. It shouldn't be too serious. "I saw he was doing quite well afterward." Qin Su couldn't tell him about using the spiritual spring water for the boy, but with its help, there shouldn't be any major issues later. After finishing their meal, they continued their shopping trip. Outside a brand store, Qin looked at the shiny logo and then at his sister. He had never felt his sister was so lovely and approachable before. Sister, even though you earned 5 million, you can't spend it so freely. Boys naturally love outdoor adventures. He had discussed these adventure gear brands with his classmates before. The brand they were looking at was top tier in outdoor gear, and the prices were also top-notch. He was tempted, but as someone who suddenly came into money, he wasn't ready for such high spending. Qin ignored him and walked straight into the store. Li Na, the store's top salesperson, noticed the two young people entering. Seeing their plain clothes, she felt a bit superior but maintained a friendly demeanor. She approached them and asked, "Can I help you with anything?" "We'll look around first," Qin replied, sensing her condescension. However, her clothes were indeed ordinary. People often judge by appearances. Qin began to look at the clothes. Hiking backpacks, trekking poles, jackets, and more. After looking through the selection, the prices were shocking. Qin found a jacket he liked and was about to try it on. Li Na interjected, "Sir, this jacket is the latest model and costs 5,888. If you're sure you want to buy it, we can get it for you to try on." The implication was clear. If you can't afford it, don't bother trying. Qin stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. He had never been to such luxury stores before and couldn't believe he was experiencing this kind of snobbery. Hearing the salesperson's words, Qin walked over and asked Li Na, "Is there a rule in your store that prevents customers from trying on clothes? Or do you just think we can't afford it?" Li Na was taken aback by the girl's loud accusation. Usually, those who looked poor just accepted her attitude quietly. She rolled her eyes, feeling disdainful. "This jacket is quite expensive, and if everyone just tries it on without buying, it could get damaged. I'm just giving a friendly reminder, nothing more." Though she claimed not to look down on people, her tone and expression conveyed exactly that. A man who seemed to be a manager approached after hearing their argument. "Li Na, what's going on?" "Manager, I was just reminding this customer that the jacket is a bit pricey and to be careful when trying it on."
You didn't say it like that.
"You implied they had to be sure to buy it before trying it on," Qin explained as he saw Li Na changing her story. The manager understood the situation. Li Na was known for being snobbish and could say such things. He intervened. "This customer, Li Na's attitude was indeed inappropriate, and we will address it. How about I have another salesperson assist you? To apologize, we will give you a 10% discount on your purchase today." He then called over a round-faced girl. "Xiaoling, come over and assist these customers. Make sure to treat their needs seriously." Xiaoling asked Qin about their needs and carefully introduced them to the items. After Qin selected everything she needed, they went to the counter to pay. Li Na watched from the side, skeptical. She didn't believe these two seemingly country bumpkins could afford anything expensive. "Hello, after the discount, your total is 33,900, Xiaoling announced cheerfully. Qin pulled out her phone and showed the QR code. The sound of payment being received made Li Na's face turn red with anger. Nearby, someone snickered. "Wang Xiaoling, what are you laughing at?" Li Na snapped at the nearby salesperson who was mocking her. "I'm laughing at people who look down on others, thinking they are above everyone else," Wang Xiaoling replied boldly. Li Na often used her looks to attract customers, trying to steal clients from whoever was serving them. Wang Xiaoling had long been annoyed by her. Now that she finally got to see Li Na embarrassed, she couldn't miss the chance to mock her. Qin and her brother had already left the store, unaware of what happened next. Looking at their clothes, which had faded from repeated washing, Qin decided to take her brother to buy a few new outfits. Thinking about how their dad and grandma were always frugal and never bought nice things, she also wanted to get them some gifts. They arrived at the largest department store in the city, which had 6 floors. On the 3rd floor, dedicated to clothing, they found various big brands. They entered a women's clothing store, where the sales staff were much more professional than at the previous store. Qin picked out a few simple, casual outfits. After helping her brother finish his shopping, They chose some suitable items for their grandma and dad, ready to head home. Passing by a jewelry store, Qin thought about how her grandma, at her age, had no jewelry and often envied the women in the village who wore gold and jade. She pulled Qin into the jewelry store. The saleswoman greeted them with a professional smile. "Welcome. What kind of jewelry are you looking for? I'd like to see some jade bracelets. Can you show me some suitable for elderly people? How about this bracelet?" The saleswoman presented a light green ice jade bracelet. Qin glanced at the price. Several thousand. "Can you show me some better options?" She wanted to buy something nice for her grandma. The saleswoman brought out another bracelet made of more refined jade. "This one has a smoother and more delicate feel." Qin tried it on and felt it was indeed much better than the first one. She sensed a faint energy from it. "Please wrap this one up for me." Qin watched as they spent several thousand more, his heart racing. At least they were done shopping. Otherwise, he felt his sister's spending speed would make that 5 million disappear in just a few days. After finishing their purchases, the two headed home. Wencheng City People's Hospital. This afternoon, the emergency room received a child with severe burns. The emergency doctor initially thought the injuries were serious and opened a rescue channel. However, when the child arrived at the hospital, apart from some redness on the skin, there were no severe burn symptoms. The doctor first thought the parents were overly worried and unclear about the injury. Ji Minghua, hearing the doctor's diagnosis, doubted the doctor's skills. Later, the doctor suggested that he exaggerated the injury in a panic, which made him furious and want to hit someone. He angrily shouted. So many people in the restaurant saw it. The boiling soup poured directly on him. How could it not be serious? "I think you incompetent doctors are just trying to make excuses." He grabbed the doctor's collar and threw a punch, causing chaos in the emergency room. The situation escalated and was reported to the hospital director. Li Xiangyang was meeting with Chairman Zhang Huaishan of Renxin Group and had to explain that he needed to handle an urgent matter. Zhang Huaishan, hearing the situation, decided to go along. "Please calm down, family member. The director is on his way. We can discuss this calmly. Violence won't solve anything and will affect our treatment efforts." Other doctors pulled Ji Minghua away and tried to persuade him. Zhang Huaishan and Li Xiangyang arrived at the emergency room and first checked on the boy's condition. Both were surprised. Just as the previous doctor diagnosed, the boy was indeed not seriously hurt. However, to reassure the family, they arranged for the child to be hospitalized. In a spacious office, Zhang Huaishan and Li Xiangyang sat on the sofa. According to the family member, being splashed with such hot liquid should have caused more serious injuries than what the boy has. Zhang Huaishan, a medical expert, immediately pointed out the illogical aspects. The patient's family said that apart from soaking the wound in water, there were no other first aid measures taken. Li Xiangyang also found it puzzling. Being splashed with boiling liquid should have resulted in severe injuries. There was a young girl treating the patient at the time. Maybe she did something that helped. We should ask the family if they have her contact information. When Qin and her family returned home, it was already late. Grandma Qin had prepared dinner and was waiting for them. She quickly came out to greet them as soon as they arrived. "Why are you back so late?" "Oh, you bought so many things." Seeing that both of them were carrying bags, Grandma Qin stepped forward to help them with half of it. "Grandma, we had so much fun in the city today, but it was too rushed. Next time, let's all go together." Qin took out a few more bags. "Grandma, I got you some things and I also bought some food and clothes for Dad." Grandma Qin's eyes squinted with joy. Her granddaughter was so thoughtful and remembered to buy her gifts. "All right, stop for now. The food will get cold. Quickly wash your hands and eat." The family sat around the dining table. Grandma had prepared a feast, including Qin's favorite sweet and sour pork and fried meatballs. There were also Qin's favorite braised lion's head and Qin Jianya's soy-braised pork knuckle. "Grandma, this is your favorite steamed grouper. You made such a big spread. You're the biggest contributor," Qin said, serving her a large piece of fish. Qin quickly followed suit, adding another dish to Grandma's bowl. Yes, Grandma is the biggest contributor in the family. Eat more. Qin Jianya noticed that his daughter and son seemed to have forgotten about him, feeling a bit sour inside. Ahem. Ahem. He coughed heavily. Qin Su served him some pork knuckle. Dad, you're also a contributor to the family. You should eat more. The meal ended in a warm and cheerful atmosphere. After dinner, it was time for their daily practice. The family took this matter seriously. They realized that if they were too weak, they would hold their daughter back. With such a good opportunity, they had to be diligent. Entering the space again, just a day had passed, and the seedlings planted yesterday had already grown to half a person's height. Based on the growth rate of fruit trees outside, plants in the space grew at a rate of 1 day inside equaling 1 year outside. At this rate, they would be able to eat the fruits from the space in a few days. After Qin Jianya paid back the money he owed Qin Li, news spread in the village that he had made a fortune selling medicinal materials in the city. Early in the morning, villagers came to inquire about their channels for selling medicinal materials. They had been oppressed by Qin Li for years. Initially, they considered resisting, but simple farmers could not stand up to a few thugs from his family. Moreover, they were connected with local gangsters, which made the villagers fearful, and they ultimately had to give in. All the business channels for buying medicinal materials in town had been monopolized by them. Thinking about finding other channels in the city but lacking connections, they had made no progress. So when they heard that Qin Su had successfully sold medicinal materials in the city for a good price, they came to her, hoping she could help them sell their materials too. Qin Su was already thinking about how to resolve the issues with Qin Li's family when she saw the villagers come and came up with a plan to deal with them. Qin Su went to the village chief's house. The village chief's wife, known as Chipa, was the grandmother of the child Qin Su saved from the river. She was in the yard sorting the medicinal materials she had harvested. Chipa, is the village chief at home? Qin Su called out loudly from outside the door. Chipa stopped her work, saw it was Qin Su, and smiled warmly. Oh, it's Su girl. Come in quickly. Your grandpa is inside. Chipa was very grateful to Qin Su. If she hadn't saved her grandson, she wouldn't know how to face her son and daughter-in-law if something had happened to him. Qin Su walked into the yard, seeing it filled with various medicinal herbs. Entering the living room, she saw the village chief sitting in a rocking chair, fanning himself and watching a drama on TV. The village chief was respected in the village and held a high position. Grandpa, watching TV? Qin Su greeted him. The village chief turned his head upon hearing her voice and was a bit surprised to see Qin Su. Su girl, what brings you here today? Qin Su pretended to be angry. Grandpa, can I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Okay, I misspoke. You are our family's treasure. You can come any time. We welcome you. Seven uncle, I came to talk to you about something today. This morning, some villagers came to me, asking if I could help them sell our herbs directly in the city. You know that for the past few years, the herbs from our village have been controlled by Qin Li and his son, who have been lowering our prices. Now, I know some herb dealers in the city, and we can sell the herbs ourselves. Qin Su stated her purpose directly. Seven uncle pondered for a moment. If we sell the herbs directly in the city, Qin Li and his son will definitely retaliate. They might even intercept our herbs on the way. This kind of situation has happened before, so they needed to think of a plan. Qin Li's 2 sons have been gathering followers in town, and they have support behind them. Because of this, they have become increasingly bold, lowering the prices for the villagers' herbs. We will organize some people from the village to go to the city together. If they dare to block us, I'm confident we can drive them off. Qin Su was determined to remove this tumor from the village, so she couldn't hide certain things anymore. Okay, let's see who from the village is willing to sell herbs in the city. They can gather here with me. After finalizing the plan, Qin Su returned home without delay. Old man, what did Su girl come to talk to you about? Seven Aunt asked curiously, wondering what her husband could discuss with Su. Go dry your herbs. Why ask so much? Hey, you old man, why are you being so secretive? Seven Aunt grumbled as she left the yard to continue drying her herbs. This girl is not ordinary. Seven Uncle thought to himself. Qin Su found several villagers and told them about her plan with the village chief, asking them to gather their herbs and head to the city together. After 2 days, all the villagers who wanted to sell herbs gathered their supplies at the village chief's house. A group of people set off towards town. With all the commotion in the village over the past few days, Qin Li and his family got wind of it. He thought the villagers had forgotten their previous lessons. He notified his 2 sons to gather their gang and intercept the villagers on the road to town. As Qin Su and her group approached the town, they saw a crowd blocking the way, all looking like troublemakers. Qin Su stepped forward and asked, "What do you want?" Qin Zhongjuan, seeing Qin Su, gritted his teeth in anger. "You shameless girl! How dare you bring villagers to sell herbs in the city? Let's see if you can get past me today. There's no rule that says we must sell our herbs to you. This is extortion and bullying." The group of thugs behind him laughed loudly at Qin Su's words. "Rules? We make the rules. No herbs leave here without going through us." Qin Zhongjuan mocked. "And what if we insist on passing?" Qin Su's expression turned cold. "Then we'll see if you have the ability to do so," Qin Zhongjuan said menacingly. Qin Su charged forward, and the others rushed at her. Having trained in spiritual energy, Qin Su was almost at the foundation stage. Dealing with this mob was like a one-sided fight. In an instant, cries and screams filled the air. Before the villagers even realized what was happening, the fight was over. Qin Su stepped on Qin Zhongjuan's fingers, applying pressure.
How about now?
"Can we pass?" Qin Zhongjuan was terrified by her strength, unable to speak. Qin Su kicked him in disgust, and he rolled over like a turtle on its back. "Let's go," Qin Su waved to the stunned villagers. It took a while for the villagers to snap back to reality, looking at her with admiration. One of the villagers asked, "Qin Su, when did you become so skilled? I've never heard you could fight before. I practiced with my master before, but I didn't show it often." The crowd began to chatter, and Qin Su answered some questions while remaining silent on others. The group arrived in town and boarded the bus to the city. When Qin Su reached the entrance of Renxin Pharmaceutical, she noticed that Wang Liwei didn't seem as arrogant as before. He quickly approached her as she entered. "Miss Qin, do you have any good herbs to sell today?" Since being scolded by Zhang Huaishan last time, Wang Liwei had become much more respectful. He had seen how much the chairman valued her last time and didn't dare make any mistakes this time. "Is Mr. Zhang in? I have a large batch of herbs, and I'm not sure if your store can take them all." Seeing a large group of people outside, Wang Liwei didn't want to make a decision on his own. "Miss Qin, please wait a moment. I'll call Mr. Zhang." He quickly called Zhang Huaishan to explain the situation. Zhang Huaishan was studying the condition of a boy who had been burned a few days ago when he received Wang Liwei's call. Hearing that Qin Su was back, he hurriedly put down his work and rushed to the store. Zhang Han, noticing his grandfather's urgency, quickly asked, "Grandpa, where are you rushing off to?" "I'm going to see that girl who sells spiritual herbs. She's back today, and I want to check on her." Curious about the girl selling herbs, Zhang Han got up and followed his grandfather. When they arrived at the store, they saw a crowd of about 10 people gathered outside, with many bags on the ground. As Zhang Huaishan entered the pharmacy, he saw Qin Su and Wang Liwei inspecting the quality of the herbs. Zhang Han immediately recognized her as the girl who had helped the boy in the restaurant. "Su girl, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for so long, thinking you might not come again." Qin Su looked up at the voice and saw Zhang Huaishan and the young man beside him. She recognized him as the handsome boy from the restaurant. "Grandpa Zhang, you're joking. My family grows herbs. How could I not come? Look, I've brought you a lot of herbs today. I trust your character. Your herbs must be top quality." "Grandpa, aren't you going to introduce us?" Zhang Han noticed they were engrossed in conversation and felt left out.
Haha, I almost forgot.
"This is my grandson, Zhang Han."
Qin Su nodded slightly. "Hello, I'm Qin Su."
Zhang Han smiled. "Hello, I didn't expect to see you again." Zhang Huaishan asked curiously, "Do you two know each other?" "We met a couple of days ago in the restaurant, but didn't have a chance to introduce ourselves." Zhang Huaishan asked Qin Su, You mentioned on the phone that you have a large batch of medicinal herbs for sale. Did your village grow them? Yes, Grandpa Zhang. Our village mainly relies on growing medicinal herbs. The geographical environment there is quite good, and the quality of our herbs is excellent. Qin Su did not exaggerate about their herbs. Their village is surrounded by several mountains, with a warm and humid climate year-round, which produces high-quality herbs. Great! When you talk to Manager Wang later, you can send all your future herbs here. Although Renxin Pharmaceutical has its own herb-growing base, they also purchase high-quality herbs from the market. Since he has a connection with Qin Su, he wanted to build a good relationship and do her a favor, especially since their village's herbs are indeed very good. Su girl, you left in such a hurry last time that you didn't leave your contact information. This time, you must let me know how to reach you later. Zhang Huaishan was also thinking that if Qin Su finds other rare herbs in the future, he hopes she'll consider selling them to him first. They exchanged contact information. Zhang Huaishan then said to Qin Su, "It's not easy to meet you today. Let's go have a meal together." Before leaving, Qin Su reminded Uncle Qin, "Boss Zhang has agreed to cooperate with us. From now on, we can just send our herbs to him." The villagers were overjoyed and thanked Qin Su one after another. Zhang Huaishan chose a high-end restaurant with a serene and elegant environment, specializing in Cantonese cuisine. The three of them sat down in the restaurant. Zhang Han handed the menu to Qin Su, saying, "Take a look and see what you want to eat." The dishes here are light but very tasty. Qin Su ordered steamed pork ribs with black bean sauce, braised pigeon, boiled shrimp, honey-glazed char siu, and boiled vegetable hearts. Zhang Han glanced at the menu and quietly noted Qin Su's preferences. Zhang Huaishan felt that his grandson was acting a bit unusual today. He was usually indifferent to girls, but was very enthusiastic today. "Did you two know each other before? When did you meet?" Zhang Huaishan recalled how they had first met in the store. "We met a couple of days ago at a restaurant. A child got scalded and we helped a little." Zhang Han felt helpless about his grandfather. Every time he saw him getting close to a girl, he always thought there was something going on. Zhang Huaishan's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. Could the child Qin Su helped in the restaurant be the same boy he met in the hospital? If Qin Su's help prevented the boy's injuries from becoming serious, then her background must be extraordinary. Could she be a disciple of a hidden sect? Meanwhile, Qin Su was focused on enjoying her meal. As expected from a high-end restaurant, every dish, though light in flavor, was rich in taste, with ingredients that preserved their original flavors. "Su girl, how does the food taste? Is it to your liking?" Zhang Huaishan asked, seeing how seriously Qin Su was eating, which made him hungry too. Qin Su put down her chopsticks, took a sip of tea, and replied, as expected from Cantonese cuisine, "It really suits my taste." "Thank you for the treat, Grandpa Zhang. Next time, I'll invite you to dinner. Then I'll be waiting for that big meal." Zhang Han, seeing his grandfather and Qin Su enjoying their conversation, chimed in, "Qin Su, what year are you in at university?
Which city are you in?"
This was Qin Su's chance to take a good look at Zhang Han. He had an arched brow, clear eyes, and a high-nose bridge. He was a sunny and handsome young man. "I'm a freshman at Jing University. What about you, Zhang Ge? How coincidental. I'm also at Jing University, so you're my junior. I'm in my 4th year and already doing an internship." Zhang Han was pleasantly surprised to find out they attended the same university. The thought of spending more time together made him happy. Zhang Huaishan was also surprised that Qin Su was in the same school as his grandson. He said, "So Su girl and Han are schoolmates? If you have any issues, you can find him. Don't hesitate to ask for help." Qin Su felt that Grandpa Zhang was too enthusiastic. Even though she sold him the rare herbs, his excessive warmth made her a bit suspicious about what kind of herbs she had sold him. However, she couldn't directly ask Zhang Huaishan about her doubts. She had only mentioned that she found them in the mountains by chance. What she didn't know was that Zhang Huaishan had already imagined her as a disciple of a hidden sect. "Thank you for your care, Grandpa Zhang. I haven't encountered any issues at school. If I do, I'll trouble Senior Han." Qin Su didn't want to offend Zhang Huaishan's kindness. "I will definitely not neglect the matters of Junior Qin Su." They exchanged smiles, and the three finished their meal and returned to the store. The village elders had already been sent back by Qin Su. It was already afternoon, and if they rushed back to town, it would be dark. Qin Su originally planned to take the minibus back to town. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huaishan quickly asked Zhang Han to drive her home. They got into Zhang Han's SUV. Inside the closed car, only soft music played, and both knew what to say, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Zhang Han cleared his throat. "What's your major at Jing University?" Qin Su didn't think much about the atmosphere between them. She just felt they weren't very familiar, which made it a bit quiet and awkward. Hearing Zhang Han's question seemed to relieve the tension a little. "I'm majoring in medicine at Jing University." "Senior Han, since your family is in the pharmaceutical business, do you study medicine too?" Qin Su usually didn't pay much attention to campus gossip, so she didn't know much about the popular Zhang Han. "I'm not very interested in medicine, so I chose business management." "My grandfather was quite upset about it," Zhang Han said, shrugging helplessly. Qin Su imagined Zhang Han being chased and scolded by Zhang Huaishan and felt like laughing. Zhang Han noticed the smile on Qin Su's face and found it hard to look away. Feeling his gaze on her, Qin Su turned to see Zhang Han, looking at her with an expression she couldn't quite understand. She quickly changed the subject. "Am I wearing a navigation system on my face? Are you planning to drive us into a ditch?" After hearing Qin Su's teasing, Zhang Han finally focused on driving seriously. They finally returned to town, but there was still some distance to her village. Qin Su initially didn't plan to let him drive her back to the village because the road was too difficult to navigate. But Zhang Han wouldn't just leave her on the road to go back alone. When the two returned to the village, it was just time for dinner. Grandma Qin saw a luxury car driving towards her home. While she was puzzled, she saw Qin Su get out of the car and wondered who had brought her back. Then, a tall man followed her out of the car. As they got closer, Grandma Qin could see the man's appearance clearly. This young man was really handsome. Grandma Qin thought to herself, "Grandma, I'm back." Qin Su called out when she saw her grandmother standing at the door. "Welcome back. Your Uncle Qin-san said you would be back late because of something. I thought you would be back soon, so I came out to check." Although Grandma Qin was talking to Qin Su, her eyes were fixed on Zhang Han. "Grandma, this is Zhang Han, the grandson of the owner of the herbal medicine shop I visited today. Since it got a bit late, he gave me a ride back," Qin Su quickly explained, noticing her grandmother's curiosity. "Thank you, Xiao Zhang, for bringing Qin Su back. I'm just about to cook, so please stay for dinner." Grandma Qin welcomed Zhang Han into the house. Qin Su prepared tea for him and said, "You sit here, and I'll help Grandma with dinner." Worried he might feel uncomfortable alone, she called Qin Jun out to chat with him. Qin Jun stared intently at Zhang Han, wondering where this man had come from, especially since he was with his sister. No matter how calm Zhang Han was, he felt uneasy under Qin Jun's gaze. "What is your relationship with my sister? How long have you known each other?" Qin Jun fired off a series of questions that left Zhang Han a bit dizzy. He answered honestly, "Not long, just simple friends." Qin Jun sensed there was more to the story. His sister usually kept her distance from men. Many pursued her, but he had never seen her show interest in anyone. Yet this person had come back with her after such a short time. "Well, my sister treats you differently. She has never brought friends home before." Zhang Han's heart skipped a beat. Was he the first friend she brought home? He wanted to learn more about Qin Su, so he gently steered the conversation toward her. "Your sister is quite impressive. At her age, few dare to lead people from the village to the city to find a market. I know her because the herbal medicine shop she sells at is run by my family," Qin Jun said, realizing they had indeed just met. Hearing Zhang Han praise his sister made Qin Jun feel he had good taste. "Of course. My sister is amazing. She's not only good at studying but excels in everything else too." Qin Jun was a bit of a sister's fan and he spoke proudly about her. "Oh, what else is she good at?" Zhang Han continued to inquire. "My sister has scared off all the bullies in our village. Isn't that impressive?" Zhang Han was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Qin Su to be skilled in martial arts, especially given her slender build. Meanwhile, Qin Su was busy in the kitchen, unaware that her brother was revealing her secrets. In the past few days, she had been using spirit spring water to water the vegetables in the garden, and now it was time to harvest them. To improve her family's health, she had secretly added spirit spring water to their meals. Over the past few days, her family's health had noticeably improved. Her father's foot had healed completely, and he had gained a lot of strength. Once, he accidentally lifted over 100 pounds with one hand, which surprised him greatly. Qin Su told them it was a body training technique taught by an old man, and since then, they had been practicing diligently. After finishing the meal, Qin Su told her grandmother she would go get the fruits she bought. In reality, she had secretly entered her space to pick some fruits. After spending a few days in her space, the fruit plants had grown into big trees, and various fruits were now ripe. Qin Su picked some grapes, blueberries, and a large watermelon from her space. After setting the table, she invited Zhang Han to sit down. Zhang Han, who had grown up with all kinds of delicacies, found the meal quite ordinary, even though it was a feast for Qin Su's family. He sincerely thanked Grandma Qin and Qin Su for the meal, saying, "Thank you, Grandma Qin and Qin Su, for inviting me to dinner. I toast to you." He raised his glass after speaking. Grandma Qin laughed and said, "Xiaoyan, don't be polite. Just treat it like home. We don't have anything fancy to offer, so don't mind it." Before long, she had switched from calling him Xiaozhang to Xiaoyan. He was quite impressive. Qin Jun thought to himself. Zhang Han took a bite of the vegetables and immediately tasted something extraordinary. It felt pure and sweet, as if it had never been tainted by the world. He ate without worrying about his image, feeling a warm sensation flowing into his body. Although Qin Jun and Qin Jianya had eaten food containing spirit spring water before, they still couldn't help but eat until they were full. Just after finishing the meal, Qin Su brought out the cut fruits. Zhang Han felt a bit embarrassed for eating so much at someone else's home, but it was a flavor he had never experienced before. He was curious. "Qin Su, I didn't expect your cooking to be so good. The 5-star chefs and private restaurants I've been to can't compare to your cooking. Maybe it's because we have a good environment here, and our fruits and vegetables are all natural," Qin Su replied with a smile. After resting for a while, Zhang Han finally felt able to move. He looked at the time and said to Qin Su, "It's getting late. I should head back. If you have time, come to the city to play. I know many fun places, and I can take you around." Seeing that it was indeed late, Qin Su packed some fruits from her space for him. "Please take these fruits to Grandpa Zhang and thank him for his help." Zhang Han liked the fruits and didn't refuse. As he drove away, Qin Su watched the car's headlights disappear around the corner of the village before turning back inside. As soon as she entered, she was met with 3 pairs of bright eyes. Faced with her family's silent questioning, Qin Su had to explain everything in detail. "I really just met him today. The last time I went to the city to sell herbal medicine, I sold it to his grandfather, and the 500,000 was also from him." The Qin family temporarily accepted her explanation. Qin Jun said, "Sister, as a man, I feel he is interested in you." As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by Qin Jianya. "You little kid, what do you know?" Qin Jun protested. "He was subtly asking about my sister tonight. Don't think I didn't notice." Qin Su was still unaware of this. Qin Su gathered the whole family to discuss something. "I went to sell herbs today and talked with Manager Wang. He is very satisfied with the quality of our village's herbs. He said if our village plans to cooperate with Renxin long-term, we can expand the planting area. Qin Su hopes to help the villagers become wealthy. I also plan to lease some land on the back mountain to grow fruits." While Qin Jianya and the others could understand expanding herb cultivation, they were confused about why they needed to grow fruits. "Can't we just grow herbs? Why do we need to grow fruits?" Qin Jianya asked. "Some areas on the mountain are not suitable for herbs. Growing fruits can improve land use and also increase our income. Qin Su wants to use the spiritual spring water to grow fruits, believing that the fruits grown with this water will sell very well." When Qin Jun heard his sister's plan, He fully supported her. No matter what she wanted to do, he absolutely believed she could succeed. After the family meeting, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Qin Su needed to meet with Seven Uncle tomorrow to discuss leasing the land. Entering the space again, Qin Su saw the bright red fruits hanging on the trees. Even when ripe, they wouldn't fall if no one picked them. The area where the spiritual herbs were planted looked the same as before. Qin Su learned from her inheritance that the herbs could only grow in ancient times when the air was pure. Nowadays, due to severe pollution, very few can survive. No wonder Zhang Huaishan was willing to pay 5 million for a single spiritual herb, as money can't buy it. In the space, Qin Su absorbed the rich spiritual energy, practicing her skills. The energy flowed through her body, making her meridians gradually stronger. Eventually, the energy transformed into pure energy stored in her dantian. When Qin Su arrived at Seven Uncle's house, his family was having breakfast. Seeing her, Aunt Qin hurried to get up. "Qin Su, have you eaten? Sit down and have some with us." Qin Su quickly declined. "Aunt, I've already eaten." "You all take your time. I need to talk to Seven Uncle about something." After walking around the yard for a bit, Seven Uncle came out. "Su girl, you did a great service for the village yesterday. The villagers are very grateful. What do you need to discuss with me today?" "Seven Uncle, I want to lease a piece of land on the back mountain. I came to ask what procedures I need to follow," Qin Su said directly. Although Seven Uncle didn't understand why she wanted to lease that land, he saw it as a way to generate income for the village. He replied, "You just need to sign a contract with the village committee, and I will help you with that. You just need to sign." "Seven Uncle, yesterday we talked with the company that buys herbs in the city. They think the quality of our village's herbs is excellent and suggested we increase the planting area. They will send people to buy directly from us." Zhang Huaishan's pharmaceutical group purchases a huge amount of Chinese herbs every year. The quality of herbs from their village is rated as top-notch, so cooperating with them is not just about Qin Su's connections. Hearing this news made Seven Uncle even happier. He planned to hold a village meeting to discuss expanding herb cultivation. "Qin Su, you have helped the villagers so much. I thank you on behalf of everyone. If you hadn't driven away Qin Li and his gang, we would still be under their oppression. That's what I should do. We should unite as villagers and drive out toxic people like Qin Li." As soon as she returned to the village yesterday, the villagers spread the news about Qin Su fighting off more than 10 thugs. The aunts and grandmas in the village praised her to the skies, claiming she was taken as a disciple by a master and learned extraordinary martial arts. That's why she could defeat so many strong thugs by herself. Qin Su found these rumors quite amusing. However, her grandmother now held the highest status among the village aunts, who envied her for having such a capable granddaughter. Qin Grandma even wore the beautiful jade bracelet Qin Su bought for her from the city, making the village aunts even more envious. After settling the leasing matter, Qin Su went to check on the herb field. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, the herbs not only improved in quality, but also had a hint of spiritual energy. In a few days, she could harvest this batch of herbs. Plus, having earned several million recently, she decided to renovate their home to make it more comfortable for her family. She had considered buying a house in the city, but their herb field was in the village. Her father would never agree to give up growing herbs, so she would wait for a better opportunity in the future. Last night, Zhang Han returned home and took out the fruits Qin Su had given him. Seeing his grandson return later than expected, Zhang Huaishan asked, "Did you take Qin Su home?" Zhang Han nodded. Zhang Huaishan continued, "Are you interested in Su girl? I haven't seen you get close to any other girl like this." "Grandpa, I just think she's different from other girls." "It's not what you think." Zhang Huaishan recalled how they met when they saved a scalded little boy in a restaurant. He asked Zhang Han, "You said you met in a restaurant. Which one was it?" Zhang Han found his grandpa's question strange. Why was he so interested in where he first met Qin Su? It was in a trendy restaurant called Bamboo Grove. Is there a problem? As soon as Zhang Huaishan heard the restaurant's name, he realized Qin Su was present when the boy was scalded. This explained why the boy's injuries seemed inconsistent with the usual expectations. Qin Su must have some extraordinary skills that ordinary people don't know about. The boy who got scalded in the restaurant was sent to Uncle Li's hospital, and I happened to be there that day. The family had a conflict with the doctors over the child's condition. After we handled it, we found the child's condition didn't match what the family said. Normally, a burn from such hot liquid wouldn't just result in minor skin injuries. We also asked the family, and they said there was no special treatment. Only a girl helped by rinsing it with cold water before sending him to the hospital. So when you said you met Sue girl while saving a boy in the restaurant, I started to wonder if that girl was her. Zhang Han also found it hard to believe. He had seen the little boy splashed with boiling soup. Even if Qin Su rinsed it with cold water for a while, it couldn't just be a minor skin injury. Zhang Huaishan wanted his grandson to understand the peculiarities of the people in the mystical sect, so he shared his thoughts in detail. I suspect that the girl, Sue, is from a hidden sect. Even if she isn't, the powerful person behind her is definitely from the mystical world. The other day, I bought a spiritual herb from her. She told me she found it by chance in the mountains. At first, I thought she was just lucky to find it in a place rich in spiritual energy. But now, connecting it to the incident with the boy getting burned, all these coincidences together can't just be explained by luck. Zhang Han was overwhelmed by this information and struggled to find words. He never expected that the seemingly calm, kind, and somewhat cute girl was from the mystical world. Grandpa, now that you're sure she's from the mystical world, do you plan to find out about her sect? Zhang Huaishan wasn't sure how to explain to his grandson that the spiritual herb Sue provided and her method of treating the boy were not things an ordinary person from the mystical world could do. If she doesn't mention her sect, I won't pry. Different sects have their own rules. I just want to build a good relationship with her. We might need her help in the future. After talking for a while, he felt a bit dry and grabbed a piece of fruit from the table to eat. The next moment, he was surprised by the taste of the fruit in his mouth. He quickly asked Zhang Han, "Where did this fruit come from?" "Sue asked me to bring it back." "Isn't it delicious?" Zhang Han was relieved to see his grandpa enjoying the fruit, forgetting the embarrassment from overeating at Sue's house. It seemed it wasn't just his craving. The food at Sue's house was genuinely delicious. Zhang Huaishan was once again amazed by what Sue had provided. Although the spiritual energy in the fruit was weak, he could still sense it as a cultivator. It seemed he needed to visit Sue's house soon. Sue had finalized the land contract with Grandpa Chi and was preparing to handle the paperwork. When she arrived at Grandpa Chi's house, she saw a large crowd gathered outside, shouting and looking angry. Grandpa Chi waved to Sue as she approached, and she soon understood the situation. Early that morning, some villagers had gone to the herb field and discovered it had been set on fire. The arsonist had acted maliciously, taking advantage of the villagers' inattention at night. By morning, most of the field had already burned. The herb field was the villagers' lifeline. Their source of income depended on the herbs, and now it was all gone, making them furious. "It must be the Qin family. They are the most despicable," shouted Uncle Li from the village. "Yes, it has to be them. They're just getting back at us for not selling them our herbs. They even attacked us that day, so they took the chance to burn our field at night. Let's go and settle the score with them." The villagers were outraged and marched toward Qin Li's house. Sue followed them. She wanted to see if they were indeed responsible. When they reached Qin Li's house, they found the door tightly shut, and some villagers angrily knocked on it. After a long time with no response, someone peered through a crack and saw it was quiet inside, with no one around. Now, they were sure it was them. Otherwise, why would they be hiding? Seeing this, Grandpa Chi could only calm the villagers down and call the police. Sue went to her family's herb field and found it was the most severely damaged, with almost all the nearly ripe herbs burned. She had thought that after 2 warnings, the Qin family wouldn't dare to act again. But they had gone even further. It seemed they needed a serious lesson. Back home, Sue went to her room and entered her space to refine some pills. That night, as darkness fell, Sue skillfully avoided the surrounding cameras and headed toward a high-end residential area in Wencheng. Thanks to Qin Li boasting about their family buying a luxury apartment in Renxin, Sue knew they had moved there. She reached the floor of Qin Li's apartment and stood outside the door, hearing several people inside talking. Did you clean up after setting the fire last night? Don't let anyone catch on. Qin Li's voice came through.
Dad, don't worry.
We took turns keeping watch. We only set the fire when the villagers were quiet. Even if they find out the next day, what evidence do they have? Qin Zhangqiang's arrogant voice replied. Those poor souls got what they deserved, especially that wretched girl. She caused us to lose business and got you all beaten up, Lu Yufin's sharp and bitter voice added. Dad, are we just going to let Sue and those villagers off the hook? I hate her. She's just a poor girl. How can she compare to me? They used to grovel to us like dogs, and now they dare to cut off our income. Qin Li's malicious words dripped with hatred. Qin Zhangjuan remained silent, having developed a fear of Sue after being beaten by her twice. Listening to their cruel and spiteful words about her and the villagers, Sue couldn't hold back any longer and kicked the door open. The people inside jumped at the loud noise and turned to see Sue. Qin Li pretended to be calm and asked in a low voice, Sue, what are you doing here? Sue looked at him with a cold smile. Since your family dared to set fire to the herb field, you should know I won't let you off. Qin Li, fueled by hatred, shouted, if you dare to do anything to us, we'll call the police, and you won't escape. Sue coldly replied, I won't lay a hand on you. I want you to voluntarily tell the police what you did. Before they could react, Sue swiftly moved among them, touching each one so they couldn't move. She then gave them each a pill and said, this pill is called heart-eating pill. It will make you feel unbearable pain in your heart, like being eaten by countless insects. You can call the police or check yourselves, but I guarantee you won't find anything. If you don't confess, every night at midnight, this pill will take effect. With that, Sue turned and walked out. After Qin Su left, it took more than 10 minutes for Qin Li and the others to slowly move again. Qin Zhangjuan, scared, couldn't hold back anymore. I told you all not to provoke her again. You didn't listen, and now what do we do? When he tried to stop Qin Su, he truly saw her extraordinary skills. Qin Li wasn't as afraid of Qin Su, perhaps because she had bullied Qin Su in the past. She angrily said, Big brother, do you really believe what she said? She's just trying to scare us. Qin Zhangjuan was furious at his sister's foolishness. They had already been beaten several times, and now someone came directly to their door. How could she still say such stupid things? But thinking about the visit, he had a question. How did she know the exact address of her house in the city? Hearing her brother's question, Qin Li nervously looked away. She didn't dare let her family know it was because she had bragged about her connections to Qin Su, or else her dad and brothers would beat her. Qin was annoyed by their arguing. Enough. If you still have time to bicker, think about what to do if what she said is true. Qin Zhangqiang agreed with Qin Li, believing Qin Su was just trying to scare them. Lu Yufin kept cursing, that little wretch deserves a bad end. If we hadn't lent money to her dad for his leg, he might still be limping. She's such an ingrate. Qin Li checked the time. It was 9 o'clock. Remembering Qin Su's warning about the poison acting at midnight, she said, well, we'll find out in 3 hours if she's telling the truth. I'm going to rest now. The others had no choice but to return to their rooms. Just after midnight, they were all awakened by a sharp pain in their hearts. It felt like someone was stabbing them with a knife and twisting it, causing them to roll on the ground in agony. This pain lasted about half an hour before gradually stopping. Weak and exhausted, they collapsed on the floor, drenched in sweat. Qin spoke first. She must have learned some kind of witchcraft. I've never heard of her having such abilities before. We can't afford to offend her now. We should go to the hospital tomorrow to check for any issues. After this painful lesson, Qin Li, her mom, and her 2 brothers dared not speak, waiting to see what the hospital would say the next day. Qin Su left the neighborhood, thinking it was too late to find a hotel for the night. The next day, Qin Su took a taxi home. At the entrance, she heard shouting and a woman crying inside. Worried something had happened, she hurried inside and saw a woman with her back to the door, sobbing. Her grandmother was there, wiping her tears and scolding her, "You heartless girl, how could you cut off contact with us? You've made me worry all these years." As Qin Su got closer, she recognized her aunt, who hadn't been in touch with the family for 7 or 8 years. Years ago, her aunt had met a boyfriend, Dong Yihua, while working in another province. He had visited their home, but their grandmother disapproved, saying he was not someone to trust for a lifetime. However, her aunt, blinded by love, argued with their grandmother and insisted on marrying Dong Yihua. In a fit of anger, their grandmother told her that if she married him, she would never return home. Stubbornly, her aunt did not contact the family again. When Grandma Qin saw Qin Su had returned, she quickly wiped her tears. "Su, you're back?" Qin Li turned around, looked at Qin Su, and said, Su has grown into a beautiful young woman." Qin Su noticed her aunt, who was only in her 30s, but had many gray hairs. Perhaps because of her difficult years, her complexion was yellow, and she looked thin. Qin Su remembered her aunt as the village beauty, and it was surprising to see how much she had changed after a few years of marriage. She greeted her aunt, "Aunt, you finally came back.
We were all worried about you.
How have you been these years?" They all moved to the living room, where Qin Su brought out fruits and snacks, urging her aunt to sit down and slowly share what had happened since her marriage. It turned out that after marrying Dong Yihua, they returned to his hometown. They had nothing when they got married, living in a simple house built by his parents. Qin Li thought that as long as they worked together, they could save enough money to build a new house. However, after she gave birth to a daughter, Dong Yihua changed. He stopped working and became lazy, spending money on gambling. During her confinement, she cried every day seeing her husband like this. Her mother-in-law also looked down on her, while other daughters-in-law enjoyed nourishing meals during their confinement. Her mother-in-law didn't even cook for her. During this time, she had to take care of the baby and cook for herself because her mother-in-law said she was lucky to have married her son. If it weren't for her daughter being born, she might have left long ago. Years passed, and she thought things would get better as the child grew. But recently, her daughter was diagnosed with kidney disease, and the doctor said it would require long-term treatment and a lot of money. Over the years, Dong Yihua not only refused to work, but even stole her earnings to gamble. The family couldn't even afford basic health insurance, let alone such a large medical bill. When they learned about their daughter's illness, Dong Yihua and her mother-in-law acted as if nothing was wrong, saying that since it wasn't a son, they could just let the girl go without treatment and have another child later. Qin Li felt completely hopeless about that family, so she took her daughter and returned home. After hearing her daughter's story, Grandma Qin felt she would have gone to kill Dong Yihua if her daughter hadn't married so far away. She hugged her daughter tightly, scolding her. "Why did you only come back now? After all that suffering, didn't you think of coming back to us?" Tears streamed down her face. Qin Su felt anger rising as well, realizing there are such scoundrels in the world who don't deserve to be husbands or fathers. She remembered her aunt mentioned bringing her little cousin back, but she hadn't seen the child yet. She comforted her grandmother and aunt to calm down before asking, "Aunt, you said you brought my little cousin back. Where is she?" Qin Li wiped her tears and said, "I just arrived in the city today, and Juju suddenly got sick. I took her to the city hospital, but I ran out of money. I had to leave her with the doctor, and came back to find you." Qin Su knew the situation was urgent. She told her grandmother, "Grandma, my aunt, and I will go to the city hospital. You stay home and wait for Dad to come back, and tell him what happened." Grandma Qin agreed, letting them go to the hospital, while she would catch up with Qin Jianya later. Then Qin Su and Qin Li hurried to the town to take a minibus to the city. They arrived in the city around noon. Qin Su thought about how her aunt had experienced so much that morning without eating, so she first went to get 2 takeout meals before heading to the city hospital. In the hospital, there were many patients and their families looking gloomy. Qin Li took Qin Su to the nephrology floor of the inpatient department. When they opened the door to the ward, they saw 3 beds with 2 older female patients and a little girl. The little girl saw them and joyfully shouted, "Mommy, you finally came back." Qin Li gently patted the girl's head and asked, "Juju, Have you been listening to the doctor? Zhu Zhu obediently nodded. Mommy, I've been very good. I didn't cry at all. Seeing her daughter being so understanding, Qin Li smiled, but tears suddenly streamed down her face. Qin Su quickly broke the heavy atmosphere. Aunt, is this Zhu Zhu, our cousin? Qin Li remembered Qin Su and said to her daughter, Zhu Zhu, this is your cousin. Quickly greet her. Zhu Zhu looked at the pretty big sister in front of her and sweetly said, Hello, cousin. You're so beautiful, like a fairy. Qin Su bent down and patted her head. Hello, Zhu Zhu. You're a beautiful little fairy too. Perhaps no one had ever praised her before. She shyly hid under the blanket but soon peeked out to sneak a look at Qin Su. Seeing her cute expression, Qin Su magically pulled out a beautiful doll from behind her. Zhu Zhu, this is a gift from your cousin. Do you like it? Zhu Zhu looked at the beautiful doll, holding it carefully and touching it. Now she had a pretty doll too. The girl from her village, Nyo, had one that her mother bought for her birthday. At that time, she was so envious and ran home to tell her mother, Mommy, why did Nyo get a doll for her birthday from her mom, but I didn't? She didn't understand why her mother cried after hearing her, but since then, she never asked her mother about it again. The two women in the next bed greeted Qin Li when she returned. Sister, your daughter is really well behaved. She didn't make a fuss while you were gone and is very polite. Unlike our little troublemaker, TSK. Qin Li was grateful for their help watching Zhu Zhu. I also want to thank you two sisters for looking after Zhu Zhu. She bowed slightly to express her gratitude. The two women were surprised by her serious thanks and quickly waved their hands. It's nothing. You're making us feel embarrassed. Qin Su stepped in to ease the situation, taking out a bag of fruit. Thank you, aunties, for helping us watch over her. These are fruits from our home. Please try some. After some polite refusals, the aunties accepted. Qin Su said to her aunt, Aunt, you haven't eaten anything today. You should eat something first. Otherwise, you'll make yourself sick. She took out the takeout meals and they had a simple lunch together. She thought about Zhu Zhu's illness. If she hadn't gotten help, given their family's previous financial situation, they would have been helpless. She remembered the spiritual spring water. Although she didn't know if it would help Zhu Zhu's condition, it was worth a try. Aunt, the doctor said Zhu Zhu's illness can be treated, but she needs to take medicine and pay attention to nutrition for a long time. Once Zhu Zhu's condition stabilizes, you can go home together. Our village has a good environment. Maybe Zhu will recover there. Qin Li felt complicated inside. Because of her poor judgment when she was young, she married a scoundrel, causing her child to suffer too. She originally didn't want to return to her family, feeling she had gone against her mother's wishes and now had no face to see her mother and brother. But seeing her daughter in pain from illness made her heart ache. She knew she shouldn't go back and burden her mother and brother, yet she still returned.
Susu, imaburden ko.
In the future, I will work extra hard to repay you. Aunt, we are family. You don't need to be so formal. We will definitely help you. You rest for a bit. I'll go buy some things. Qin Su noticed her aunt only had a few clothes and needed to buy some daily necessities. Qin Su wandered around the mall near the hospital, bought what she needed, and was ready to return. After taking a few steps, she heard someone calling her name from behind. Turning around, she saw Zhang Han. Qin Su, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Are you here in the city for fun? Zhang Han was dressed in casual clothes. Although there were no brand logos, his expensive aura and refined demeanor showed he was a wealthy young man. Plus, he was handsome and tall. Several girls passing by couldn't help but be attracted to him. Qin Su smiled and said, No, I'm here for some matters and buying daily necessities.
How about you?
How's your time in Wencheng? I've been wandering around the city for a few days. The scenery is pretty much the same everywhere. I was thinking of checking out some nearby places, but I'm not sure where to go. Zhang Han's words sounded a bit insincere. As a rich young master, he could go anywhere he wanted, as many people would be eager to please him. Qin Su pretended not to understand his implication and replied, You can check online for fun places. I don't go out much, so I'm not very familiar. Zhang Han felt disappointed, but didn't show it. Are you heading back now? Do you want me to give you a ride? Thank you, but no need. I'll be going now. Have fun. With that, she turned and left. Zhang Han stood silently, watching Qin Su walk away. Nearby, a few girls were chatting, and a pretty girl approached him, shyly asking, "Hi. I accidentally heard you say you wanted to know about fun places nearby. I'm a local and can recommend or take you to some nice spots." Zhang Han replied politely but distantly, "Thank you, but no thanks." The girl noticed his sudden change in attitude compared to how gentle he was with the other girl. They seemed like two different people. Qin Su returned to the hospital and found her grandmother and father already there, quietly talking. When Qin Su entered, carrying a bag, Grandma Qin took it and organized its contents. Qin Jianya said to Qin Li, "Don't worry, little sister. Just focus on taking care of Zhu here. Don't think too much about anything else. If anything comes up, just tell us." Qin Li wiped her tears and said, "Brother, I don't know how to thank you. It's all my fault for dragging you into this." "Don't say that. Zhu and you are our family. We won't let you carry this burden alone." Qin Jianya, a big man, struggled to comfort her. Grandma Qin stayed quiet, knowing it was her son's turn to take charge. She let the siblings talk, thinking it was better than her getting involved. Fortunately, Jianya was a responsible brother who wouldn't resent his sister for causing trouble. Zhu woke up and felt a bit scared seeing two unfamiliar faces nearby. Grandma Qin, watching Zhu, quickly went over. "Zhu, you're awake. Are you thirsty? Do you want some water?" Qin Li introduced her daughter. "Zhu, this is your grandma and your uncle. Say hello." Zhu sweetly called out, "Grandma, uncle, hello."
I'm Zuzu.
Grandma Qin's eyes lit up with joy at her adorable granddaughter. Qin Su brought a cup of water, secretly adding some special water to it, and handed it to Zhu. "Zhu, drink some water. You've been asleep for a long time. Do you feel any discomfort?" Zhu drank the water in one go, finding it especially sweet and delicious. "Thank you, cousin. I feel great now," she replied. "Zhu is such a good girl. Make sure to eat well and sleep well. Once you're better, you can go back to school and play with your friends," Qin Su encouraged. Meanwhile, Qin Imin's family rushed to the hospital early in the morning for a full checkup. The results showed they were all healthy. They didn't believe it, thinking the hospital lacked proper technology. They went to another hospital for another checkup, but the results were the same. They were fine. Now, Qin Li was too scared to act tough. She nervously asked Qin Imin, "Dad, what should we do? Qin Su really has some magic. Even the hospital can't find our problem. Do we really have to suffer every day?" Just thinking about the pain from last night made her tremble. Qin Imin looked at them and said seriously, "At this point, we can only do what she says and turn ourselves in. That's the only way she'll help us with this strange illness." Qin Zhangjuan and Qin Zhangqi exchanged glances. They were the ones who started the fire, so if anyone was going to turn themselves in, it would be them. Qin Li, who was usually spoiled at home, heard her father's words and said to her brothers, "Big brother, second brother, you should turn yourselves in. Otherwise, we might lose our lives." Hearing their sister say this made Qin Zhangjuan and Qin Zhangqi feel a bit hurt. They had always been very kind to her, fulfilling her every request. They never expected that when trouble arose, she would push them forward. She was the one who suggested burning the fields in the first place. Lu Yufan, feeling sorry for her sons, suggested, "Can we talk to Qin Su? We can compensate her for the damages." Qin Imin had considered this, but their family had already had several conflicts with Qin Su, and he feared she wouldn't accept their offer. "Let's go back to the village and talk to Qin Su." In the end, Qin Imin couldn't bear to see his sons go to jail and decided to try talking to Qin Su again. Qin Su, Grandma, and Dad stayed at the hospital until 5 p.m., worried they might miss the last bus home, so they said goodbye to Zhu and left. After more than 2 hours of travel, they returned to the village. The ants chatting under the big banyan trees saw them and came over to talk. "Aunt Qin, Jianya, Su girl, you're back. I heard that the troublemakers from Qin Li's family came back to the village this afternoon. They almost got beaten up by the villagers. It was only because of Qi Gong that they were stopped. They seem to be looking for you, and are waiting at your doorstep. Qin Su knew exactly why they were looking for her, but she had already told them that the only way to get the antidote was to turn themselves in. It seemed they hadn't done that yet. At her doorstep, Qin Su saw Qin Li and the others standing there, bruised and battered. As soon as they saw Qin Su, they rushed towards her. Qin Jianye quickly stepped in front of Qin Su and shouted, "What do you want?" Qin Li quickly stopped and said to Qin Su, "Dear niece, we were wrong in the past. You're generous. Our family will compensate the villagers for their losses.
Can you not turn yourselves in?
He then pulled Qin Li forward and said to Qin Su, "Qin Li was wrong for pushing you down the mountain. I'll make her apologize to you right now." He pushed Qin Li's head down towards Qin Su and scolded her, "Hurry up and apologize to Qin Su." Qin Li, holding back her shame and anger, spoke so softly it was almost inaudible. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pushed you down the mountain." Qin Su looked at their faces, pretending to understand their mistakes, but she knew they were unwilling inside. They were just too afraid of her current power to resist. She didn't forgive them. She simply said to Qin Li, "I've already said that as long as you turn yourselves in, I will help you with the poison. Otherwise, you can continue to suffer." After saying that, she turned to take her father and grandmother inside. With a thud, Qin Li suddenly knelt in front of Qin Su. Qin Li and the others were stunned. They never expected their father, husband, would kneel before Qin Su. Qin Su was startled by his actions, but she remained silent. Seeing that Qin Su had no other reaction, Qin Li gritted his teeth and continued, "Qin Su, my niece, I know that what we did in the past has wronged the villagers, but today Qin Li, swear that our family will never again do anything to harm Mengshan village. If we break this vow, you can punish us. We will also compensate for the losses we caused the villagers." Qin Li was a notable figure in their town and had met many people during his earlier years. He could tell that Qin Su was not an ordinary person. He had heard stories about certain practitioners from the mystical sects who were not to be trifled with. In the past, a leader in the underworld had provoked a disciple from a mystical sect, resulting in the disciple's death. Afterwards, strange things began happening to that leader and his gang. Since then, it became known that no one should provoke those from the mystical sects. He had not expected Qin Su to be one of them, but after experiencing the bizarre pain last night and the fact that scientific instruments could not identify the cause, he realized he had kicked a hornet's nest. Lu Yufan, seeing her husband kneeling before Qin Su, quickly tried to pull him up. What are you doing? Kneeling to a girl? Is she worth it?
We can just turn ourselves in.
Qin Zhangjuan and Qin Zhangqiang also came over to help him up, but Qin Li knew that without Qin Su's forgiveness today, he might face severe repercussions later, so he pushed them away. Qin Su watched the struggle, but didn't want to waste time on them. She said, "If you want my forgiveness, you all need to go to the village square and apologize to everyone. You must also compensate the villagers for their losses. Then we can put our past grievances behind us." Lu Yufan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qin Li. "Okay. We will apologize to the villagers. From now on, our family will not live in the village or disturb the villagers again." Today, Mengshan village was buzzing. First, Qin Li's family returned to the village and got beaten up. Then, the village had announced that everyone should gather at the square for an important meeting. The village women were guessing what could be so urgent that the entire village needed to assemble. Once everyone arrived at the village square, village head Qi stood in front of a prepared table, took out a nearly broken loudspeaker, and began to speak after testing it a few times. "Dear villagers, I have called you here for an important matter concerning our village. A few years ago, Qin Li pressured us on the price of the medicinal herbs we sold him and even used thugs to prevent us from selling them elsewhere. The recent burning of the medicinal fields was also their doing. However, thanks to Qin Su, we have regained justice. Initially, we planned to send them all to jail, but considering we are all from the same clan, we decided to give them a chance to change. Today, they will apologize to all of you and compensate for the losses they caused. We will not pursue the matter further. As soon as the village head finished speaking, the crowd erupted into chaos. Some villagers believed they should not be let off easily and should be sent to jail. Others agreed with the village head, saying they were all from the same ancestor and that as long as they compensated, they should not be pursued. Some villagers were curious about how Qin Su managed to make the bullies in the village bow their heads and admit their mistakes. The village head raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Once it was silent, he called Qin Li and the others to step forward. With bruised faces, Qin Li and his family showed no particular expression. Qin Li appeared somewhat reluctant but was shot a fierce glare by Qin Li. They stood in line and bowed to the villagers, saying loudly, "We apologize to all the villagers. We will never again harm the villagers. We have recognized our mistakes and hope everyone can forgive us." The villagers looked at the once arrogant individuals now bowing before them, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After the meeting ended, Qin Su tossed the antidote to Qin Li. "Let's consider the past behind us. If I find out you have any other ideas about the village in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless." Qin Li picked up the antidote. Watching Qin Su's retreating figure, his eyes filled with complex emotions. After resolving the issue with Qin Li, Qin Su began preparing to clear the contracted mountain land. She asked her father to find workers specialized in land clearing to get the job done quickly. She also needed to buy good fruit tree saplings to plant and water them with spiritual spring water. By the time school started, she could ask her aunt to help take care of the orchard, and by paying her a wage, it would make her feel like she wasn't just sitting at home doing nothing. However, she didn't expect to receive a call from Zhang Han.
Hello.
"Qin Su, what are you busy with? Am I interrupting you?" Qin Su was speechless, thinking to herself that he only called to ask if he was interrupting. Still, she politely replied, "No, I have nothing going on. Did you call for something?" Zhang Han's deep, charming voice came through the phone, making Qin Su's ears flush. "My grandfather is very interested in the medicinal herbs produced in your village and wants to visit for an inspection. Do you have time to show him around? Also, thank you for the fruit you sent last time. My grandfather loved it." The batch of medicinal herbs sent by Qin Su's village had been tested and their quality was excellent, even surpassing that of their own cultivation base. Zhang Huaishan wanted to see if the spiritual energy in their village was abundant. Since it was a request from a benefactor, Qin Su couldn't refuse. "I'll be in the village for the next couple of days. If you decide on a day to come, just call me in advance." Just as she was about to hang up, Zhang Han added, "This time, I'll be going to the village with my grandfather." Qin Su didn't understand why he added that, but she politely replied, "That's great. You can also enjoy the scenery around our village. It's quite nice." After hanging up, Zhang Han felt very pleased. Zhang Huaishan looked at his grandson's love-struck expression and thought to himself, complaining that he had said he had no feelings for Qin Su. Just one phone call had made him so happy that it seemed his face would split from smiling. The cold demeanor he had before was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Han's phone rang again. He glanced at the number and frowned. In the end, he answered the call. A sweet female voice came through. "Hey Engage, I'm at Renxin Airport. Can you come pick me up?" Zhang Han felt a headache coming on. Su Mingjiao was the youngest daughter of Su Bojun, and their families had been friends for over a decade. They had grown up together. He had always seen her as a sister, but Su Mingjiao had liked him since childhood and even said she wanted to marry him one day. The adults often joked about them being childhood sweethearts and how their families could become in-laws. Zhang Han found this very troubling. He had told Su Mingjiao many times that he didn't have romantic feelings for her. However, she never gave up and always acted like his girlfriend. This trip to Renxin was partly to avoid her, but unexpectedly, Su Mingjiao had followed him. Zhang Han grabbed his car keys and headed out. Renxin Airport was a 2-hour drive from the city. As soon as Zhang Han arrived at the terminal, Su Mingjiao spotted him. With his height of 180 centimeters and his handsome face, he stood out in the crowd. Su Mingjiao rushed over and jumped into his arms, but Zhang Heian gently pushed her away. Pouting, Su Mingjiao complained, "Haengage, how could you sneak off to Wencheng without telling me? I went to your house several times and couldn't find you. If it weren't for Fu Xiuyan letting it slip, I wouldn't have known you were here." Zhang Heian cursed Fu Xiuyan in his mind for not keeping his mouth shut about his whereabouts. "I came to Wencheng for business, not to play with you." "Well, I don't care. Once you're done, you'll have time, right?" Su Mingjiao was afraid of other girls being around him. She had always believed that Haengage was hers. "All right, I'll take you to the hotel first," Zhang Heian conceded. "Haengage, which hotel are you staying at?" "I want to stay at the same one." She didn't want to be apart from him. "I'm staying at my grandfather's villa in the east of the city." "Then I want to stay with you. I don't want to go to a hotel." Su Mingjiao quickly changed her mind upon hearing that Zhang Heian wasn't at a hotel. "I told my dad that you would take care of me, so he let me come to Wencheng," Su Mingjiao said, bringing up the elders to persuade him. Zhang Heian had no choice but to take her to their villa. The Zhang family had a large herbal medicine base and raw material industry in Wencheng, so they bought a villa in the east of the city for annual inspections. The villa was regularly cleaned, and the front yard was filled with beautiful trees and flowers. When they returned to the villa, Aunt Zhang came over to take Su Mingjiao's luggage to the upstairs bedroom. She had heard the young master was picking someone up and was instructed to prepare the guest room. Zhang Huaishan was sitting on the Wangwali-wood sofa in the living room, making tea. Su Mingjiao greeted him sweetly. "Grandpa Zhang, it's been a while. You look even more energetic. Jujia is here. Come sit down. Your words are still so sweet." "Grandpa Zhang, I'm serious. You don't look like you're almost 90 years old at all." Zhang Huaishan laughed heartily at her flattery. He turned to Aunt Zhang and said, "Xiao Zhang, make a few more dishes that Jujia likes for dinner." He knew Su Mingjiao's feelings for his grandson, and both families were happy about it. However, his grandson seemed to only see Mingjiao as a sister. Recently, he had been acting differently towards Qin Su, as if he liked her. He said to his grandson, "Heian, Jujia is not familiar with Wencheng. When you have time, take her out to explore." "Grandpa, we need to go to Mengshan village for an inspection. I don't have time to take her out." Zhang Heian genuinely wanted to keep Su Mingjiao from having any false hopes, so he wanted to maintain some distance. Hearing Zhang Heian making excuses, Su Mingjiao quickly chimed in, "I want to go with you for the inspection. I can also see the local customs." That evening, Zhang Heian texted Qin Su to inform her about the inspection in Mengshan village the next day. When Qin Su saw the message, she thought that since they would be working with Renxin Pharmaceutical long-term, they should give their benefactor a proper welcome. She contacted Qigong and explained that the big boss who was buying their herbs would be visiting their village for an inspection. Qigong took this seriously and quickly gathered the villagers to prepare. They hung up banners overnight to make a good impression on the big boss. Qin Grandma remembered the young man who had sent Qin Su home last time. She had a good impression of him. He didn't have the arrogance of a rich kid and was very kind. She even asked Qin Su if that boy was interested in her. Qin Su laughed and said Grandma was overthinking it. They had only known each other for a short time. Before bed, Qin Su entered her space and looked at the spiritual herbs, considering whether to take out another one. Last time, the field where she had watered the spiritual herbs was burned by Qin Imin. The other fields didn't produce herbs as good as those watered with spiritual water. She also planned to plant a fruit orchard. Once the fruits matured, relying solely on retail would take too long. She intended to use fruits grown with spiritual water to enter the high-end market. Once the brand was established, the villagers' fruits would sell easily. She needed to offer something good to impress Zhang Huaishan, otherwise, taking fruits from her space wouldn't work. She felt that taking out 2 spiritual herbs in a short time would be a bit forced. Having made up her mind, Qin Su went to bed peacefully. The next morning, Qin Grandma got busy, cleaning inside and out and preparing fruits and snacks. Qin Jianya had to go up the mountain to supervise the workers, so he left after breakfast. Seeing her grandma busy, Qin Su said, "Grandma, you should take a break. I've prepared everything, and there's nothing wrong." Finally, Qin Grandma stopped. She was a bit worried. What if the big boss doesn't like how we treat him? If he gets upset, how will we find someone to buy our herbs at such a high price in the future? Qin Su smiled to reassure her. Grandma, Grandpa Zhang is very nice. He won't mind these things. After much persuasion, Qin Grandma felt more at ease. Seeing that it was almost time, Qin Su prepared to go to the village entrance to welcome Zhang Huaishan and Zhang Han. Before long, a luxury car drove towards them. The car stopped in front of her, and Zhang Han stepped out. Su Mingjiao didn't expect that the inspection Han Gij mentioned would involve a very beautiful girl welcoming them, and she immediately felt a sense of crisis. She quickly got out of the car and walked over to Zhang Han, linking her arm with his. Zhang Han tried to pull his hand away, but Su Mingjiao held on tightly, a hint of anger appearing on his face. Qin Su couldn't understand the tension between them. Just as she was about to break the awkward silence, she heard Zhang Huaishan's voice. Su girl, we came here today to bother you. Please don't mind us. Qin Su smiled back. Grandpa Zhang, how could we mind? We're honored that you came to our little village. Zhang Huaishan had the driver park the car, and then he followed Qin Su into the village, leaving Su Mingjiao and Zhang Han standing awkwardly behind. Zhang Han finally pulled his hand away and hurried after Qin Su, saying, That was my neighbor's little sister. She insisted on coming with us today. Qin Su was puzzled as to why Zhang Han felt the need to explain his relationship with other girls since they were just friends. Not wanting to continue on that topic, she asked Zhang Huaishan, Grandpa Zhang, would you like to visit the herb field first, or would you prefer to rest at my house? Zhang Huaishan noticed the tension among the younger ones, but, as an open-minded elder, decided not to interfere too much and let them handle it themselves. He replied to Qin Su, We just arrived and haven't visited your parents yet, so let's go to your house first. Qin Su led them to her home. Grandma Qin was already waiting in the living room. Qin Su introduced her family and gave a brief overview of their home. From the moment Su Mingjiao got out of the car and walked into the village, she wore a look of disdain. When they arrived at Qin Su's house and saw the old, worn wooden stools, her disdain grew even more. Grandma Qin invited them to sit down and offered some fruit and snacks. She took a tissue from her bag and placed it on the stool before carefully sitting down. Her actions of disdain made Grandma Qin feel quite embarrassed. Zhang Huaishan and Zhang Han were surprised by Su Mingjiao's behavior. They wanted to scold her, but felt it was inappropriate with Qin Su and Grandma Qin present. The atmosphere became quite awkward. Qin Su quickly eased the tension, smiling at Su Mingjiao. This young lady probably hasn't been to a rural area like ours before. If she feels uncomfortable, it's our fault for not hosting properly. Please forgive us. Zhang Huaishan and his grandson quickly exchanged polite words. Seeing the awkwardness, Qin Su suggested taking them to see the herb field, which Zhang Huaishan agreed to, and they headed back outside the village. Along the way, the villagers warmly greeted them. Qin Su took them to another herb field near her home. Mengshan village had a beautiful natural environment, surrounded by mountains with dense vegetation, where the sounds of insects and birds filled the air. It created a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Zhang Huaishan praised, No wonder the herbs grown in your village are of such high quality. The environment here is free from industrial pollution, making it very pleasant. He looked towards the mountains and asked Qin Su, Is the herb you collected last time from that mountain? Qin Su saw he was pointing to the mountain south of their village and replied, Yes, that mountain is called Mengshan, and our village is named after it. Mengshan is rich in resources, with many wild herbs. Sometimes we go into the mountains to find good wild herbs to sell. Zhang Han, interested in climbing and exploring, often went hiking with friends, so he asked Qin Su, Can we go up there? The environment here is so nice. Let's have some fun on the mountain. Qin Su thought for a moment. Although there were wild animals and poisonous insects deeper in the mountain, as long as they stayed on the outskirts, they should be fine. Su Mingjiao didn't like climbing. She thought the mountains were full of wild grass and insects, and her delicate skin was prone to injury in such places. However, not wanting to miss the chance to spend time with Han, she reluctantly agreed. Since they had planned to explore and have fun, they had climbing gear in the car. Qin Su didn't need to bring much. She just grabbed a long-sleeved jacket, took a sickle, and a basket for herbs before setting off. Mengshan was not a tourist spot, so there were no proper paths, just small trails made by villagers, making it quite difficult to walk. Qin Su was used to these paths, and Zhang Han, being a boy with good stamina, kept up easily. However, Su Mingjiao struggled. As a pampered young lady, she was accustomed to places with convenient facilities. This was her first time climbing such rugged mountain paths, and despite her preparations, she quickly became out of breath. Watching Han and that girl named Qin Su chatting and laughing as they walked made her feel frustrated. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Ouch!" and fell to the ground. Zhang Han heard the noise and turned to see Su Mingjiao had fallen. He rushed over to help her up and asked what happened. "Did you hurt yourself?" Su Mingjiao leaned against him and softly cried out, "Han, I think I twisted my ankle." Qin Su came over to check. "Your ankle is a bit sprained. Let me adjust it." Su Mingjiao didn't trust Qin Su. "Are you a doctor? Can you really fix it?" "No way. We should go down the mountain to the hospital. This is just a mild sprain. Not only am I studying medicine, but I also learned traditional Chinese medicine from my master. I can handle this, but if you don't believe me, we can go to the hospital." Zhang Han, having heard from his grandfather that Qin Su was a descendant of a hidden sect, had no doubts about her skills. He encouraged Su Mingjiao, "Jejia, Qin Su is very skilled in medicine. You don't need to worry. Going to the hospital will take a lot of time, and your injury might worsen." Hearing Han say this, Su Mingjiao nodded in agreement. Just as she nodded, a slight pain shot through her ankle. Before she could react, Qin Su said, "All right, try moving your foot." She walked a few steps, and the pain was gone. Surprised, she realized that Qin Su really had some skills. The three continued climbing towards the mountaintop. Zhang Han stayed close to Su Mingjiao to prevent any further accidents. After about an hour, they finally reached the summit. Zhang Han and Su Mingjiao were amazed by the view from the top. Looking out from the peak, they saw a sea of clouds rolling below. The mountains stretched endlessly, with tall trees standing strong. The wind at the top blew away their fatigue from the climb. After laying out the picnic blanket and arranging their things, they finally sat down to rest. Zhang Han handed a beautifully wrapped box to Qin Su, saying, "This is a gift for you. Thank you for taking us on this tour today." Qin Su refused to accept it, thinking they were both getting what they needed and didn't require any gifts. Seeing Zhang Han give a gift to Qin Su made Su Mingjiao a bit unhappy. When she saw Qin Su refusing it, she said, "Just accept it from Brother Han. It's not something very expensive for him." Then she took out a stack of cash from her bag. "This is to thank you for helping me with my injury. I can see your family isn't doing well, so this can help you a bit." Zhang Han's expression changed when he saw Su Mingjiao take out money and say such things. He sternly said, "Su Mingjiao, what are you doing?" Apologized to Qin Su. Su Mingjiao, startled by Zhang Han's shout, became even angrier. She knew he treated Qin Su differently. Stubbornly, she replied, "I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize?" Zhang Han's face darkened. He had thought Su Mingjiao was just a bit spoiled, but now he realized she lacked basic respect for others. Seeing the argument, Qin Su spoke up, "Miss Su, even though my family isn't well off, I'm not someone who is swayed by money. You are a guest brought by Brother Zhang, and if you got hurt here, I would feel ashamed as the host. So, I can't accept your payment. If you feel uncomfortable, you can donate it to someone in need." Hearing Qin Su's words made Zhang Han feel a bit guilty. Su Mingjiao was his guest, and now she was insulting Qin Su. He worried about the impression this would leave on her. Feeling wronged by Zhang Han's defense of Qin Su, Su Mingjiao cried, "You actually yelled at me for a stranger. I hate you." With that, she turned and ran away. Qin Su asked Zhang Han, "Aren't you going to chase after her?" Zhang Han felt frustrated. He had finally found a chance to spend time with Qin Su, but now Su Mingjiao had come along and offended her. He said, "Don't worry about her. She's not familiar with the area and won't go too far." He then apologized to Qin Su, "I'm sorry.
I didn't know she would act like this.
Although Qin Su was a bit slow in understanding feelings, she sensed that Su Mingjiao was causing trouble because of her. She must have misunderstood us. Just explain it to her later, and it will be fine. I only see her as a sister. Don't think too much about it, Zhang Han quickly clarified, worried Qin Su might misunderstand. After half an hour passed, without Su Mingjiao returning, Zhang Han started to worry. They had grown up together, and he still cared for her like a sister. He and Qin Su began to search for her down the mountain, but they didn't see her. What if she ran into some danger? Zhang Han said anxiously. If something happened to Su Mingjiao, he wouldn't know how to explain it to her family. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from the forest. Brother Han, help. There's a wolf. It was Su Mingjiao. Qin Su rushed toward the sound. In a dense thicket, Su Mingjiao was clinging to a branch of a large tree, looking terrified. The usually inactive young lady had climbed the tree to escape from the wolf, using all her strength. She was only about 2 meters above the ground, close enough for the wolf to jump at her. The wolf lunged at her several times, making her scream in fear. With food so close, the wolf backed off, gathering strength for another leap. Su Mingjiao shut her eyes in terror. When Qin Su arrived, she saw a wolf lunging at Su Mingjiao. She jumped up and quickly threw a leaf forward. With a thud, Su Mingjiao felt warm liquid spray on her face, but the expected pain didn't come. Opening her eyes, she saw the wolf had been pierced through the head by the leaf, blood spraying as it fell to the ground. She was momentarily stunned, staring at the wolf in shock. She didn't know if she was more scared of the wolf or Qin Su's swift action. Just then, Zhang Han arrived, saw the wolf on the ground, and then looked up at Su Mingjiao still in the tree. He let out a sigh of relief. Glad she was okay. Jia, you're safe now. Come down, I'll catch you,
Zhang Han said gently.
Su Mingjiao ignored him and instead looked at Qin Su, pleading, Can you help me down? Qin Su raised an eyebrow. Didn't she care about Brother Han? Why was she asking Qin Su for help now? However, Qin Su wasn't really angry with her. Seeing her frightened expression, she stepped forward, pushed off the branch, and jumped up to grab her, then leaped down. Zhang Han was surprised by how agile Qin Su was. He hadn't expected her to be so skilled. Su Mingjiao, still in shock from being chased by the wolf and then from Qin Su's quick actions, found herself standing on the ground. With admiration in her eyes, she said, Qin Su, I didn't know you were so amazing. You shot the wolf's head with a leaf and moved so gracefully. Qin Su was puzzled by her sudden admiration. Just moments ago, she had looked at her with disdain. Was it just because she saved her? After all that had happened, the three of them lost interest in sightseeing and packed up to head down the mountain. As they reached the hillside near the village, they saw Qin Jianye directing a group of workers clearing and preparing the land. When Qin Jianye saw his daughter with 2 young people coming down the mountain, he approached and asked, Su, why did you go up the mountain? I took 2 friends to enjoy the scenery. Dad, how's the land clearing going? How many more days until it's ready? Qin Su wanted to make sure the orchard was set up while she was home, so she could return to school without worries. It should be done by tomorrow. You mentioned planting fruit trees. What fruits are you planning to plant? Qin Su had only asked him to clear the land and hadn't discussed the planting yet. I'll find the seedlings myself later. Zhang Han, listening to their conversation, thought to himself that Qin Su was planning to grow fruit. The last fruit she sent was really delicious. Once her fruits were ready, he would definitely buy some. Grandma Qin and Zhang Huaishan were chatting while making tea when they heard the sound of the courtyard gate opening. They looked outside and saw 3 people coming in. Qin Su and Zhang Han seemed fine, but Su Mingjiao looked a bit flustered. Worried that something had happened to them on the mountain, Zhang Huaishan quickly asked, What happened? Mingjiao, why are you covered in dirt and dust? He then asked Zhang Han, How did you take care of Mingjiao? Did something happen? Zhang Han explained that they had encountered wolves in the mountains today. When Zhang Huaishan learned that Qin Su had saved Su Mingjiao, he admired her even more. Grandma Qin was also startled and quickly asked Qin Su if she was hurt. I didn't know there were wolves in the mountains. We only stayed on the outskirts and didn't go deep in, Qin Su replied. She had only heard about wolves in the mountains when she was younger, but they usually stayed far away from human territory. Grandma Qin recalled hearing stories of people being attacked by wolves in her youth, so she reminded Qin Su to avoid going too deep into the mountains in the future. Qin Su wanted them to stay for lunch before heading back, thinking about how their trip hadn't gone well and wanting to make it up to them. It felt a bit rude for the male host to be absent. She called her father to tell him to come home for lunch. Grandpa Zhang, Brother Zhang, Miss Su, it's noon now. I'll go prepare lunch for you. Please eat before heading back, Qin Su said to them. Thank you for your trouble. Last time, Heian said your cooking was great. I've been wanting to try it. Finally, I get to enjoy it today, Zhang Huaishan said, having thought about the delicious dinner he had at Qin Su's house. Qin Su went to the backyard gardens to pick some vegetables watered by the spiritual spring. She also went to her space to get some fruits. Qin Su was already a good cook, and with the help of the spiritual spring water, her dishes were even better than those made by 5-star chefs. She caught a free-range chicken to make braised chicken. Luckily, she had prepared the ingredients a day in advance, and there was still plenty of meat and eggs in the fridge. She made steamed ribs, braised eggplant, stir-fried asparagus with meat slices, a pot of braised chicken, and a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Just then, Qin Jianye returned home. He said to Zhang Huaishan and the others in a somewhat awkward manner, Boss Zhang, I'm sorry. I had something to do this morning and couldn't properly welcome you. I hope you understand. Zhang Huaishan laughed and waved his hand, saying, You must be Qin Su's father. Don't be so formal, just call me Uncle Zhang. We are good friends with Qin Su, so it's us who are bothering you today. After some polite exchanges, Qin Su went to her room to bring out the fruit wine she had brewed herself and invited them to the dining table. Once everyone was seated, they looked at the delicious food and couldn't help but swallow at the enticing aroma. Zhang Huaishan and the others were from wealthy families and had eaten all kinds of gourmet food. Yet, this simple home-cooked meal made their mouths water just from the smell. Although Qin Jianye had eaten his daughter's cooking several times, he still found himself salivating. The steamed ribs were sweet and tender, falling off the bone. The braised eggplant was soft and flavorful without being greasy. The asparagus was crisp and refreshing, and the free-range chicken, raised on vegetables and rice bran, had firm and delicious meat. After finishing the meal, the three felt a bit embarrassed. They had cleaned the plates completely. If their friends saw them, they would surely tease them. But the food was genuinely delicious. Compared to what they had eaten before, this meal was like heaven and earth. Su Mingjiao felt ashamed for looking down on rural life at first. In such an unassuming place, she had tasted food better than what she had eaten in world-class hotels, all made from the simplest ingredients. Qin Su was not only skilled in medicine but also had impressive abilities and excellent cooking skills. Su Mingjiao looked at her with starry eyes. Qinjia, you're not only beautiful but also so talented. Is there anything you can't do? You're amazing. At first, she had been worried that Qin Su's beauty would attract her brother Heian, and she had even insulted her with money. But after seeing her skillfully kill the wolf and save her, she felt Qin Su was like a heroine from a martial arts novel. So cool. Qin Su didn't expect that in just half a day, her impression in Su Mingjiao's mind had completely changed. After they finished eating, Qin Su brought out the cut fruits. Although they were already full, they still forced themselves to eat more. Seeing the fruits, Zhang Heian remembered Qin Su's plan to plant fruit trees on the mountain. He asked her, Qin Su, about the fruit trees you mentioned planting today, have you thought about how to sell the fruits later? Qin Su shook her head. I haven't found a partner yet. But my fruits are delicious, so I shouldn't have trouble selling them. It wasn't just self-praise. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, her fruits were much tastier than ordinary ones. Zhang Heian said, When your fruits are ready, just call me. I have a friend in the restaurant business who would likely be very interested. As expected of a wealthy benefactor, He not only helped them solve the problem of selling medicinal herbs, but also found a buyer for fruits that hadn't even been planted yet. Qin Su found him more and more likable. Zhang Han noticed Qin Su's appreciative gaze and felt pleased. He finally felt somewhat useful in front of her. Su Mingjiao chimed in, I can help you find buyers too. My friends usually have fruits airlifted from all over the world, but they're not as good as yours. These wealthy young ladies spent a lot on fruits every year, and with how delicious Qin Su's fruits were, they would surely love them once they tried them. Qin Su could already see a lot of little profits waving at her. She added more fruits to their bags. Take plenty of fruits back to help me promote them. I can see you really enjoy our homegrown vegetables, so I'll pack some for you to take home too. They couldn't refuse this offer. After today, who knew when they would get to eat such delicious food again? Qin Su picked several large bags of vegetables and fruits to send to their car. Zhang Han also arranged for Qin Su to visit the city when she had time, so they could treat her properly. Otherwise, if they returned to Beijing, it would be a long time before they could meet again. In the capital city, a towering commercial building stands in the CBD, its silver-gray glass facade reflecting a cold, hard light in the sun. At the top floor of the building, a man radiating a chilling aura sits in a large, luxurious office. With a perfect facial structure, sharp eyebrows, and narrow, piercing eyes, his thin lips are tightly pressed together. His deep, seductive voice cuts through the air, icy as he speaks. You say there's a traitor in the Wencheng branch who leaked our bidding plan to the Wang family, causing us to lose the development project in Wencheng? The man standing opposite him is in his late 20s, dressed in a well-fitted suit, tall and with a refined appearance, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. As Hu Tianqing's assistant, Qi Mingyang can't help but tremble at his boss's cold demeanor and chilling words. Mr. Hua, it has been confirmed that the traitor who leaked the bidding plan is someone Hu Xinghua placed within the company. What Qi Mingyang dares not say is that there are internal power struggles within the Hu family. Mr. Hu's uncle has always been unhappy with him running the Hu group and is constantly scheming behind the scenes. It seems my uncle is still restless. Since he enjoys these tricks so much, using the company's resources to fill his own pockets, he must be quite dissatisfied with the Hu group. If that's the case, there's no place for him here. The Wang family in Wencheng is his wife's family. Taking profits from his own family to fatten his uncle's wallet is something his foolish uncle would do. With his mind so easily swayed by his wife, he still thinks he can compete for power in the Hu group. Book a flight to Wencheng for tomorrow, Hu Tianqing ordered. Qi Mingyang nodded, feeling both respect and fear for his boss's intimidating presence. 3 years ago, Hu Tianqing returned from an Ivy League school abroad and took over all affairs of the Hu group. Initially, the shareholders doubted that such a young man could manage the Hu group, especially with his uncles also vying for control. However, within just a few months, Hu Tianqing doubled the company's performance, silencing the shareholders and eliminating the influence of his uncles. Employees whispered that the boss was cold-blooded and heartless, unrecognizing of family. As Qi Mingyang left the office, the people in the president's office quickly averted their gazes from the president's office. With such an incident in Wencheng, if the president got angry, they would be the first to face the consequences. Qian Duo couldn't help but ask Qi Mingyang, Assistant Qi, did Mr. Hu say how he would handle the situation in Wencheng? Qi Mingyang shot her a glance. Qian Duo, you're quite bold to inquire about Mr. Hu's stance. Aren't you afraid of being suspected of being someone else's plant? With the recent incident of corporate espionage in Wencheng, others were still cautious, while Qian Duo boldly approached. Having just graduated, she was still unaware of workplace rules. She had been encouraged by her seniors to ask. Hearing Qi Mingyang's response, her face went pale, and she quickly waved her hands. Assistant Qi, I'm not. I didn't mean to. I was just worried about Mr. Hu getting angry. Qi Mingyang understood she was being used and told her, get back to work. Don't pry too much into Mr. Hu's matters, or you might find yourself in trouble one day. Qian Duo returned to her desk, still looking a bit flustered. Seeing her expression, Xiang Ying from the next desk asked what she had discussed with Assistant Qi. Qian Duo was now too scared to speak freely and made up an excuse. Hua Tianqing stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city. The Hua family has a long history of wealth and power, having made significant contributions to the country during times of war. Although they withdrew from politics later, they still hold considerable influence. 3 years ago, the head of the Hua family, Hua Kaizu, suddenly fell into a coma. Hua Tianqing rushed back to take over the Hua group upon receiving the news. For 3 years, his grandfather has remained in a vegetative state in the hospital. He has consulted the world's top medical experts, but none could determine the cause. His parents died in a car accident when he was young, and his grandfather raised him, making their bond closer than with other relatives. He secretly sought many local masters for help, but each had different opinions and no effective methods to wake his grandfather. The Renxin project is an opportunity he values for expansion, and now that his uncle has sabotaged it with outsiders, he must go to Renxin personally to handle it. After sending Zhang Huaishan and Zhang Han away, Qin Su focused on the orchard matter. Before buying fruit tree saplings, she wanted to visit Zhu Zhu in the hospital. Having bought some treats and toys for children, Qin Su arrived at the hospital room. Zhu Zhu was very happy to see her cousin again. Qin Su asked about Zhu Zhu's health. Since you came, Zhu Zhu has improved a lot. Today, after the checkup, Dr. Huang said he didn't expect Zhu Zhu's indicators to recover so well. Qin Li finally felt a bit relieved. Zhu Zhu, just focus on getting better in the hospital, and when you're well, I'll take you to the amusement park, Qin Su said, patting her head. Zhu Zhu's eyes lit up at the mention of the amusement park. Sister, you have to keep your promise. I will definitely get better. Qin Su took out the items she bought and the fruits she picked from her space, placing them on the cabinet. She secretly added some spring water to Zhu Zhu's cup. After chatting with her aunt for a while, she left the hospital and headed to the flower and bird market. Arriving at the stall where she bought the fruit tree saplings last time, Qin Su began to select seedlings. To her surprise, the stall owner remembered her. Hey, little girl, back for more saplings? How are my seedlings? Which ones do you want this time? I'll give you a discount. Qin Su planned to buy some blueberry saplings. Blueberries are a high-end product in the fruit industry, but they are difficult to cultivate and manage, with high costs and low yields. However, this is not a problem for Qin Su. With the spring water, any fruit can thrive. She told the owner, I want a batch of blueberry saplings, enough for about 10 acres. Do you have that many? Hearing it was the more expensive blueberry saplings and a large quantity, the owner smiled broadly. Don't worry, little girl, I have a fruit nursery. I can get you the quantity you need. After discussing the price, Qin Su gave the owner her contact information and address, arranged for delivery, and paid a 10% deposit. Hua Tianqing took a morning flight to Renxin and got into a car sent by the company as soon as he left the airport. Qi Mingyang sat next to him, reporting on the progress. Mr. Hua, we have evidence that the spy is stealing secrets from the company and has been in contact with the Wang family. He still doesn't know we suspect him and is still in the company. How do you want to handle this? If the spy wasn't connected to Hua Tianqing would follow the proper procedures to deal with him. Now that he knows the spy is linked to his uncle, he plans to take serious action and remove all of his uncle's people in Renxin. Let the government know that Hua's company wants to invest in the development of the eastern city and cancel the project that the Wang family got, Hua Tianqing said coldly. Also, find a chance for the spy to pass on that Hua Xing'an pushed him out as a scapegoat. Let them turn against each other. After giving his instructions, Hua Tianqing leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the car was hit by a force. Luckily, it was rush hour and the traffic was slow, so no one was injured. The driver stopped the car. They had been rear-ended by a minibus. Qin Su, having finished ordering fruit tree saplings and with nothing else to do, got on a minibus back to town. Not long after they got onto the ring road, the minibus suddenly braked hard. The passengers were caught off guard, and items fell to the floor. Someone on the bus yelled, "Driver, how are you driving? If we hadn't been wearing seatbelts, we would have been thrown around." Earlier, they had seen the driver using his phone while driving, which made them uneasy, and now the sudden stop pushed someone over the edge. Qin Su sat at the back and was unaware that the driver was distracted. When the minibus driver realized he had hit the car in front, he stopped to negotiate. However, when he saw the logo on the car he hit, he panicked. That car was a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, one of only a few in the world. Although the company had insurance, it seemed the coverage wouldn't be enough for the damages. The driver was nearly in tears. Not only would he lose his job, but he might also end up in debt. Qi Mingyang got out and told the minibus driver, "In this situation, you are fully responsible. I will send the repair bill to your company later." The minibus driver pleaded, "Sir, I didn't do it on purpose. Can you reduce the compensation?" Although Qi Mingyang felt sorry for him, he knew Mr. Hu too well. He wouldn't show any mercy. If they delayed, he would be in trouble too. With a sigh, Qi Mingyang replied, "I can't help you. This is our boss's car, and I can only handle this formally." At that moment, the car window rolled down halfway, and Hu Tianqing's cold voice came from inside. "Assistant Qi, is it resolved?" Qi Mingyang had to tell the minibus driver, "The repair bill will be sent to your company. With insurance, you won't have to pay much." But suddenly, the minibus driver ran to the front of the Rolls-Royce and kept bowing, hoping for forgiveness from the people inside. Although Qin Su was in the car, her hearing had improved, so she heard their entire conversation from the start. She was curious about how the people in the car would react. Hu Tianqing got out of the car, his tall figure and powerful presence intimidating the minibus driver. The driver stammered, "Sir, I accidentally hit your car. Can you please reduce the compensation?" Hu Tianqing replied coldly, "Why should I be responsible for your mistake? Because we poor people can't afford that much. You're so wealthy. This repair cost is nothing to you," the driver said, his confidence waning. Hu Tianqing sneered, "Just because you are poor and I am rich, does that mean I should bear the losses caused by you?" After saying that, he ignored the driver and instructed Qi Mingyang, "Don't waste time. Get in the car." After turning back to enter the car, Qi Mingyang hurried to follow him, not daring to say anything more. Due to the accident, the passengers had to get out and take another bus. This small incident was soon forgotten by Qin Su, but she didn't expect to meet them again so quickly. Back in the village, Qin Su went to the mountain with her father to check on the progress of the orchard construction. She planned to build a blueberry plantation and had workers rushing to complete it. Seeing her undertaking such a project, the villagers came to ask what she was doing. She didn't hide it and directly told them about her plans for the orchard. Other villagers also grew some fruits on their land, but it was mostly a side business, as most focused on growing medicinal herbs. Some villagers with foresight inquired about the orchard planting. They believed that as a top university student from the village, Qin Su must have better insight into promising developments. So, some villagers started considering contracting some collective land along with their own to join in. Qin Su asked Qi Gong to make an announcement that villagers interested in contracting an orchard should apply at the village committee. Later, the village would invite professional agronomists to provide guidance. As for selling the fruit, Qin Su said they would first establish a brand for Mengshan village, and then selling wouldn't be a problem. In the following days, Qin Su was extremely busy, guiding the villagers daily. She also ordered another batch of saplings, making the sapling supplier very happy. Meanwhile, Hu Tianqing arrived at the Wencheng branch office. The receptionist saw Mr. Hu get on the elevator, and a few people gathered to gossip. "Do you think Mr. Hu came to Wencheng because of the leaked project proposal?" "Of course.
It must be about that."
"I wonder who leaked it. Given Mr. Hu's attitude, this is serious. If they find out who it is, that person will be in big trouble." Lu Jingdang, standing around the corner of the reception desk, heard their discussion and coldly snorted. Instantly, the receptionist scattered. "You should act like you're at work. The company isn't a place for gossip. If I catch you doing this again, I'll deduct your bonuses for the month." After he left, the receptionists exchanged glances and quietly took out their phones to continue discussing company secrets in their gossip group. Efforts to get rich. Lu the fatty ate something spicy today. He's not usually like this when we chat. Lazy fish. Mr. Hu had just arrived in Wencheng. He is to put on a show. "I'm a rich beauty. Deduct bonuses? Do I care about that little money?" They were met with anger from those who disliked the rich, and the topic quickly derailed. A few days later, the branch office in Renxin issued an announcement. Manager Wang from the planning department was suspected of stealing company secrets and has been handed over to the relevant authorities. The news shocked everyone in the company. It was surprising that someone at Manager Wang's level, with an annual salary of $1 million, would do something like this. It seemed that the competitor offered too much or promised a higher position. The project that the Wang family received was halted after funding was invested, which was truly a case of losing everything without gaining anything. Hua Tianqing arranged everything, just waiting for the right time for his plan to unfold. He wondered how his uncle would react then. On Qin Su's side, after a few days of hard work, the mountain land was cleared. She found a group of women in the village and told them she was going to plant fruit tree seedlings, offering 200 yuan a day for those interested. The village women were currently free since they didn't need to tend to their medicinal fields every day. Plus, they had their husbands to help. Qin Su's pay was high. Usually, they made only a little over 100 yuan a day doing other odd jobs. Hearing this news, a group of women came to Qin Su's house. Qin San's wife also came over. Her family was also working with Qin Su to farm the mountain land for fruit, but they hadn't prepared their land yet, so the men were just watching. Hearing that Qin Su was looking for people to plant seedlings, she came over. Qin Su looked at the group of women and said, "You all know I have contracted over 10 acres of land for fruit. The seedlings I ordered will arrive tomorrow. I need about 10 people to help plant them. Work hours are from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., with a 1-hour break for lunch, and then from 5 p.m. to finish. Lunch is not provided, but I will give a meal allowance of 10 yuan. If that works for you, please write down your names." In rural areas, odd jobs usually don't include meals, and most people bring their own food to save time and money. Qin Su's meal allowance was quite generous. After the registration, most of the women left, leaving only Qin San's wife, who seemed to have something to say. "San aunt, is there something else?" Qin Su asked, noticing her hesitation. Qin San's wife seemed a bit shy. "Qin Su, I wanted to ask if you would accept someone from another village." Qin Su thought it was something important and smiled, saying, "San aunt, if there are too many people, I won't need that many hands. For about 10 acres of orchard, 10 people would be enough, and Qin Su was hiring extra to speed things up." Qin San's wife quickly replied, "It's not many, just one. It's a sister from my mother's side. Her family is struggling, so I thought I'd let her come along to earn some money. As long as she's not a troublemaker, she can come," Qin Su said, not wanting to invite any problems. "My mother's sister is very honest, but she's had bad luck. After marrying, her husband fell from a height while working and is now paralyzed. She has 2 children to care for, and her elderly parents can't help much. The whole family relies on her." Qin San's wife sighed repeatedly. After sending Qin San's wife off, Qin Su went to the village entrance to find her grandmother. Now, Qin grandma was living well. Since Qin Su sold the spiritual medicine and made a lot of money, she no longer had to worry about family matters. Every day, she would chat with her old friends under the big banyan tree in the village. "Grandma." After greeting the other elders, Qin Su called out to her grandmother, hinting that she had something to discuss. Seeing her granddaughter, Qin grandma waved goodbye to her friends and walked over. After walking a bit, Qin grandma asked what was going on. Qin Su had received a call from her aunt that morning, saying that Zhu's condition had stabilized and the doctor said she could go home to rest as long as she returned for regular checkups. "Grandma," aunt called to say Zhu can be discharged. "I'm going to pick them up, so please help prepare a room for them at home." Hearing that her granddaughter was coming back, Qin grandma was very happy and promised to tidy up the room and buy some groceries to prepare a welcome meal for them. At the hospital, Qin Su asked the attending physician about some precautions and settled the hospital bill before returning to the ward. Su, thank you for all your help." Qin Li was at a loss for words. Zhu was excited to hear she was going home. Her mother told her they were going to Grandma's house, and she had never been there before. Once they packed their things, they left the hospital. Qin Su looked at the pile of belongings and her aunt and cousin. It would be a hassle to take a minibus back, so she planned to call a ride. There were many people trying to get a taxi at the hospital, and after waiting for 10 minutes without success, she noticed Zhu's little face sweating in the sun. She thought she should learn how to drive to avoid such inconveniences in the future. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Qin Su, what are you doing here? Are you sick? Seeing Zhang Han walking towards her, Qin Su couldn't help but feel that they had a strange connection, running into each other several times in a city as big as Renxin. Qin Su smiled and greeted him. No, I'm here to pick up my cousin from the hospital. Zhang Han then noticed the middle-aged woman and child beside Qin Su. He quickly guessed they were waiting for a ride and felt pleased to have another chance to spend time with her. Are you waiting for a taxi? It's hard to get one at this time. How about I give you a ride home? He offered. Qin Su was also getting a bit impatient and felt shy. Will it take up too much of your time? Zhang Han assured her he had plenty of time and that helping them get home was more important than anything else. He had come to the Renxin hospital to deliver something for his grandfather to Uncle Li, who happened to be the hospital director. He went to get his car, put the items in, and kindly opened the door for them. At first, Qin Li was surprised to see such a handsome young man knowing Qin Su, but when she noticed his attitude towards her, she guessed that he had feelings for her. Zhu had never been in such a nice car before and quietly observed everything once they got in. As the car drove along the road, to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere, Zhang Han asked, what illness did your cousin have? Some kidney function issues. If you need any help, just let me know. The hospital director is a friend of my grandfather. Zhang Han wanted to find more opportunities to be close to Qin Su. Thank you, senior. I will let you know if I need anything. Qin Su, despite being a bit clueless about romance, sensed a special interest in her after spending some time together. However, she wasn't ready to think about relationships right now. She needed to focus on her studies and manage the orchard in the future. How is the orchard you're planning coming along? He remembered Qin Su's plan to plant an orchard. The preliminary work is done, and we can plant the saplings tomorrow. Well, I'm looking forward to your fruit. Zhang Han thought Qin Su's fruit was the best he had ever tasted, but he couldn't keep asking her for it. Qin Su had mentioned that they only had a few trees in their backyard. While they were chatting, they returned to Mengshan village. When Grandma Qin saw the familiar car, she remembered that Qin Su said they were just good friends, but she found it hard to believe. Qin Su got out of the car and helped Zhu out, followed by Qin Li. Grandma Qin was delighted to see her granddaughter, and I kept calling her sweet names. Zhang Han took everything out of the car, and when Qin Su offered to help, he stopped her. It's just a few things. I can handle it myself. Once everyone was inside, Qin Su poured tea for Zhang Han and brought out a plate of fruit. Thank you for bringing us back. You must eat before you leave. Qin Su couldn't just use someone and then send them away. Then, I'm in for a treat today, Zhang Han said, not just being polite. After eating at Qin Su's house last time, he hadn't had much appetite for days. Grandma Qin bought a lot of vegetables, but it was still early for dinner. Seeing Zhang Han looking a bit bored, Qin Su suggested taking him for a walk around the village. Zhang Han was eager for that. Being alone with Qin Su anywhere was fine with him. They walked slowly along the village path. At that moment, Zhang Han felt the breeze was gentle and the scenery was more beautiful than ever. Qin Su, why did you decide to study medicine? Zhang Han remembered she said she was studying medicine at Jing University. Maybe because everyone in the village grows medicinal herbs. I used to enjoy reading Compendium of Materia Medica as a child. Gradually, I became interested in studying medicine. What she didn't say was that she had seen her mother suffer from illness as a child, lying in bed every day and drinking bitter medicine. Even then, she wished she could cure her mother so she wouldn't leave them so soon. This thought stayed in her heart, and when it was time to choose a major for college, she chose medicine without hesitation. Without realizing it, they reached the village entrance, where a group of aunties were chatting under a banyan tree. Qin Su wanted to turn around, but one of the sharp-eyed aunties had already spotted her. Recently, Qin Su had become the talk of the village, from fixing up Qin Imin's house to planning the orchard. Now everyone had endless gossip about her. Lu Dazue, the village gossip, saw Qin Su walking with a young man and called out loudly, "Qin Su, where are you going?" Qin Su knew she couldn't avoid them, so she greeted the aunties. "Just chatting. I brought my friend out for a walk to enjoy the village scenery." The aunties looked at the young man in front of them. He was really tall and quite handsome, like a star on TV. Lu Dazue, true to her name, winked at Qin Su. "Qin Su, who is this? Is he your boyfriend?" Qin Su smiled awkwardly. "Aunties don't say that. He's my senior from school. I ran into him in the city today, and he gave me a ride back." To avoid more questions, Qin Su made an excuse and headed home. She said to Zhang Han, "I'll go prepare dinner in the kitchen. You can sit and rest here." Zhang Han stood up and said, "How about I help you? I'm a bit bored just sitting here." Seeing he looked a bit lost alone, Qin Su agreed to his offer. "Can you help me wash some vegetables?" Qin Su brought over a small stool and a basket of water spinach. She went to handle other ingredients, and when she finished, she noticed Zhang Han had neatly arranged the spinach leaves in front of him, but he had thrown the stems aside as kitchen waste. Qin Su couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Han looked at her in confusion, and she walked over to gather the discarded stems. Water spinach usually has both the leaves and stems cut into small pieces, not just the leaves. Zhang Han realized he had done it wrong and felt a bit embarrassed. He had come to help but ended up making a mistake. Qin Su reassured him, "It's okay. You can actually stir-fry the stems with some chili and vinegar to make a delicious dish." After about an hour of work, dinner was finally ready. Everyone sat down, and Qin Jianye knew Zhang Han had brought Qin Su and her sister, along with Zhu Zhu, back. He invited Zhang Han to take some food, just some home-cooked dishes. "Don't be shy, Zhang Xiaobo. Eat up." Zhang Han quickly thanked him and said to Qin Jianye, "Uncle Qin, just call me Han." After some polite exchanges, everyone started eating. Others had already tasted Qin Su's cooking and knew how good it was. But for Qin Li and Zhu Zhu, it was different. As soon as they took a bite, they were amazed by the delicious flavors. They had never tasted food this good before. Every dish left them wanting more. Zhu Zhu, being young, couldn't think of anything else and almost buried her head in her bowl. She thought Grandma's house was wonderful, not only because her cousin bought her pretty toys, but also because her uncle treated her so well. Now, with such delicious food, she never wanted to go back to her old home. After everyone was satisfied and full, Zhang Han and Qin Jianye chatted on the side. Qin Su and Grandma took her sister and Zhu Zhu upstairs to prepare their room. Zhu Zhu saw the beautifully decorated princess bed and jumped up and down with joy. Qin Su pulled her sister aside and said, "Sister, I plan to plant an orchard. The saplings I ordered will arrive tomorrow, and I've invited the village aunties to help plant them. I was thinking that the orchard will need someone to manage it, and I'll be studying in the city. I'm worried Dad can't handle it alone. I'd like to ask you to help me take care of the orchard. I'll pay you 5,000 yuan a month. You'll just need to supervise the workers and check on the plants." Qin Li didn't expect her niece to start an orchard. When she heard about the salary, she quickly refused. Su, I can help you take care of the orchard, but you don't need to pay me. You've already helped me with Zhu Zhu's hospital stay and paid for her medical bills. We're already eating and staying here for free. It wouldn't be right to take your money." Qin Su disagreed with her aunt's opinion. She said, "Aunt, even though we are family, I won't just accept your help without paying you. Since you are helping me, I will definitely pay you. Don't mention it again. You still need to pay for Zhu Zhu's education and medical expenses in the future." Qin Li stopped refusing. Yes, although she had returned to her mother's home, there would still be many expenses for Zhu Zhu's medical treatment in the future. Now that her niece had given her such a good job, she must take care of the orchard seriously to repay her niece for the help during their difficult times. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Su needed to prepare some items for Zhang Han to take back. Just like last time, she packed him a lot of vegetables and fruits. Hu Tianqing finished handling company matters during the day and returned to the luxurious hotel where he was staying in Wencheng. After dealing with a few urgent documents sent by Qin Li, he felt a bit hungry and called for room service. The next morning at 9 a.m., Qin Li noticed that the president's office was still closed. He felt puzzled. Usually, Mr. Hua was a workaholic, arriving at the office half an hour early. How could it be 9 a.m. and he still hadn't seen Mr.
Hua.
After more than half an hour passed without any sign of Mr. Hua, Qin Li took out his phone to call him. However, the phone went unanswered. A bad feeling crept into Qin Li's mind. Mr. Hua had never ignored his calls. Something must have happened. He drove down to the hotel where Mr. Hua was staying. When he reached the presidential suite on the top floor and knocked on the door several times with no response, he called the hotel manager and said, "Hurry and get the key. Open the door." The hotel manager hesitated. The presidential suite was usually reserved for VIP guests. If they entered without permission, they would likely face complaints. Qin Li understood their concerns and said directly, "The person inside is our company's president. He hasn't answered his phone, and there's no response now. Something might have happened. If you don't open the door quickly, can you handle the consequences?" Hearing it was the president, the manager quickly found the key and opened the door. Qin Li entered the hotel room. Looking around, the luxurious suite was filled with high-end furniture and lavish decorations. But he didn't see Mr. Hua in the living room. When he reached the bedroom door and turned the handle, he saw Mr. Hua lying on the bed, seemingly still asleep. He approached and called out, "Mr. Hua?"
There was no response.
He pushed him gently, but Mr. Hua still didn't react. Realizing something was wrong, he remembered how cautious Mr. Hua usually was. How could he not wake up with all this noise? He trembled as he checked for a pulse. Relieved to find one, he quickly called for an ambulance. "Mr. Qi, we conducted a full examination on Mr. Hua, but we didn't find anything wrong. There are no abnormal tissues in the brain and no signs of internal injury. But why is he in a coma? Can't your hospital find the cause?" Qin Li was confused by the doctor's diagnosis. A person with no visible injuries shouldn't just fall into a coma without reason and be unresponsive. It might be due to our hospital's limited technology. You should consider transferring him to a higher-level hospital for further examination. At that moment, Qin Li wanted to inform Mr. Hua's family, but didn't know whom to contact. Mr. Hua's grandfather had been in a vegetative state for 3 years, and now Mr. Hua was in the same situation. Mr. Hua's second and third uncles had ulterior motives and would be happy if something happened to him. They wouldn't come to care for him. Suddenly, he thought of Mr. Zhang from Renxin Pharmaceutical Group, who should be in Wencheng at this time. He found Mr. Zhang's number and called. On the other end, it was quickly answered. "Hello?
Xiao Qi.
What can I do for you?" "Mr. Zhang, something strange happened to Mr. Hua today. He fell into a coma for no reason. The doctors at Renxin Hospital can't find any issues. Can you come and take a look?" Upon hearing that Mr. Hua was in trouble, Zhang Huaishan quickly asked his driver to take him to the hospital. After examining Mr. Hua's condition in the hospital room, his worries grew heavier. The young man's situation was somewhat similar to his grandfather's. 3 years ago, Mr. Hua Kaizu fell into a coma for no apparent reason and never woke up. He had sought treatment, but to no avail. Now, Mr. Hua Tianqing's condition mirrored that of his grandfather. He thought of his senior brother. Perhaps he could discern something. However, his senior brother often traveled and rarely contacted anyone. He wasn't sure if he could reach him now. He called the little disciple beside his senior brother, and fortunately, someone answered. He asked the disciple to find his master. "Hello, what do you need?" His senior brother's loud voice came through the phone, making him quickly pull the phone away. "Senior brother, my old friend's grandson is in trouble, and I can't figure it out. Can you come and take a look? Where are you now?" Zhang Huaishan provided the address, and the call ended. The next afternoon, Zhang Huaishan's senior brother finally arrived at the hospital room. After thoroughly examining Mr. Hua and taking his pulse, he lifted his eyelids to take a closer look. He then said to Zhang Huaishan, from his condition, it seems he has been afflicted by a long-lost soul-eating goo. There are no external injuries, but he is in a coma for no reason. Those affected by the soul-eating goo will have a red line in their eyes. The goo will slowly consume their soul until they quietly die. Zhang Huaishan was somewhat shocked. He couldn't believe such a sinister goo existed in the world. Senior brother, do you have a way to remove the goo? Hearing the seriousness of his senior brother's words, he felt worried. Removing the goo isn't difficult, but the challenge lies in the backlash when extracting it. Even if we manage to save him, he could end up becoming foolish. Unless... He thought for a moment and shook his head. Seeing his senior brother not finishing his thought and shaking his head, Zhang Huaishan wondered what it meant. Senior brother, just say it directly. If there's truly no way, I've done my best. Thinking of his old friend and his grandson facing the same fate, he felt a sense of despair. When Yi Dao continued, to save him, we need to find a way to make the goo actively leave his body. If we can find the 1,000-soul grass, we can save him. 1,000-soul grass. Zhang Huaishan had heard of it before. It was recorded in the same book as the herbs he bought from Qin Li, and it was extremely hard to find. Zhang Huaishan said to his senior brother, I think there might be someone who can find the 1,000-soul grass.
Oh.
Is it the little girl who sold you the spirit medicine last time? His junior brother mentioned that he met someone selling spirit medicine in Renxin and suspected that the person might be from a hidden sect. Although their Taoist sect in China is not the top one, its influence is significant. The disciples they trained have made a considerable impact in various fields after graduation. Hidden sects are different. They rarely interact with the outside world and focus on their cultivation in remote mountains. Because they cut off contact with the outside, they might still possess many lost techniques or rare herbs and medicines. Yes. I didn't tell you one more thing. I met a strange patient at the hospital in Renxin. Zhang Huaishan continued. That day I went to find Xiao Li and happened to meet a boy who had been burned. According to his family, the boy was drenched in boiling soup, and the burn area was quite severe. No matter how scientifically treated, there would be serious aftereffects, but the boy only had slightly red skin. Hien told me that Qin Li was present when the boy was injured, and she provided emergency treatment, so she must have used some spirit medicine to prevent the boy's severe aftereffects. Are you concluding she is from a hidden sect based on just these two things? When Yi Dao thought his junior brother's conclusion was a bit hasty. There's no other way now. We can only go find her and see. Zhang Huaishan also felt that showing up unannounced was a bit abrupt, but the situation with the young man from the Hor family was urgent, so they had to try. Early in the morning, Qin Li received a call from the fruit seedling supplier, notifying her to pick up the seedlings. After checking the quantity and quality, she confirmed everything was fine and paid the remaining balance. The village women also arrived to start working. Zhu Zhu saw a crowd at the door and joined in. When she heard her cousin Qin Su say she was going up the mountain to plant fruit trees, she insisted on going too. Seeing Zhu Zhu was bored at home, Qin Su decided to take her along. A group was busy on the mountain when Qin Su's phone suddenly rang. To her surprise, it was Zhang Hien. She answered the call, and Zhang Hien's voice came through. Hello. Qin Su, are you home? My grandfather urgently needs to see you. We're on our way, and we'll be there soon. I'm home, waiting for you. Qin Su replied, unsure of what Zhang Huaishan wanted, but she sensed urgency in Zhang Hien's tone. After hanging up, she quickly took Zhu Zhu back home. 10 minutes later, Zhang Huaishan and his grandson arrived. Qin Su welcomed them into the living room, served them tea, and waited for Zhang Huaishan to speak. After a long pause, Zhang Huaishan finally said, Su girl, I have a question for you. Can you answer me truthfully? Just say what you need to, Grandpa Zhang. I'll answer as best as I can, Qin Su replied without directly agreeing. Su girl, are you from a hidden sect? Although Qin Su was puzzled by the question, she remained composed and didn't show it. Why does Grandpa Zhang think I'm from a hidden sect? Zhang Huaishan looked at her. When you sold me the spirit medicine, I had some doubts but didn't confirm anything right away. What made me sure you are from a hidden sect was when I encountered the boy you helped with his burns. So that rescue exposed her? Qin Su only knew about cultivation techniques through the inheritance and her jade pendant, and was not very familiar with the current state of the Taoist world in China. Did you come to see me today because of this matter? Seeing that Qin Su didn't refute him, Zhang Huaishan accepted that she was indeed from a hidden sect. An old friend of mine has a grandson who has been cursed with a soul-devouring bug. My senior brother and I have no way to remove the bug without harming him. To safely remove the bug, we need the 1,000 soul grass. I wanted to ask if you have this spirit medicine. Qin Su didn't answer immediately. After thinking for a moment, she said to Zhang Huaishan, I don't have much spirit medicine on hand, but my sect might have some. However, it will take some time. If you're not in a hurry, I can ask my master when I get back. Zhang Huaishan quickly thanked her. Su girl, that young man from the Hor family has plenty of money. Once we save him, you can charge him a hefty price. After taking care of their business, the grandfather and grandson felt it was awkward to linger and said goodbye to Qin Su before heading back to the city. Qin Su checked the inheritance in her space to see if there was any record of the 1,000 soul grass, and indeed, she found it. The manual stated that the 1,000 soul grass is the remedy for the soul-devouring bug. Looking at the herb in her space, which seemed no different from ordinary weeds, she realized it was the antidote to such a powerful curse. Zhang Hian was driving. He had been called by his grandfather to find Qin Su, and just learned that Brother Hua was in trouble. Grandpa, who is trying to harm Brother Hua. Could it be his uncle? We have no evidence yet. Once Tianqing wakes up, he will investigate himself. We shouldn't interfere in others' family matters. He had been friends with the Hua family patriarch for decades. Although Hua Tianqing usually had a cold demeanor, he respected him greatly. That young man was very capable. Unlike his grandson, who was overly protected by his family and unaware of the dangers of human nature. They arrived at Hua Tianqing's hospital room, where only Assistant Qi was taking care of him. There were still many matters waiting for Hua Tianqing's decisions regarding the Wencheng Company. They couldn't let anyone know about Hua Tianqing's coma. If the opponents found out, they would surely take advantage of the situation to attack the company. Seeing Zhang Lao and Zhang Hian enter, Qi Mingyang quickly asked, Zhang Lao, does that person have a way to save President Hua? We have to wait a bit longer. She still needs to consult her master. Wen Yidao was arranged by Zhang Huaishan to stay in a hotel. He still had some matters to discuss with his senior brother. Senior brother, wasn't the secret method to create the soul-devouring bug destroyed by the righteous sects 100 years ago? Why has it reappeared now? A century ago, evil practitioners killed many people to create the soul-devouring bug. During the killings, the victims generated a lot of resentment, which was then absorbed using secret methods to cultivate the bug. Indeed, that sect was exterminated back then, but we can't guarantee there aren't any survivors. The most important thing now is to notify all major sects to be cautious. The methods of using the soul-devouring bug are very secretive. With the current lack of spiritual energy, there are very few remedies for it. Being cursed with the soul-devouring bug is almost like having no hope. A few days later, Qin Su called Zhang Huaishan and said her master had the 1,000 souls grass. Zhang Huaishan immediately sent Zhang Hian to Mengshan village to pick up Qin Su. When she entered the hospital room, Qin Su saw a person lying on the bed. As she got closer, she realized it was someone she had seen before, the owner of the luxury car that had rear-ended the minibus she was on that day. The man had given off an air of aloofness, but now, perhaps due to his unconscious state, he looked like an innocent big dog. Zhang Huaishan introduced her. Qin Su, he is suffering from the soul-devouring curse. We need your help. Qin Su stepped forward and checked his pulse. She secretly channeled her spiritual energy into Hua Tianqing's body and felt a wave in his brain, which was slowly eroding his soul. The curse inside seemed to sense something and suddenly sped up its devouring process. Qin Su withdrew her energy and said to Zhang Huaishan, the curse in his brain will attack the host if disturbed, so we can't remove it forcefully. Exactly, so we have to rely on the 1,000 souls grass to lure it out. Qin Su took out a rectangular wooden box from her backpack. When she opened it, a fragrant herbal scent filled the room. Everyone felt their minds relax, and unknowingly closed their eyes. Zhang Huaishan looked at the spiritual herb in the box and exclaimed, "So this is the Thousand Souls grass? No wonder it feels so soothing as soon as you smell it." Qin Su knew from her teachings that to draw out the soul-devouring curse, she needed to burn the Thousand Souls grass. She placed the grass in a prepared incense burner and lit it with a lighter. Bringing the burner close to Tianqing, within a few minutes, a black-red bug crawled out of his nose. Qin Su quickly caught the bug in a bottle and sealed it. Zhang Huaishan sighed in relief as the bug finally came out. Qi Mingyang and Zhang Han were too shocked by the strange scene to speak until Qin Su had secured the bug. Qi Mingyang finally asked, "Is that it? When will Mr. He wake up?" "The bug has been removed. He should wake up soon. Since it was attached to him for a while, I have a calming pill to help him. It's not expensive, just 50,000. Do you want it?" Since hiring this expert to treat Mr. He would surely cost a lot, Qi Mingyang said, "Then let's get one for Mr. Hua." Qin Su handed him a dark pill. "Dissolve this in water and give it to him." Qi Mingyang took a cup of water, dissolved the pill, and fed it to Tianqing. The group waited quietly, and soon, Tianqing's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Where is this? Shouldn't he be in his hotel room? Why does this place look like a hospital?" As he gathered his thoughts, he noticed several people nearby. Besides Qi Mingyang, there were also the Zhang family elder and Zhang Han. But who was the other girl? Seeing that Mr. He had woken up, Qi Mingyang excitedly approached him. "Mr. He, you're finally awake. Is there anywhere else you feel unwell?" Tianqing could tell from Qi Mingyang's expression that something had happened that he didn't know about. He asked, "What exactly happened? How did I end up here?" "Mr. He, you've been unconscious for several days. Don't you remember what happened before you fainted?" He had been unconscious for several days? Tianqing recalled returning to the hotel, ordering room service, eating, washing up, and then resting. Could there have been something wrong with the food? Not wanting to alert those behind the scenes, he told Qi Mingyang, "I'll investigate this later." He then turned to Zhang Huaishan. "Grandpa Zhang, you saved me, right?"
Thank you.
Zhang Huaishan shook his head. "You've thanked the wrong person, young man. It was this girl who saved you." He looked at Qin Su. Only then did Tianqing take a serious look at Qin Su. The girl had gentle features, but her eyes were bright and determined, unlike other women who looked at him with admiration. He politely nodded at Qin Su. "Hello. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name?" If even the elder Zhang couldn't save him, this girl must be extraordinary.
"Em Qin Su."
"I came because of Grandpa Zhang, and I'm not doing this for free. My fees are not low." Qin Su didn't feel any particular fondness for him. Although the rear-end incident was mainly the driver's fault, Tianqing's cold attitude left a bad impression on her. Tianqing sensed that Qin Su was somewhat distant, but he was usually like that himself, so he didn't think much of it. He instructed Qi Mingyang, Assistant Qi, transfer 10 million to Miss Qin Su. He then asked Zhang Huaishan, "Grandpa Zhang, why did I faint?" If it were a common illness, as a medical expert, Zhang Huaishan would surely be able to treat him. It must be a complicated issue. He had regular health checkups, and it had only been half a month since his last one, so there shouldn't be any hidden problems. "Who did you offend?" "Someone used the soul-devouring curse on you. Luckily, you ran into someone who could save you." Seeing that the person was awake and the payment was received, Qin Su didn't want to stay any longer and quietly left the room. Zhang Han noticed Qin Su leaving and followed her. Although Tianqing was talking to Zhang Huaishan, he noticed them and frowned. "Qin Su, are you leaving?" Zhang Han caught up with her. "I've finished my business here, and I have things to do at home, so I need to go back." Qin Su hadn't expected Zhang Han to follow her. "I wanted to invite you to dinner, but since you have things to attend to, let me give you a ride back." After spending some time together, they no longer felt the initial awkwardness, and the ride back to the city went quickly. As Qin Su got out of the car, she said to Zhang Han, "Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner sometime." Zhang Han felt happy. "I'll be waiting for that." Meanwhile, in the hospital, Tianqing was asking about Qin Su's background. "Grandpa Zhang, who is Qin Su? How could she treat a condition even you couldn't?" "Ah, That girl is from a hidden sect. In today's world, only they can break the soul-devouring curse. Hua Tianqing thought about how his grandfather had also suddenly fainted. Could it be the same person's doing? If his grandfather was also cursed, he would ask Qin Su to help him. I want to ask her to check on my grandfather, Hua Tianqing said. Grandpa Zhang, once I'm discharged, I'd like to visit her. Zhang Huaishan knew that his grandfather's unconsciousness had always been a worry for him, and he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He nodded. You focus on recovering, and I'll take you to find her when you're ready. In a luxurious villa on the outskirts of the city, an old man in black was sitting cross-legged. Next to him were several black jars, from which the sound of something crawling could be heard. Suddenly, the old man's brow furrowed. The soul-controlling insects he had placed were disturbed, but he did not receive the energy from their consumption. The soul-eating insects he had released could not be removed from their host without harm, but he could sense that they had detached from it. It seemed he needed to investigate what was happening. Qin Su was studying the insects in her space. The inheritance records stated that the soul-eating insects were made using extremely vicious methods. The person who created the soul-eating insects controlled them to consume a person's soul for cultivation. The stronger the will of the person, the more energy the insects would gain. 100 years ago, someone had placed these insects on practitioners from the Xianmen sect, as their souls were even stronger. However, this led to a massacre by various sections. Qin Su poured spiritual spring water into a bottle, and the insects inside dissolved instantly, turning into black liquid. Meanwhile, in another villa in the city, the old man in black spat out blood. Who dares to destroy my insects? Hua Tianqing was discharged from the hospital after just half a day. Although Qi Mingyang had suppressed the news during his coma, his absence for several days had made the Wang family restless. He needed to find out who had placed the insects on him, so he asked Qi Mingyang to check the hotel surveillance from that night. The hotel manager had questioned all the staff during Hua Tianqing's coma, but no one recognized the person who delivered the food that day. With no leads from the hotel, Hua Tianqing intensified his attack on the Wang family. Qin Su was about to head up the mountain to check on the fruit saplings when Qin Sand Ant rushed in, saying, Su, something's wrong. Someone has fainted. Qin Su hurriedly followed Qin Sand Ant up the mountain, where she explained the situation. The person who fainted was Qin Sand Ant's sister. While everyone was working hard, she suddenly collapsed. The other ants moved her to a shaded area and tried to stimulate her, but she still did not wake up, so they ran back to find Qin Su. When they arrived, a crowd was gathered, pressing on her, leaving bruises, but she remained unresponsive. Qin Sand Ant quickly asked them to step back. Let Su girl take a look. The crowd parted. Qin Su crouched down to examine her. After checking her pulse, she realized the woman was extremely weak. She channeled some spiritual energy, and the woman slowly regained consciousness.
Oh.
She's awake. Su girl is really amazing. Wei Huanzhuan woke up, worried that she had fainted while working and might lose her job. She anxiously said to Qin Su, Boss, I usually work very efficiently. This was just an accident. Can I still come tomorrow? You don't need to come tomorrow, Qin Su replied. Hearing this, Wei Huanzhuan's face fell. She was the only one in her family capable of working, and they barely made ends meet with a few acres of land. The occasional odd jobs didn't pay much either. After her sister had found her this well-paying job, now it was gone. Seeing her expression, Qin Su understood her worries. You need to take care of your health first, otherwise it could lead to serious problems. Once you're better, I will have work for you. Qin Sand Ant added, Su is right. Get your health back first. You can earn money later. If your health fails, you will lose everything. At this point, Wei Huanzhuan had no choice but to accept it. Qin Su and Qin Sand Ant accompanied her home. Wei Huanzhuan lived in Lu village, not far from Mengshan village. Qin Su was surprised to see such a rundown house in today's society. Wei Huanzhuan's home still had mud walls and a tile roof from the 1990s. The yard's wall was made of mud and straw, and a rickety wooden door barely covered the entrance. Noticing Qin Su examining the house, Wei Huanjuan awkwardly said, "Little boss, our home is quite simple. Please bear with it."
Insufelt complicated.
Her family had also faced difficulties, but they were not as poor and backward as Wei Huanjuan's. Qin Jianye, as an adult man, was still better off than her. Once they entered the yard, they saw many farming tools and corn stalks for firewood. Although there was a lot, everything was neatly arranged, showing that the owner was diligent and clean. Wei Huanjuan welcomed them into the main room, took out 2 wooden chairs, and wiped them several times before inviting them to sit. A man's cough could be heard from inside, and Wei Huanjuan explained, "That's my husband." Qin Su had learned from Qin San aunt that her husband was bedridden. There were no children or elderly people around, likely out playing or working. Qin San aunt asked Juanzi, "Where are your in-laws and children?" "They might be in the fields, gathering leftover rice grains after the harvest," Wei Huanjuan replied. Qin San aunt often helped them and knew that Wei Huanjuan's children had matured early due to family circumstances. Wei Huanjuan wanted to cook, but was stopped by Qin Su. Their situation was already difficult, and she didn't want to add to their burden. She asked Wei Huanjuan, "Aunt, has uncle been lying in bed without any treatment?" Wei Huanjuan smiled bitterly. "With our current situation, we can't afford treatment. In the early years after his injury, we spent all the compensation and still couldn't get him treated. I had to earn money and support the family, so there was even less for treatment. Fortunately, the kids are growing up. In a few years, they can work, and then we can see about treatment." Qin Su looked at the simple, worn house, but the certificates on one wall gave it a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, due to reality, that hope could be extinguished. Qin Su said to her, "Aunt, I am studying medicine. Although I haven't learned for long, I have some confidence in my abilities. If you trust me, I can provide free treatment for uncle." Wei Huanjuan was surprised that Qin Su knew medicine. She thought Qin Su was too young and might not be very skilled, but then she realized her husband couldn't get worse than he already was. She hesitantly replied, "Thank you, Aunt. Will this take up too much of your time? I don't have anything important to do right now. I can come over at noon to treat uncle," Qin Su said. After sitting for a while, they said their goodbyes and left. Aunt Qin asked her, "Susu, you are helping Juanzi's man with his illness out of kindness, but what if it doesn't work or something goes wrong? It could be a problem later." She was worried that Susu, being so young, might take on this responsibility out of sympathy. Even though it was to help her sister, she didn't want Susu to face any unclear troubles in the future. Susu smiled and said, "Aunt, I understand your concern. I just thought of my family's past when I saw her home. I know my abilities, and even if I can't help, it won't lead to worse outcomes." Seeing that Susu had made up her mind, Aunt Qin stopped trying to persuade her. When they got home, Susu saw that Qin Jun was already back. She remembered that today was their school's break. Her brother was going to be a senior next semester and had to take extra classes, so his break was a bit late. Qin Jun asked her where she had been since he didn't see her when he went up the mountain earlier. Susu teased him, "You really want to be my little shadow, huh? You just got home and are already looking for me?
Hey,
You hurt my feelings. I'm just concerned about you," Qin Jun dramatically replied. Susu didn't want to play along. "How many days is your school on break? You mentioned going hiking and camping. Are you still going?" "Yes." The classmates agreed to take 2 days off and then head out. At that moment, Grandma Qin returned from her stroll outside and was happy to see her grandson back. She quickly said she would cook for him. Qin Jun had been eating at the school cafeteria for a while and missed the delicious home-cooked meals. He kept flattering Grandma, "Grandma, you are the best in the world. You have no idea how much I miss your cooking at school." Grandma Qin smiled at his compliments. "What do you want to eat, my dear? Grandma will go buy it for you." Qin Jun listed a bunch of dishes. Maybe distance makes the heart grow fonder, as Grandma didn't complain about him being wasteful this time. Their village was a bit far from town, so it wasn't convenient to go there every day for groceries. Smart people set up stalls selling meat along the main roads between several villages, gradually forming a small market.
I'll go with you, Grandma.
Susu called for Zhu Zhu to join them. Zhu had just arrived in Mengshan village and hadn't made any new friends yet, so she was a bit bored at home. Hearing that her cousin was taking her to the market made her jump with joy. Today, her aunt had gone up the mountain to work with the other ants, and it wasn't time to finish yet. Susu rode her little electric scooter, with Grandma and Zhu sitting on the back, and they headed to the market. The market was just villagers setting up stalls by the roadside, bringing back daily necessities and selling homegrown vegetables. There wasn't much to buy. Susu saw an old lady selling pumpkin sprouts, which she hadn't eaten in a long time. Remembering how sweet and crunchy they were, she approached and asked, "Grandma, how much are your sprouts?" The old lady cheerfully replied, "Little girl, 2 yuan for a bunch. They're fresh and sweet." Susu looked at the large bunch of sprouts and thought that vegetables at home were cheaper. In the big city, this would cost over 10 yuan. After buying the sprouts, Susu asked Zhu if she wanted anything. Zhu was a very sensible child. Her mom had told her that staying at her uncle's house had already caused them a lot of trouble, so she shouldn't always ask her cousin to buy her things. She shook her head. "I don't want anything." Susu still bought her an ice cream from a small shop. She knew her aunt was probably worried about adding to their burden, but every child deserves a carefree childhood. Zhu took the ice cream and licked it slowly, her eyes filled with happiness. Once Grandma finished buying the vegetables, the 3 of them rode back home. Susu and Grandma cooked together. Today, Grandma bought a fish, 2 pounds of pork belly, 2 pounds of ribs, and a local chicken. They planned to make braised pork with the belly, and since the river fish would smell if steamed, they decided to braise it as well. The local chicken was perfect for boiling. The ribs were simmered with corn in spring water, and the taste was guaranteed. When the food was ready, Qin and Qin Li, who had been working outside, returned home. "Dad, Aunt, you finally made it back. Wash your hands and come eat." Qin looked at the table full of food, his stomach growling. "You little rascal. Look at how eager you are." Qin laughed. Seeing her nephew back, Qin Li smiled and said, "Xiao, when did you get home? You all work too hard. Your break is so late." Qin grinned. "And I got home in the afternoon. There's no choice. I'm going to be a senior soon and the homework is piling up." The family sat down to eat. In an ordinary family, there was no rule against talking while eating. They enjoyed the delicious food while chatting about what had happened recently. Susu shared her visit to Lu family village with them. Qin was a bit worried. "Susu, you just started studying medicine. Are you sure you can handle it? Dad, do you forget how your leg got better? Wasn't that just good luck with the right medicine?" Susu reassured him, "Dad, don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not confident about." Qin had always trusted his sister completely, especially after learning physical training from her. He felt fit enough to take on 5 people. He said to Qin, "Dad, don't forget about sister's amazing master." It was only after his son's reminder that Qin recalled that his daughter's master was a hidden expert. Qin Li was confused. "What are you talking about? I don't understand anything." Grandma Qin explained what had happened before. Susu has a special connection and learned a lot from a master. We are all practicing the physical training techniques she teaches us. Qin Li was surprised that Susu had such a fortune and wondered if she could help with her daughter's illness. Susu said to her, "Aunt, once I help Zhu's health improve a bit, I will treat her. My medicine is too strong. I'm afraid Zhu can't handle it all at once." "That's fine, Susu.
Take your time.
Zhu is already improving, so just do as you said." That night, when it was time to rest, Susu entered her space. She needed to find some spiritual herbs to make pills since Zhu's body couldn't handle the cleansing pill. She searched through her inherited memories for several suitable formulas and went to gather the herbs. Fortunately, she could refine medicine in her space, and within an hour, she produced several batches of pills. After packing the pills in white porcelain bottles, she left the space. Thinking about treating Aunt Wei's husband tomorrow, she also took out a set of acupuncture tools. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed as Qin slowly woke up. After practicing, Qin usually felt energetic and rarely experienced fatigue from staying up late. However, She enjoyed the cozy feeling of staying in bed, which made her feel happy both physically and mentally. Remembering the tasks she had for the day, she quickly got up to wash up. As she left her room, she noticed her brother's room was empty, which surprised her. He usually slept in late during holidays. When she went downstairs, she saw her brother and Juju sitting in the living room playing on their phones. They looked up at her when they heard her. Their gazes made Qin Su feel like she was being watched by prey.
Why are you staring at me?
Qin Su asked. Qin Jun grinned and said, Sister, aren't you going to see a patient today? We want to come along. Qin Su thought they might have something else in mind. Was this really worth his eager expression? Fine, but I'll warn you both not to run around when we get there. Don't worry, sister, I'll keep an eye on Juju. Qin Su thought, what I'm worried about is you. Riding her electric bike alone, Qin Su carried the supplies she needed. Qin Jun pulled Zhu along on another electric bike. Lu family village wasn't far from Mengshan village. It took about half an hour to get there. When Qin Su arrived at Wei Huanzhuan's house, the door was open, and she saw two children drying rice in the yard. Qin Su asked, Hey, kids, is your mom home? Seeing an older sister talking to him, one child quickly ran inside. A moment later, Wei Huanzhuan came out, looking happy. Xiao Su, you're here?
Come in, she said.
Qin Su parked her bike, grabbed her medical kit, and followed her into the yard. Qin Jun and Zhu hurriedly parked their bikes and followed. Noticing the two extra people, Wei Huanzhuan looked at Qin Su with a questioning glance. Annie, this is my brother and cousin. They heard I was coming and were curious to tag along, Qin Su explained. Your brother looks very lively, and your cousin is adorable, Wei Huanzhuan said. As they entered the house, Wei Huanzhuan offered to get Qin Su some water, but Qin Su stopped her. Auntie, no need for that. Please take me to see Uncle Lu first. Wei Huanzhuan led Qin Su to a dimly lit room. The house was an old mud structure with only a small window letting in a bit of light. Wei Huanzhuan pulled the light cord, and a dull yellow bulb lit up. On the bed lay a man who looked somewhat frail. Normally, bedridden patients develop bed sores and unpleasant odors, but this patient didn't have a strong smell, likely due to good care from his family. Lu Daqiang had already heard from his wife about the young medical student willing to come and treat him. He had lost hope of recovering from his illness. The hospital had diagnosed him years ago, stating that the chances of standing again were slim. If he could move, he sometimes wished he had died back then to avoid burdening his family. He didn't want to go through this again, but seeing his wife's hopeful gaze made him silently agree. Well, it couldn't get any worse, could it? He had resigned himself to his fate. Qin Su first pressed on his legs and asked, Uncle Lu, do you feel anything when I do this?
No, Liu Daqian replied.
Qin Su turned him onto his side and pressed on several spots on his back. He only felt something above his waist. Uncle Lu, your condition is likely due to a spinal injury from a fall years ago, which caused your paralysis, right? Yes, I fell from a height and was taken to the town hospital. But they had limited treatment options and told us to go to a bigger hospital. When I was notified about my husband's injury, we didn't have much money. I managed to scrape together enough to rush him to Wencheng Hospital. Unfortunately, the doctor said we delayed too long. If we had brought him in sooner, there might have been some hope, but now it's too late, and the chances of him being paralyzed are high. In the end, it was just as the doctor said. Although he survived, he has never been able to stand again. While crying, Wei Huanzhuan recounted the events after her husband's injury. Qin Su handed her a tissue. She wiped her tears and continued, Since my husband fell, I've worked hard to earn money, hoping to take him to a better hospital for treatment. Now that you're willing to come and help Uncle Lu, I don't know how to thank you. Seeing the sorrowful face of this woman, Qin Su felt that sometimes fate is unfair. Their family of 5 had lived a simple, happy life. They weren't wealthy, but they were all healthy. As long as they worked hard, things would eventually get better. But misfortune often strikes those already suffering. The male head of the household had an accident, and the whole family was on the brink of collapse. Auntie, don't be sad. Please take off Uncle Lu's shirt. I need to give him acupuncture. Qin Su took out a set of silver needles from her medical kit and used her inherited techniques combined with her spiritual energy to treat the appropriate acupuncture points. After Qin Su entered the room to treat the patient, Qin Jun and Zhu Zhu, feeling a bit bored, went outside for a walk. Zhu Zhu quickly made friends with the children from that family, sharing her cherished toys to play together. At that moment, a chubby boy approached them rudely, shouting, "Hey, little cripple, give me your toy." Lu Xiaohua felt scared upon seeing the chubby boy and quietly protested, "I'm not a little cripple. This isn't my toy, and I can't give it to you." The chubby boy, angered by her response, shouted, "Your dad is an old cripple, so you're a little cripple too." He then lunged forward to snatch the toy from her hands. Seeing her new friend being bullied and her toy being threatened, Zhu Zhu couldn't hold back. As the chubby boy reached for the toy, she pushed him hard, causing him to fall onto the ground. Zhu Zhu was surprised by her own strength, not realizing she could push him down. What she didn't know was that during this time, the food and water at home had been infused with spiritual spring water, slowly changing her and Qin Li's bodies. As the chubby boy sat on the ground, the pain in his hand made him react. He let out a loud cry. Qin Jun, who had been taking pictures nearby, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "Zhu Zhu, what happened?" "Brother, this person insulted Xiaohua and tried to take our toys. I pushed him a little and he started crying." Zhu Zhu was a bit scared but still explained what happened. Qin Jun understood the situation, helped the chubby boy up, and said, "Little friend, it's wrong to insult others. If you want to play with toys, you need to ask for permission first. You can't just grab them." Seeing an adult supporting the girls made the chubby boy even angrier. He shouted at them, "You are all bad people. I'm going to find my dad," and ran away crying. Qin Jun shrugged helplessly. He couldn't do much about the children's quarrels. Zhu Zhu and Lu Xiaohua happily continued playing. When Wang Chui saw her son crying as he returned home, she quickly asked, "Son, what happened? Who bullied you?" Chubby Lu Aibao had tears and snot all over his face. It was Lu Xiaohua and a girl. "They wouldn't let me play with the toys and even hit me."
What?
"Wei Huanzhuan's child dared to hit you. Let's go. I want to see how she bullied my son." With that, she pulled Lu Aibao toward Wei Huanzhuan's house. Qin Su had inserted silver needles into all of Lu Daqiang's major acupuncture points, making him look a bit like a porcupine, which was somewhat frightening. After a while, she used her spiritual energy to vibrate the needles with different intensities. An invisible energy flowed through the needles into the acupuncture points, slowly repairing the damaged meridians. Lu Daqiang seemed to feel a warm current slowly flowing through his body, which had lost sensation. He said in disbelief, "Why do I feel a warm current flowing through my body? Am I regaining sensation?" Qin Su replied, "I stimulated your damaged nerves with the silver needles. If you have sensation, it means your nerves are not completely dead. After a few more treatments, and using the ointment I give you, you'll be able to stand again soon." Lu Daqiang suddenly began to cry. He hadn't cried when the hospital said he would be bedridden for life. He hadn't cried through countless treatments and disappointments. Now, seeing hope of standing again, he couldn't hold back anymore and let out all the helplessness, pain, and despair of the past few years. Qin Su left the room to let him quietly release his emotions. As she reached the hall, she heard a woman's sharp shouting mixed with a child's crying. She quickened her pace and went outside to see a plump middle-aged woman yelling at Lu Xiaohua and Zhu Zhu, "You two little brats dared to hit my bower. No wonder you're uneducated. Go call your mother. This isn't over." Hearing the commotion, Wei Huanzhuan rushed out of the kitchen. She had been preparing lunch for Qin Su. Although her family was poor, she didn't want guests to leave empty-handed, so she planned to make a meal for them. Hearing Wang Chui's voice, she feared there might be trouble and hurried out. Seeing Wei Huanzhuan, Wang Chui immediately scolded, "You finally came out. What are you going to do about your daughter hitting my eyebrow?" Wei Huanzhuan wouldn't just listen to her. She quickly asked her daughter, "Xiaohua, what happened?" "Mom, Lu Aibao insulted first. He called Dad a cripple and me a little cripple. He even tried to grab Juju's toy, and we just pushed him a bit. Hearing this, Wei Huanzhuan's eyes turned red with anger. Wang Chui, your husband tricked me into buying medicine that was supposed to cure my Daqiang's illness. I haven't asked you for compensation yet, and now your son is insulting my family behind our backs. How can I swallow this? Over the years, while her husband was bedridden, she managed everything. If she were weak, she would have been bullied in the village long ago. Wang Chui's husband, Lu Tianfu, had taken advantage of her desperation to sell her so-called miracle medicine. He claimed that just a few patches would cure her husband, even mentioning someone who had been bedridden for years but could stand again after using it. At first, she didn't believe it, but Lu Tianfu kept bragging about the medicine's effectiveness and brought people to prove it. Gradually, she was convinced and spent thousands on the patches. However, after using them on her husband, not only did they not work, but he also had an allergic reaction. When she confronted Lu Tianfu, he claimed the medicine's effectiveness varied by person and that her husband wasn't suitable for it. She demanded a refund, but he said once sold, the medicine couldn't be returned. Furious, she threatened to report him for selling fake medicine, but he said he was selling health products, not prescription drugs, and wasn't afraid of her complaints. Knowing Lu Tianfu's brother-in-law was an official at the health bureau, she felt powerless and had to swallow her anger. Now, with his son insulting her husband and daughter, she wanted to slap him and ask what she should do. The two women exchanged insults, hurling curses at each other's ancestors and various body parts. Their shouting attracted the attention of other villagers, who came to understand the situation. Some older villagers stepped in to mediate. Wanjuan, Kui, stop arguing. It was just a little scuffle between kids. Don't make it so ugly, you're just giving people something to laugh at. Old lady, it's her family that bullies people. Not only did she cheat me out of money, but her child is also insulting my family behind our backs. How can I let this go? Wei Huanzhuan's chest heaved with anger as she spoke. My Bower is right. Your husband is a cripple, and that's something the whole village knows.
When Kui is near.
You. Wei Huanzhuan was about to lunge at her when several village women held her back. Who says Lu Shu will always be a cripple? Soon he will be able to stand again. A young woman's voice spoke up. Everyone then noticed a beautiful girl in her 20s at the door. It was her who had spoken. Wang Chui scoffed, "Who are you? If you say he can stand, then let him stand. Lu Daqiang has been declared by the hospital to be bedridden for life, and you think you can just say he will stand? Do you think you're a miracle doctor?" Hearing Qin Su's words, Wei Huanzhuan ignored Wang Chui's mockery and excitedly asked, "Xiao Su, is it true? Are you confident you can cure Uncle Lu's illness?" Qin Su watched as they argued, dragging up old grievances. But using someone else's pain to attack them is really infuriating. Earlier, while treating inside, Wei Huanzhuan didn't know that Qin Su's treatment was already showing results. I gave Uncle Lu acupuncture once, and he has some feeling now, though he still can't move. If we keep treating him, he will get better one day. Some people were skeptical of Qin Su's words. Is that true, young lady? Can Lu Daqiang really be cured? I doubt it. The hospital diagnosed him, and if such a big hospital couldn't help, how can a girl like you fix him with just acupuncture? If she says that, she must be confident. Otherwise, she wouldn't risk people coming after her if it doesn't work. Everyone was talking at once. Wei Huanzhuan ignored them and hurried into the room after hearing Qin Su's words. Wang Chui didn't believe it. She scoffed, "Anyone can talk big. Lu Daqiang has been declared paralyzed by the hospital. If they couldn't help, how can you fix him with a needle? Whether it's true or not will be clear in time. I'm not like some people who cheat others." Qin Su recalled how she heard about her husband cheating people out of their money when they were desperate. No wonder their son was so rude. "I'll see if you can really cure Lu Daqiang," she said, waiting to see the outcome. Others stood outside the door, curious to see what would happen. After a while, Wei Huanzhuan finally came out. Everyone noticed her red eyes, as if she had been crying. Someone eagerly asked, "Huanzhuan, how is your husband? Does he really have feeling now?" Wei Huanzhuan didn't want to talk to these nosy people. She grabbed Qin Su's hand and said with a choked voice, "Xiao Su, you are truly a blessing for my family. Once my husband gets better, I'll have him work for you every day." When she entered the room, she saw Da Qiang still crying and was startled. She thought Qin Su had just said that to vent her frustration in front of Wang Chui. After confirming he really had feeling, they both cried together again.
Wow.
Everyone watching realized that what the young girl said was true. Wang Chui still wasn't convinced. So, what if he is feeling? He still might not be able to stand up. That's true. It could just be a small reaction from the acupuncture. People began to agree with Wang Chui. Wei Huanjuan snapped back. "You just can't stand to see my family do well. You think everyone is as heartless as your husband's shady clinic? This young girl's treatment is 100 times better than your husband's place." Then she called her daughter to fetch her brother and grandmother. She let Qin Su, Qin Jun, and Juju go inside first while she went back to finish cooking. Once they were inside, she slammed the door shut. Seeing there was no more excitement, everyone dispersed. Wang Chui spat at the door and pulled her son away. Soon, Xiaohua, her brother Lu Xiaohai, and their grandmother returned. Just then, Wei Huanjuan finished cooking and invited Qin Su and the others to eat. Xiaohua had already set the table and served the rice. Although Wei Huanjuan wanted to treat Qin Su nicely, they didn't have much money, so the meal wasn't very lavish. She awkwardly said, "Xiao Su, there's not much good food. Please don't mind." After that, she placed a big chicken leg in Qin Su's bowl. Then she put another one in Juju's bowl, but saw there were no more chicken legs left for Qin Jun. She laughed and said, "Xiao Su, don't be polite, just eat." She added a piece of chicken for him. Qin Jun felt a bit embarrassed. He came with his sister, but didn't help at all. Now being treated so warmly made him feel shy.
Sigh.
Next time, he wouldn't come with his sister. Qin Su noticed that Wei Auntie's 2 children, although their eyes were full of desire for good food, didn't rush to grab it, showing that Wei Auntie had educated them well. She handed the chicken leg back to Xiaohua, saying, "I'm an adult now. I don't need the chicken leg. Let the kids have it. There are other dishes, so don't be shy, Wei Auntie. I can serve myself." Seeing her mother didn't object, Xiaohua happily bit into the chicken leg. Grandma Lu had heard her daughter-in-law say someone was coming to help with Da Qiang's illness. She thought it was another famous folk doctor being brought in. Now seeing such a young girl, she couldn't help but doubt if her daughter-in-law was just grasping at straws. After being tricked by Lu Tianfu before, hadn't she learned her lesson? But since the girl was here, she couldn't ask directly. She would wait until after dinner to ask her daughter-in-law privately. Dinner ended with Wei Huanjuan's warm hospitality, and Qin Su sighed with relief. Wei Auntie was so enthusiastic that she kept serving food, and Qin Su felt stuffed. After the children finished eating, they ran outside to play. Qin Su, Wei Huanjuan, and Grandma Lu sat in the living room chatting. Qin Jun, feeling like a spare wheel, found an excuse to go outside. Qin Su took out the ointment she had prepared at home and handed it to Wei Huanjuan. "Ani, this is the ointment I made. After you clean Uncle Lu, apply it to the points I showed you. I'll come back tomorrow to continue the acupuncture. Uncle Lu will need a few more sessions." Wei Huanjuan gratefully accepted the ointment. After chatting a bit longer, Qin Su planned to leave. After sending Qin Su off, Grandma Lu finally asked her daughter-in-law, "Wan, where did you find this person? She looks so young. Can we trust her? Don't let her trick you again." After being tricked by Lu Tianfu out of a lot of money, they had spent a lot on other folk doctors recommended by people, but none were useful. "Mom, her name is Qin Su, from Mengshan village. I fainted while working there, and she and my sister brought me back. When she learned about Da Qiang's illness, she said she studied medicine and could come help for free. I figured it was free, and with Da Qiang's condition, what was there to worry about? What if she really could help? Today she gave Da Qiang acupuncture, and he said he has some feeling now. We've really met someone skilled and kind." Grandma Lu was surprised to hear this and wondered if Da Qiang would really be able to stand again one day. She felt a bit guilty for doubting others and thinking they were just after money. She hadn't realized they were genuinely kind and didn't ask for anything in return. Then we need to remember her kindness and repay her when we can. I know, Mom. Once Da Qiang is better, I'll have him thank her. Before noon, Qin Su and her two companions rode their small electric scooter on the way back to Mengshan Village. Lu Village, unlike Mengshan Village, mainly grows medicinal herbs. They mostly plant rice and fruits in their dry fields. The types of fruits depend on current market trends. If a fruit is planted for just a few years, the market can become saturated. Early planters who keep up with market demand can make a lot of money, but those who react too slowly may end up losing everything if they plant a saturated variety later. Lu Village is currently growing the best-selling wogan fruit. Qin Su researched online and found that these fruit varieties are aimed at the general public and are priced moderately. The advantage is that the planting techniques are simple and the yield is high. The downside is that they can be easily replaced. It takes several years from planting to harvest. If market demand drops, prices will fall too. Switching to a different fruit variety means spending more years waiting for results, increasing costs. So, Qin Su initially aimed for the high-end market. With her special ability, she believed it wouldn't be hard to grow high-quality blueberries with a good yield. When they got home, Qin Jianye and Qin Li were already working in the fields, leaving only Grandma Qin at home. Seeing them return, she asked if everything went well. Grandma, did you know? Every village has some exceptional people. Qin Jun told her about what happened in Lu Village that day. Junzi, you're still young and don't understand the complexities of human nature. Didn't our family also suffer from bullying back in the day? Sometimes, being poor is just a reason for others to take advantage of you, Grandma Qin said, having seen all kinds of people in her long life. Such things happen everywhere. You're so wise, Grandma.
Qin Yun quickly praised her.
Junzi, I'm going up the mountain to work with them. Do you want to come? Qin Su asked. Qin Jun didn't really want to go but was afraid to say so in case his sister scolded him. Staying home with the air conditioning, playing on his phone, and eating snacks was much more enjoyable, right? Was the phone not fun? Or were the snacks not tasty anymore? Now that the family had some money, he wanted to enjoy being a rich kid. Grandma Qin didn't care about his thoughts. Hurry up and help your sister. What are you doing at home as a young man? Reluctantly, Qin Jun followed his sister. Zhu Zhu saw that only she and Grandma were home and didn't want to stay either, so she decided to go play too. Qin Su found her a sun hat, changed into comfortable shoes, and the three of them headed up the mountain together. When Qin Jun came home last time, he already knew about his sister's plan to grow fruit. After returning to school for tutoring, he didn't know how far her plan had progressed. This time, he heard that the wasteland had been cleared, and his sister had hired many women from the village to plant seedlings. Sis, I heard blueberries are hard to grow. You've never planted them before. Aren't you afraid they won't survive? Qin Su couldn't tell him she wasn't worried because of her special ability, so she reassured him, I've thought about those issues. I have a classmate who specializes in agriculture. I'll consult him for advice. When they arrived at the mountain, a group of people was working energetically. A sharp-eyed woman spotted Qin Su and called out, Hey, the little boss is here. Why didn't we see you this morning? Qin Su knew she was joking and didn't mind. I went to Lu Village this morning and just got back. Aunt San approached. She knew Qin Su went to Lu Village to help her brother-in-law and couldn't help but ask, Xiao Su, you're back from Lu Village? Can your brother-in-law's illness be treated? That day at her sister's house, although Qin Su said she would help, she wasn't sure herself. After all, Qin Su was so young, and her sister had sought help from many well-known folk healers before, but none had worked. Seeing Qin Su back, Aunt San couldn't help but ask. There's some progress. He's regained consciousness, and after a few more treatments, he should be fine. Aunt San couldn't believe it. Could Qin Su really have this ability? A condition that many hospitals and doctors couldn't cure was being treated by her? Even though Qin Su said he wasn't fully recovered, just regaining consciousness after one visit was impressive. That's wonderful.
Haha.
Xiao Su, you're so talented. You'll definitely become a famous doctor one day. Aunt San praised her generously, making Qin Su feel a bit awkward. She quickly changed the subject. Aunt-san, how's the planting of the seedlings going? No problems, I hope? No, we planted everything according to your instructions. We'll finish in a few days.
Great.
You can get back to work now. I'll go take a look over there. Qin Jun and Zhu Zhu said they came to help, but as soon as they reached the mountain, they ran off to pick wild fruits. Qin Su didn't mind them and walked in another direction. The spiritual herbs in her space were mostly rare or even extinct. Qin Su didn't plan to use them to make pills to sell. She wanted to keep them just in case. The growth rate of the spiritual herbs in her space is different from those planted outside. Perhaps it's because they require more spiritual energy. The fruit trees she planted bore fruit in just a few days. However, the spiritual herbs she used to make cleansing pills, which she replanted later, were still just small seedlings. But she didn't want to give up on her path of studying medicine to help others. She aimed to find some common herbs outside to try planting in her space to see if it could enhance their medicinal properties. Even if they couldn't compare to the spiritual herbs, they would still be much better than the ones outside. As she ventured deeper into Mengshan, she wasn't afraid of wild beasts with her current strength. In fact, the wild animals sensed her dangerous aura and kept their distance. In a valley, she found several valuable wild herbs and transplanted them into her space. As soon as she planted them, she noticed their leaves looked vibrant and lush, and their stems grew sturdier. This confirmed that her space had a strong enhancing effect on external plants. She also found several common herbs and planted them all in her space. Noticing it was getting late, she turned to head back down the mountain. Some wild animals with a bit of spirit sensed that the pressure had faded and slowly came out to move around.
Wow, that was terrifying.
That two-legged creature was too strong. Even getting a little close made them want to crawl on the ground. It seemed safer to go deeper into the forest. Qin Su had no idea that the wild animals were still murmuring about her. By the time she returned to the orchard, it was time for the workers to finish their day. In the evening, the family sat together for dinner. Qin Jun talked with his father and aunt about the gossip from Lu village. You should have seen how shocked everyone was when my sister treated that person just once and he regained consciousness. And that arrogant fat woman, even after witnessing my sister's amazing medical skills, refused to admit it. Next time my sister goes to treat him, once he gets better, I can't wait to see those onlookers' reactions. The others listened to him with admiration, feeling proud of Su Su, the most talented person in their family. Su Su, your medical skills are so impressive now. Do you still need to continue studying in the capital? Grandma Qin asked. Grandma, I definitely need to keep studying. Even though my skills are decent, I haven't gone through formal training. To practice medicine, I need to pass exams and get a medical license. Otherwise, it would be illegal if someone reported me. Qin Su understood that Grandma didn't know much about the current medical field. It's not like before when one could treat patients just based on skills. That's right, Mom. I heard that now you need various certificates for everything. Since Su Su is so skilled, studying will be a piece of cake for her, Qin Li added. Qin Su hesitated to say her skills were good, as they weren't directly related to school exams. Besides, she had used her special space for better treatment results. However, she was a quick learner, and even without the space, she believed she wouldn't be too bad in medicine. She remembered that Zhu Zhu had been eating food and drinking water infused with spiritual essence every day, so her body should be much better now. It was time to give her the cleansing pills. She said to Qin Li, Aunt, I think Zhu Zhu has improved a lot lately. I have 2 pills that strengthen the body. You and Zhu Zhu should each take one tonight. It will be good for your health. The other 3 in the Qin family understood what Qin Su meant by pills and agreed, yes, we've taken them before and they helped a lot. Plus, that body training technique, let's practice it together later. Qin Li noticed her mother and brother practicing a set of punches every evening and thought they were just following online fitness routines. Hearing that it was Qin Su who had them practice, she felt excited about the pills and training technique, given her niece's impressive medical skills. After everyone went to their rooms for the night, Qin Su went to her aunt's room and handed her the 2 pills. And after taking this pill, you might need to use the bathroom more often. But that's just your body detoxing, so don't worry. From now on, you and Grandma can practice the body training technique together. It will be even better for your health. Qin Li felt that her niece was different now, very mysterious. But being smart, she knew not to ask too many details. After all, they were family, and she trusted Su wouldn't do anything bad to them. Okay, thanks. After saying thank you many times, Qin Li didn't want to be overly polite and accepted the pills. Only then did Qin Su return to her room. The next morning, Qin Su went to Wei Huanzhuan's house to continue treating Lu Daqiang. This time, Qin Jun and Zhu Zhu didn't come along. After last night's treatment, Lu Daqiang's condition had improved significantly. He could move his toes. Wei Huanzhuan was even more convinced of Qin Su's medical skills. As soon as Qin Su arrived, Wei Huanzhuan greeted her warmly. Xiao Su, thank you for your hard work. Come in quickly and have something to eat. To avoid the same poor reception as yesterday, she had gone to the town in the afternoon to buy a lot of food, including fish, meat, eggs, and fruits, to properly host Qin Su. Aunt, I've already had breakfast at home. Qin Su politely declined. Then you can have some fruit. She brought out a plate of washed grapes. Qin Su couldn't refuse and ate a few, then expressed her desire to check on Uncle Lu's condition. Wei Huanzhuan didn't insist further and led Qin Su into the room. After yesterday's treatment, Lu Daqiang's spirit was much better. He used to feel hopeless, thinking he would be bedridden for life. Now, seeing signs of improvement, he felt uplifted and was happy to greet Qin Su when she arrived. Qin Su checked his pulse and noticed that the blockage in his meridians from lying down for so long had improved. The damaged nerves were also slowly healing under her spiritual energy. She continued to give him acupuncture, like yesterday, combined with spiritual energy treatment. Lu Daqiang felt the sensation in his lower body becoming more pronounced, as if he could stand up any moment. He was filled with excitement. Xiao Su, I can feel it more clearly. Am I almost better? Yes, after one more treatment tomorrow, you can try to move on your own. But since you've been lying down for years, your muscles have atrophied, so you'll need to do some rehabilitation, Qin Su said, having healed his damaged nerves. The rest would take time. Qin Su enjoyed a hearty lunch at their home. After some difficult negotiations, she declined the red envelopes and gifts Wei Huanzhuan tried to give her. She quickly rode off on her electric scooter, leaving Lu village. The plan that Hu Tianxing had set in motion finally showed results. The Wang family secured the land in the west of the city and began investing in its development. News soon broke that the city government planned to relocate the high-tech industrial zone to the eastern suburbs. In a luxurious office, chaos reigned. Papers and pens were scattered everywhere, having been thrown around. A middle-aged man in a business suit stood with his head down in front of a large desk, afraid to look at the furious Wang Weiguo. Their company had used people from the capital placed in the Hu family's branch in Wencheng to obtain Hu's bid, which allowed them to secure the land in the west. They never expected Hu Tianxing could persuade the city government to move the development zone to the east. Now, the Wang family had lost both money and face, which explained Wang's furious reaction. Good. Hu Tianxing, very good. How dare you play me? In my territory. You dare to be so arrogant. Let's see if you can leave Wencheng. Wang Weiguo's expression was filled with malice. He had managed to thrive in Wencheng, having connections in both the legal and illegal realms. After being played by Hu Tianxing, he was determined to make him pay. Arrange for some people to entertain Hu Tianxing properly, he ordered the middle-aged man through gritted teeth. Yes, Mr. Wang. The man didn't dare delay and quickly complied before leaving. After returning from the hospital, Hu Tianxing went back to the company to deal with the mess. He arranged to have a meal with Mayor Wu. Besides increasing investments in several projects in Wencheng, he also doubled the funds originally allocated for these projects and convinced the development team to plan the high-tech industrial zone in the eastern part of the city. Once that was settled, he visited the old man Zhang Huaishan. In the classic Chinese-style garden villa, Hu Tianxing, Zhang Huaishan, and Zhang Han sat in the spacious and elegant living room. Last time in the hospital, Zhang Huaishan realized that Tianqing wanted to ask Qin Su to treat his grandfather. After a few days without seeing Tianqing, he thought he had given up on that plan, but today, Tianqing came to him. Tianqing took a sip of tea and said to Zhang Huaishan, "Old Zhang, you know my grandfather's condition. I want the girl who helped me last time to go to Beijing." Zhang Huaishan thought for a moment and replied, "I can take you to see her, but whether she agrees to help is up to you." "Thank you, old Zhang," Tianqing nodded. After discussing important matters, Zhang Huaishan asked about Tianqing's experience with the soul-devouring goo. "Have you figured out who placed the soul-devouring goo on you?" Zhang Huaishan wondered how a businessman like Tianqing could be involved with such ancient dark arts. Not yet. Tianqing had Qi Mingyang investigate the last person he interacted with before he fell unconscious. The most suspicious was the delivery person from that night at the hotel. Qi Mingyang had already gathered information on that person, but their connections were too hidden. However, it was likely that the mastermind was from Beijing, and there were only a few people there who wanted him dead. Tianqing was not afraid of open and covert battles in business. But with someone skilled in dark arts backing his opponent, he needed to be cautious. It was essential to identify the instigator and the one who placed the goo for his safety. Zhang Han looked at Tianqing, who was considered the most outstanding heir among the elite in Beijing. His looks were undoubtedly impressive, but what was most admirable was his business acumen. When the head of the Hu family, old Master Hu, suddenly fell ill, competitors were eagerly waiting for the Hu family to collapse so they could take advantage. In this perilous situation, Tianqing took over the Hu group. Fresh out of college, he displayed extraordinary business talent, ruthlessly suppressing power-hungry shareholders while leading the Hu group to impressive achievements in new fields. The stock price of the Hu group not only did not drop, but instead multiplied several times. Other forces, seeing his strength, had to abandon their plans to target the Hu family. Although the Zhang and Hu families had decades of friendship, Zhang Han did not know Tianqing well. They were 5 years apart in age, and Tianqing had always been seen as a genius by the elders. Zhang Han felt that Tianqing's presence was too imposing, making him feel like he was in the company of an elder. Tianqing discussed some work matters with old Zhang, confirmed the date to meet Qin Su, and then took his leave. As soon as Tianqing left, Zhang Han couldn't help but ask Zhang Huaishan, "Grandpa, do you think Qin Su will agree to help treat old Master Hu?" From what he knew about Qin Su, he believed she was a kind girl and would likely go. That girl, Su, seems to avoid trouble. If I hadn't intervened last time, she probably wouldn't have wanted to get involved. Those who practice cultivation are very concerned about karma. This time, without my involvement, we'll see if we can persuade her. He only asked Qin Su to help because of his friendship with old Master Hu, not wanting his grandson to face trouble. Whether that kid can convince Qin Su is hard to say. Qin Su left Lu village and returned home. She told her grandmother not to disturb her and entered her space. She had been busy with the orchard and treating Lu Daqiang and hadn't practiced for a while. In cultivation, if you don't progress, you regress. She learned from Zhang Huaishan that there were still cultivators around. With her current skills not yet at the foundation stage, encountering a master would be very dangerous. Moreover, after resolving the soul-devouring goo, those behind it would definitely come after her. So, improving her strength was urgent. She sat cross-legged in the energy-rich space, practicing her techniques. Soon, a visible swirling vortex of energy formed around her. Rich spiritual energy rushed into her body, which she absorbed, circulating through her meridians and finally compressing into pure spiritual power stored in her dantian. Now, only a thin barrier remained to break through to the foundation stage, seeming as if it could be pierced with a gentle touch. Qin Su spent the night in the space absorbing spiritual energy and practicing. As dawn broke, she exited the space. Today was the last time she would treat Lu Daqiang. Other villagers in Lu village had heard that Lu Daqiang was being treated by a female college student, and some bored people came by daily to watch. They wanted to see what would happen if the girl failed to cure him and how the Wei family would react. After treating Lu Daqiang, Qin Su stepped out of his house and saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance. When they saw her come out, an aunt couldn't help but ask, "Miss, did you really manage to cure Lu Daqiang?" Before she could answer, a mocking voice came from the side. Her? Can she really cure someone who has been paralyzed for years? What a pipe dream. Qin Su looked in the direction of the voice and saw a short, stout middle-aged man. Just as she was wondering who he was, a villager explained. "Lu Tianfu, are you still upset that the girl put your wife in her place last time? Even if she didn't cure Lu Daqiang, she's still better than you, right? Last time, Huanzhuan said Lu Daqiang already has some sensation, which is better than you taking people's money without any results." Lu Tianfu, exposed, angrily retorted, "You all just listen to what Wei Huanzhuan said. Who knows if she lied for her own sake? If you can, let Lu Daqiang come out." Hearing this, Qin Su coldly laughed. "I'm not like some people whose conscience has been eaten by dogs, deceiving others for money. Aren't you afraid of retribution one day?" Upon hearing Qin Su curse him, Lu Tianfu angrily said, "Don't play word games with me. If Lu Daqiang can really stand up today, I'll refund his medical fees double." Today, when Qin Su was treating Lu Daqiang, he was able to stand up and walk a few steps with a cane. However, after being paralyzed for several years, his muscles had atrophied a bit. Qin Su advised him not to rush into walking and taught Aunt Wei a set of massage techniques to do a few times a day. After some time, they could slowly practice walking. Who would have thought that the villagers were so concerned about Lu Daqiang's condition? It was probably because of the argument with Wang Chui last time that made everyone eager to see who would win in the end. At that moment, Wang Chui also arrived, having just fed Lu Aibao breakfast. She heard from the neighbor that today was the last time the girl treating Lu Daqiang would come. Everyone in the village rushed to see if she had really cured Lu Daqiang. Upon hearing this, Wang Chui didn't care about her precious son anymore. She asked her mother-in-law to watch over him and hurried over. As soon as she arrived, she heard her husband and the girl making a bet. She shouted, "Yes. If you have the ability, let Lu Daqiang come out so we can see if you're really not fooling us." She was sure that Lu Daqiang couldn't be cured. How could such a young girl be better than the doctors in big hospitals? As the villagers stirred, suddenly a man's voice came from behind the door. "Don't you want to know if my leg is better? Now I'll show you who is a quack and who is a real doctor. And she is kind enough to treat my leg for free." Since Lu Daqiang had been paralyzed at home for years, some people didn't recognize his voice right away. But when they saw him standing at the door with a cane, the villagers erupted like hot oil splashing into water.
Wow.
"That's Lu Daqiang.
He
Really got better." He stood up. One villager seemed unable to believe it, rubbing his eyes. "He really stood up. Miracle doctor." Although Lu Daqiang was still using a cane, those who knew a bit about medicine understood that it was just a matter of time. With slow practice, Lu Daqiang would soon be fully recovered. "Young lady, I have some old issues. Can you take a look at me?" "Me too. Please check me as well." A crowd of people surged toward Qin Su, all wanting her help. Lu Tianfu and Wang Chui exchanged glances and quietly stepped back. They had just boasted that if Qin Su cured Lu Daqiang, they would refund double the money they had taken before. They didn't want to pay, so they thought it best to leave while no one was watching. Qin Su spotted the two trying to sneak away and shouted, "Don't let them run. They just said if I cured him, they would refund double the money." The villagers then noticed Lu Tianfu and his wife trying to escape. To get the miracle doctor to help them, some stepped forward to hold them back. "What are you doing? Let us go. This is illegal," Lu Tianfu shouted, panicking. Some people think they can gain benefits by breaking moral and legal rules, but when their interests are threatened, they suddenly remember to use the law to protect themselves. This behavior is what people online call being hypocritical. Qin Su stepped forward. "Return the money you cheated from Aunt Wei, or all these villagers can testify that your clinic sells fake medicine." In the past, villagers thought it wasn't their problem if someone else got cheated. But after witnessing Qin Su's medical skills today, they realized that everyone has some issues. They wanted to seek her help in the future, hoping to earn her favor. Moreover, Lu Tianfu had been taking advantage of being the only clinic in the village. Villagers, reluctant to travel to town for minor ailments, often went to him for medicine, which he sold at much higher prices. They had long been unhappy with him. So, when they heard Qin Su's words, many agreed.
Yes.
Lu Tianfu, you are dishonest. You know Lu Daqiang's family has no money, yet you made them borrow from relatives for treatment and still cheated them. If you don't return the money, when the police come and someone reports you for selling fake medicine, your clinic will be shut down. Lu Tianfu looked at the people who usually flattered him, now united against him, and his eyes widened in anger. But he was also afraid that Qin Su would really report him for selling fake medicine because he felt guilty. He had no choice but to send Wang Chui home to get the money, then threw it on the ground, saying, "Here's your money back. If you dare to report me, I won't let you off." After making a show of bravado, the couple turned to leave. Qin Su picked up the money and handed it to Lu Daqiang. "Uncle Lu, keep this safe. Once you fully recover, life will get better." Lu Daqiang took the money, tears welling in his eyes. "Xiao Su, you are our family's great benefactor. If you ever need anything, just say the word, and I will do anything for you." Wei Huanjuan, Grandma Lu, and the two children nearby all knew that their family's change was thanks to Qin Su. They had red eyes, unsure how to express their gratitude. Qin Su smiled and said, "This is just something I could do. Don't take it to heart." She then reminded Wei Huanjuan, "Aunt, remember the massage techniques I taught you? Do it once a day for Uncle Lu, and he should be fully recovered soon." Lu Daqiang's family thanked her again. Having completed her task, Qin Su planned to leave. At that moment, the villagers watching couldn't wait any longer and asked Qin Su, "Young lady, which village are you from? Can we come to you for treatment?" Seeing the villagers looking at her eagerly, Qin Su replied, "I'm still a university student and don't have a medical license yet. If I treat you and someone reports me, it could affect my studies. However, I can guide you on some simple healthcare knowledge." The villagers felt a bit disappointed at first, but perked up when they heard she could offer guidance. After seeing her treat Lu Daqiang with just acupuncture and a few herbal remedies, they thought her advice would be much better than other doctors. Qin Su then left Lu village. Lu Tianfu and Wang Chui returned home, feeling increasingly resentful about their loss today. Wang Chui said, "Husband, are we just going to let this go? When have we ever suffered such a big loss? Humph, that little girl dared to threaten me. I only held back today because there were too many villagers. I didn't want to affect my clinic's business. Just wait until we—" The two whispered for a while, plotting against Qin Su, their faces showing sinister, smug smiles. The planting of fruit saplings in the orchard is nearing completion, and it should be finished by tomorrow. Qin Su had the workers dig a water reservoir in the orchard for easier irrigation of the fruit trees later. Now that the orchard work is done, all that's left is for her dad and aunt to manage it well. School will start again soon. When she got home, she found Qin Jun and Juju sprawled on the sofa, one watching cartoons and the other scrolling through videos. Grandma was nowhere to be found, off visiting someone. Seeing them so bored, Qin Su decided to take them on an adventure in the mountains. "You both look so bored. Want to go into the mountains to find some treasures?" When they heard her voice, both turned to look at her. Qin Jun asked first, "Sis, you're back? How's that uncle doing?" She had been leaving early for several days to help that uncle, and yesterday she said today was the last day, so he asked. "He can walk with a cane now. He'll be fully recovered soon." Qin Su knew her brother usually liked to stick close to her, but after the first time he felt he hadn't helped much and was embarrassed by their warm hospitality. He stopped joining her. Juju also hadn't had anyone to play with since she arrived, so Qin Su thought it would be nice to take them into the mountains to find some wild things. The three of them grabbed their tools and headed to Meng Mountain. The last time she went alone was to find herbs to plant in her space. This time, with them, they didn't need to go too deep. They could just pick some mushrooms on the outskirts. Although it wasn't peak mushroom season, it had rained yesterday, so they might find some. Qin Su searched under the pine trees' fallen leaves, where mushrooms were more likely to be found. Zhu Zhu ran off as soon as they reached the mountain, and Qin Su reminded her not to wander too far, feeling relieved only when she saw there was no danger. She spotted a cluster of white things under some bushes and, upon closer inspection, realized they were indeed chicken mushrooms. Carefully, she picked them and placed them in her backpack, just as she heard Zhu Zhu scream. Worried something had happened, she hurried toward the sound. It turned out Zhu Zhu had been happily picking mushrooms when a snake slithered by, startling her. Seeing there was no real danger, Qin Su relaxed. Qin Jun also heard the noise and ran over what happened. "Are you okay, Zhu Zhu?"
I'm fine, cousine.
"A snake just crawled by and scared me." The three gathered to compare their finds. Qin Su had good luck with the chicken mushrooms. Zhu Zhu, being little and not knowing which mushrooms were safe, picked everything. Qin Su sorted out the poisonous ones and tossed them away. Qin Jun was just there for fun and picked some wild fruits, which tasted pretty good. As they were about to search another area, Qin Su noticed something red next to a big tree. She went closer and found a piece of rasher. It wasn't a rare type, but it was better than nothing. She picked it, planning to plant it in her space to see if she could improve its quality. Seeing it was already noon, they decided to head home. They had gathered a lot of mushrooms, and Qin Su planned to make chicken stew with them for lunch. When Grandma returned and saw the three of them with so many mushrooms, she happily went to catch a chicken. Qin Su boiled water, killed the chicken, and plucked its feathers while Qin Jun and Zhu Zhu washed the mushrooms. Once the chicken was cut into small pieces, she heated the pot, added oil, and stir-fried the chicken. To keep it authentic and delicious, she didn't need to add any other seasonings. After the chicken changed color, she added spring water, covered the pot, and let it simmer for about 10 minutes before adding the mushrooms and covering it again. The aroma wafted through the kitchen, making even Qin Su, who had eaten meals made with spring water many times, salivate. In the living room, Qin Jun and Zhu Zhu smelled the delicious scent and rushed into the kitchen, eagerly asking when they could eat. When Qin Jianya and Qin Li came home for lunch, they were also hit by the overwhelming aroma as soon as they entered. "What are you cooking today?" "It smells so good," Qin Jianya asked. "Dad, Aunt, you're back. Wash your hands quickly. It's time to eat." She also called for Qin Jun to bring out the bowls and chopsticks. Seeing the pot of chicken stew on the table, Qin Jianya realized they had gone to pick mushrooms. Everyone served themselves a bowl of chicken soup, and as soon as they tasted it, they were amazed by the flavor.
Wow.
"This is so delicious. We've made chicken stew with mushrooms before, but it's never been this good."
Qin Yun exclaimed, puzzled.
"What? Are you saying my cooking wasn't good before?" Grandma glared at Qin Jun, realizing he had misspoken. He quickly added, "No, Grandma. Your cooking is always great. You and Sis are the best cooks in the family." Grandma let him off the hook and turned to Qin Su, saying, "My eldest granddaughter is talented. Her cooking is just that good." The others, seeing the two family matriarchs, didn't dare speak and quietly focused on their meals. After lunch, the family sat in the living room, watching TV and chatting. Qin Su informed her dad and aunt that they would take care of the orchard while she was at school and could only return during holidays. She thought about how she needed to water the orchard with spring water once and would have to wait until she came home to do it. Remembering her brother had mentioned going camping during summer vacation, she asked, "Junzi, when are you going camping? Didn't you say it would be during the summer vacation? You've been back for a few days. Has the plan changed?" Qin Jun replied, "No. We just talked about it in the group today. We're meeting in the city tomorrow to head out together." Qin Su went to her room, took out a waterproof bag containing a talisman, and handed it to him. "Make sure to take this with you, and keep it close." Seeing it was a talisman, Qin Jun said, "Sis, what era are we in? Do you still believe in this superstitious stuff?" He didn't dare refuse to take it, knowing how his sister would react if he did. He planned to hide it well so his classmates wouldn't laugh at him. Grandma, being older, believed in these things more. Seeing Qin Jun's dismissive attitude, she couldn't help but scold him. "You should keep what your sister gave you. When going to those deep, remote places, who knows if there might be some unclean things around." Qin Jun had nothing to say and obediently put away his protective talisman. Qin Li was in the orchard chatting with the ants about how Qin Su treated Qin San's sister-in-law's husband. The ants in the village were quite curious. They knew Qin Su was studying medicine at university. However, the illness of Qin San's sister-in-law's husband was not a minor issue. He had been diagnosed by several major hospitals and was unlikely to ever get up again. Now, a university student who hadn't even finished her studies claimed she could treat him. Wasn't that a joke? So, during the days Qin Su was treating him, the ants privately discussed how she probably couldn't have the ability to cure him. However, Qin Li believed in Qin Su's abilities. She mentioned that night when Qin Su gave her and her daughter some medicine. Shortly after taking it, they expelled a layer of black, foul-smelling dirt and made several trips to the bathroom. Later, her health visibly improved. The body that had been worn out from hard work at her in-law's home gradually regained its health and color. Even her gray hair started to turn dark and shiny again. Her daughter, who had been weak and pale due to illness, also began to recover during their time at home. She knew all these changes were thanks to Qin Su. Her mother had previously mentioned that Qin Su had a special opportunity and learned some ancient teachings from a master. So, while others doubted Qin Su's ability to heal, she firmly believed in her. She also knew today was the last day Qin Su would be treating someone. Although she trusted her medical skills, she couldn't help but ask, Su, how did it go with the treatment today? Qin Su felt a bit helpless. Why was everyone in the family so concerned about the outcome of her treatment? Qin Jianya and Grandma Qin were also eager to know the result. When they heard Qin Li's question, they all stared at Qin Su, waiting for her answer. Only Qin Jun seemed calm, knowing the outcome. Qin Su had to repeat what happened today for them. Oh, that's good, Grandma Qin sighed. The whole family relies on the man. If he isn't cured, that woman will really be unfortunate. Qin Jianya praised his daughter for her kind heart and excellent medical skills, saying she could heal patients that hospitals couldn't. This made Qin Su, usually a composed person, blush. Tianqing received some information about Qin Su from old Master Zhang and sent someone to investigate further. He felt more confident about how to persuade her to help his grandfather. After several days of investigation by Qi Mingyang, he confirmed that the person who had cursed him was connected to his second uncle. Although his second uncle tried to shift the blame to his third uncle, the truth was uncovered. His second uncle was much more cunning than his third uncle. On the surface, he appeared supportive of Tianqing leading the Hui group since taking over. If his third uncle was a dog that barked and bit everywhere, his second uncle was a snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Now, he couldn't help but suspect that his grandfather's fainting might be related to his second uncle. His grandfather had been in good health, with a dedicated family doctor for regular checkups. How could he faint without any apparent reason? This time, if he had been cursed in Wencheng and not for the timely intervention of old Master Zhang, he could have collapsed, and the group would surely fall into his second uncle's hands. He looked thoughtfully at the information about Qin Su he had just received and made a phone call. Grandma Qin woke up early to prepare things for Qin Jun, busy packing convenient food into his backpack. Although she often acted like she disapproved of her eldest grandson, when it came time for him to leave, she fussed over him, ensuring he had everything he needed. She kept reminding him, be safe while you're out, stick with everyone. Don't wander off to deserted places, and remember your sister's advice to keep the protective talisman with you. Qin Jun looked at his grandmother, organizing his things while listening to her chatter, feeling a mix of emotions. He quickly told her not to pack more, as they were already prepared with quick and easy food for their camping trip. Qin Su took him to the bus station in town before returning to the village. Today, she still needed to water the newly planted seedlings in the orchard with spiritual spring water. Just as she was about to go to the orchard with her father and aunt, she saw a vehicle marked with the Health Bureau heading toward her home. Several uniformed staff members got out of the car and approached Qin Su, asking, "Is this Qin Su's home?" Seeing only a girl of the right age, they asked, "Are you Qin Su?" Qin Su was confused by their sudden appearance and instinctively replied, "Yes, I'm Qin Su. What do you need me for? One male staff member, around 40 years old, showed his ID and said, "We are from the town's Health Bureau Inspection Department. We received a report that you are practicing medicine without a license. We need to take you in for questioning. We hope you can cooperate." Qin Su had a good idea of who reported her. It could only be Lu Tianfu. She had heard from Aunt Wei that Lu Tianfu had a brother-in-law working at the Health Bureau. After suffering such a loss yesterday, he would surely find a way to retaliate. However, she wasn't worried. Not only did she not have a designated place for seeing patients, but she had only done some acupuncture and massage for Lu Daqiang, which didn't count as practicing medicine without a license. But when Qin Jianye and the others saw the uniformed people trying to take Qin Su away, they refused to let it happen. He stepped forward to block them, saying, "On what grounds are you taking my daughter? She hasn't done anything wrong. Just because someone reported her, you think you can take her away without reason?" In his mind, being taken away for questioning by such authorities usually meant trouble. He couldn't let Qin Su suffer this. The staff member, seeing Qin Jianye blocking their way, became stern and said, "Comrade, we're just doing our job. Please do not obstruct us, or you may also be taken in according to the law." Qin Su didn't want the situation to escalate further, so she tried to reassure him, "Dad, you don't need to worry. I'm just going to cooperate with the investigation. I won't be gone long. You can wait for me at home." After Qin Su got into the car with the staff, the Qin family felt anxious and didn't know whom to ask for help. It was only after suggestions from the villagers that they calmed down and decided to seek the village chief for assistance. At the town's health regulatory department, Qin Su was brought here and left waiting alone. No one came to explain the situation or ask her anything. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Qin Su couldn't stand it anymore. She called over a staff member. "Hello, can you tell me why I was brought here without any explanation? What does this mean?" The staff member knew a bit about the situation. He thought it was unfortunate for this girl, as she had offended a relative of their department's leader. The leader wanted to show her who was in charge, so he had her brought in to intimidate her. He had to find an excuse to avoid her questions. "This isn't my case. The colleague responsible for you is currently busy. Please wait here a little longer." Qin Su still didn't realize she was being targeted. She couldn't think of anyone to turn to. She was just an ordinary citizen. Even though she knew that sometimes these investigations could be difficult, she had to endure for now. Tianqing and Zhang Huaishan were ready in the morning and had the driver take them to Mengshan village. Having visited before, they went straight to Qin Su's house. Seeing the closed door, Zhang Huaishan took out his phone to call Qin Su, but no one answered. Just as he was considering whether to knock, a villager passed by. The villager looked them over and noticed they were at Qin Su's door. This person seemed to recognize them from their last visit, as the village chief had mentioned they were big buyers of their medicinal materials. The villager approached and asked, "Are you looking for Qin Su?" Zhang Huaishan replied affirmatively. "Well, you came at the wrong time. Just a little while ago, Qin Su was taken away by the health department from the town. If you want to find her, you should go to the village chief's house. Her family is there." Tianqing frowned upon hearing this. Zhang Huaishan was also worried about Qin Su. He asked the villager to lead the way to find her family and understand what was happening. Qin Jianye and Qi Gong were sitting in the hall, looking troubled. This morning, Qin Jianye had approached Qi Gong to tell him that Qin Su had been taken by the health department. He wanted to know if there was anything they could do. As a small village chief with few connections, he felt helpless. This situation arose from a conflict related to treating his sister-in-law's brother. Because of that treatment, they had offended someone important. He thought that since it was a relative of the leader who was causing trouble for Qin Su, he should try to find that person and see if he could help. Just then, he heard someone shouting for him outside. Feeling annoyed, he replied, "What do you want? Are you calling my spirit?" and walked outside. When he got to the door, he saw a handsome young man dressed elegantly, exuding an air of authority. The older man with him was someone he recognized. He was the big boss who had visited their village recently. Not understanding their purpose for visiting, he asked Mr. Zhang, "What brings you to our village today?" Remembering that this boss was familiar with Qin Su, he thought about her situation and began to formulate a plan. Zhang Huaishan got straight to the point. We're here to find Qin Su, but we just heard that she was taken away, so we wanted to check with you. They entered the hall, and Zhang Huaishan saw Qin Jianya looking worried. Jianya, Mr. Zhang is here to find Qin Su. You should explain what's going on, the village chief urged him with a glance. Qin Jianya recognized Zhang Huaishan as a big businessman. Although he didn't know why he needed Qin Su, given that she was taken away and they were looking for her, perhaps Mr. Zhang could help. He explained the situation in detail. The two men understood the whole story. Hua Tianqing looked at the old man, and his meaning was clear. Zhang Huaishan realized this was a chance for Hua to persuade Qin Su to help treat an old friend. Hua Tianqing composed himself and said to Qin Jianya, "Hello, Mr. Qin. Let me introduce myself. I am Hua Tianqing. We came to find your daughter because we need her help, but it seems she is in trouble." After a pause, he continued, "I can solve this issue for your daughter without difficulty." Qin Jianya, hearing this, didn't think about why such an important person would need his daughter's help. But since he heard that Hua could assist Qin Su, he set aside other concerns and urgently asked, "Mr. Hua, can you find out what's happening with my daughter?" Hua Tianqing took out his phone and made a call, speaking briefly before hanging up. Qin Jianya looked at the cold, imposing man in front of him and felt reassured that Qin Su would be fine with his help. He felt a sense of calm, knowing that no matter what Hua wanted with Qin Su, the priority was to bring her back. Then they all got into the car that Hua Tianqing had arrived in and headed to the town's health department. Meanwhile, Qin Su had waited for almost an hour when a staff member finally walked in. The staff member sat down across from her, placed a notebook on the table, and began to ask, "Are you Qin Su?"
Yes, Inshu replied.
"We received a report claiming you are practicing medicine without a license. Is this true?" "No, I am not practicing without a license." Qin Su knew her actions did not meet the criteria for such a punishment. "Did you treat a paralyzed patient?" The staff member continued to question. "Yes, I did acupuncture on a paralyzed patient, but that is not illegal and the patient received effective treatment." Qin Su understood that they had already investigated her and that she had done nothing wrong, so she answered truthfully. "Our investigation shows that you are a medical student at a university in the capital. Although your actions do not warrant administrative punishment, we will report this situation to your school." Hearing this, Qin Su realized the person was not going to let her off easily. They wanted to teach her a lesson. Since that was the case, explaining further would be useless, and she would likely need to clarify the situation with her teachers later. In the end, she only asked when she could go home. The staff member, seeing her silence, recalled the instructions from above. "You can leave once you fill out this information." Qin Su took the pen and was about to fill out the form when the door was pushed open again. The newcomer looked anxious. He walked over to the staff member and leaned down to whisper a few words in her ear. Qin Su's keen hearing caught what they were saying. It seemed someone from above had intervened to help her, and it was someone important. She wondered who it could be. After listening to her colleague, the staff member quickly took back the documents meant for Qin Su. With a smile, she said, "Miss Qin Su, there was a mistake in our investigation. You haven't done anything wrong, and you can go home now." Qin Su didn't want to stay any longer, so she got up and left the reception room. As she reached the entrance, she saw her father looking worriedly inside. When he saw Qin Su finally come out, he hurried over and asked, Su, did they give you a hard time in there?" "No, I just sat there for a couple of hours and answered some questions before they let me go." She noticed Zhang Huaishan and the cold man she had saved last time standing not far away. She quietly asked her father, "What about those two? Did they come with you?" Qin Jianya looked back at them and said, "The young man seems to be here to ask for your help. You got out so quickly because he helped." The person who had intervened was the president of the Hua group. The father and daughter walked over. Qin Su greeted Zhang Huaishan and then thanked Hua Tianqing, saying, "Mr. Hua, thank you for your help." Hua Tianqing nodded slightly. Knowing this wasn't the right place to talk, they got into the car and drove back to Mengshan village. Once they were home, Qin Su sat down with them and Hua Tianqing explained his purpose for visiting.
Yes.
Qin, I came here hoping you could go to Jing City to see if you can treat my grandfather's illness, Hua Tianqing said in a deep voice. Oh, what illness does your grandfather have? Qin Su didn't agree right away. Although she had her own abilities to treat many illnesses, she felt cautious around someone like Hua Tianqing, who was from a much higher social class. My grandfather fell into a coma 3 years ago and hasn't woken up since. We've consulted renowned doctors worldwide, but no one could find the problem. We've even sought help from local masters, but nothing worked. Since you were able to wake me up last time, it shows your skills are the best I've encountered in these 3 years. So, I hope you can come to Jing City with me. Qin Su thought for a moment before responding, okay, I can go see your grandfather. But I want to be clear that I can't guarantee I can save him. This was a favor she owed him, and since she would be returning to Jing City for school soon, she could take a look then. After finalizing the plan, Hua Tianqing and Zhang Huaishan took their leave. Once they finished their discussion, Qin Su's family came out to ask if she had faced any difficulties after being taken away. Qin's grandmother, who had lived a simple life, was terrified when Qin Su was suddenly taken away that morning. Thankfully, her daughter was there to comfort her, helping her calm down. Qin Li was well informed about the situation. She knew Qin Su was taken because she treated a paralyzed patient in Lu village and offended a local doctor. That doctor had a brother-in-law in the health bureau, so it was easy to guess who reported her. Furious, she said to Qin Su, that person used his connections to slander you and have you taken away. Are we just going to let him get away with it? Of course not, Qin Su thought. While she had Hua Tianqing's support, she planned to take action against Lu Tianfu. His clinic had many issues, including selling fake medicine. His brother-in-law abused his power to protect him. Just these points could send them both to jail. Later, Qin Su called her family, and they informed her that the local doctor's business license had been revoked, and his brother-in-law was under investigation. He had also been jailed for selling fake medicine and fined heavily, causing chaos at home, with his wife demanding a divorce. But that was a story for another time. Since she agreed to help Hua Tianqing's grandfather, Qin Su thought about returning to school soon. She took out a bank card and gave it to her father, saying, Dad, I won't have time to manage the orchard after I go to school, so you and Auntie will have to work hard. Here's some money you might need. Qin Jianya refused to take it, saying he still had money from the last time Qin Su gave him some. I don't need it. You should keep it for school and buy nice things. I can work and make money again. Qin Su only told her family about the 5 million she made from selling herbs and the 10 million Hua Tianqing gave her after she saved him. They had no idea she had more money. Dad, the costs for the orchard will be high, and our house is getting old. You'll need to spend money to renovate it. I have enough for myself, so don't be too frugal. Trust me, things will only get better for our family. Seeing that Qin Su seemed sincere, Qin Jianya finally accepted the card. Hua Tianqing returned from Mengshan village during the day and had dinner with city leaders that night. After a few drinks, he felt a bit dizzy and closed his eyes to rest in the back seat. Seeing his boss looking tired, Qi Mingyang signaled the driver to slow down. When the red light ahead turned on, the driver gradually stopped. Suddenly, Hua Tianqing felt a wave of anxiety. He opened his eyes and saw a blinding light reflected in the rear-view mirror. He shouted to the driver, "Step on it." The driver didn't react immediately, but instinctively pressed the gas, and the car surged forward.
Bang!
With a loud crash, pedestrians returning home saw a luxury car being pushed forward by a runaway dump truck at a red light. The luxury car seemed to sense the danger and accelerated to escape. It veered off course and crashed into the green belt across the road. The dump truck, having lost its obstruction, barreled forward uncontrollably until it collided with a large truck ahead. In an instant, the sounds of crashing vehicles and the screams of bystanders filled the air.
Ah!
There's been a car accident at the intersection. Hurry, go help. Call the police. Hua Tianqing woke up in a hospital bed. His last memory was of the car crashing into the green belt, and then he lost consciousness. As he tried to move, a sharp pain shot through his head. When Qi Mingyang entered the room, He saw that Mr. Ho was awake and quickly approached him, asking Mr. Ho, "You're awake?" In just a few days in Wen City, Ho Tianqing had been to the hospital twice. He felt that this place was definitely not good for him. He noticed that Qi Mingyang had a bandage on his arm and seemed to be injured as well. He asked Mingyang, "You're hurt too. What about Old Li? Is he okay?" Old Li was the driver assigned to him by the company in Wen City. Both of them were injured in the accident, and he feared that Old Li might be hurt too. "Don't worry, Mr. Ho. Old Li only has minor injuries. You're the one who is hurt more seriously." At that moment, Qi Mingyang only heard Mr. Ho's loud shout before the car was pushed out by a force. Fortunately, their car was expensive and had a high crash resistance, so they only sustained minor injuries. If Mr. Ho hadn't shouted, and the driver hadn't reacted quickly to speed up and avoid the collision, the impact could have been much worse, and they might not have survived. Ho Tianqing felt something was off about this accident. He told Qi Mingyang this accident might not be an accident. "Once you're better, help me investigate to see if it was man-made." "Okay, Mr. Ho. You have a serious head injury, so I've arranged for a top-level nurse. You should rest in the hospital for a few days. Should we inform Zhang Lao and the others about this incident? After all, the last time Mr. Ho was hospitalized, they came to visit. It was better to notify them since another incident had occurred." He thought about how the Ho and Zhang families were close friends. Since they were both in Wen City, it would be best to inform them. Ho Tianqing paused for a moment. The only person he trusted in Wen City was Qi Mingyang. Now that he was also injured, it wouldn't be right to let him run around handling things. Zhang Han happened to be on vacation nearby, so he could help with the investigation. "I'll handle it myself. You're injured too, so don't run around. Just go back to your room and rest."
Wow.
Ho Tianqing actually showed concern for his subordinate. Qi Mingyang thought he would insist on working even while injured. Now that the boss had spoken, it was best to take advantage of his kindness and rest more. Once Qi Mingyang left the room, Ho Tianqing took out his phone and sent a message. When Zhang Han saw the message on his phone, he thought he was seeing things. Why would Ho Tianqing send him a message? He opened it and frowned. When he arrived at the hospital and saw Ho Tianqing lying in bed with a bandage on his head, he was shocked. When did the cold and arrogant Ho Tianqing end up in the hospital twice in just a few days, now looking so weak? If he told his friends about this, it would surely become the hottest gossip in the capital. However, he still had a bit of conscience and only thought about it. "Ho, what happened? Why are you in the hospital again?" He had just heard that Ho Tianqing and his grandfather went to see Qin Su for help with his grandfather's medical treatment. How did he end up like this after just one night? "Yesterday, there was a car accident, and I think it's not that simple. My assistant is also injured, and I don't have anyone I trust here in Wen City. I need you to help me investigate." He seemed to remember something else and added, "You should focus on investigating the Wang family in Wen City." "The Wang family? Isn't that your uncle's father-in-law? Do you suspect your uncle was behind this accident?" Zhang Han knew a bit about the Ho family situation. Ho Tianqing's uncle had always been unhappy about him taking over the Ho group and had been secretly causing trouble. It's not confirmed yet, but it's likely the Wang family is involved. This accident might have been their revenge for him changing the city planning to the west side, which caused the Wang company to lose money. "Okay, I'll investigate. Is your injury serious? Do you need me to call my grandfather to check on you?" "No, it's fine," Ho Tianqing declined. "Then take care and rest. I'll leave now." Ho Tianqing thought of Qin Su. He had been through too much in Wen City lately and hadn't brought a bodyguard. He heard from Zhang's grandfather that she was a hidden master, so he could see if she could be his bodyguard during this time in Wen City. Mengshan Village. The planting work in the orchard was finally completed. In the morning, Qin Su had breakfast and went to the orchard. She arrived at the water storage tank, saw that there were not many people around, and added spiritual spring water to it. Then she turned on the irrigation system. The orchard she built used modern management facilities, and she had spent a lot of money on an automatic irrigation system. So, she just needed to add the spiritual spring water to the storage tank. Thanks to Ho Tianqing's investment of 10 million, she could afford such an expense. After watering all the fruit trees, she went to the medicinal herb field and watered the newly planted herbs with spiritual spring water. Back home, Qin Su felt a bit bored. She had been busy before, but now that everything was done, she felt restless. Looking at Zhu Zhu, who was watching cartoons, she remembered that she had promised to take her to the amusement park. Now that she had time, she decided to take her to the city for some fun. Zhu Zhu, Qin Su called out. Big cousin, what's up? Zhu Zhu looked at her in confusion. Do you want to go to the amusement park? Zhu Zhu's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes.
Great.
Let's go. We're leaving now. Without hesitation, Qin Su went upstairs to grab her things, took Zhu Zhu, and headed out. At the door, she ran into her grandmother returning from visiting neighbors. She told her grandmother, Grandma, I'm taking Zhu Zhu to the city. Please let my aunt know. Okay, you two have fun. Be safe. Grandma Qin reminded her. Qin Su rode her electric scooter with Zhu Zhu to the town, parked it safely, and then boarded a minibus to the city, finding a seat. After a 2-hour ride, they finally arrived at the city center. Qin Su asked Zhu Zhu, Are you hungry? Should we eat something first? Since getting on the bus, Zhu Zhu had been thinking about the amusement park and couldn't wait to get there, so she didn't want to eat. Big cousin, I'm not hungry. Let's go to the amusement park now. Seeing the eager look in her eyes, Qin Su decided not to delay any longer. She called a ride to the biggest amusement park in the city. After buying tickets, Qin Su and Zhu Zhu entered the amusement park. Since it was summer vacation, the park was crowded and the lively atmosphere excited everyone. Due to age restrictions, Zhu Zhu couldn't play some of the amusement park rides. Qin Su took her to enjoy all the rides she could. Zhu Zhu was so happy that her little face turned rosy, insisting she wanted to play more. Qin Su checked the time and realized it was past lunchtime. She said to Zhu Zhu, Let's go eat something first. You've played a lot today and must be tired. Next time you want to play, I'll bring you again. Zhu Zhu nodded, and they found a restaurant to sit down. Just as they ordered, Qin Su's phone rang. When she looked at the caller ID, she was surprised that this person was calling her. She answered the phone, and that familiar, charming voice said, Miss Qin, sorry to bother you. I have something to ask of you. Do you have time to come to my place? Qin Su couldn't think of what he needed, but since she owed him a favor, she decided it wouldn't hurt to go. After finishing their meal, Qin Su took Zhu Zhu to the place mentioned by Renxin. As she stood in front of the luxurious hotel, Qin Su stepped inside. Perhaps Renxin had informed the front desk, as she was quickly directed to the top floor. Qin Su knocked on the door. This morning, Qi Mingyang had received instructions from Mr. Hua to arrange for his discharge. He didn't understand why Mr. Hua was in such a hurry to leave the hospital when he knew the injury wasn't fully healed. However, he didn't dare interfere with Mr. Hua's decisions and proceeded with the discharge paperwork. As he was reporting company matters to Mr. Hua, he heard a knock. Thinking it was a hotel staff member, he went to open the door. To his surprise, it was a familiar face, accompanied by a little girl. Qin Su noticed the man in front of her had a bandaged arm and raised an eyebrow, realizing that Renxin was indeed in trouble. Qi Mingyang remembered this girl was the one who saved Mr. Hua last time, but he didn't know why she was here. Still, being a professional, he politely welcomed her inside. As Qin Su entered, she saw Renxin sitting in the living room of the presidential suite, looking a bit pale. Hearing her footsteps, he didn't turn around but instructed, Mingyang, bring me the development documents from the west side of the city. Qi Mingyang cleared his throat. Mr. Hua, Miss Qin is here. He then asked Qin Su if she needed him to take the little girl outside to wait. Qin Su nodded, thinking about the conversation she needed to have with Renxin. She told Zhu Zhu to wait outside for her, promising to join her once she was done. Zhu Zhu obediently stayed with Qi Mingyang in the outer room. Renxin turned around, surprised that Qin Su had arrived so quickly after his call. He had expected her to come tomorrow at the earliest. He gestured for Qin Su to sit down and asked, Miss Qin, are you in the city for a while? As Qin Su sat across from him, she noticed he was injured. She hadn't seen the bandage on his forehead from behind. Yes, I brought my cousin to the city for fun, and then you called, she replied, glancing at his injury. Mr. Hua, how did you get hurt? She couldn't understand how a big CEO of an international company could be so vulnerable, especially since she had already encountered him injured twice in just a few days. Her concern was obvious, and Hu Tianqing coughed lightly. I was targeted by a competitor in the business world. I underestimated them and didn't have my bodyguard with me. I called you today because of this. Qin Su frowned, realizing he might want her to be his bodyguard. She had agreed to come because he helped her when she was taken to the health bureau. Besides, she had promised to help his grandfather in the capital, so she felt she didn't owe him anything now. However, she thought about how she might have a little money now, but she still lacked power and influence. There were many ways someone powerful could make her life difficult. She saw this as an opportunity to build a better relationship with Hu Tianqing, which could help her in the future. Since he was making this request, it could also be a chance to strengthen their connection. Seeing that Qin Su didn't seem to refuse, Hu Tianqing continued, Of course, I won't let you work for free. During my time in Wencheng, you'll be responsible for my safety. Once I leave, I'll pay you a generous reward. Hearing him call her Miss Qin repeatedly felt awkward, so she said, I'll take the job, but you can just call me by my name. No need to be so formal. Hu Tianqing smiled slightly. All right. I'll be staying at this hotel during my time in Wencheng. You can go home today and gather what you need. Can you start working tomorrow? Then I'll head back now and come tomorrow, Qin Su said as she stood up to leave. Suddenly, Hu Tianqing spoke again. Qin Su, are you close to Zhang Han? Qin Su was puzzled by his sudden question. From the last incident with the curse, she knew that Zhang's grandfather, Zhang Han, and Hu Tianqing were likely very close. Was there something he didn't want Zhang Han to know? I'm friends with him. Why do you ask? Hu Tianqing lowered his gaze, his emotions unreadable. He looked up to meet Qin Su's eyes. It's nothing, just a casual question. Qin Su didn't dwell on his strange inquiry. As she walked outside, she saw Zhu Zhu happily playing with the model Qi Mingyang had bought for her. Seeing her cousin come out, Zhu Zhu was excited. Although the uncle had given her a fun toy, she was still a bit scared. Now that her cousin was finally done with her business, could they go home? Qin Su thanked Qi Mingyang and took Zhu Zhu out of the hotel. She asked Zhu Zhu, Is there anywhere else you want to play? Zhu Zhu had already played everywhere she wanted in the city and just wanted to go home now. Sister, I don't want to play anymore. Can we go home? Seeing that she truly didn't want to stay any longer, they headed to the city bus station and took the minibus back to their town. After Qin Su left, Qi Mingyang entered the inner room and handed Hu Tianqing the organized development project plan for the west side of the city. Noticing Hu Tianqing's hesitance, Qi Mingyang couldn't hold back and asked Mr. Hu, Are you asking Miss Qin to be your bodyguard? As expected, he had guessed Hu Tianqing's thoughts. Hu Tianqing set down the documents, leaned back against the soft sofa, and said lazily, The Wang family is desperate now. This accident is likely their revenge against me. We don't have enough manpower in Wencheng. Qin Su is someone even old Master Zhang respects, and from my observations, her character is trustworthy. Having her as my bodyguard during this time will help me understand her better, and it will also strengthen our relationship when she goes to the capital to treat my grandfather. Qi Mingyang felt that Hu Tianqing's reasons for inviting Qin Su to be his bodyguard were not just these. Zhu Zhu fell asleep in the car, leaning against her. Qin Su sighed helplessly and shook Zhu Zhu. The child was too excited playing and fell asleep comfortably in the car. After trying to wake her several times without success, Qin Su pinched her little nose, and she finally woke up. Zhu Zhu opened her sleepy eyes, still confused about what was happening. Lazy bug, we've arrived in town. We're going home now, Qin Su said, her heart melting at Zhu Zhu's cute expression. Zhu Zhu finally became fully awake. Sister, are we home? Yep, we're in town. We just need to get the vehicle, and then we can go back. When Qin Su arrived at the place where they stored the electric scooter, she paid 2 yuan, told Zhu Zhu to sit tight, and then headed home. The sun had already set, and the evening glow painted the clear sky, creating a beautiful scene from afar. Qin Su rode the electric scooter leisurely along the country road, with a gentle breeze blowing away the summer heat. She imagined her bright future after graduation, planning to open a small clinic in town and have her own orchard, which seemed much better than working a 9-to-5 job in the big city. Lost in her pleasant thoughts, Qin Su smiled happily. However, she was unaware that life often doesn't go as planned, and her future would be far from what she envisioned. When they got home, her dad and aunt had finished their work in the fields and were already there. Grandma was in the kitchen making dinner, and Juju dashed inside to share the fun stories from their trip to the city. Seeing the two return, the family asked how their day in the city went. Just as dinner was ready, Qin Su told them she needed to go to the city for a while for work. Of course, she wouldn't tell them she was going to be a bodyguard, or they would worry too much. I have a classmate whose family runs a wellness center in the city, and they're quite busy. She asked me to help out, so I won't be coming home for a while. Qin Jianya knew his daughter was capable, and since she was just helping a classmate, he didn't say anything. The others, seeing he had no objections, also kept quiet, only reminding Qin Su to take care of herself and come back when she could. Junzi went out to play and hasn't even called to check in, Grandma complained from the side. Now that the family's financial situation had improved, she focused her thoughts on her grandchildren. Seeing them leave home made her feel a bit emotional. Grandma, maybe Junzi is having too much fun with his classmates and forgot to call. He's old enough, so don't worry too much, Qin Su said, knowing the older generation tends to worry about the younger ones. Mom, Su is right. Junzi is a boy and is with many classmates. He'll be fine, her aunt added in support. Seeing her daughter and granddaughter say this, Grandma finally felt at ease. That night, as Qin Su lay in bed, she entered her space. It had been a while since she last came in. As soon as she entered, the rich spiritual energy enveloped her. She felt so comfortable that her pores opened up, and her dantian was eagerly absorbing the energy. Looking at the densely growing fruits on the nearby trees, she thought about finding time to sell them. The herbs she had transplanted had changed significantly, with lush green leaves and abundant spiritual energy, much better than when they were outside. She could sell these herbs to old Zhang, who had been asking her if she had any good materials lately. The next morning, Qin Su woke up to find Grandma had already made breakfast. Seeing Qin Su come downstairs, she quickly called her over to eat. Grandma, I'm going to the city today to help my classmate. Where's Dad? Did he leave so early? Qin Su thought she had woken up early enough, but her dad wasn't home. He must have gone to work in the medicinal fields again. Today, Uncle San from the village came to ask your dad to help build his house. Your dad had breakfast early and went over, Grandma explained. Grandma had cooked a pot of porridge and steamed a basket of meat buns. Paired with her homemade pickled vegetables, it was truly delicious. After finishing breakfast, Qin Su went back to her room to grab the items she had organized the night before, getting ready to leave. Grandma, worried she might forget something, packed her a lot of food and reminded her to eat well and rest while she was out before finally letting her go. Yesterday, Renxin had offered to pick her up for the trip to the city, but she had declined. If he sent someone to pick her up, her excuse in front of her family would be exposed. As soon as Qin Su got off the minibus and exited the station, she saw a familiar face waiting outside. Qiming had been sent by Mr. He to pick up Qin Su. Knowing she had refused Mr. He's offer for someone to come to her home, he waited at the bus station since he expected she would arrive on the town's minibus. He hadn't waited long when he spotted the tall and beautiful figure walking out of the station. He approached to help Qin Su with her things, but she declined. She didn't have much, just a change of clothes and a few personal items. Once they got in the car and settled, Qiming instructed the driver to head to the hotel. Remembering Mr. He's instructions, Qiming carefully explained to Qin Su, Miss Qin, your job will be to accompany Mr. He during the day to ensure his safety. There usually isn't much to do at night. If Mr. He has any banquets or social events, you'll just need to act as a secretary. Qin Su hadn't expected that she would only need to protect Renxin during the day and pretend to be a secretary at events. She thought she would need to provide 24-hour protection. Okay, I understand, Qin Su replied. Before long, they arrived at the hotel's underground parking lot. Qin Su and Qi Mingyang took the elevator to the top floor, where Qi Mingyang knocked on the door of the presidential suite. After a moment, footsteps were heard, and the door opened to reveal Hu Tianqing in a suit. He nodded at Qin Su and Qi Mingyang, signaling them to come in. Qi Mingyang reported some company matters to Hu Tianqing and took the signed documents before leaving. The room fell silent, leaving only Qin Su and Hu Tianqing. Qin Su watched as Hu Tianqing worked seriously at his desk. He seemed to be recovering from an injury, but was still handling heavy company affairs. He looked a bit pale and weary. It seemed that being a domineering CEO wasn't easy. Even when sick or injured, he still had to work through a pile of business matters, more exhausting than a 996 office worker. Hu Tianqing noticed Qin Su's gaze lingering on him, and his movements became slightly stiff. Suddenly, he looked up, and their eyes met. Qin Su was caught sneaking a glance, and awkwardly looked away. She didn't expect that Hu Tianqing would be so perceptive. He noticed her after just a moment of looking at him. Hu Tianqing stopped reviewing the documents in his hand and said to Qin Su, "If you're feeling bored, there are games in the room next door. You can go play some. Although I hired you as a bodyguard, you don't have to watch me all the time." Qin Su felt he was teasing her about sneaking a look at him. Since her employer had spoken, Qin Su went to the next room and took out her phone to watch videos. After she left, Hu Tianqing's earlier discomfort slowly faded away. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. Usually, he was calm and composed, rarely feeling out of control in front of someone. Unable to figure out the source of his emotions, he returned to work. Before he knew it, it was noon. Qin Su had been on her phone all morning, and only when her stomach growled did she realize it was lunchtime. She wondered if Hu Tianqing would provide her with a meal. Just then, Hu Tianqing walked in and said to Qin Su, "It's lunchtime. Let's go eat together." He could have had someone bring food up, but recalling their earlier interaction made him feel a bit uneasy. He thought it would be better to eat in the restaurant. In the restaurant downstairs, Hu Tianqing found a relatively private corner for them to sit. He handed the menu to Qin Su and said, "See what you'd like to eat." Qin Su casually ordered a signature dish and handed it back to him. After Hu Tianqing placed the order, they sat in silence. "I heard you're studying at Jing University now?" Hu Tianqing finally broke the silence.
Yes, Inshu replied politely.
Hu Tianqing wanted to find a topic to discuss, but he had never interacted with girls before and didn't know how to start. Fortunately, the restaurant served their food quickly, and the waiter brought their dishes. The two of them ate quietly, with Hu Tianqing thinking of countless topics, but ultimately swallowing them back. At first, Qin Su thought being a bodyguard was acceptable, but now she realized how challenging every job could be. Like now, guarding Hu Tianqing, even though he wasn't going out and she could relax nearby, it became boring over time. Hu Tianqing remembered he had to attend a government dinner with various business people that evening and called Qi Mingyang in. "Qin Su will accompany me to the dinner tonight. Take her to buy a formal dress," Hu Tianqing instructed. "Understood, Mr. Hua. I'll take Miss Qin out to shop," Qi Mingyang replied. Qin Su learned that Hu Tianqing would attend a dinner that night, and the time when she would truly be needed had come. Qi Mingyang told her to accompany Mr. Hua as his date. First, they would take her measurements and then find a dress. Before long, evening arrived. Hu Tianqing took Qin Su to the hotel where the banquet was held. He got out of the car and opened the door for Qin Su, who placed her delicate hand in his. Qin Su wore a white off-shoulder mermaid dress, the smooth fabric accentuating her tall and beautiful figure. Her hair was styled with a pearl accessory, and her gentle yet spirited face, along with her cool and untouchable aura, made her look like a fairy stepping out of the moonlight. The crowd in the banquet hall fell silent for a moment at their arrival. The man was tall and handsome, exuding a noble and cold demeanor, while the woman had a cool elegance and stunning beauty. Qin Su linked her arm with Hu Tianqing's as they walked into the banquet hall, ignoring the envious or jealous glances directed at her. Hu Tianqing noticed the men in the banquet hall looking at Qin Su and felt a bit displeased. She looked beautiful tonight. He hadn't expected that she, who usually dressed simply, would look like a different person in a formal dress. As they entered the center of the hall, someone who knew Hua Tianqing approached to toast him. Mr. Hua, you are truly young and promising. I heard you secured the development project in the eastern part of the city. Congratulations. This person was Mr. Zhou from Wencheng Lianfa Real Estate. Initially, he had heard that the government planned to place the development project in the western part of the city, but somehow it ended up in the hands of Wang Weiguo. Not long after, Hua Tianqing, the president of Hua's group, came to Wencheng, met with several leaders, and then it was announced that the development site had changed to the east. Wang Weiguo must be furious after investing money and losing the location. So, when he saw Hua Tianqing enter, he quickly approached to greet him. Their company was small compared to Hua's giant corporation, and if he could build a good relationship with Hua's president, there might be future cooperation opportunities. Hua Tianqing politely clinked glasses with him and took a small sip of his drink. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Zhou. I hear your company is also thriving. They exchanged pleasantries, discussing some formalities in the business world. Qin Su stood aside, feeling a bit bored. She didn't understand or care about their conversation, but leaving would seem rude. Noticing Qin Su's bored expression, Hua Tianqing wrapped up the conversation with Mr. Zhou and turned to her, saying, "This kind of event can be a bit dull. I'll go meet the mayor soon, and then we can leave. You can go to the food area and eat something. I'll come find you later." "No, I'll go with you," Qin Su insisted. She had professional ethics, after all. As his bodyguard, she needed to stay by his side to ensure his safety. Hua Tianqing brought Qin Su over to Mayor Wu, who had noticed him as soon as he entered. He didn't approach earlier because he was engaged in conversation, knowing that Hua's group was expanding its investment in Wencheng, which would enhance his achievements. Seeing Hua Tianqing walk over, Mayor Wu quickly stepped forward to shake his hand. "Mr. Hua, it's an honor to have you here today." Hua Tianqing shook his hand, and the two business and political leaders began their formal conversation. Feeling out of place, Qin Su moved to a nearby table, picked up a glass of champagne, and found a quiet corner to sip her drink while keeping an eye on Hua Tianqing. "Miss, are you feeling a bit lonely here? May I invite you to dance?" Qin Su looked up at the voice and saw a middle-aged man, slightly overweight and overly dressed, smiling at her. Lu Gui runs a small real estate development company in Wencheng. His wife is a cousin of Wang Weiguo. Thanks to his wife's family connections, he often benefits from the Wang family. However, he recently heard that the Wang family is being pressured by the Hua group. The land they bought at a high price has turned into a failed project. The Hua group is also working with the government to create a new business district in the east of the city. Wang Weiguo is now in a tough spot, facing a cash crisis and being denied loans by major banks. Seeing the Wang family on the verge of collapse, he attended the banquet today, hoping to find a way to connect with the Hua group. He noticed Qin Su was with Mr. Hua, so he did some research on Hua Tianqing. Hua rarely appears in the media, and there are no rumors about him. He seems to be a workaholic. But today, a woman appeared next to Hua Tianqing, indicating her importance. Seeing Qin Su quietly tasting wine in a corner, he approached her. Qin Su didn't want to engage with strangers and politely declined, "Sorry, I don't dance." Lu Gui was not willing to give up and changed the topic. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Gui, the general manager of Hengjing Real Estate. May I know your name, miss?" Qin Su was annoyed by his lack of awareness. Didn't he see her impatience? But remembering that she came with Hua Tianqing, she didn't want to cause any trouble for him. She suppressed her irritation and gave a vague response. "Miss Qin, are you Mr. Hua's girlfriend? He never brought a partner to events before. You must hold a special place in his heart." Lu Gui thought his compliment would make her happy. Most women he knew loved hearing praise about their status with wealthy men. Qin Su could no longer tolerate it. She coldly replied, "Sir, your question is inappropriate. I'm just Mr. Hua's assistant. If you want to discuss business, you can speak directly to him. If you're curious about his personal life, you can ask him yourself." Lu Gui was taken aback by her reaction. Most women would politely refuse without being so rude. He frowned. "Miss Qin, you're quite arrogant. Just because you're with Mr. Hu doesn't mean you're anything special. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached. She was Lu Guowei's wife, Wang Lily, who had come to the banquet with him. Knowing her husband's behavior, she felt the need to accompany him to prevent him from flirting with other women. Seeing Lu Guowei talking to a young and beautiful woman, she was furious, worried he would try to hit on someone else. She walked up to Lu Guowei and scolded, "Can't you behave for one day? Don't forget we have important matters to discuss today." Lu Guowei, feeling small in front of his wife, shifted the blame to Qin Su. "Honey, I was just saying hello to Mr. Hu's companion. I didn't expect her to look down on me." Wang Lily's anger flared when she realized Qin Su was with Hu Tianqing. As a member of the Wang family, she was aware of the Hu group's actions against them, and her resentment grew. This woman thinks she can act high and mighty just because she's with Hu Tianqing. She looked Qin Su up and down with disdain. Although she didn't respect her, she had to admit that the woman was stunning, which explained why she caught the attention of the Hu group's president. But Wang Lily had no intention of letting Qin Su off easy. With the Wang family in crisis, she felt no need to show Hu Tianqing any respect. "Miss, everyone here is someone important. I've seen many women like you who rely on their looks to climb the social ladder. In a few days, you'll return to your old life. Don't think you can act arrogantly just because you have the Hu group's president backing you. The Wang family may be down now, but that doesn't mean you can look down on us." Qin Su was both amused and angered by the foolishness of this couple. First, the man harassed her, and now his wife was making baseless accusations. She couldn't understand how such people could run a company without offending everyone. She guessed correctly. If Lu Guowei didn't have the Wang family backing him, he would have been dealt with long ago. Over the years, he had upset many people due to his connections. Now that the Wang family was in trouble, other small real estate companies might unite against them. Hu Tianqing was talking with Mayor Wu and occasionally glanced at Qin Su. Noticing Hu's interest in his companion, Mayor Wu teased, "Mr. Hu, it seems you have a special connection with this lady. Well, we've discussed enough for today, so I won't keep you." After finishing his conversation with Mayor Wu, Hu Tianqing walked toward Qin Su. As he approached, he overheard Wang Lily insulting her. His expression turned cold. Usually serious, he looked even more intimidating now. Lu Guowei and Wang Lily felt a chill and turned to see Hu Tianqing's fierce gaze, making them tremble. The arrogance they had shown to Qin Su vanished completely. Lu Guowei forced a smile and greeted, "Mr. Hu, what a coincidence to see you here. I was just thinking of visiting you." Hu Tianqing ignored him and asked Qin Su, "Did they bother you?" Qin Su shook her head, "Not really." "Have you finished your business?" "Yes," Hu Tianqing nodded. Qin Su wanted to leave the boring banquet quickly. Everyone was dressed up, wearing fake smiles, and she had just encountered an odd couple. She longed to return to her cozy home, enjoying snacks and scrolling through her phone, which was much more comfortable. Hu Tianqing noticed her desire to leave and said, "Then let's go back." Qin Su's face lit up with joy. Hu Tianqing found it amusing how much she disliked attending banquets, especially since she had been enjoying herself at the buffet earlier. Ignoring the awkward Lu Guowei and Wang Lily, they left the corner. Hu Tianqing exchanged pleasantries with Mayor Wu before leading Qin Su out. Just then, commotion erupted in a corner of the banquet hall as a crowd gathered. Qin Su's keen ears caught whispers about someone fainting. Their plans to leave shifted as they headed toward the disturbance. "Quick, call a doctor." Mayor Wu saw someone had fainted and hurriedly asked his assistant to summon a doctor. Soon, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses rushed over with a medical kit and immediately began to provide emergency care. After a while, he told Mayor Wu, "The patient has suffered a heart attack. It's serious. We need to get him to the hospital quickly." Mayor Wu immediately had someone call for an ambulance. As the organizer, he knew that if something happened here, it would be a problem for him. His competitors would seize the opportunity to attack him, which would be detrimental to his promotion next year. However, it would take time for the ambulance to arrive, and given the patient's condition, he wasn't sure if they would make it in time. Qin Su carefully observed the patient's complexion. If they waited for the ambulance, the patient might not survive. Hua Tianqing knew Qin Su was skilled in medicine, but he was a cold-hearted person and didn't care much about those who didn't concern him. After all, it was a life at stake, and Qin Su couldn't ignore it. She approached Mayor Wu and said, "I might have a way to save him." Mayor Wu hesitated when he saw she was Hua Tianqing's companion. The doctor from earlier, who was quite skilled, couldn't help the patient, yet this girl claimed she could. Given her age, around 20, how good could her medical skills be? Hua Tianqing noticed Mayor Wu's hesitation. "Mayor Wu, you can trust her." With Hua Tianqing's endorsement, Mayor Wu felt reassured. He nodded to Qin Su, saying, "Then I'll leave it to you, young lady." He signaled for his assistant to take Qin Su over. Qin Su and the assistant reached the patient. The doctor was still trying to revive him, but it seemed ineffective as the patient remained unconscious. The critical time for a heart attack rescue is 3 minutes. If they miss that window and can't get to the hospital immediately, the chances of saving him are slim. Qin Su stepped forward and took out silver needles to treat the patient. The doctor was startled to see a young girl stepping in with needles. He scolded, "Who are you? Can't you see I'm in the middle of an emergency? Get out of the way." The assistant explained the situation to him, and reluctantly, he stepped aside. Qin Su didn't have time to think. The patient had been unconscious for several minutes, and any further delay could cost him his life. She unbuttoned the patient's shirt and quickly inserted the silver needles into several key points on his body, also placing needles in several important spots on his head while channeling energy into him. Onlookers couldn't tell what was happening but noticed that despite her youth, her technique was far from ordinary. The doctor was shocked by her boldness. Each point she chose was extremely risky. A slight mistake could be fatal, yet she seemed confident in her skills. After half a minute, Qin Su performed her technique, gently manipulating the needles. After repeating this twice, she finally removed all the needles. At the moment the last needle was pulled out, the unconscious patient opened his eyes. The crowd gasped. They had just seen the doctor anxiously trying to revive the patient with no success, yet this girl had awakened him with just a few small needles. Seeing the patient awake, Mayor Wu instructed his team to move him to a quiet place to rest until the ambulance arrived. Although the patient was conscious, he still needed to go to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Qin Su packed her needles into her small bag. Mayor Wu approached with a smile. "Young lady, you have excellent medical skills. I wonder who your teacher is?" A girl so young with such impressive skills must have a remarkable mentor. He had recently heard that old Zhang was in Renxin. Could she be a student? Qin Su humbly smiled. "My master is just an ordinary old man. Not a big deal."
Oh.
So there are hidden talents among the people. Otherwise, how could he teach such an outstanding student?
Mayor Wu laughed heartily.
He then turned to Hua Tianqing, saying, "Mr. Hua, aren't you going to introduce this amazing young lady?" Hua Tianqing had no choice but to introduce them. "So, Miss Qin is also from Renxin. Let's exchange contact information. We might need your help in the future," he said half-jokingly. This was exactly what Qin Su wanted. Meeting influential people would help her future development. After leaving the banquet hotel, it was already 10 o'clock. They got into the car, and Qin Su felt tired after using a lot of energy to save the patient. She leaned back in her seat and relaxed her mind. Seeing her exhausted state made Hua Tianqing feel slightly uncomfortable. He preferred her lively demeanor. "You worked hard today. If you're tired, you can take a nap. I'll wake you when we arrive." Qin Su initially thought about resting but felt embarrassed hearing Hua Tianqing say this. Others had paid a high price to hire her as a bodyguard, and here she was, looking unwell in front of her employer. Feeling a bit guilty, she straightened up. But at that moment, her stomach growled loudly. Qin Su wished she could hide under the car. It was so embarrassing. Hua Tianqing noticed her flushed face and stifled a laugh. He told the driver, "Take us to Bihua Xian restaurant." To ease the awkwardness, he added, "I haven't eaten much tonight. I'm a bit hungry." Qin Su thought to herself, "It would have been better if you hadn't explained." Finally, they arrived at the private restaurant amidst the awkward atmosphere. Bihua Xian was located in a quiet area of Renxin city center, surrounded by trees and nestled among several private villas. It was clear that this place was not affordable for ordinary people. Opening a private restaurant in such a prime location meant they catered to wealthy elites. Hu Tianqing led Qin Su into a luxurious private room filled with antique paintings. Qin Su felt the stark difference between her and the wealthy class. Although she had made some money recently compared to these capitalists, it was nothing. She realized she needed to work harder to earn more. Hu Tianqing picked up the menu. "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" "I'm fine with anything," Qin Su replied. She didn't mind since she was just enjoying a meal courtesy of the host. Noticing how familiar he was with the place, she asked Mr. Hu, "Didn't you just arrive in Renxin? How do you know so much about the local dining scene?" Hu Tianqing set down his teacup and replied, "This restaurant is run by a friend of mine. I've been to Renxin a few times before, so I'm somewhat familiar."
Dishes started to arrive at this time.
Hu Tianqing had noticed that Qin Su preferred lighter flavors, so he ordered her some famous Cantonese dishes and a bowl of premium bird's nest soup. He placed the soup in front of her and said, "This soup is very good for girls. You look a bit tired. You should have some." Qin Su found Hu Tianqing hard to understand. He seemed cold, yet he took care of her. It was unlikely he was genuinely warm-hearted. From what she saw of his interactions with others, he always appeared calm and indifferent. He was truly an elusive person. After they finished their meal and returned to the hotel, Qin Su went to the room next door to rest. Zhang Han, after agreeing to help Hu Tianqing investigate Wang Weigua, had been busy uncovering the connections behind the Wang family. He was being complained at by Su Mingjiao for not having time to take her out. Finally, he gathered all the evidence and returned home late that evening. Zhang Huaishan and Su Mingjiao were in the living room. Zhang Huaishan was leisurely making tea, while Su Mingjiao was happily chatting on her phone. Seeing him return, Zhang Huaishan called out, "Heian, what have you been busy with lately? You haven't even had time to come home for dinner?" His grandson had no close friends in Wencheng and had come here to relax, yet he had been missing for days. "Oh, nothing much. Just helping Brother Hu with some matters," Zhang Han said as he sat down and took a sip of the tea his grandfather made. Zhang Huaishan couldn't think of any reason Hu Tianqing would need Han's help. "Does Tianqing really need your assistance? What did he ask you to do?" Zhang Han thought for a moment and decided to explain Hu Tianqing's situation to his grandfather. "Grandpa, it seems that Brother Hu came to Wencheng because there is an insider leaking information about their company's bid for the Xiqing development zone. He came to handle this issue and clashed with the Wang family, who are now seeking revenge on him. He had a car accident the night he returned from Mengshan village, and he suspects it was caused by the Wang family. Right now, he and his assistant are injured, and he doesn't trust the local people, so he asked me to help investigate the Wang family."
"What?
Tianqing had a car accident? Why didn't he tell me? How is he now?" Zhang Huaishan was very anxious upon hearing that something had happened to Hu Tianqing.
"Don't worry, Grandpa.
Brother Hu is fine now," Zhang Han quickly reassured him. Su Mingjiao, who had been listening, was curious. Although she wasn't very familiar with Hu Tianqing, they belonged to the same social circle in the capital and occasionally met at events. She remembered him as a cold and solitary person, and despite being known as the most handsome man in the capital, not many girls dared to approach him. She didn't expect him to be in Wencheng and in trouble. She asked Zhang Han, "Doesn't President Hu have several skilled bodyguards? He usually has a lot of people around him when he goes out. How could he get into trouble in a small place like Wencheng?" Zhang Han was unsure about the reasons. He told his grandfather, "I have gathered evidence of the Wang family's harm against Brother Hu. I will take it to him tomorrow." Zhang Huaishan advised Zhang Han to be careful not to let the Wang family notice him and to protect himself. Then he stopped discussing it further. Qin Su woke up early and quickly finished washing up. She knocked on the door of the next room. When Hu Tianqing opened the door, he was already dressed like a professional. She thought she had woken up early, but the president was even earlier. Qin Su greeted him. "Good morning, President Hu." Seeing her looking vibrant today made Hu Tianqing feel at ease. He nodded and turned back to continue working. Qin Su admired him. No wonder he was a multinational president. Few could match his level of self-discipline and diligence. Noticing he hadn't had breakfast, she quietly asked, "President Hua, have you had breakfast?" Hua Tianqing hadn't eaten yet. He planned to wait for Qin Su to arrive before having breakfast delivered. He pressed the service button, and within a few minutes, several well-trained waiters brought in a food cart. Qin Su was amazed by the grand setup for breakfast, with several staff members serving. Once the waiters set everything up, Hua Tianqing invited Qin Su to sit down and eat together. Is breakfast always this luxurious in a big hotel? There was a large table filled with various Western and Chinese breakfast items, more than enough for just the two of them. Wealthy people really are extravagant. Qin Su sat across from Hua Tianqing, and only after he started eating did she begin her breakfast. The luxurious breakfast in the presidential suite was indeed impressive. Qin Su felt satisfied. Honestly, if it weren't for the spiritual spring, her cooking could never compare to a professional chef's skills. She relied on the spring water to make her food taste better. After breakfast, Hua Tianqing returned to work while Qin Su resumed playing games. After some time, there was a knock at the door. Qin Su went to open it and was taken aback. The presidential suite had excellent privacy. Only those with a room card could access the top floor, and Hua Tianqing had only given cards to her and Qi Mingyang. She guessed it might be Qi Mingyang coming to report to Hua Tianqing. She was only half right. The person knocking was indeed Qi Mingyang, but standing next to him was Zhang Han. Qin Su didn't expect to see him here. Zhang Han seemed surprised to see her too. "Qin Su, what are you doing here?" Qin Su stepped aside to let them in, deciding to talk later. Zhang Han could only set aside his questions and walked into the room. Hua Tianqing put down the documents he was holding, saw Zhang Han had arrived, and sat down on the sofa by the tea table. Qi Mingyang, being perceptive, prepared tea for both of them and placed the documents on the table. Qin Su felt a bit out of place and walked to the outer guest room. Hua Tianqing didn't say anything as he saw Qin Su leave, refocusing on the documents. Zhang Han spoke first. "I found out about the matter you asked me to investigate. Your car accident was orchestrated by the Wang family. I have all the evidence in this document bag. What do you plan to do next?" Hua Tianqing showed no intention of opening the document bag. This outcome was within his expectations. "I didn't plan to push the Wang family to a dead end, but some people just can't see the situation clearly. Since they don't know their place, I believe many will be glad to see the Wang family gone from Wencheng." Hua Tianqing spoke in a calm tone, yet his words could determine the fate of a company. Qi Mingyang shivered at Hua Tianqing's statement. In the outer suite, Qin Su could faintly hear a few voices talking. After a while, Zhang Han came out and approached Qin Su. "Qin Su, I didn't expect to see you here. How did you end up with Brother Hua?" "Mr. Hua asked me to be his personal bodyguard," Qin Su replied. Zhang Han was surprised by this reason. He thought Qin Su was there to help Brother Hua because of a health issue from the car accident, not to be his bodyguard. "How long will you be his bodyguard?" Zhang Han wondered, thinking that if Qin Su was with Brother Hua, they would have to spend a lot of time together. "I need to ensure his safety while he is in Wencheng," Qin Su answered. That was quite a long time, and Zhang Han felt a bit gloomy. He had tried various reasons to invite Qin Su out for fun, but never succeeded. He didn't expect Brother Hua would convince Qin Su to be his bodyguard. "How is Grandpa Zhang doing lately?" Qin Su asked, as she hadn't been in touch with the old man for a while. "Grandpa is doing well. He mentioned you recently and said he really misses your cooking," Zhang Han said with a smile. His grandfather had enjoyed Qin Su's cooking and couldn't stop talking about it, which showed how similar they were. "I didn't know Grandpa Zhang thought so highly of my cooking. I'll definitely invite him to Mengshan village again when I have time," Qin Su said with a smile. As they chatted and laughed, Hua Tianqing and Qi Mingyang also came out. Hua Tianqing saw Qin Su and Zhang Han talking and laughing happily. With a blank expression, he walked over. When Qin Su noticed Hua Tianqing, she stopped talking to Zhang Han. Zhang Han also saw Hua Tianqing and asked, "Brother Hua, do you have any important matters today?"
"No," Hua Tianqing replied.
"Then can you give Qin Su a day off?" Zhang Han looked at him hopefully. "What does her day off have to do with you?" Hua Tianqing asked, still expressionless. I wanted to invite her to dinner, but I haven't been able to. Since we finally met in the city, please let her take the day off. That way, I can take her out to eat. Zhang Han hoped Hua Tianqing would give him a favor since he had just helped him. Hua Tianqing's eyes shifted slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, since you helped me, I'll treat you both to dinner. Zhang Han felt a bit disappointed. This wasn't what he had imagined. He had planned to take Qin Su out for dinner and then enjoy some time together. Hua Tianqing pretended not to notice his disappointment and walked out of the room first. When they arrived at a high-end Western restaurant, the manager was already waiting at the entrance to greet them. Welcome, Mr. Hua. We've prepared a private room for you. Please follow me. The manager's flattering demeanor made Qin Su feel like she was seeing a courtier before a king. Qin Su looked at the restaurant's luxurious decor. It was mealtime, and many customers were dining inside. In the center of the restaurant was a white piano, where someone was playing soothing and ethereal music. The manager led them upstairs. The second floor was quiet, with a distinctly different style from the first floor. The decor was even more exquisite, resembling a European castle's opulence. Once they entered the private room and took their seats, the manager said to Hua Tianqing, Mr. Hua, today we have the finest ingredients flown in from abroad. Would you like to try them? Hua Tianqing nodded. After the manager left, Zhang Han turned to Qin Su and whispered, can I invite you to hang out after dinner? Qin Su replied softly, I'm still on duty, so I can't agree. Hua Tianqing watched the two of them whispering closely together, and his brows furrowed slightly, finding the scene somewhat displeasing. He cleared his throat a few times, and when they looked at him, he coldly said, I need to go to the company later, so you might not have time. Qin Su smiled apologetically at Zhang Han, her eyes saying, see, I told you I wouldn't have time. Zhang Han found Hua Tianqing's attitude towards Qin Su a bit strange, but he couldn't figure it out. Just then, there was a knock on the private room door, and several waiters came in one after another to serve the dishes before bowing and leaving. Zhang Han noticed a dish that Qin Su liked and used the serving chopsticks to give her some. Qin Su was a bit surprised but politely thanked him. Hua Tianqing's cold gaze fixed on Zhang Han. Zhang Han felt uneasy under his stare. He hadn't done anything wrong to deserve such a look. Qin Su couldn't see the tension between them and happily enjoyed the food. After filling her stomach to about 80%, she wanted to get some fresh air outside and said to the two, I'm going to the restroom. Standing at the sink, she washed her face and adjusted her clothes. Just as she was about to leave, a mocking female voice came from beside her. Isn't this the fox from the dinner the other day? Which rich man are you trying to hook up with today? Hearing the unfriendly tone, Qin Su looked over and saw it was the oily man's wife from the dinner with Hua Tianqing. Qin Su thought she had been generous by not arguing with them that day to avoid causing trouble for Hua Tianqing. Now this middle-aged woman was insulting her again. Who are you calling a fox? Qin Su asked. I'm calling you a fox. The middle-aged woman shot back. Qin Su laughed. You? A fox? Do you even deserve that title? The middle-aged woman realized she had been outsmarted by Qin Su. She glared furious and shouted, You little jerk, what do you mean by that? Qin Su replied casually, Whatever you think it means, that's what it is. The woman, unable to take it anymore but too proud to act directly, threatened, Just wait for me, and stormed out. Qin Su didn't take the woman's threat seriously and returned to the private room. As soon as Qin Su left the private room, Hua Tianqing and Zhang Han fell into a silent atmosphere. Finally, Zhang Han couldn't hold back. Brother Hua, why did you let Qin Su be your bodyguard? This was something that would have been impossible before. Hua Tianqing seemed like a magnet for women, and very few women appeared around him. Even the female employees at Hua's group kept a certain distance from him. Now he had Qin Su as his bodyguard, a job that required constant proximity, which was clearly different from his previous behavior, making Zhang Han think deeply. He couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. Could it be that Brother Hua likes Qin Su? His scrutinizing gaze made Hua Tianqing frown. Zhang Han wanted to confirm his suspicion, so he asked Hua Tianqing, Brother Hua, what kind of girl do you think Qin Su is? Hua Tianqing was silent for a long time before he said, "She knows right from wrong, is kind-hearted, and has a bit of a sweet tooth." He had an indescribable feeling for Qin Su. Whenever he saw her getting too close to Zhang Han, it made him uneasy. He liked being in the same space as her, even if she did nothing but sit beside him. He enjoyed that feeling. While Zhang Han was asking Hua Tianqing, he observed his expression but couldn't figure anything out. Was he overthinking it? Just then, Qin Su happened to return to the private room. Wang Lili angrily returned to her own room. Today, Wang Weiguo was meeting a very powerful master here, and upon hearing the news, she hurriedly brought Lu Guowei along. The Wang family was being suppressed by the Hua group, and now all the merchants in Wencheng ignored the Wang family's pleas for help. The Wang family's financial chain had broken, and Wang Weiguo's attempts to seek funding from former partners were rejected. Even his requests for financial support from the bank were denied. He knew this was definitely Hua Tianqing's doing. The last time he tried to have someone crash into Hua Tianqing, it failed, and he faced retaliation afterward. He didn't regret taking action against Hua Tianqing, he just regretted not killing him. His brother-in-law hinted to him that if anything happened to Hua Tianqing in Wencheng, once he took over the Hua group, all of its assets in Wencheng would belong to him. This time, Hua Tianqing came to Wencheng without bodyguards for some reason, which gave him a better chance to eliminate him, but in the end, he still failed. These past few days, he had been overwhelmed with company affairs, facing pressure from shareholders, and the Wang family stock was on the verge of a halt. He had no choice but to seek help from his brother-in-law, as the situation was partly his fault. His brother-in-law only told him that a powerful person would come to Wencheng to help him deal with Hua Tianqing. Wang Weiguo looked at the old man in black sitting across from him. The old man's thin, aged face and eerie eyes gave the impression that he could swallow you whole. Wang Weiguo glanced at the old man and quickly looked away. He steadied himself and explained his purpose for today. "Master, the people from Jing City must have told you the reason for coming to Wencheng, right? I wonder if you have any use for me. I will definitely help you." His brother-in-law had told him that this master was unpredictable and not to offend him. He should just follow the master's instructions. At first, he thought his brother-in-law was being overly cautious. What was there to fear from a mere Taoist? But upon meeting him, he immediately reined in his dismissive attitude. The dark aura of the old man made it clear that he was an extremely dangerous person. From then on, he kept his attitude very humble, fearing he might offend the old man. Zhong Baiqi's hoarse voice came. "Check if there are any people from the Xianmen around him recently." The insects he had placed on that person had lost contact, and he sensed that they had died. That person must have someone from the Xianmen nearby who removed his insects. It was best to investigate the person thoroughly before taking action. "Yes," Wang Weiguo replied. At that moment, Wang Lili barged in, followed by Lu Guowei, who was trying to please her. Lu Guowei was inwardly complaining. He didn't know what had gotten into the woman. After a trip to the restroom, she came back and exploded at him. If it weren't for her strong family background, he would have kicked her out long ago. Seeing someone enter, Wang Weiguo became angry. What's going on with this hotel? Can anyone just come up to the second-floor private rooms? When he realized it was his cousin Wang Lili, he understood the situation. The Wang family's business had been in the gray area last century, starting with his grandfather. His grandfather had 4 sons and 3 daughters. His grandmother was the first wife and had 2 sons and 1 daughter, namely his father Wang Guodong, his second uncle Wang Guoliang, and his eldest aunt Wang Meina. The other 2 sons, Wang Guoqiang and Wang Guosheng, and the 2 daughters, Wang Meifang and Wang Meixiang, were born of concubines. His grandfather later keenly sensed that the country was going to crack down on various industries and quickly shifted to legitimate businesses. Before he died, he allocated the Wang family's assets, with his father as the legitimate son, taking over the main businesses. During the subsequent reforms, they seized the opportunity to enter the real estate market, making the Wang family the richest in Wencheng. His second uncle also held a portion of shares in the family company, and his aunt had shares too. The 3 siblings of the main branch were the core of the Wang family's power. The 2 uncles and aunts from the collateral branches only took over some small businesses and cash, as well as houses. But after more than 20 years of operation, they had become one of the top 10 enterprises in Wencheng. Wang Lili was the eldest daughter of his third uncle and married Lu Guowei from Hengjing Real Estate 10 years ago. But how did she know he was here? Wang Lili entered the private room without checking if there were others inside. She saw Wang Weiguo and immediately approached him to complain. "Big brother, the Hor family is truly too much. Not only are they suppressing our Wang family, but even the women around them insult me. Do they think they can step all over us just because the Wang family is struggling?" Lu Guowei, who had followed her in, finally understood why she had been so angry earlier. She had taken it out on him. Wang Weiguo scolded her. "Can't you see where you are? Don't shout so loudly. Can't you see we have important guests here?" Wang Lili then remembered her cousin was hosting guests and looked around, finally noticing the old man in black sitting there. She carefully examined the master her cousin had mentioned, who appeared to be around 60 years old and looked like an ordinary old man, but his aura gave off a bad feeling. She sat down near Wang Weiguo, recalling the humiliation she had suffered in the restroom. An idea struck her, and it was a perfect opportunity to test whether this master had real skills. She said to Wang Weiguo, "Big brother, I just ran into Hu Tianqing's woman outside. Since the master is here today, why not let him show his skills?" Wang Weiguo was intrigued to hear that Hu Tianqing was also in the restaurant, and he looked at the old man. "Master, since my rival is here, can you take action against them now?" Zhong Baiqi had been sitting quietly with his head down, and even when Wang Lili entered, he didn't look up. At Wang Weiguo's inquiry, he finally raised his cold eyes to look over. Wang Weiguo felt a chill at his gaze and heard him say, "It's still unclear if there are people from the Xian men around him. It's not wise to act rashly." Wang Lili was still unwilling to give up and was about to speak when Wang Weiguo shot her a fierce glare. When Qin Su returned to the private room, she sensed a strange atmosphere. Zhang Han stopped probing Hu Tianqing as soon as he saw Qin Su come back. The three of them had their own thoughts and lost their appetite for food. Zhang Han was still not giving up. "Brother Ho, can't you give Qin Su a day off?" Hu Tianqing responded with a blank expression. As the three of them left the hotel, Zhang Han realized that Qin Su really couldn't join him for fun, so he had to say goodbye. The driver hadn't brought the car yet, so Qin Su and Hu Tianqing stood outside waiting. At that moment, a few people walked out of the hotel. Qin Su recognized two of them as the couple who had caused trouble for her at the banquet. Wang Weiguo saw Hu Tianqing and walked over. "Mr. Ho, I didn't expect to see you dining here. If I had known, I would have come to greet you earlier." Hu Tianqing looked at him coldly and didn't respond. Wang Weiguo's smile froze. Hu Tianqing was too dismissive. Even in business, one should maintain appearances. Now that Hu Tianqing was ignoring him, did he think the Wang family would definitely be crushed by the Ho family? He glanced at Zhong Baiqi. He had invited a master, but he still didn't know who would win in the end. Just then, the driver brought the car over. Hu Tianqing got in and called out to Qin Su, who was still standing there. "Qin Su, get in the car." Qin Su withdrew her gaze from the old man in black and got into the car. Wang Weiguo watched the car drive away, his expression shifting between anger and frustration. At that moment, Wang Lili approached. "Hu Tianqing is so arrogant. Brother, you greeted him, and he ignored you. Does he really think our Wang family is afraid of him?" "Shut up. His cousin was so foolish. Didn't she see the master beside them? How could she say such embarrassing things out loud?" Wang Lili pouted, feeling wronged. It wasn't her fault he lost face. Why was he angry at her? Wang Weiguo said to Zhong Baiqi, "Master, that person just now is Hu Tianqing, the one you want to deal with." Zhong Baiqi had seen Hu Tianqing earlier and noticed that he no longer had the curse placed on him. He didn't know who had lifted it. Wang Lili, still angry about seeing Qin Su with Hu Tianqing, glanced at the master and asked, "Master, can you deal with the woman next to Hu Tianqing too? That would be an additional fee." Zhong Baiqi was in it for the money. Having one more target wasn't a problem for him. "Master, when can you take action against Hu Tianqing? If this dragged on, their Wang family wouldn't last much longer. Don't rush. First, Investigate if there have been any people from the Xianmen around him recently. Since the curse had been lifted, it meant there were powerful people around him. He needed to understand the situation before taking action. Wang Weiguo didn't dare to question him and quickly sent someone to investigate Hou Tianqing's recent activities. In the car, Qin Su was still lost in thought. Hou Tianqing suddenly asked, "Is there something wrong with that old man?" Qin Su came back to her senses. That old man might be from the Xianmen. What she didn't say was that she felt a similar aura from him as she had from the curse on Hou Tianqing. "Have you found out who cursed you last time?" Seeing Qin Su suddenly ask this, Hou Tianqing seemed to recall something. "There are no leads yet." "Did that old man show you anything?" Qin Su had to admire Hou Tianqing's sharpness. He had noticed that. "The aura he has is very similar to the curse that was placed on you." Hou Tianqing seemed to be deep in thought and didn't say anything more. As they entered the company building, the employees were no longer surprised to see a woman beside Hou Tianqing. As Hou Tianqing walked through the lobby, the staff greeted him, and he entered the elevator without looking around. Once they disappeared, a few receptionists gathered together. "Mr. Hou is so handsome." "Yeah, but didn't the headquarters say Mr. Hou never has women around him? What's up with that girl?" "I don't know. We tried to ask Assistant Chi, but we got scolded and told to mind our own business." "Is she someone Mr. Hou likes?" The group of women kept discussing until their supervisor arrived, causing them to disperse. Hou Tianqing went into his office to handle company matters while Qin Su, feeling a bit bored, picked up her phone to watch videos. Finally, when it was time to leave work, Hou Tianqing took her to another restaurant for dinner. Su Mingjiao was getting bored staying in the villa every day, so today she went out shopping with Aunt Zhang. When it was mealtime, she thought that Han wouldn't be home for dinner again, so she decided to eat out. She hadn't been seated long when she saw Qin Su and Hou Tianqing walk into the restaurant. She was puzzled about how Qin Su ended up with Hou Tianqing. After sitting down, Hou Tianqing ordered food, and the two chatted casually. Qin Su, being very perceptive, felt a gaze directed at them. She looked in the direction of the gaze and saw a familiar face. Hou Tianqing noticed Qin Su's change in mood and followed her gaze, spotting a somewhat familiar girl looking at them. Seeing that they had noticed her, Su Mingjiao felt she should greet them and walked over. "Brother Hou, Qin Su, I didn't expect to see you here." Qin Su smiled. "What a coincidence. Are you here alone?" "No, I came with Aunt Zhang." She glanced at Hou Tianqing. "Brother Hou is here too." "I didn't know you and Qin Su knew each other." Hou Tianqing only had a vague impression of her. He didn't know who she was, just that she was a young lady from the capital. Su Mingjiao noticed Hou Tianqing didn't recognize her and introduced herself. "My father is Su Bojun." "So she was from the Su family," Hou Tianqing nodded. "Then I won't disturb your meal." "I'll go now," Su Mingjiao said. After she left, Hou Tianqing asked, "Do you know Su Mingjiao?" While cutting her steak, Qin Su replied, "She went to our village with Zhang Han." Thinking of the old man in black she encountered today, Qin Su said to Hou Tianqing, "Wang Weiguo was with that old man, and he might be the one who cursed you. Are they planning to attack you? Wang Weiguo is desperate now, and can only rely on these underhanded tactics. But with you here, I'm not worried." Qin Su felt happy that he trusted her so much, but she still said, "We can't let our guard down. You should have someone investigate that person's background. I'll have Qi Mingyang look into it." Hearing Qin Su's concern for him made Hou Tianqing feel sweet inside. It was a wonderful feeling. The results of the investigation that Hou Tianqing asked Qi Mingyang to conduct came out quickly. "Mr. Hua, here is some information I found," Qi Mingyang said as he handed a document to Hou Tianqing. After reading the material, Hou Tianqing sneered. "As I expected, this master was indeed invited by my uncle to deal with me. The Wang family is related to his aunt, and his uncle tried to use Wang Weiguo to eliminate him but failed. Now that the Wang family is in trouble, if his uncle stands by and lets them go bankrupt, they will surely turn against him. That's why he wants to hire a sorcerer to harm him." Qin Su, who was listening nearby, was shocked to learn that it was Hou Tianqing's own family wanting his life. It seems the stories in novels are true. In wealthy families, people will turn against each other for money, disregarding blood ties. Accelerate the acquisition plan for the Wang family, Hu Tianxing ordered coldly. After Qi Mingyang left, Qin Su hesitated, unsure if she should comfort Hu Tianxing. Being betrayed by his closest relatives must hurt him deeply, right? Hu Tianxing didn't notice Qin Su's expression. He wasn't worried about his safety. With Qin Su around, that sorcerer couldn't harm him. What he was thinking about was whether his grandfather had also been cursed, causing him to fall into a coma. His eyes gleamed with coldness. If he found out someone harmed his grandfather, he would make that person understand what true suffering is. On the other side, Wang Weiguo also found out that Hu Tianxing had been to the hospital shortly after arriving in Wencheng. The news was ordered to be kept secret by Hu Tianxing, but it could still be uncovered by those who were determined to investigate. Mr. Wang, the hospital staff said that Hu Tianxing was unconscious when he arrived. All the experts in the hospital examined him but couldn't find the cause of his illness. Later, Zhang Huaishan also went to the hospital, and others saw a man who looked like a Taoist there. By the way, the girl who was with him was also present, and then Hu Tianxing woke up. Since it was a VIP ward, when Qin Su removed the curse from Hu Tianxing, only Zhang Huaishan, Qi Mingyang, and Zhang Heian were there, so the hospital staff didn't know who treated Hu Tianxing. Then it must be that Taoist who removed the master's curse. It couldn't have been that girl, Wang Weiguo thought. Wang Weiguo quickly went to find the master and shared the information he had gathered. Is the news accurate about Zhang Huaishan and a man who looked like a Taoist? Zhong Baiqi frowned upon hearing this. Zhang Huaishan is from the Taoist medical sect, and the Taoist beside him might be the sect leader, Wen Yi. Thinking of the Taoist medical sect, Zhong Baiqi felt deep hatred. Years ago, their faction in Xiangxi was wiped out by self-proclaimed righteous sections. He and his brother managed to escape and have been hiding ever since. Now that his curse was lifted by that Wen Yi, their sect was hunted because they practiced using living souls. If Wen Yi saw the curse he placed, he would know that there were still survivors from their sect, and if he reported it to the Xianmen Association, they would have to hide again. Absolutely true. During that time, only one Taoist treated Hu Tianxing, Wang Weiguo insisted. Have you found out if that Taoist is still around him? If Wen Yi is still in Wencheng, then he might as well not do this business. Being targeted by those from the Xianmen is like being stuck with a stubborn gum. Wang Weiguo sensed hesitation in the master's words and quickly assured him, no. Our people have been following Hu Tianxing, and besides a girl, we haven't found anyone dressed like a Taoist. In the end, Zhong Baiqi made up his mind. This deal was worth 2 million, and giving it up would be a shame. Find someone to get close to him and obtain something personal of his, like hair, Zhong Baiqi decided. This time, he didn't plan to use a curse. He wanted to use a secret spell, which is easier to control than a curse. After giving the orders, he began to meditate. Wang Weiguo looked at the black jar beside him, hearing the sound of insects crawling inside, and was so frightened that he quickly backed away. He hurried to find someone to approach Hu Tianxing and quickly obtain his hair. The Wang family was being suppressed by the Hu family every day, with stocks plummeting, and many small investors were selling off their shares. Even major shareholders were rumored to be looking to transfer their stakes. Wang Weiguo was filled with hatred for Hu Tianxing. If it weren't for him, how could the Wang family have fallen to this state? Now, with the master's help, he wanted to see if Hu Tianxing could still deal with the Wang family. He also remembered the promise made by his brother-in-law. Once Hu Tianxing dies, all of Hu's assets in Wencheng would belong to the Wang family, allowing them to rise again. After finishing a day of work as a bodyguard, Qin Su took out some fruit from her space, enjoying a snack while taking a nice bath. She hadn't had time to practice in the space for a few days. Tonight, she needed to focus on her training, especially after encountering the old man in black, which made her feel a sense of urgency. She didn't know the old man's strength, and if he was very powerful, it could be dangerous if they crossed paths. Looking at the dense fruit on the trees in her space, Qin Su felt a bit of a headache. She had planned to sell the fruit when she had time, but now that Hu Tianxing had her working as his bodyguard, she had no time to deal with it. Thinking of Su Mingjiao, who mentioned that her sisterhood had fruits airlifted from abroad, Qin Su realized these rich second-generation kids wouldn't mind spending money. Her fruits, being from her space, were much tastier than those so-called top-quality fruits. Maybe she could sell her space fruits to those rich kids through Su Mingjiao. With a plan to handle the fruits, Qin Su felt more at ease and began to meditate and train. The next morning, Qin Su went to Tianqing's room. Tianqing was already sitting at the dining table waiting for her and gestured for her to sit down when he saw her enter. "You handle so many affairs every day and still manage to get up early to exercise. Your energy is truly impressive." Qin Su wasn't flattering. After spending a few days with Tianqing, she knew how disciplined he was. No matter how late he worked the night before, he would always get up for morning exercise. She was energetic because of the nourishing energy in her space and her training, but Tianqing was just an ordinary person working intensely every day. How could he be so full of energy? "It becomes a habit," Tianqing replied with a faint smile. Thinking about the sorcerer who might attack Tianqing at any moment, Qin Su warned, "You should keep your personal belongings safe and not let anyone take them." Tianqing looked at her in confusion, and Qin Su explained, "Some sorcerers can cast spells using a person's personal items. I'm worried they might send someone to steal them, so be careful." Tianqing nodded. Today, Tianqing scheduled a meeting with a shareholder who holds shares in the Wang family to discuss the acquisition. Qin Su, as his personal bodyguard, accompanied Tianqing to the agreed location. The meeting was set in a secure hotel private room, and when they arrived, the shareholder was already waiting. Gao Xinhao is a private entrepreneur from Wencheng who started in the food industry and now has a fortune of over $1 billion. He is a notable figure in Wencheng. With the rise of real estate, he invested significantly and acquired shares in the Wang family during that time. Now, the Wang family has offended the Hui Group, their funding chain has broken, and banks are refusing to lend. Additionally, several of their properties have quality issues, causing their stock price to plummet. He was ready to sell his shares in the Wang family. As soon as he made a move, someone from Tianqing's team contacted him, expressing interest in buying his shares. Hearing that Tianqing wanted to buy his shares was a relief for him. If the price kept falling, he would lose a lot. "Mr. Hui, you're here. Please have a seat," Gao Xinhao said with a big smile, eagerly pulling out a chair for Tianqing. Tianqing sat down, with Qin Su standing behind him. Qi Mingyang was sent to investigate the car accident, and since Tianqing didn't trust the local personnel, he brought Qin Su along. He signaled for Qin Su to take out the documents he brought. Qin Su retrieved a folder from his briefcase and handed it to Tianqing. "Mr. Gao, here's the contract. Please take a look. If everything is fine, you can sign it." Gao Xinhao took the contract, reviewed it for a few minutes, and seeing no issues, signed it. "Mr. Hui, you're so straightforward. I love doing business with someone like you," Gao Xinhao said as he shook hands with Tianqing. He was, of course, pleased. The price offered by the Hui Group was good, especially since he could sell at this price while the Wang family stock was at its lowest. He was overjoyed. After finishing the business discussion, they enjoyed a few drinks before returning to the company. Outside the president's office, the secretary reported to Tianqing that someone from Oncong Pharmaceuticals wanted to meet with him. Tianqing remembered this company. The Hui Group is involved in various sectors, and Oncong is one of them. "Schedule the meeting for tomorrow morning," Tianqing instructed. Next, Tianqing met with several other shareholders interested in selling their Wang family shares. Wang Weigua had someone settle Zhong Baiqi and was then informed by his company that other shareholders' shares had been acquired by the Hui Group. Furious, he began smashing things in his office. Now, the employees of the Wang family company were anxious. They knew the Wang family was on the verge of bankruptcy. Wang Weigua picked up the phone and called. It wasn't long before someone answered. "What do you want?" came a calm voice from the other end. Wang Weigua suppressed his anger and replied, "The Wang family is about to go bankrupt because of Tianqing. What do you plan to do about what you promised me?" The voice on the other end chuckled lightly. "What I promised you was contingent on you removing the Hui Group from the Gaoxin District Development Project." Not only did you fail to do that, but you also faced Tianqing's retaliation and are now going bankrupt. What right do you have to command me as a soon-to-be bankrupt dog? Are you trying to back out? Aren't you afraid I'll expose you to Tianqing, revealing that the person trying to harm him is his own uncle? The man on the other end was Tianqing's second uncle, Xingbang. He had long been dissatisfied that his father bypassed him to hand over control of the company to Tianqing. While he publicly supported Tianqing, he secretly plotted to take control of the Hu group. He knew his younger brother's brother-in-law in Wencheng was competing with the Hu group for a new government development project. He had people investigate secretly and learned that his brother also wanted to remove Tianqing from power. He was aware of their plans to hire professional spies. Later, he observed them from the shadows and even helped them a bit, but he didn't expect Wang Weiguo to fail to eliminate Tianqing and Wencheng. What a useless person.
Ha!
You should worry about whether you can save the Wang family. Threatening me? You think I don't know about your dealings with Xingen? I advise you to go find your brother-in-law quickly. He hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone after the call ended, Wang Weiguo clenched his phone tightly, his veins bulging. He took a few deep breaths and dialed another number. Brother, what's up? Wang Liping answered her brother's call. Liping, the Wang family is about to go bankrupt because of Tianqing. Can you ask Xingen to talk to him and see if he can spare the Wang family? Wang Weiguo could no longer be proud. If this continued, the Wang family would soon be replaced. What happened? Everything was fine. How did it come to bankruptcy? Why is Tianqing targeting the Wang family? Wang Liping asked anxiously. At this point, Wang Weiguo no longer hid the truth and explained their original plan with Xingen. How could you do this? You know Tianqing's ruthless methods and now you've been caught? It was just about a spy. I'll talk to Xingen when he gets back, Wang Liping said, unaware they still wanted to harm Tianqing. Wang Weiguo couldn't be sure if Tianqing had discovered that he had arranged for someone to hit him. If he found out, he wouldn't let them off easily. Now, he just hoped Tianqing hadn't figured it out. Unfortunately, his wish was shattered. Qi Mingyang had been busy for several days, making multiple trips to the police station and finally found the information on the person who drove the dump truck that day. After several days of searching, they managed to catch him. The man owed a large gambling debt and claimed someone approached him, promising to clear his debt if he completed a task. They provided him with the license plate number and a time and route map. He had been waiting on that road for days, and on the day of the incident, he saw the car with that license plate and crashed into it. When Qi Mingyang asked if he knew who sent him, he only said it was someone from the local underworld connected to his gambling debts. Returning to the company from the police station, Qi Mingyang went straight to the president's office. Knock, knock. After arranging tomorrow's schedule, someone knocked on the office door. Qi Mingyang pushed the door open. Mr. Hua, I found the information on the driver responsible for the accident that day. He placed the investigation documents on the desk. Tianqing glanced through the documents. The Wang family is colluding with local gangs? The documents indicated that the Wang family provided substantial funds to the gangs each year, and in return, the gangs helped the Wang family with some difficult issues. The Wang family started in the gray market and was never clean. While they've tried to appear legitimate in recent years, there are still connections beneath the surface, Qi Mingyang noted. During his investigation, he discovered that the Wang family's real estate development involved forcibly taking many ordinary people's homes due to land acquisition issues. Some stubborn residents had been threatened by the gangs, and there were even cases of fatalities. Go gather the residents who were evicted by Wang Jiaqiang and the families affected by the deaths. We need to collect evidence of their persecution. Tianqing assigned another task to Qi Mingyang. Qi Mingyang, the poor guy, would have to run around for several days. Qin Su felt a bit sorry for him. Working beside the boss was tough, with high demands. If it were her, she would have collapsed by now. In her few days as Tianqing's bodyguard, she had seen how much work a CEO of a large corporation had to handle daily. Besides dealing with local affairs, he also had to sign important documents from global branches and attend endless international video meetings. Tianqing had spent too much time in Wencheng. Once he finished dealing with the Wang family issues, he needed to rush back to the capital. The next day, it was time for the meeting with Oncon Group. At 9 in the morning, a 30-something man was brought into the office by the staff. The man first looked at Tianxing, who was sitting behind the desk, and then at Qin Su. He smiled at Tianxing and said, "Mr. Hua, you are truly busy. It took me a while to get this meeting." Tianxing sat down at the tea table and gestured for the man to take a seat. He replied, "Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. The company has been quite busy these past few days, so I apologize for the wait." Zhao Lingxiao sat down and engaged in a business conversation with Tianxing. After the small talk, he finally revealed the main purpose of his visit. "I came today to thank the young lady who saved my father last time." He glanced at Qin Su. "You must be Miss Qin. I really appreciate your help." He then placed a bank card on the table. "This is a small token of gratitude for you, Miss Qin. I hope you can accept it." Qin Su looked at Tianxing but saw no reaction on his face. After thinking for a moment, she politely declined, "Mr. Zhao, there's no need for this. In that situation, anyone who could help would have done so. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept a reward." Zhao Lingxiao was surprised that Miss Qin would refuse. The card contained 500,000, which was not a small amount for her. At that moment, Tianxing spoke up, "Then, Mr. Zhao, please take it back. If you truly want to thank Miss Qin, perhaps you could consider another way. Miss Qin's village specializes in growing medicinal herbs. Your company has a pharmaceutical business. Maybe you could establish a partnership with her village. That way, she might accept it." Qin Su nodded inwardly. A gift that expensive was too much for her, but having another business partner for her village was a good idea. Seeing this, Zhao Lingxiao took back the bank card and handed Qin Su a business card instead. "Miss Qin, this is my contact information. If you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out." Qin Su accepted the card and stepped aside. Zhao Lingxiao wanted to invite Qin Su and Tianxing to dinner, but Tianxing declined, citing work commitments. Once Zhao Lingxiao left, the office fell silent again. "Why did you refuse to accept the reward?" Tianxing asked curiously. From what he knew about Qin Su, she seemed to be someone who liked money. Why did she turn it down this time? Can you guess? Qin Su didn't explain her reasoning. Accepting the reward would mean the favor was settled. The favor from the president of Oncon Group was worth more than a bit of money, and besides, she wasn't in need of that money right now. A few days later, news broke that the Wang family was under investigation for connections to organized crime. Wang Weiguo was arrested, and the Wang company was in chaos. At this critical moment, internal power struggles erupted within the Wang family, and no one was thinking about rescuing Wang Weiguo. Tianxing officially acquired the Wang family, making him the largest shareholder of the Wang company. Zhong Baiqi was still waiting for Wang Weiguo to deliver Tianxing's items, but now that he was in jail, no one could handle it. At this time, Wang Lili approached him. Her husband's company was not affected by the Wang family, but the resources they once relied on would no longer be available. She had been haunted by the humiliation she suffered from Qin Su. Originally, Wang Weiguo planned to deal with Tianxing and take care of his woman at the same time. Now that Wang Weiguo was in jail, no one knew when he would be released, and the Wang family was in disarray. She sought out Zhong Baiqi to ask him to deal with Qin Su. "Master, I want you to take care of someone for me," Wang Lili said directly. Zhong Baiqi looked at her with his dark, piercing eyes. "If you want me to take action, it won't be cheap." Wang Lili didn't care about the cost. She just wanted revenge on that woman. "As long as you get the job done, the price is not an issue. What do you want to happen to her?" Wang Lili initially wanted to kill her, but thought that would be too easy. She changed her mind. "I want her to become so ugly that she can't show her face, and I want her to suffer constantly." A woman's jealousy can be terrifying. She had no deep grudge against Qin Su, yet she wanted to be so cruel to someone she had only met twice. "Remember your promise." Zhong Baiqi had done many harmful things for money in the past. Wang Lili's request seemed normal to him. Wang Lili handed him Qin Su's information. "This is the woman. Please take care of it, master." Zhong Baiqi recognized her as the woman he had encountered at the hotel entrance that day. Hu Tianqing had been extremely busy these past few days, handling many matters related to the acquisition of the Wang family. Zhang Huaishan wanted him to visit the villa in the East City, but he declined. However, he had to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the high-tech zone development project tomorrow. With Wang Weiguo already incarcerated and the organized crime in Wencheng being suppressed, his safety was no longer as precarious. Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow is an important event, Hu Tianqing told Qin Su. Qin Su returned to her room and entered her space, looking at the pile of elixirs in front of her, including cheer-replenishing pills, beauty pills, and fitness pills. She began to organize them into porcelain bottles, labeling them appropriately. These elixirs were priceless. Once she finished her work as Hu Tianqing's bodyguard, she could find suitable buyers and make a significant profit. She took out her phone to check her social media. Why hadn't she seen Qin Jun post anything? He wasn't usually this low-key. It had been a few days since she last contacted him. The last time she left home, her grandmother was worried. She decided to give him a call. Qin Su found Qin Jun's WeChat and sent him a message. However, after several minutes without a reply, she wondered if he had not seen his phone. A few more minutes passed, and still no response. Qin Su began to worry. She called him, but only a mechanical voice informed her that the number was out of service. Qin Su spent the whole night worrying about the Qin army. If it weren't for her training, she might not have been able to work normally the next day. Hu Tianqing sensed that Qin Su was troubled early in the morning. He asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night?" Qin Su didn't want to share her personal matters with him and pretended everything was fine. "It's nothing, I just might have gone to bed a bit late." Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Hu Tianqing instructed the servant to bring breakfast. After they finished breakfast, they went downstairs and took a special car to the eastern high-tech zone of the city. The event was organized by the Wencheng Development Project Group, and Mayor Wu was also present. When he saw Hu Tianqing, he warmly approached him. "Mr. Hu, welcome to today's opening ceremony. On behalf of Wencheng, I warmly welcome you." After some polite exchanges, business elites from various fields started to arrive. After a series of formalities, it was Hu Tianqing's turn to speak. Qin Su kept a close eye on what was happening around him. Fortunately, nothing unexpected occurred, and Hu Tianqing successfully completed his speech. Once the ceremony was over, everyone moved to a luxurious hotel for a banquet. Many in the business community remembered Qin Su for her heroic act of saving someone last time. When they came over to chat with Hu Tianqing, they also paid more attention to her, so Qin Su collected quite a few business cards. Wang Lili also attended the banquet with her husband. It must be said that they had quite a connection, albeit a troublesome one. Watching Qin Su mingle effortlessly among the elite, Wang Lili gritted her teeth. "You can only show off for a couple of days. Let's see how you charm men when you're disfigured." Qin Su felt a malicious gaze on her. When she looked back, she recognized a somewhat familiar face. Wasn't this middle-aged woman the same one from the last banquet and the restroom? Facing the other's hostility, Qin Su decided to ignore it as long as it didn't come too close. Wang Lili didn't expect Qin Su to be so perceptive. She was startled when Qin Su suddenly turned around and, seeing her indifferent attitude, felt even angrier. She took out her phone and called Zhong Baiqi. "Hello, Master, I saw that woman today. Can you act immediately?" After hearing the response, Wang Lili hung up with a sinister smile. Qin Su was unaware that someone was plotting against her. She accompanied Hu Tianqing, dealing with one person after another who came to socialize, her smile nearly frozen. Finally, she managed to find a moment to tell Hu Tianqing she was going to freshen up. After coming out of the restroom, she didn't want to return right away and found a quiet spot to relax. But someone just couldn't stand her peace. She heard footsteps approaching. Wang Lili had been keeping an eye on Qin Su and followed her outside. Qin Su remained silent and didn't look back. Seeing that Qin Su didn't react, Wang Lili deliberately cleared her throat. Qin Su recognized who it was from the moment she entered the banquet. That gaze had been fixed on her. She just didn't understand why the person was so focused on her. Feigning to have heard the noise, Qin Su turned around. "Wang Lili, Seeing that Qin Su finally looked at her, pretended to be surprised and disgusted. What bad luck! Why do I keep running into annoying people everywhere? The master had said that to cast a spell, she needed to get a hair from the person she wanted to deal with, so she had intentionally approached this woman. Finally, this woman was alone. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to get her hair with her always being near Tianqing. Qin Su noticed the calculating look in the middle-aged woman's eyes. Bored, she decided to see what tricks she was up to. Qin Su pretended to cover her nose and waved her hand in front of her. Oh no, is something stinking up the air? Why did it suddenly smell so bad? Wang Lili was caught off guard by Qin Su's reaction and sniffed the air. Qin Su couldn't help but laugh at her response, bursting into laughter. Wang Lili then realized that Qin Su was insulting her. Her face turned purple, resembling the purple sweet potato bun she had for breakfast. Thinking like this, will she still be able to enjoy purple sweet potato buns in the future? Wang Lili had come to pick a fight, and after being insulted by Qin Su, along with their previous grievances, she lost her composure and, forgetting her image as a wealthy woman, lunged at Qin Su's face. Let's see if she could tear this fox's face apart. Qin Su's skills were not something Wang Lili could approach easily. She dodged left and right, causing Wang Lili to chase her clumsily. Wang Lili missed several times, her face contorted with rage. Why don't you stop running if you're so capable? She shouted, panting. Qin Su ignored her, standing a short distance away with her arms crossed, watching her. If I'm not capable, then you should catch me. Wang Lili was going crazy. How is this woman different from other seductive girls? Thinking about the prize she hadn't yet obtained, she chased after Qin Su again. Qin Su sensed something was off about this woman today. They had clashed before, but she had never been so relentless. Did this woman want something from her? Remembering the old man in black at the hotel entrance, who was with this woman, she wondered if they had some kind of conspiracy. Qin Su also wanted to find out if the old man was the sorcerer who had cast a spell on Tianqing. She pretended to stumble, slowing down just a bit. Wang Lili's eyes lit up as she reached out and managed to grab a few strands of Qin Su's hair, pulling hard. Qin Su had been observing Wang Lili from the start and saw the fleeting look of triumph on her face after grabbing her hair. Wang Lili had gotten what she wanted and, pretending to be fierce, warned, "I'll let you off today. Next time we meet, you better watch out." With that, she stormed back to the banquet. Qin Su watched her retreating figure, smirking. Who would get the last laugh was still uncertain. Tianqing noticed that Qin Su had been gone for a long time and went to look for her. He happened to run into the furious middle-aged woman. He saw that the direction she came from was where Qin Su had been. He went to the observation deck and saw that Qin Su seemed fine, which relieved him. "Why were you gone for so long?" Tianqing asked as he walked up to Qin Su. Qin Su had seen him coming and didn't move, gazing at the nearby lawn garden. Only when she heard Tianqing's question did she reply, "I'm not used to that kind of occasion, so I stepped out for some fresh air." She didn't directly answer Tianqing's question. Should she tell him that she had just been fighting with someone? "I don't like those social events either," Tianqing said. Qin Su looked at him suspiciously. Was it appropriate for the president of an international corporation to say that? Tianqing understood her thoughts and smiled. There's no rule that says a president must enjoy banquets. I'm just like anyone else. Sometimes I don't want to work or socialize. Qin Su felt like he was in Versailles, acting like a corporate president who thinks he is just like ordinary people. Don't think she didn't know how the employees in the company viewed him. He was just a workaholic. Seeing that Qin Su didn't believe him, Tianqing didn't explain further. "Let's go in. We can head back in half an hour." After saying this to Qin Su, Tianqing walked ahead toward the banquet hall. Once they returned to the venue, Tianqing chatted with a few board members from business contacts before saying goodbye to Mayor Wu and leaving the banquet. Mengshan Village. Since Qin Su went to the city, Grandma Qin either visited neighbors to gossip or went to play mahjong at someone else's house. But after a few days of this, she started to miss her granddaughter. And then there was that Qin Jun, who had been out with his classmates for so long without even calling. Had he forgotten about her? Fortunately, her sweet granddaughter was there to keep her company. Zhu Zhu had made good friends since coming to Mengshan village, and she was now best friends with Xiao Hao, the village chief's grandson. She occasionally thought of her cousin Su Su, but kids have short memories. When other kids from the village came to play, she quickly shifted her attention. After returning from a neighbor's house, Grandma Qin found the home empty, not even knowing where Zhu Zhu had gone to play. She took out the phone Qin Su had bought her and called her granddaughter. Qin Su and Hua Tianqing had just returned to the company. Hua Tianqing went to handle business, while she hid in a nearby break room to take a break. When the phone rang, she saw it was Grandma calling and worried something had happened at home, so she quickly answered. "Grandma, what made you think to call me? Is something wrong at home?" Hearing her granddaughter's anxious voice, Grandma Qin quickly explained that she was just bored at home and thought to call her. Qin Su sighed in relief. She was worried about something happening at home, and now that everything was fine, it was a relief.
I'm sorry, Grandma.
"I've been busy with work and forgot to call you," Qin Su said with a hint of guilt. Everyone had their own things to do and had neglected Grandma, who surely wanted someone to talk to. They chatted for over 10 minutes, and Grandma Qin complained that Qin Jun hadn't called home either, wondering if he was having too much fun. Qin Su felt a sinking feeling. She had contacted Qin Jun last night, but he hadn't replied. She didn't dare to tell Grandma and just reassured her that Qin Jun was probably just having a great time with his classmates and forgot to check in. After ending the call with Grandma, Qin Su dialed Qin Jun's number again, but it was still busy. Now, she couldn't stay calm. She got up and walked to the office outside. Hua Tianqing noticed her anxious expression and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Qin Su just wanted to contact her brother quickly. She told Hua Tianqing, "I can't be your bodyguard anymore. You need to find someone else." Hua Tianqing didn't know what was going on, but tried to calm her down. "You can tell me what's wrong. Maybe I can help." Qin Su explained that her brother was camping and she couldn't reach him. Hua Tianqing thought for a moment and said, "Don't panic. Maybe they are in an area with no signal. You can try contacting others first." Qin Su had thought about contacting others, but she didn't have anyone else's phone numbers. Plus, she had a nagging feeling that something was wrong with her brother. "I don't have any other classmates' numbers," Qin Su said worriedly. Hua Tianqing asked which school her brother attended and then made a call. In just a few minutes, he received a call back. After a brief conversation, he hung up. Qin Su looked at him hopefully, wishing for useful news. Hua Tianqing had instructed someone to check the camping location and the situation of the group. However, the school reported bad news. They couldn't reach the other campers either. Hua Tianqing shared the news with Qin Su. She was about to leave when Hua Tianqing stopped her. "Wait a moment. I'll go with you." Qin Su thought she misheard. Why would Hua Tianqing want to go with her? She quickly refused. "No need. You have company matters to attend to. I can go by myself." Hua Tianqing insisted, "There's nothing urgent at the company. I can leave it to Qimingyang. I know a professional rescue team, and right now, finding them is the priority. We can't waste any more time." That made sense. She couldn't find Qin Jun alone, and time was of the essence. This wasn't the time to be polite. Qin Su and Hua Tianqing left the parking lot and got into an SUV, heading toward Phoenix Mountain. Hua Tianqing contacted the rescue team, explaining the situation, and they said they would arrive at the destination soon. Sitting in the passenger seat, Qin Su watched the scenery fly by, feeling anxious. Hua Tianqing knew she was worried and tried to comfort her. The school said their camping site is only on the outskirts of the mountain, so they should be fine. "Don't worry. I hope nothing has happened to them." Qin Su was grateful that Hua Tianqing was helping her at this moment. Otherwise, searching blindly alone would waste a lot of time. Phoenix Mountain was located at the border of Wencheng and Liqing, and it took nearly 2 hours to get there from a city center. By the time they reached a village near Phoenix Mountain, it was almost 3 in the afternoon. The rescue team hadn't arrived yet, and Qin Su was getting impatient. "Hua, why don't you wait for the rescue team here while I go into the mountains to look for them?" With her current skills, she wouldn't be in any danger. "No way. It's only a few hours until dark. It's too dangerous for you to go into the mountains alone." Hua Tianqing frowned in opposition. He would never let Qin Su go into the mountains by herself. You know my abilities. I won't be in danger. The sooner I find them, the better I'll feel. Qin Su didn't want to just wait around, especially since they didn't know how long Qin Jun had been missing. There were large wild animals and poisonous snakes in Phoenix Mountain, and if Qin Jun and the others encountered them, it could be dangerous. Seeing her determination, Hua Tianqing knew he couldn't stop her. Then I'll go in with you. No need. You wait here for the rescue team. I'll go in first and contact you if I find any clues. Having him with her would make it harder for her to act. Hua Tianqing insisted, and Qin Su had no choice but to let him follow. They informed the rescue team that they would head into the mountains first and would contact them later. The two set off toward Phoenix Mountain. Based on the information from the school, Qin Jun and his classmates were camping south of the Wenqing entrance of Phoenix Mountain, a few hundred meters above sea level. Qin Su was fit enough to climb this mountain easily. She thought Hua Tianqing, being a big president who usually sat in an office, would struggle on such rugged paths. To her surprise, he not only kept up but hardly seemed out of breath, just a little sweat on his forehead. After an hour, they arrived at the camping site. Qin Su looked around and noticed signs of tents being set up and people having stayed there. Qin Jun, it seems we are lost. Zhou Chen and the others don't know where to go, and Ing Xian and Li San are also missing. Can we still go back? Su Xiaoya's eyes were red, and tears streamed down her face. She anxiously looked around, but all she saw were tall trees and thick thickets, with no sign of her classmates. Don't worry, we left markers along the way. If the people outside can't contact us and come into search, they will definitely find us by following the markers. Qin Jun tried to comfort Su Xiaoya, but he wasn't sure himself. What they encountered this time was truly strange. A few days ago, Qin Jun and his classmates gathered in the city and took a bus to the Phoenix Mountain tourist area. Their plan was to camp overnight at the campsite on Phoenix Mountain, as the view for stargazing was excellent there. During the day, they would hike along the established trails. But that night, something went wrong. The classmates gathered together, and to lighten the mood, Zhang Mingxing suggested playing some fun games. Everyone agreed, and they started playing Truth or Dare. When it was Huang Xiaoxiao's turn, Zhang Yingxian, sitting next to her, mischievously smiled and asked, Xiaoxiao, do you choose Truth or Dare? Huang Xiaoxiao knew what she was up to and didn't want to play along. I choose Dare. Zhang Yingxian felt a bit disappointed. She knew Huang Xiaoxiao had a crush on Zhou Chen and wanted to use the game to help her confess. Then you have to go 100 meters away and stay there alone for 10 minutes. Huang Xiaoxiao hesitated. She had always been afraid of the dark. Though 100 meters wasn't far, being on the mountain surrounded by darkness made her anxious. Su Xiaoya noticed her distress and suggested, let's pick something else. It's too dark here, and it could be dangerous. The other classmates also chimed in to persuade her. Then Xiaoxiao, just choose Truth. You only have to say who you like. Zhang Yingxian still didn't give up. Huang Xiaoxiao secretly glanced at the boy across from her, who was happily chatting with Li San. Feeling dejected, she looked away, a wave of grievance washing over her. Suddenly, she decisively said, I'll choose Dare. She smiled at Su Xiaoya. It's fine. It's not far. You can all see me from here. It's just 10 minutes. With that, she walked out of the campsite. Su Xiaoya watched her go and thought there was no choice but to keep an eye on her. It should be fine. The classmates resumed playing the next round of games. At first, Su Xiaoya kept an eye on Huang Xiaoxiao, but soon she was picked. She chose Dare and was asked to blindfold herself and guess her classmates' identities. Each wrong guess resulted in a light tap on her forehead. After a few taps, she finally completed the game. She sighed in relief. This game had been tough on her. She looked towards Huang Xiaoxiao's direction, but this time she couldn't see her. Her heart raced. Where did Huang Xiaoxiao go? She scanned the area but found no one. The other classmates were still laughing and playing, unaware that Huang Xiaoxiao was missing. Huang Xiaoxiao is gone. Does anyone know where she went? Su Xiaoya asked urgently. The classmates stopped the game and looked towards where Huang Xiaoxiao had been. No one was there. Let's go check. Maybe she's just nearby. They all went over and searched the area, but still couldn't find Huang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, where are you?
Come out.
They called as they searched. This isn't working. It's night, and it's pitch black. Being on the mountain is too dangerous. What if someone falls off a cliff? Qin Jun saw his classmates running around like headless chickens and quickly called out to stop them. They all returned to the campsite. Zhang Yingxian cried, "It's all my fault. Why did I make Xiaoxiao do the dare?"
Woo.
Zhang Mingsheng replied irritably, "What's the use of saying that now? We need to think of a way to find Huang Xiaoxiao." Zhou Chen suggested calling the police. Huang Xiaoxiao hasn't responded. We don't know if something has happened. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes. He took out his phone and dialed, but there was no response on the other end. He checked his phone and saw there was no signal. What was going on? This campsite was still within the tourist area. There shouldn't be no signal. He dialed again, but still no response. Seeing his silence, the classmates' expressions turned grim, and they asked what was wrong. There's no signal. The call won't go through. How is that possible? This is a tourist area. How can there be no signal?
Yo Young exclaimed.
What do we do? Xiaoxiao is still missing, and now we can't call for help. Su Xiaoya was also very anxious. The classmates began to discuss. Besides worrying about Huang Xiaoxiao, the sudden loss of signal made them panic. Qin Jun and Zhou Chen worked to calm everyone's fears before discussing what to do next. Let's split into two groups. Zhou Yang, Zhang Mingsheng, Wang Xiaoqiang, and I will go find Huang Xiaoxiao. He turned to Qin Jun and said, "Qin Jun, you stay at the campsite to protect the girls." After assigning tasks, Zhou Chen grabbed a flashlight, climbing rope, and some necessary items, and led the three towards the area where Huang Xiaoxiao had disappeared. You all search nearby. If you can't find her, wait until dawn to seek help. Qin Jun was worried they might get lost in the deeper parts of the mountain. Watching the lights fade away, Qin Jun felt both anxious and hopeful that they would find her soon. The group fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. You all should go into the tent and rest. I'll stay outside to keep watch, Qin Jun told the girls. I'll stay with you, Su Xiaoya said. Zhang Yingxian and Li San exchanged glances and silently lowered their heads. There's no need. I can handle it alone. You all go inside. Seeing his insistence, Su Xiaoya had no choice but to go into the tent to rest. As time passed, it was nearing midnight, and Zhou Chen and the others still hadn't returned. Qin Jun grew more worried. He wanted to go find them, but he had to protect the girls and couldn't leave. Li San, I need to use the restroom. Can you come with me? In the middle of the night, Zhang Yingxian was woken by a feeling of pressure in her abdomen. She nudged Li San beside her and pleaded. She didn't want to go alone, and with Qin Jun outside, she couldn't solve her problem too close by, so she asked someone to accompany her. When Qin Jun saw Zhang Yingxian and Li San coming out of the tent, he quickly asked what was wrong. Zhang Yingxian mumbled something unclear and pulled Li San toward a secluded spot. Realizing they were going to relieve themselves, Qin Jun awkwardly held back what he was about to say. After Zhang Yingxian and Li San finished, they stood up to head back. Suddenly, both felt their consciousness blur, as if something was pulling them deeper into the forest. Are Zhou Chen and the others in trouble? Why haven't they come back yet? Qin Jun felt very worried. Many people have hiked and camped at Phoenix Mountain before, and he had never heard of anything strange happening here. They had checked detailed guides online before coming, and it was not far from Wencheng, so hiking should not be dangerous. He never expected the accident to come so suddenly. Qin Jun took out his phone and tried to call, but there was no response on the other end. He glanced at the time. It was already 12:30. It was strange that Zhang Yingxian and Li Sang had not returned after almost 10 minutes. Suddenly, Qin Jun stood up quickly. He hurried to the place where the two had gone, but fearing he might see something he shouldn't, he stopped a few steps away and shouted, Zhang Yingxian, Li Sang, if you're okay, just respond. However, the quiet, dark forest only echoed with strange animal sounds.
Zhang Yingxian, Li Sang.
Qin Jun called out again. Still, no one answered. Qin Jun was almost in tears. How could 2 more people go missing? He was about to enter the woods to search when he remembered Su Xiaoya was still in the tent. He turned back to the campsite and woke her up. Su Xiaoya was groggy when awakened, but when she heard that Zhang Yingxian and Li Sang were also missing, she immediately became alert. What did you say? Zhang Yingxian and Li Sang are missing too. Yes, they went to the bathroom a while ago, and it's been a long time since they returned. I went to call them, but no one responded. Now, it was just the 2 of them left. The other classmates had inexplicably disappeared. Was there something sinister about this place? Classmates have gone missing after leaving the campsite. Now it's late at night. We can't recklessly search for them. We should wait until dawn to go down and call for help. Qin Jun wanted to find their classmates, but with so many incidents happening, he was afraid to search the woods blindly. The best option was to stay put until morning and then go down for help. That night, Qin Jun and Su Xiaoya dared not sleep, keeping their eyes open until dawn. As soon as it was light, they hurriedly grabbed some food and rushed down the mountain. But an unexpected accident occurred. In their hurry and with the dim light, Su Xiaoya accidentally stepped into thin air and fell straight down the mountainside. Qin Jun instinctively reached out to grab her, but ended up falling with her. This was it. They were really doomed. Qin Jun felt despair. But at the moment of falling, he still tightly held Su Xiaoya in his arms. Although the cliff wasn't very steep, the bottom was filled with rocks and thorns. Falling from that height would likely result in serious injury or death. He thought they were surely doomed, but when they stopped rolling, Qin Jun opened his eyes and surprisingly felt no pain. Su Xiaoya, protected in his arms, was also unharmed. They looked around. They had fallen from about 100 meters high. If it were flat ground, that distance wouldn't be a big deal. But now, they had no idea how long it would take to climb back up. Their classmates were waiting for them to find help. Qin Jun turned to search the area and noticed a small path below, likely left by villagers who used to walk up the mountain. It was overgrown with weeds now for some unknown reason. Since there was a path, they could follow it to find people and quickly contact the outside world for help. After walking along the path for nearly an hour, they finally spotted a village in the distance. They quickened their pace towards the village. Standing at the entrance, looking at the somewhat desolate and dilapidated village, Qin Jun felt a chill. Qin Jun, let's go in and see if anyone is around. Seeing Qin Jun standing still, Su Xiaoya urged him. Qin Jun suppressed his fear and quickly followed Su Xiaoya. They passed several houses, but all the doors were tightly shut, and they saw no one. This village is strange. Why is there no one around?
Su Xiaoya murmured.
Even though it was just getting light, rural people usually wake up early to work, so the silence of this village was very odd. They continued walking deeper and finally saw a figure not far away. As they got closer, they realized it was an elderly woman, about 70 years old.
Hello, Grandma.
Can you tell us where we are, and if there's a way to contact the outside? Qin Jun quickly asked. The old woman looked at them with cloudy eyes and waved her hand, saying, "You should leave quickly. Don't stay here." Worried she hadn't heard him, Qin Jun repeated his question. The old woman insisted they leave and ignored them, turning to go back inside and closing the door. Qin Jun had no choice but to keep looking for others in the village. Finally, they spotted another person and rushed over to ask. This man was younger, looking to be around 50. "How did you get here?" "Our village is quite remote. The young people have all moved to the town. If you want to contact the outside, you need to walk 10 miles south of the village to make a call."
"Sir, why don't you all move to the town too?"
Qin Jun couldn't help but ask. "I don't want to leave. This is my home," the man said, puffing on a pipe as he answered. "If you want to contact the outside, you should hurry. It's still daytime, but it gets dangerous here at night." Su Xiaoya recalled the eerie quiet of the village, and, combined with the fact that they were deep in the mountains, the supernatural stories she had read flooded her mind. She quickly tugged at Qin Jun, signaling him not to waste any more time. Thanking the man, Qin Jun and Su Xiaoya headed in the direction he indicated. Just as they left, a frail old man emerged from a nearby house. "You let them go?" If that person finds out, we might all be in danger. The man seemed to recall something terrifying and shuddered, but he still firmly said, that person captured several people last night. These two probably won't attract his attention. The old man sighed softly, murmuring, the sins we've committed will eventually bring retribution. Hearing the old man's words, the younger man's face turned pale for a moment, but thinking of his deal with that person, he forced a smile. Well, if that day comes, his worthless life might as well be a form of atonement. Qin Jun and Su Xiaoya walked along the mountain path, when suddenly Qin Jun stopped and exclaimed, I know why that village was so strange. Su Xiaoya was startled by his sudden shout. What did you discover? No matter how rundown a village is, as long as there are people, there should be some signs of life. But in that village, besides a few old people and that man, there were no other animals at all. The village felt completely lifeless. Qin Su was carefully examining the forest again when she noticed a red thread hanging from a thorny tree. It seemed that someone had passed through here and torn their clothes. Hua Tianqing also found a butterfly hairpin not far away. They must have gone into the forest from this direction, he said. Qin Su picked up the hairpin and noticed a strand of hair on it, which she carefully stored in a bag. Soon, the rescue team arrived, and with more people, they found more clues. However, the sky was getting darker, making it difficult to continue the rescue efforts. Hua Tianqing spoke with the rescue team leader for a while before returning. The rescue team said we can use drones to search the area, but if they go deep into the forest, there will be no signal, and the drones won't be much help. I have another plan. Can you get the detailed information of all the participants in this hiking activity? Qin Su had thought of a better approach. Although Hua Tianqing was unsure why she needed that information, he called Qi Mingyang to quickly gather and send it over. Hua Tianqing also brought back some food from the rescue team. You should eat something first. Even in a hurry, you need to fill your stomach. They hadn't prepared food when they rushed to Phoenix Mountain that afternoon, so Hua Tianqing had to ask the rescue team for some. Qin Su took the food and ate a few bites. She hadn't thought it through. She initially planned to enter the mountain alone, thinking she had enough supplies in her space with the spiritual spring, fruits, and food. She didn't expect Hua Tianqing to come along, so she couldn't take out her supplies. Half an hour later, Hua Tianqing received the information from Qi Mingyang. Here are the details of those individuals, he said, handing the information to Qin Su. Qin Su skimmed over the male classmates and focused on the birthdays of 4 female classmates. She planned to use a tracking technique from her inherited skills. As long as she had an item used by the target and their birth date, she could estimate their location. Now that she had the missing person's hair, the results would be more accurate. Qin Su took out the hair and matched it with the birthdays in the information, finally finding a match with a girl named Zhang Yingxian. She lit a tracking talisman and burned the hair along with it while silently calculating. Hua Tianqing watched her in silence. After a while, Qin Su stopped her actions. Hua Tianqing couldn't help but ask, were you casting a spell just now? Sort of, Qin Su replied, having calculated Zhang Yingxuan's location and assessed her safety, confirming she was not in immediate danger. Do you have results? She is still alive. We need to find them quickly. Qin Su looked at the darkening sky. It was now evening, and they would have to wait until tomorrow to search for them. That night, Qin Su lay in the tent, wondering how Qin Jun was doing. Fortunately, she had given him a protective talisman before leaving, so he should be safe if he encountered danger. At dawn, the rescue team and they got up early, had a simple breakfast, and immediately entered the mountains to search. Qin Su had informed them about the clues she found the night before, so they headed in that direction. Leading the rescue team into the deep mountains, the team initially doubted her abilities. It was only after Hua Tianqing assured them of her reliability that the team leader followed her. After several hours of searching without any sign of the missing people, doubts about Qin Su began to arise. Mr. Hua, we've been searching the mountain for hours and haven't seen any sign of the missing persons. Continuing like this will only delay the rescue. We should stick to our original rescue plan. Hua Tianqing, knowing Qin Su's abilities, explained to the team leader, Captain Xiao, I believe Miss Qin wouldn't joke about the lives of the missing people. She must be confident in her approach. Let's keep looking, and if there's still no progress, I'll persuade her. Fortunately, not long after, they found an item belonging to the missing persons, a powerful flashlight. After walking for nearly half an hour, Qin Su suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Hua Tianqing asked, puzzled.
There are evil cultivators nearby.
It felt somewhat familiar, similar to the soul-devouring bug he had given Hua Tianqing, but also different. Think of a way to keep the rescue team here. I'll go take a look myself. Qin Su didn't want to involve ordinary people in matters related to evil cultivators. Will you be in danger? Hua Tianqing asked, concerned. It's fine. Their cultivation level might not be higher than mine. You all stay here. Hua Tianqing didn't oppose this time. He knew that practitioners had various methods, and staying there might complicate things for her. Just be careful.
If you can't handle it, run.
Qin Su smiled, turned and quickly left, disappearing from sight in an instant. Captain Xiao saw Qin Su vanish and hurriedly asked Hua Tianqing, why did she go alone? Hua Tianqing made up a reason and suggested everyone rest nearby for now. Captain Xiao understood they had their own plans and didn't press further. Qin Su rushed toward the source of the evil aura. The closer she got, the stronger the presence became. At that moment, in a dark cave, several young men and women lay on the ground, motionless. These unconscious individuals were none other than the missing Zhou Yichen and his friends. Not far from them, an old man with tattered clothes and white hair sat hunched over. Next to him stood a flag with a black skull pattern, and anyone with cultivation would see the evil energy swirling within it. The old man was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with a dull, deadly intent. Someone from the Xianmen has found this place. Well, it's a good opportunity to test my newly created soul slaughter technique. With that, he instantly vanished from the cave. Qin Su sensed the evil aura approaching her and stopped. Moments later, a hunched old man appeared before her. Friend, what brings you to my domain? The old man asked. Qin Su looked at the old man, feeling the overwhelming evil energy around him, and sensed the presence of living beings not far from the cave. I have a few friends who accidentally got lost in this mountain. I'm here to search for them. Uncertain of the old man's cultivation level, Qin Su cautiously probed. Seeing that Qin Su was just a young girl, the old man dismissed her, thinking she was merely a disciple out for training, not worth his attention. This girl had a pure spiritual energy. If he could extract and refine her soul, his power would surely increase. The old man stepped aside and kindly said, "You can go ahead and see if you can find your friend." Qin Su thanked him and slowly walked toward him. Just as she was about to pass the old man, he suddenly attacked her. Qin Su had been on guard and quickly dodged the strong wind coming from behind her. At the same time, she gathered her energy and struck back at the old man. Seeing Qin Su counterattack, the old man underestimated her, thinking a young girl couldn't have much power, and took the hit directly.
Poof.
The old man spat out blood and staggered back several steps, staring at Qin Su in disbelief. Your power is surprisingly strong. Well, it seems I underestimated you. Once I extract and refine your soul, your body will be the best material for my puppet. The old man pulled out a soul-hungry banner and began chanting a spell. Qin Su wouldn't just stand there and let him finish. She quickly gathered her energy and shot at the old man. The old man dodged swiftly and shouted, "Go!" Qin Su felt a wave of sinister energy coming at her and hurriedly took out a thunder talisman to throw forward. The talisman made a sharp explosion upon contact with the dark energy, completely clearing it away. Seeing both of his attacks neutralized, the old man's expression grew serious. This girl is surprisingly powerful. Could she be a direct disciple of the top sect? Girl, we have no enmity. Why not just stop here?
No enmity?
Why did you attack me first?
My friend might have been captured by you.
Moreover, the old man's techniques clearly belonged to an evil sect, so Qin Su couldn't let him go.
It seems you want to fight.
Let's see who is stronger. The old man unleashed the soul-hungry technique, and countless bugs crawled out from him, flying toward Qin Su. These cursed insects were cultivated from the souls of many young men and women over the years. Once they touched a person's skin, they would enter the body and turn them into puppets under his control. Seeing the swarm of bugs, Qin Su felt disgusted. She took out a stack of talismans and threw them all at once. A series of crackling sounds erupted, like firecrackers during the New Year. The old man was stunned by Qin Su's sudden attack. How could she have so many talismans? Seeing all his treasures destroyed, he felt like his heart was bleeding. From the power of the talismans, it was clear they were intermediate thunder talismans. Few people in the world could draw such talismans. They were usually drawn by elders and sects, and the quantity was unusual. Intermediate talismans require a lot of energy to create, and with the current scarcity of spiritual energy, no one would waste so much to draw so many thunder talismans. Given the girl's age, it was unlikely she drew them herself. The only possibility was that her sect provided them. To give out so many intermediate talismans, she must be either a descendant of an important figure in a sect or a direct disciple. Thinking of the constant pursuit by various sects over the years, the old man gritted his teeth and unleashed even more powerful attacks, determined to kill her. While defending, Qin Su assessed the gap between her and the old man. It seemed he was now using all his strength, which gave her some relief. Qin Su chanted a spell, and suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky, with thunder rumbling. Heavenly thunder appears, evil spirits vanish, perish. As she finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt struck down at the old man.
What?
The old man's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, the lightning hit him. He coughed up blood and convulsed on the ground, soon losing his breath. He practiced an evil technique, and being struck by the most powerful heavenly thunder meant certain death. The soul-hungry banner lost the old man's control, and the vengeful spirits inside began to escape. Qin Su couldn't let these evil beings harm others, so she took out a soul-collecting talisman to gather them all inside. Then, she threw a flame talisman onto the old man's body, which turned to ashes in seconds, leaving no trace, as if nothing had happened. After finishing everything, Qin Su continued toward the direction she sensed earlier. Entering the cave, she saw several people lying on the ground, likely the missing students. She scanned the area, but didn't see Qin Su checked on them and was relieved to find they were only in a coma from the cursed insects. She took out soul-reviving grass from her space and lit it, collecting the insects that crawled out of their noses. Then, she fed each of them a soul-nourishing pill and waited for them to wake up. Zhou Yichen groggily opened his eyes and saw a beautiful young girl in front of him. After looking around, his memories gradually returned.
Who are you?
Where is this? How did I end up here? He asked in confusion. Qin Su had hoped to get useful information from them, but seeing his expression, it seemed unlikely. I am Qin Jun's sister. You have been missing for several days, so we came to find you. What happened? Zhou Yichen recalled that night and explained everything in detail to Qin Su. I don't know what happened afterward. That night, after Huang Xiaoxiao went missing, I, Zhou Yang, Wang Xiaoqiang, and Zhang Mingsheng went to look for her. But as we walked, we suddenly got lost. Just when we wanted to turn back, I felt dizzy and then lost my memory. I woke up and saw you. From his account, Qin Su deduced that they were brought to the cave after being cursed by the old man. According to the old man's cultivation method, he must have intended to extract their souls for his practice, but before he could do so, Qin Su arrived, and the events unfolded. Ow, what happened? Why are my feet and hands so hurt? It hurts. Where is this? Zhou Yang woke up feeling pain all over and looked around at the unfamiliar place confused. The others gradually woke up, all shouting and unsure of their situation. Quiet.
Insuscautit.
Everyone turned to her. Have you all forgotten what happened before you lost consciousness? After Qin Su's reminder, the others recalled the previous events, their faces turning pale. Zhang Yingxian and Li Sang remembered they had gone out in the middle of the night and then felt dizzy, not knowing what had happened. Various strange thoughts flooded their minds, making them shiver. Okay, it's all over now. Weren't there 9 of you? Why are there only 7 now? Where are the other 2? Qin Su was very worried about Qin Jun, fearing he might be in danger. Zhang Yingxian quietly replied, that night, Zhou Chen and the others went to find Huang Xiaoxiao, leaving us 4 at the camp. But in the middle of the night, Li Sang and I got up and the other 2 stayed at the camp. After that, we don't know what happened. Seeing that she couldn't get any information from them, Qin Su decided to notify Tianqing to have the rescue team take them down the mountain. Qin Jun and Su Xiaoya walked along the path to the village mentioned by the uncle. Qin Jun recalled the strange feeling in the village. It lacked the vibrant life of other villages and instead felt lifeless. His curiosity grew, and he wanted to return to the village to uncover its secrets. Let's go back and take a look. I feel something is off about that village, he said. Is that a good idea? Zhou Chen and the others are waiting for us to find someone to rescue. We don't have time, Su Xiaoya disagreed. Although Qin Jun was eager to investigate the village's oddities, he remembered their classmates were waiting for them to help and suppressed his curiosity, continuing on the path with Su Xiaoya. However, they soon realized they were lost. The mountain path was rarely used, and tall weeds had covered all the signs of the trail. Following the direction the uncle had given, they initially found some traces of the path, but soon discovered there was no way forward. Getting lost in this vast forest was dangerous, and with no phone signal, both felt a sense of despair. They had no choice but to leave marks along the way as they moved forward. If they truly couldn't find their way back, at least someone searching for them could follow the marks. After the rescue team brought all the students down the mountain, Qin Su and Tianqing continued searching for Qin Jun and the other girl. Captain Xiao wanted to stay and help them search, but was turned down by Qin Su. He didn't insist and accompanied his team to escort the students down. After half a day of searching, Qin Su finally found a small path not far from the camp. Qin Su moved quickly, and Tianqing, who was fit from years of exercise, kept up well. Their speed was much faster than Qin Jun's. After walking along the path for half an hour, they soon spotted the village ahead. The entire village was eerily silent. As they entered the village and checked the houses, they saw a figure moving in one home. Qin Su approached and knocked on the door. When the elderly man opened the door, Qin Su politely asked, "Sir, have you seen 2 young people come through here? A boy and a girl, around 17 or 18 years old." The old man seemed hard of hearing. He waved his hands and muttered something unintelligible. Seeing they couldn't communicate, Qin Su thanked the old man and went to find other villagers. This village is too strange. There are no animals and I hardly see any people, Qin Su remarked. She wondered. Even if the younger generation had left for work, there should still be some elderly people whose children would visit them. The village looked isolated, as if no one had walked these paths in a long time. Tianqing was also puzzled, but they would find someone to ask. After wandering the village for a while, they finally encountered another person. Qin Su approached the uncle again and asked, "Sir, have you seen 2 young people, a boy and a girl around 17 or 18? The uncle looked at Qin Su and Tianqing for a long time before responding. "A couple of days ago, 2 young people did come to the village, but they have already left." Qin Su felt relieved to finally have some news and asked, "Do you know where they went?" "They seem to have encountered some trouble and wanted to call for help, but there's no signal here." "I told them to check the village to the south," the uncle replied. Looking at the uncle, Qin Su suddenly asked, "Sir, we've been walking for a long time and are quite thirsty. Could we have some water?" Tianqing raised an eyebrow. Didn't they have water in their backpacks? The uncle invited them into his home and went to the kitchen to get 2 cups of water. When Qin Su took the cup, her hand accidentally brushed against the uncle's, and she quickly pulled away. The uncle didn't notice anything unusual and handed them the water. As Qin Su drank, she chatted with the uncle. "Sir, why aren't there many people in the village?" The uncle chuckled. "The young people have all gone to work outside, leaving just us older folks here." After sitting for a while and finishing their water, they bid farewell to the uncle. As they reached the village entrance, Qin Su felt a gaze on them from behind. Tianqing had noticed Qin Su's unease. Did you notice something? That uncle has a worm.
Inshu exclaimed.
She sensed something was off about the uncle at first sight, but to be sure, she decided to get closer and ask for water. Is it related to the evil cultivators? Tianqing thought of his own past experience with worms. It's probably from the same source. They both control people's souls. It felt similar to the aura of the evil cultivator she encountered yesterday. Do you want to investigate that village? Let's put that aside for now. The most important thing is to find Qin Jun and the others first. Following the uncle's directions, Qin Su and Tianqing hurried along the path for another hour and indeed found a village ahead. They entered the village to inquire about Qin Jun's whereabouts, but everyone they asked said they hadn't seen any strangers. Qin Su didn't think the villagers were lying, but her heart sank. If the uncle wasn't lying, Qin Jun and the others should have arrived at the village the day before, yet the villagers claimed they hadn't seen anyone. Either the uncle was lying, or Qin Jun and the others had taken a wrong turn and gotten lost. We should go back. Maybe we were tricked, Qin Su said to Tianqing. They didn't waste any more time and immediately headed back the way they came. The sky was getting darker, and the forest at night was even more dangerous. They needed to find them quickly.
Wait.
As they hurried, Tianqing suddenly called out to Qin Su. What's wrong? Qin Su stopped and walked over to him. Look, there are marks here. Tianqing pointed to a piece of fabric in the grass. Qin Su examined it closely and sensed its aura. This is Qin Jun's clothing. I remember he wore this pattern that day. With this discovery, they followed the marks further ahead. Just as it was getting dark, they found signs that someone had camped there. Ignoring the darkness, Qin Su continued searching. After nearly 2 more hours of searching, she spotted flickering lights in the distance among the trees. There's light over there.
Qin Su shouted to Tianqing.
Tianqing saw it too, and they hurried towards the light. After Qin Jun and Su Xiaoya got lost that day, they wandered in the mountains for 2 days. Fortunately, they took all the food with them when they left the camp. Otherwise, even if they didn't starve, they wouldn't have had the energy to walk around. Little did they know, they were moving further away from their original direction. Luckily, they hadn't encountered any snakes or wild animals. Today, they spent another day in the mountains without finding any signs of people. As night fell again, Qin Jun and Su Xiaoya found an open area and decided to spend the night there. After eating a bit of bread and drinking some water, they tried to ease their fear of the darkness by chatting. Qin Jun, you keep saying your sister is amazing. Can she find us? After 2 days in the mountains, Su Xiaoya had moved past her initial fear. At first, to keep his spirits up, Qin Jun kept saying how capable his sister was. Hearing it so often, Su Xiaoya started to believe that Qin Jun's sister would definitely find them. This belief helped her stay calm. Of course she can. Maybe she'll find us soon, Qin Jun said, repeating what he had said many times over the past 2 days. Okay, I believe Sister Qin Su will find us.
Su Xiaoya encouraged herself.
They heard rustling sounds coming from the nearby bushes. Qin Jun and Su Xiaoya huddled together in fear. They had often heard animal noises in the mountains at night, but they were always far away. Now, there was clearly something moving in the bushes. Was an animal coming? Qin Jun held a fruit knife in front of Su Xiaoya. As a man, he felt he had to protect her, even if there was danger. They stared intently at the direction of the sound in the bushes. Suddenly, the bushes parted. Su Xiaoya trembled in fear, but soon she heard Qin Jun's excited shout. Sister! Qin Su looked at Qin Jun, who was on high alert, and first shot him a glare before sighing in relief. Finally, she had found this troublesome boy. Qin Su walked over and asked with concern, "Are you two okay?" Qin Jun was so happy, he almost cried. Sister, you finally came. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for you. Qin Su patted him and comforted him. All right, I'm here now. Be careful. You have a female classmate with you. Seeing Su Xiaoya watching from the side, Qin Jun awkwardly wiped his face. Once they calmed down, Qin Su asked what had happened in the past 2 days. Jun briefly recounted everything from their first day to Phoenix Mountain and what happened afterward. You mean the other students all went missing after leaving the camp? Yes, only Su Xiaoya and I stayed at the camp and were fine. Su seemed to think of something and said to Jun, "Show me the talisman I gave you." Jun pulled out the necklace from his chest, and the transparent bag hanging from it contained the talisman Su had given him. But when Jun looked at it, he was surprised. Why has this talisman faded? It hadn't looked like this when his sister gave it to him. Su understood what had happened. The evil cultivator likely tried to control the students with a curse, but the talisman had kept the curse away while they were at the camp. Once the students left the camp, they fell under the curse and lost consciousness. Su didn't explain this to them, but Hortensian glanced at Su, seeming to understand something. Since it was unsafe to travel at night, Su decided to stay there for the night and leave the next day. At dawn, after packing up, they followed Su as she led the way. By noon, they finally arrived at Luofeng village. The old man was surprised to see them return. Su explained they had gotten lost and had no choice but to come back the same way. It was unclear if the old man believed her, but he invited them inside. "You haven't had lunch yet, right? I'll make you something to eat," the old man said warmly. Su thanked him, and they sat down in the simple house. "Brother, I think this village is a bit strange," Jun whispered to Su.
Oh,
"What do you find strange?"
Su asked.
"I noticed there aren't many people in this village, and there are no animals either. It's too unusual, and I feel uncomfortable. It feels eerie." He knew his sister had learned powerful skills and must have noticed something, or else she wouldn't have returned. Su indeed wanted to find out the source of the curse on the old man and whether it was related to the evil cultivator. "You'll find out soon," Su said, not wanting to reveal the truth just yet. Soon, the old man finished cooking and warmly invited them to eat. "Thank you, old man." Seeing Su directly take a bowl and start eating, they felt reassured and joined her. After the meal, Su took out a box. "Old man, thank you for your hospitality. Here's a small gift for you. I hope you like it." At first, the old man refused, but after Su explained it was just a handmade craft and not something valuable, he accepted it. Su made up some excuses to buy some time, thinking that the curse should start taking effect soon. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the kitchen. Su rushed in to see the old man curled up on the floor in pain. "Old man, what happened?"
Insuskautit.
Hortensian, Jun, and Su Xiaoya followed her in and saw the old man on the ground. At that moment, a thin old man walked out from a dim room. He approached the old man, looked at him, and said in a low voice, "It's not time yet." How could this happen? Su heard his words and felt a stir in her heart. It seemed this old man knew what was going on. Su stepped forward and said to the old man, "Grandpa, I know some medicine. Let me take a look at him." Without giving him a chance to refuse, she had Hortensian lift the old man onto the bed. After examining the old man for a while, Su looked surprised and said to the old man, "Grandpa, this doesn't look like an illness. It seems more like he's been cursed." The old man was taken aback, surprised that this young girl, who looked so young, knew about curses. "You know about curses?" "I know a little," Su replied. "Can you help break the curse?" the old man asked urgently. Su had been waiting for this question. "I can help him, but you need to tell me what happened in this village before." The old man sighed and slowly began to recount the past events. This village is called Luofeng village. In the 1960s, the village suffered from natural disasters and the crops failed completely. Many people starved to death during that time. Just when everyone was losing hope, a Taoist came to the village. The Taoist told them he had a way to help the villagers survive this disaster, but the villagers had to make a deal with him. At that time, as the village chief, he went into a room to talk privately with the Taoist. The Taoist asked the village to offer him one man and one woman. When the old man heard this request, he initially refused. But seeing people die of hunger every day, he had no choice but to agree. Later, 2 young people from the village went missing. The villagers thought they had been eaten by wild animals while searching for food in the mountains, but he knew they were the Taoists' payment. The next day, he found several gold bars in his room, which he knew were left by the Taoist. With these gold bars, he bought a batch of grain, allowing the village to survive this crisis. He thought that since the Taoist had already taken 2 people from the village, they wouldn't need his gold next year, and the Taoist wouldn't come back for more people. But he was wrong. The next year, more villagers went missing. This time, the villagers became suspicious and reported it to the police, but after a long investigation, they found no useful information. He knew it was the Taoist's doing and went directly to confront him. The Taoist said he was saving the lives of the entire village, and it couldn't be settled with just 2 people. The village owed him hundreds of lives. The old man knew the Taoist was being unreasonable and planned to report him to the police, but he was cursed and lost control, forced to obey the Taoist's orders. To protect the villagers from being taken by the Taoist, he had to tell the Taoist he would find offerings for him, hoping he would spare the villagers. The Taoist didn't care if the offerings were from their village. He just wanted a certain number of people every year. Later, the old man tricked some outsiders into coming back, as the social environment at that time was backward and human traffickers were rampant, so it went unnoticed. As society improved and security got better, it became increasingly difficult to deceive people. The Taoist didn't care about that. If he didn't receive offerings, he would take villagers away. As more people went missing each year, the villagers began to notice the problem. The old man couldn't tell them the truth, but didn't want them to continue being taken by the Taoist. He made up a story about the village's bad feng shui, claiming the mountain god took people every year. At first, the villagers didn't believe it, but as more people disappeared, they became scared and gradually moved away, leaving only a few old people behind. Why did that uncle get cursed? Qin Li asked. The old man had said only he was cursed, so what was happening with the uncle? Because I refused to bring in more people for him, he cursed my son to threaten me into continuing to work for him. I had no choice. I couldn't just watch my son lose his life. What about the lives of others? Don't they matter? Qin Li didn't understand why so many people made excuses for their wrongdoings. The old man fell silent, unable to argue further. Although Qin Li was angry, she eventually lifted the curse from the uncle. Even though he hadn't directly harmed anyone, he was still complicit. Moreover, the Taoist who cursed them might be the evil cultivator she had already killed. With the one controlling the curse dead, the curse in the uncle and his son's bodies would also remain dormant. If Qin Li hadn't wanted to learn about the village's past, the curse would have never activated. After leaving Luofeng village, Qin Li reported to the police. Although she couldn't do anything to the uncle and his son, they needed to be held accountable for their actions, and she wanted the law to punish them. When Qin Jun returned home safely, his family had no idea what terrifying experiences he had gone through in the past few days. Qin Li didn't plan to tell them and scare them. After all, Qin Jun was back safely. She stayed at home for half a day before returning to the city, as she was still Hou Tianqing's bodyguard and couldn't be away for too long. When Qi Mingyang learned that President Hou and Qin Li had gone into the mountains to find someone, he was momentarily surprised. When did President Hou have time for that? He had a pile of work waiting for him, and he actually accompanied Qin Li into the deep mountains to search for someone. If he thought President Hou had no other intentions toward Qin Li, he could turn himself upside down. So when he saw Qin Li, his attitude was even more enthusiastic than before. Miss Qin, you're back so soon? Didn't President Hou give you a couple of days off? Seeing Qi's cheerful smile, Qin Li was a bit confused. I didn't have much to do at home and President Hou helped me a lot, so I thought it would be better to come back to work early. After greeting him, Qin Li entered Hou Tianqing's office. Hou Tianqing was a bit surprised to see Qin Li back so quickly. Thinking about how he would return to the capital city in a few days, he felt a bit reluctant. He wondered when Qin Li would go to the capital. He wanted her to visit his grandfather soon. The matters with Renxin Company are almost settled. I will return to the capital in a couple of days, Hou Tianqing suddenly said. Hearing that Hou Tianqing was going back to the capital, Qin Su remembered she had promised to help his grandfather with his health. However, she still had some unfinished business and would go to the capital later. I have some things to take care of at home. Once I'm done, I'll go to the capital. Hou Tianqing didn't see what he wanted to on her face and felt a bit frustrated. Since I'm leaving Wencheng, I want to explore the city. You're from Wencheng, so you should know the fun places better than I do. Can you take me around? When Qi Mingyang heard that President Hou was skipping work to go out and play, leaving a pile of tasks for him, he wiped away tears of bitterness. President Hou, you go on your date. I'm a single dog with no days off, and you're piling more work on me. You're really a heartless capitalist. Qin Su wasn't very familiar with the fun places in Wencheng either, but since Hou Tianqing had asked, it would be rude to refuse. She asked Qin Jun if he knew any fun places in Wencheng, and he told her about a few good spots. The two began to explore Wencheng, visiting the historical museum and trying local delicacies at the food street. Hou Tianqing had never been to such a noisy place, and his appearance and demeanor felt out of place in the food street. The attention he received was comparable to that of a big star. Hou Tianqing ignored the gazes and focused on the girl in front of him, who was darting between the food stalls. Watching her smile brightly when she tasted delicious food made him smile unconsciously. Qin Su smelled the delicious food in the food street and couldn't help but swallow. Seeing the shiny honey-glazed ribs in front of her, she couldn't resist buying 2 skewers. Then she bought boneless chicken feet, grilled oysters, fried chicken pieces, and 2 large boxes of fruit salad. Holding a big pile of food, she suddenly remembered to check if Hou Tianqing liked street food. She apologetically said to Hou Tianqing, Mr. Hua, I'm not sure if you like these foods. If you don't enjoy it here, I can take you somewhere else. It's fine. If you like it, go ahead and buy more, he replied. Although he hadn't tried this kind of food before, he was open to trying. They found a stall to sit down. Seeing Hou Tianqing, who was 190 centimeters tall, sitting on a small red plastic stool, Qin Su was worried he might fall. Watching him in his expensive custom suit eating snacks, his graceful movements made it seem like he was dining at a high-end restaurant rather than eating ordinary street food. In the end, most of the food ended up in Qin Su's stomach. After eating, Qin Su planned to take Hou Tianqing to the last stop of their day. Today, Hou Tianqing didn't have the driver take them. He drove himself, following Qin Su's directions to the outskirts of Wencheng. There's a century-old Taoist temple called Tai Xian Temple. People from Wencheng like to come here to pray and draw lots. It's said to be effective. This was something Qin Jun had told Qin Su. She didn't really believe in it and rarely visited. Tai Xian Temple is built on a hillside, part of the Phoenix Mountain Range. People from Wencheng enjoy visiting on weekends and holidays. After parking at the lot at the foot of the mountain, they walked up. There were quite a few people on the mountain path, and Hou Tianqing walked on Qin Su's left side, shielding her from the crowd. Finally, they reached Tai Xian Temple. After offering incense, Qin Su and Hou Tianqing were about to explore the surroundings when a Taoist priest in a yellow robe with graying hair called out to them, "Please wait, fellow Taoists." Qin Su and Hou Tianqing stopped and watched the priest approach. "Is there something you need, Taoist?" Hou Tianqing asked. "I see that both of you have good fortune and exceptional appearances. Why not draw a lot to see your future relationships?" Qin Su thought the priest was just trying to take advantage of Hou Tianqing's wealth to get him to draw lots and then sell charms. Just as she was about to refuse, Hou Tianqing quickly replied, "Sure." He took the lot container, shook it a few times, and a lot fell out. He handed it to the priest, who looked at the text. The text read, "In the heavens, we are like birds flying together. On earth, we wish to be intertwined branches, a couple blessed by the gods, living together for 100 years. The priest smiled and congratulated them. "What you seek will surely come true. You and your future partner will be a pair of divine lovers." Qin Su couldn't help but laugh inside at the priest's words. She wasn't wrong. The priest really knew how to flatter people, saying what they wanted to hear. She thought Hou Tianqing wouldn't believe it, but he seemed quite pleased. In the end, Hou Tianqing not only donated a sum of money, but also bought a lucky charm. The priest said that although his future relationship would be happy, there might be some obstacles, so he should buy a charm to ward off bad luck. After leaving Tai Xian Temple, Qin Su teased Huatianqing, "I thought you didn't believe in this stuff. Why did you buy it and donate so much?" She didn't think Huatianqing was the type to be easily fooled, so she was surprised by his impulsiveness. Huatianqing smiled slightly. "Whether it's true or not, it gives me comfort. Besides, didn't you say this temple is very effective? Why worry about them trying to scam money?" Qin Su was left speechless and didn't know how to respond. Well, he was a wealthy man. This amount of money was nothing to him. They returned to the hotel before dinner. Tonight was Huatianqing's last night in Renxin. He had an early flight back to Beijing tomorrow. Huatianqing took out a small box and knocked on Qin Su's room door. Qin Su opened the door and saw Huatianqing standing outside with something in his hand. "Can you come out for a moment?" Huatianqing asked. During her time as his bodyguard, Qin Su stayed in the adjacent room. The entire presidential suite was a large flat layout, with a master bedroom and a guest room next door. Now that Huatianqing needed to speak with Qin Su, he asked her to come to the living room. Once they were seated in the living room, Huatianqing pushed the small box toward Qin Su. "I'm leaving for Beijing tomorrow. Thank you for your care during this time. This gift is my way of showing gratitude. I hope you won't refuse it." Qin Su opened the box to find a beautiful necklace. Although there was no brand label on the box, she could tell from the craftsmanship and materials that it was quite valuable. Qin Su closed the box and pushed it back to Huatianqing. "Mr. Hua, this gift is too precious. I can't accept it." Huatianqing firmly handed the box back to her. "This gift is nothing compared to your help, and you even saved my life." He had already given her a large reward for saving him, so Qin Su felt embarrassed to accept another gift. Besides, she had agreed to be his bodyguard because of the generous payment. But seeing Huatianqing's determined attitude, Qin Su was afraid that refusing too much would hurt his feelings, so she accepted it. She figured she could return the favor if he ever needed help in the future. That day, Wang Lili got Qin Su's hair and hurried to give it to the master after the banquet. "Master, this is the woman's hair. Can you act against her now?" Zhong Baiqi took the strand of hair. "Besides her hair, you also need to get her birth date." Wang Lili appeared respectful but thought to herself, "Can't you just say everything you need at once?" Now it will take more days, letting that fox enjoy herself a little longer. After a few days of investigation, Wang Lili gathered all of Qin Su's information and hurried to give it to the master. "Master, now it should be enough, right?" Wang Lili eagerly wanted to see the master take action, so she could witness the woman's miserable fate. Zhong Baiqi nodded. "It's enough. I'll perform the ritual shortly, and you'll see the results." Wang Lili took out a bank card and handed it to the master. "Master, please accept this. There's 1 million in this card." Zhong Baiqi accepted the card and waved her off. Wang Lili didn't dare to stay long, quickly bowed in thanks and left. After Wang Lili left, Zhong Baiqi took out the hair and birth date to begin the ritual, chanting an incomprehensible spell. Qin Su suddenly felt a disturbance in her spirit and quickly focused her energy. It seemed someone was trying to cast a spell on her, but since she practiced the techniques from the jade pendant space, ordinary spells in this world couldn't harm her at all. Someone wanted to harm him, and she certainly wouldn't let that person go. She formed a hand gesture and quietly recited a spell. Huatianqing noticed Qin Su's sudden change and saw her chanting a spell. He didn't interrupt but watched carefully, ready to call for help if anything happened. Meanwhile, Zhong Baiqi suddenly stopped mid-spell, letting out a muffled groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. What was happening? His spell was interrupted and backfired. Didn't that woman from the Wang family say the girl was just an ordinary person? Or did she have someone powerful by her side? He quickly stopped his spell, grabbed something from a nearby black jar, and stuffed it into his mouth. He could see his throat moving, and soon his pale face slowly returned to normal. The opponent's power was much greater than his, and he didn't dare to attack again. Humph! That woman from the Wang family caused him so much trouble, deceiving him into thinking the girl was ordinary. He took out another handful of hair from the side. This hair belonged to that woman from the Wang family. He tricked her into believing that if she wanted to cast a spell on the girl, she could transfer the girl's luck and looks to herself. The woman actually believed him and gave him her hair and birth date. He began to recite the spell again, but this time the target was Wang Lili. No one who harmed him would get away with it. Once he improved his skills, he would definitely take revenge for today's grievances. Seeing Qin Su stop her gestures, Tianqing finally spoke up. What just happened? Why do you suddenly look unwell? Qin Su explained about Wang Lili taking her hair at the banquet a few days ago and how she wanted to test the other person's background. What you did is too dangerous. Have you thought about what would happen if the other person is stronger than you? What if you get hurt? Tianqing felt a chill for Qin Su's boldness. She didn't even think about her safety. It was no joke if something really went wrong. Qin Su understood he was concerned for her safety and wasn't angry about his harsh tone. I only acted because I was confident. I will be more careful next time. Qin Su knew from her training how powerful her skills were. In today's world, spiritual energy was scarce. While there might be some who reached the innate level, most sect leaders were only at the perfected acquired stage, which is why she dared to take risks. Now that she had countered the opponent, they must be injured and wouldn't dare to cause trouble for a while. In the morning, when Tianqing and Qin Su arrived at the hotel lobby, Qi Mingyang was already waiting there. Mr. Hua, the car has arrived. I booked a 10 o'clock flight. We can leave now. It was only 8 o'clock, but it would take over an hour to get to the airport, so they needed to leave early. Tianqing looked at Qin Su, his gaze focused. I will head back to Beijing first. I'll wait for you there. I hope you come soon. Qin Su felt a stir in her heart, as if his gaze burned her, and quickly looked away. Safe travels. I will go to Beijing soon. Tianqing got into the car, and it drove off, quickly disappearing from Qin Su's sight. Qin Su felt a slight sense of loss. She tapped her forehead, thinking it was strange. After just a few days together, why did she feel such sadness at his departure? She collected her emotions, picked up her things, and headed to the bus station to go home. By the time Qin Su got home, it was almost noon. She found only Qin Jun sitting in the living room, playing on his phone. Grandma and Zhu Zhu were nowhere to be seen. Hearing the door open, Qin Jun looked toward the entrance and saw Qin Su had returned. He put down his phone and came out. Hey, sis, you're back. Why didn't you call me? I could have picked you up from town. He took the backpack from Qin Su and carried it to the room. There are tricycles in town for rides, so I thought I wouldn't bother you. Qin Su collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a comfortable sigh. It felt so good to be home. Although she had been well taken care of while staying with Tianqing, it wasn't her own home, and she couldn't relax too much. Nothing beats one's own cozy space. Why is it just you at home? Where did Dad, Aunt, Grandma, and Juju go? Qin Jun poured a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table for Qin Su. Dad went to the medicinal fields, Aunt went to work in the orchard, and Grandma took Juju to some aunt's house to play cards. Thinking about how long it had been since she had eaten food cooked with spiritual spring water, and with lunchtime approaching, Qin Su instructed Qin Jun to prepare the ingredients, as she would cook. Hearing that his sister was going to cook, Qin Jun quickly got up and went to the kitchen to wash and chop vegetables. He missed his sister's cooking. Grandma said she was helping a classmate in the city. Since the last time his sister saved him from the mountains, he hadn't had her cooking. Although Grandma's cooking was good, it just wasn't as tasty as his sister's. Qin Jun remembered the man who came with his sister to rescue them and couldn't help but ask, Sis, who was that man who came into the mountains with you to save us? Oh no. She had told her family she was helping at a wellness center for her classmate, not that she was working as a bodyguard. Now that Qin Jun had asked, she realized she had slipped up. Qin Su quickly thought, that person is a relative of my classmate. He has a wide network and knows the rescue team in the city. When he heard you were missing, he kindly offered to help. Qin Jun believed her without suspicion. He really is a good person. After my classmates returned home, their families said they wanted to thank you. What they went through had really scared the adults at home. They heard it was Qin Jun's sister and a man who led the rescue team to find them, and the parents were discussing coming to thank them together another day. Tell your classmates' families that it's not necessary. My classmate's relative was just visiting Wen City for tourism. He has already gone back to Beijing today. As they spoke, the ingredients were ready. Qin Su quickly cooked several dishes: cold eggplant, braised pork ribs, braised meat, white-cut chicken, mapo tofu, and stir-fried greens. Seeing the time, family members would be back soon. Qin Su went to her room and took out the fruit wine she had brewed in her space. Qin Jun set the dishes on the table just as Grandma and Zhu Zhu walked in. When they saw the abundant lunch on the table, Grandma Qin stepped back to the door to check the sun in the sky. "What are you looking at, Grandma?" Qin Jun asked, puzzled by her strange behavior. "I'm wondering if the sun came up from the west today, or if I'm seeing things." "How did you manage to make such a lavish lunch?" Grandma Qin teased Qin Jun with a smile. Qin Jun's face turned red, and he quickly explained, "The food wasn't made by me. It was my sister who came back and cooked. I just helped out." Hearing that her granddaughter was back, Grandma Qin left her grandson and headed toward Qin Su's room. When Qin Jun saw his grandmother ignore him as soon as his sister returned, he shrugged, knowing well his place in the family. Zhu Zhu hurried to follow her grandmother to see her cousin after hearing that she was back. Qin Su was about to go out with some fruit wine when she saw her grandmother and Zhu Zhu walk in.
"Susu, 오래백."
"I've missed you so much. Let me see if you've lost weight these past few days." Qin Su couldn't help but smile as she let her grandmother check her over. "Grandma, I went to the city, not Africa. How could I lose weight in just a few days?" Zhu Zhu happily called out to her cousin, excited to see her. After some playful chaos among the three, they went downstairs to prepare for dinner. Qin Jianye and Qin Li returned home and asked Qin Su how her trip to the city was when they saw her coming down from upstairs. Qin Su casually made up some stories to satisfy them and quickly changed the subject. The family gathered around the dinner table, chatting and eating while sharing what had happened in the past few days. Remembering the need to renovate their home, Qin Su said to Qin Jianye, "Dad, I mentioned before that we should renovate the house. Since there's not much work in the fields right now, could you find someone to help with the renovations?" Qin Jianye had indeed heard Qin Su mention the renovation and had even given her a card for it. However, he had been busy and didn't want to spend the money, thinking the house was still fine as it was. Qin Su disagreed, believing that money should be used to improve their quality of life. She knew the older generation was frugal and only cared about getting by. "Dad, we have enough money now. This house is getting old, and look, some of the wall plaster is falling off." Seeing the peeling plaster on the wall near the door, Qin Jianye hesitated but asked, "If we renovate, where will we stay during that time?" "I plan to buy a house in the city," Qin Su said, and the whole family looked at her in shock. Su, a house in the city costs over $1 million. How can you afford that?" Qin Jianye was surprised that they had just been discussing renovations, and now it was about buying a house. Although Su had made $5 million from selling herbs, she had also taken on land contracts, started planting, and bought expensive equipment. She would need to invest more money in the orchard, so buying a house now seemed risky. Qin Su understood their concerns, but the money from Tianqing was untouched, making buying a house feasible for her. "Dad, I helped a big boss last time, and he gave me enough money to buy a house. You don't need to worry." Qin Jianye knew his daughter was capable but couldn't believe she had earned so much in such a short time. If he didn't know her well, he might think she had done something illegal to get that money. Still, he hesitated. "If we all go to the city for renovations, who will take care of the orchard and herb fields?" "Don't worry, Dad. We'll hire someone to look after them, and you can come back once the house is renovated." Since Su had already made up her mind, he didn't press the issue further. After lunch, Qin Jianye hurried to the village to talk to a mason about the renovations. Remembering the fruit selling, Qin Su returned to her room and called Zhang Han. "Hello, Inshu. You finally called me," came a cheerful voice from the other end. "Yes, I'm not busy now. I need to ask you something." "What is it?" Zhang Han wondered what Qin Su could need help with. "I have a batch of ripe fruit like the ones you had at my house. Do you need any?" Qin Su asked uncertainly. "Of course. After eating your fruit, everything else tastes bland." My grandpa is also eager for your fruit to ripen.
How much do you have?
I'll take it all. Zhang Han quickly agreed.
Of course.
Qin Su's fruit was so delicious that nothing he bought elsewhere compared. After tasting her fruit, he felt so much better, so he wanted all she had. After discussing the details, Qin Su said she would deliver the fruit to his house tomorrow. Zhang Han wanted to come himself, but Qin Su refused. She wasn't sure how to get the fruit from her space if he came. Her backyard had a fruit grove with many fruits, but they couldn't compare to the ones from her space. Qin Su told her grandmother she was going to pick fruit from the backyard for her friend, who loved their fruit. Qin grandma, being warm-hearted, invited Qin Jun and others to help pick fruit. The orchard was planted long ago by Qin Su's grandfather, starting with longan and later adding mangoes and lychees. This year, Qin grandma also planted watermelons in a corner of the orchard. Initially, it was to increase the family's income, but after Qin Su sold herbs and resolved their financial issues, they didn't need to rush to sell the fruit. They kept it for themselves and occasionally gave some to villagers. This arrangement allowed Qin Su to manage her space better, otherwise, it would be challenging to take fruit out. After picking fruit for the afternoon, they filled several large baskets, ready for delivery the next day. Early the next morning, while everyone was still asleep, Qin Su sneaked into the orchard and swapped all the fruit with the ones from her space. She had planned to sell the herbs from her space, but decided against it for a better purpose. Last night, Qin Jianya learned that Qin Su was sending fruit to a friend and asked the village chief's son to help transport it to the city. Dad, after I deliver the fruit to my friend's house, I'll check on the new house, Qin Su said, wanting to finish everything before school started. Okay, be safe on the road, Qin Jianya said, knowing his daughter was determined, so he didn't say more. Qin Su got into Qin Sanshu's van, secured the baskets of fruit in the back, and set off for the city. Following the address provided by Zhang Han, Qin Su and Uncle Qin traveled for over 2 hours and arrived at the Jinjing Villa district in the east of the city. However, they were stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Qin Su looked at the luxury cars coming in and out, and then at their old van. No wonder they were stopped. The van clearly did not fit in with the surroundings. Qin Su took out her phone and called Zhang Han to let him know they had arrived at the entrance of the villa district. A few minutes later, Zhang Han drove out, spotting Qin Su standing next to the old van. Qin Su, over here. Zhang Han lowered the car window and waved at her, then parked the car and got out to walk towards her. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I thought you would be a bit late. Let's go, I'll take you inside. Qin Su got into Zhang Han's car, while Uncle Qin followed in the van. The Jinjing Villa district was quite large, and after a few minutes, Zhang Han stopped in front of a villa. He asked a servant from the villa to bring the fruit inside, and Qin Su and Uncle Qin followed Zhang Han into the villa. Once inside the villa's hall, old Master Zhang was already waiting there. Seeing Qin Su enter, he smiled and said, Qin Su, you finally made it. Han told me you would come today. Since you're here, let him show you a good time later. Qin Su greeted old Master Zhang before sitting down. Uncle Qin, who had never been to such a luxurious place, seemed a bit awkward. Zhang Huaishan noticed this and quickly greeted him. You must be Qin Su's uncle. Don't be shy, please sit down. Once they were seated, Zhang Huaishan asked Qin Su what she had been busy with lately, as she hadn't called him at all. Grandpa Zhang, I was protecting Mr. Hua for a while, Qin Su explained. Oh, you were a bodyguard for Tianqing. I had no idea, Zhang Huaishan said, surprised that Tianqing would have Qin Su as his bodyguard. Grandpa, I knew about it too, but I forgot to tell you, Zhang Han chimed in. As they chatted, lunchtime arrived without them noticing. Zhang Huaishan had instructed Aunt Zhang earlier that there would be guests for lunch, so she prepared a meal. They moved to the dining room, and at that moment, a cheerful female voice called out, Grandpa Zhang, I'm back. Is Brother Han home? Qin Su turned towards the voice and saw a familiar figure walk in. It was Su Mingjiao. Jia, you're back. Come sit down. We were just about to eat, and you arrived just in time. Zhang Huaishan welcomed Su Mingjiao. Su Mingjiao immediately spotted Qin Su and looked surprised. Qin Su, What are you doing here? Qin Su politely smiled at her. I came to bring some fruit for Grandpa Zhang. Is it the delicious fruit from last time? I haven't had it in a while and really miss it. I'm in for a treat today. Su Mingjiao remembered the fruit she had at Qin Su's house and had been hoping to eat it again. All right, enough chatting. Let's eat, Zhang Han quickly interrupted, or else they would keep talking and the food would get cold. The food at the Zhang family was not as good as what Qin Su made with spirit spring water, but it was still delicious. After all, they used high-quality ingredients, and Aunt Zhang was a skilled cook, rivaling some private restaurants. After lunch and a short while of sitting around, Qin Su prepared to leave. Su girl, you rarely come, so why leave so soon? Let Heian and Mingjiao take you out for a stroll, Zhang Huaishan insisted, not wanting her to leave after just one meal. Grandpa Zhang, I have things to do today. I'll come back to see you when I have time, Qin Su said, needing to go look at houses and not wanting to stay longer. It doesn't matter if you have things to do. You brought us fruit. Just having one meal and leaving makes me feel like I didn't host you well, Zhang Huaishan stubbornly insisted. Qin Su wanted to say that the fruit wasn't free. She had actually received several thousand yuan for it from Zhang Han. I actually need to look at houses. School starts in a few days, and we're planning to renovate our old house. I need to buy a new one quickly to clear the land, Qin Su explained helplessly. Hearing this, Zhang Huaishan finally stopped insisting. He turned to Zhang Han and said, Han, doesn't our group have a property in Renxin? Take Su girl to see it, and let her pick a nice one. Grandpa Zhang, that's not necessary. I have my own money. I can buy it myself. Qin Su quickly refused, not wanting to accept a house for no reason. Zhang Huaishan tried to persuade her for a long time, but Qin Su was firm in her refusal. He had to compromise and instructed Zhang Han, just take Qin Su to choose a nice house. Then he turned to Qin Su and asked, is that okay? After saying goodbye to old Master Zhang, Qin Su got into the car with Zhang Han and Su Mingjiao to go look at houses. Uncle Qin, seeing that Qin Su was going to look at houses, said he had to go home first. Zhang Han took Qin Su to the Longhu Yujing sales office in the center of Wencheng. This was the best property in the city center and was part of their Renxin group's real estate project in Wencheng. As soon as they entered the sales hall, a well-trained salesperson approached them. Sir, miss, how can I assist you today? Thank you. We don't need anything, Zhang Han replied before picking up his phone to make a call. Manager Zhang, I need you to come to the hall here, he said before hanging up. When Manager Zhang's phone rang, and he saw it was from the young CEO, he quickly answered. After hearing the request, he hung up and hurried to the sales hall. The young CEO had come to Wencheng for a trip and to inspect the business. He had finally gotten the young CEO's number during a dinner and hoped to impress him to get promoted to headquarters. He didn't know what the young CEO wanted, but as long as he performed well, there would be opportunities. Before long, Qin Su saw a man in his 30s running over, panting, to stand in front of Zhang Han. CEO Zhang, hello. I didn't know you were coming today. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Zhang Han didn't care about such small matters and said to him, Manager Zhang, my friend is here to look at houses today. Please show her the best options. Of course, please follow me. Manager Zhang led them into the VIP room, served them tea, and then presented a stack of materials to introduce the properties to Qin Su in detail. Miss Qin, this house has the best location, orientation, lighting, and noise protection. The surrounding facilities are complete, with hospitals, schools, and large supermarkets nearby. Plus, our greenery rate is very high, reaching 50%, and there's a subway station just outside. Our community's property management is the best security company in the country, so you don't have to worry about safety. We offer top-quality management services. Manager Zhang was enthusiastically introducing the property. Qin Su was also satisfied with the place and didn't want to waste any more time. She interrupted Manager Zhang, saying, All right, Manager Zhang, I've decided to buy this house. Which floors are still available? Manager Zhang was surprised by her decisiveness. This house wasn't cheap. The total cost was around 3 million. Manager Zhang handed Qin Su a list. Miss Qin, These floors are still available. Which one would you like? Qin Su casually picked a middle floor. Manager Zhang, are the houses here already furnished? She suddenly realized they needed a house that was ready to move into. If they bought a house that wasn't furnished, it would be a waste of time. Manager Zhang hesitated. The houses were indeed well decorated, but the appliances and furniture were not fully provided. Some items were added by the homeowners later. So, apart from the show units that had furniture and appliances, the other houses did not. Seeing Manager Zhang's dilemma, Zhang Han said to Qin Su, "You don't need to worry. You can just call, and they can deliver the appliances and furniture quickly. It can be done in just a few days." That's true, as long as you have money. Anything is possible. That's what they call financial power. Having made her decision, Qin Su went with Manager Zhang to sign the purchase contract. However, when she saw the total price on the contract, it clearly did not match what Manager Zhang had just mentioned. Manager Zhang, didn't you say the total price of this house was over 3 million? Why does it say only over 1.6 million here? Even though the price was lower, Qin Su wanted to clarify to avoid any issues. Hearing this, Manager Zhang felt a bit envious. Earlier, Mr. Zhang had told him to offer this lady a 50% discount. Since this property was all under Mr. Zhang's name, he could give it away if he wanted, let alone just a discount. "This is a special discount from our boss for Miss Qin," Manager Zhang said with a smile. Qin Su didn't expect Zhang Han to give her such a big discount. After signing the contract and handing over her card to Manager Zhang, Qin Su completed all the paperwork and left the VIP room with Zhang Han and Su Mingjiao. Feeling grateful for Zhang Han's help, Qin Su planned to treat them to a meal. As they walked into the sales hall, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out. "Lu Guowei, you jerk. How dare you bring this fox here to buy a house for her?" Qin Su recognized the voice and turned to look. She saw a woman dressed very conservatively, pulling at a chubby middle-aged man, Lu Guowei, whom she had met twice before. Next to Lu Guowei stood a seductive woman, his secretary, with whom he had been having an affair. Previously, he had to rely on the Wang family, and Wang Lili was very controlling, making him afraid to let her know about his affair with the secretary. Now that the Wang family was bankrupt, this woman still wanted to control him. Lu Guowei forcefully pushed her away, accidentally pulling off her headscarf, revealing a face covered in sores, oozing yellow pus, and emitting a foul smell. People around them stepped back in shock, gasping and covering their noses. The seductive woman beside Lu Guowei quickly hid behind him, cautiously peeking out and exclaiming, "Madam, how did you end up like this?" Wang Lili hurriedly wrapped her headscarf back up, leaving only her fierce eyes glaring at the woman. "You fox charmed my husband and ruined our marriage. Now you want him to buy you a house? I won't let that happen." The seductive woman pretended to be scared, clinging to Lu Guowei's arm, her impressive figure pressed against him. "Mr. Lu, I'm so scared." Lu Guowei was stirred by her sweet voice and the sensation of her touch. He looked at Wang Lili with disgust and said, "I used to tolerate you just because you were part of the Wang family. Now that the Wang family is bankrupt, you still want to act tough in front of me? Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself. Otherwise, I'll divorce you." Wang Lili was shocked to see Lu Guowei reveal his true colors after the Wang family's downfall. He had relied on them to grow his small company. Now, for a fox, he was willing to divorce her. "Lu Guowei, you ungrateful man. Without the Wang family, you'd still be a construction foreman. Now that we're down, you treat me like this? Don't you fear retribution?" Lu Guowei hated it when she brought up the past. He had always had to curry favor with the Wang family, acting like a dog to please them. The Wang family had never respected him, always looking down on him. The frustrations he had suppressed in the past erupted as Wang Lili spoke. He stepped forward and slapped Wang Lili hard. The security guards in the sales hall heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing a man beating a woman, they quickly intervened and pulled them apart. Wang Lili was escorted out of the sales hall, and people slowly dispersed. Qin Su was surprised to see Wang Lili in such a state. The last time she had approached her and touched her hair, Qin Su had sensed her ill intentions. Later, She noticed someone trying to cast a spell on her, but that person's skills were not as strong as hers, and she had fought back. Could it be that Wang Lili was affected because of this? Qin Su stopped thinking about it and left the sales hall with Zhang Han and Su Mingjiao. Just as they stepped outside, they saw Wang Lili still struggling with the security guards. Wang Lili suddenly spotted Qin Su coming out and broke free from the guards, lunging at her. "Did you harm me? You should have turned into an ugly monster. Why are you still fine?
Did you do something? Inshu swiftly died.
I have no grudge against you. Why would I harm you?" Wang Lili couldn't believe that this matter had nothing to do with Qin Su. After she handed over the woman's hair and birth date to the master that day, she left. While waiting to see the woman's fate, she noticed sores slowly appearing on her face, worsening day by day until her entire face was ruined. Yet this woman seemed completely fine, claiming it had nothing to do with her, which Wang Lili found hard to accept. When the security guards saw this woman suddenly lunge at their manager, he quickly went to drag Wang Lili outside. Wang Lili resisted being dragged away, cursing, "You are all worthless. May you all suffer." Qin Su ignored her and turned to Zhang Han, saying, "I still need to buy some other things. If you have other matters, you can go back first." "We have time now. We'll go with you," Zhang Han replied. He then asked Su Mingjiao, "If you're tired, I can have the driver take you back." "No, I want to go with you," Su Mingjiao insisted. She wouldn't miss this chance. If it were any other girl receiving such attention from Zhang Han, Su Mingjiao would have already made a scene. Since the last time she saw Qin Su save her, she now viewed Qin Su through rose-colored glasses. Qin Su was different from the other girls. She wouldn't steal her brother Han away. She saw no hint of affection for Han in Qin Su's eyes. The three of them headed to the largest furniture store in the city. Qin Su was dazzled by the variety of furniture styles in the brand stores, traditional Chinese, Nordic, and minimalist. She even saw the legendary expensive furniture made from yellow rosewood. In the end, Qin Su ordered a complete set of minimalist furniture from a top domestic brand store. The sales manager, seeing such a generous customer, couldn't stop smiling. When Qin Su asked if they could deliver and install the furniture as quickly as possible, the sales manager assured her they would do it promptly. This trip cost her over 100,000, and she still needed to buy appliances. Finally, they went to the appliance store and bought all the necessary appliances, and it was already 5 in the afternoon. "Thank you all for your help today. I'll treat you to dinner," Qin Su said. Thanks to Zhang Han's assistance, she was able to buy the house quickly and received a significant discount. Otherwise, she would have had to spend more time visiting other properties. Zhang Han and Su Mingjiao agreed, and Qin Su found a nice restaurant. The three of them sat down and started ordering. "I don't know what you like to eat. Feel free to order whatever," Qin Su said, handing the menu to Su Mingjiao. Su Mingjiao took the menu, ordered dishes Zhang Han liked, and then added her own choices. "Who was that woman earlier? Why did she suddenly attack you?" Su Mingjiao couldn't help but ask, as the woman in the sales hall clearly knew Qin Su. Zhang Han was also curious. "I've only met her a few times. There was some conflict at a banquet when I was working as a bodyguard for Mr.
Wo, Inshu replied honestly.
She truly had only met that woman a few times. She couldn't understand why Wang Lili hated her so much that she sought out a sorcerer to harm her, only to end up suffering the consequences. Zhang Han sensed that the situation was more complicated, but since Qin Su didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press further. "She's too unreasonable. Just because of a small conflict, she wants to hurt you and blames you for her problems," Su Mingjiao said, feeling indignant for Qin Su. "It's fine. She doesn't pose a threat to me. Let's not talk about her. It might ruin my appetite," Qin Su said. After dinner, they all took a car back. Zhang Han wanted to drive her home, but she declined, saying there was still a bus back to town. It seemed she needed to hurry and get a driver's license and buy a car. Once home, Qin Su told her family about buying the house. When Grandma Qin heard that the handsome young man had helped Qin Su so much, she praised him repeatedly. "That young man seems like a good one. Su, why didn't you seize the opportunity?" Despite her age, Grandma Qin had a keen eye and could tell that the young man was interested in her granddaughter. "Grandma, please don't guess. We're just friends. It wasn't just the two of us today. That girl from last time was with us too, and they are childhood friends," Qin Su explained, putting her grandmother's thoughts to rest. Qin Su took out the new house key and handed it to Qin Jianya. "Dad, here's the key to the new house. When the time comes, move our things out and temporarily store them at the village chief's house. You can stay in the city. I've prepared everything. You just need to bring your personal belongings." "Are you going back to school in a few days?" Qin Jianya asked Qin Su. "After we move everything tomorrow and settle you into the new house, I'll head back to school," Qin Su said, remembering her promise to Renxin and wanting to get there quickly. "School doesn't start for several days. Why the rush?" Qin Jianya felt a sudden reluctance as his daughter was leaving home again. "Last time I was taken to the health bureau, I owe a favor to a big boss. I need to go early to help treat his grandfather," Qin Su explained. Qin Jianya then remembered that matter. Since someone had helped them significantly, it was only right to fulfill her promise. The family discussed their plans for the next day and then returned to their rooms to rest. Qin Su entered her space to check on the rare herbs, which hadn't changed much. However, the herbs she had transplanted from outside were thriving. She had considered selling some of the herbs, but upon reflection, she felt it wasn't wise. Simply selling the herbs could raise suspicion. It would be better to refine them into pills and have Zhang Huaishan help her break into the upper-class market. After all, those in high society were eager for such rare herbs. Having planned her future developments in the capital, Qin Su settled down to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate in her space. They say the capital is full of hidden talents. Perhaps one day she would encounter someone skilled in cultivation. In the capital, Hu Tianqing returned to the city and immediately went to the hospital to visit his grandfather. Old Master Hu had been in a special care unit since falling into a coma 3 years ago. The monitoring equipment next to the bed beeped steadily. Hu Tianqing glanced at his grandfather and, seeing nothing unusual, asked the nurse beside him, "Has anyone visited the hospital recently?" "Only Mr. Hu Air has come by," the nurse replied cautiously. Hu Tianqing smirked coldly. His second uncle was better at socializing than his third uncle. Mengshan village early in the morning, the Qin family got up early and started packing their things after breakfast. They needed to move some large furniture and appliances to the village chief's house for storage. The whole family was busy. Even little Zhu was using her short legs to carry some light items. Seeing the Qin family moving things out, the neighbors came over out of curiosity. "Jianya, what are you all doing? Why are you moving everything out?" Aunt Lu next door couldn't help but ask. Qin Jianya smiled. "We're planning to renovate the house, so we need to clear everything out first." Once they heard it was for renovations, some helpful neighbors came over to lend a hand. After a busy morning, most of the items from the second floor were nearly moved out. Thanks to the help from the neighbors, Qin Su planned to cook lunch for them. Fortunately, when she saw people coming to help, Qin Su had sent Qin Jun to buy groceries, so they had plenty of ingredients. Since they were preparing a large meal, Grandma Qin and Aunt were also in the kitchen helping out. "Aunt, can you please remove the shrimp shells?" "Grandma, can you wash those vegetables?" Qin Su directed Grandma and Aunt as they prepared the ingredients, making the kitchen lively and busy. In the living room, Qin Jianya was handing out cigarettes to the men who helped, continuously thanking them. "I'm so glad you all came to help. Otherwise, it would have just been me and this kid Qin Jun struggling to move these big items." Some of the furniture, like the old wardrobe and cabinets, was very heavy and couldn't be taken apart, requiring several people to lift them. "Jianya, now that you've moved everything out, where will you live?" Uncle Lu from the village asked. Hearing this, Qin Jianya's face showed pride. "Thanks to our capable Su, we recently had a little extra income, and she bought a house in the city." Others listened and envied them. The Qin family used to be one of the poorer families in the village, and now they were buying a house in the city because of their talented daughter. However, they only envied them and dared not think otherwise. They had seen how Qin Su dealt with Qin Imin's family, so who would underestimate her now? Qin Su quickly prepared 2 large tables of dishes, including the essential banquet dishes of braised pork and white-cut chicken. There were also boiled shrimp, braised ribs, steamed bass, hairy crabs, beef brisket stew, and a pot of creamy corn and radish soup. Grandma Qin and Qin Li divided the dishes onto 2 tables, as rural banquets usually have 1 table for men and another for women. When everyone sat down and saw the 2 full tables of food, the village aunties were very polite. "Aunt Qin, you've made such a feast. We just helped a little. You didn't need to go all out." Grandma Qin chuckled. "This isn't all me. My granddaughter did it all herself. We just assisted her. I tell you, Su's cooking is excellent. You'll know once you taste it." The aunties praised Qin Su before finally sitting down to eat. When they took their first bites, they were amazed by the delicious food. Everyone eagerly grabbed food, hardly able to speak. Seeing this, Qin Su felt a sense of pride. With the special ingredients she used, no one could resist her cooking. Qin Su went inside to get the fruit wine she made and poured it for both tables. Su is truly talented. Not only is the food delicious, but this wine is also exceptional. Everyone continued to praise her. Grandma Qin and Qin Jianye kept encouraging them to eat more. The lively banquet lasted nearly an hour before the village aunties gradually left. Once everyone was gone, Qin Su, Grandma, and Aunt began to clean up the tables. Early in the morning, the furniture store called Qin Su to say they could deliver the furniture today. Qin Su didn't have time to go to the city, so she asked the property staff to help open the door and bring the furniture up. Once all the furniture was installed, Qin Su could go to the new house tomorrow and have the appliances delivered quickly. "Grandma, please take these gifts to Uncle Chi's house later." Qin Su took out several bags and placed them on the table. Grandma Qin looked inside the bags and saw they contained jars of tea and some health supplements. "I'll take them over once we finish cleaning up." Grandma Qin knew these were gifts for storing their things at Uncle Chi's house. She was also thinking of buying something to send over tomorrow, but she was surprised that Su had already prepared everything. Qin Jianye, having drunk too much, was a bit dizzy and lay on the living room sofa. "Cousin, do you think my drawing is pretty?" Zhu ran over excitedly, holding up a drawing. Qin Su looked at the drawing of stick figures on the white paper and praised, "It's beautiful. Did you draw our family, Zhu?" "Yes." "Cousin, look, this is Grandma, Uncle, Cousin, Brother, and me with Mom." Zhu pointed to each stick figure in the drawing. Qin Li came over and also praised Zhu's drawing. Zhu happily ran off to continue drawing. "Aunt, isn't Zhu about to start school soon?" Qin Su remembered that Zhu was almost 7 and should be starting first grade. Qin Li's smile slowly faded. "Yes, Zhu's birthday is in October, so she can start first grade this year." Seeing the worry on her aunt's face, Qin Su asked, "Aunt, what's wrong? Aren't you happy about Zhu starting school?" Qin Li hesitated but finally spoke up. "Zhu hasn't attended kindergarten for the past few years. I've heard that many kids go to kindergarten for 3 years before starting school. Will they accept Zhu like this?" Qin Su was surprised that her aunt's family hadn't even sent Zhu to kindergarten, but it was too late to be angry now. "Don't worry. Not going to kindergarten won't affect her starting primary school. However, primary school requires a household registration book, and she wasn't sure if her aunt had taken it when she left." "Aunt, did you take the household registration book when you left?" Qin Li froze. At that time, she was focused on saving Zhu, and with her husband and mother-in-law being so neglectful, she only took her ID and some clothes, never thinking about the household registration book. Seeing her aunt's expression, Qin Su realized she didn't have it. Other things could be discussed, but without the household registration book, Zhu couldn't go to school. Qin Li never expected to go this far. She originally planned to go home and see if she could borrow some money from her brother to help Zhu with her medical treatment. However, life at home was too stable and too happy. She got lost in these days without anyone yelling at her, so she didn't think much about it. Today, Zhu needing to go to school woke her up from this beautiful life. It turned out she was still tied to an unbearable marriage. Qin Su could tell from her expression what she was thinking. "Aunt, Do you still want to stay with Dong Yihua? Did she want to? Qin Li didn't know. In her mind, once a woman got married, it was for life. If a woman divorced easily, people would gossip about her. But she also knew that Dong Yihua was not a good husband, nor a good father. She could endure their insults and beatings, but what about Zhu? Should she let her grow up in such a family? And are you really thinking about going back to that scoundrel? Aren't you afraid he might hurt you? What about Zhu? Don't you care? Seeing her aunt hesitate, Qin Su felt frustrated. Just then, Grandma Qin finished washing the dishes and walked out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. She noticed her daughter and Su talking, and Su looked upset. She thought something unpleasant had happened and hurried over. Lihua, Su, what's wrong? Did you have a fight? Qin Lihua didn't want to worry her mother, so she stayed silent. Qin Su didn't want her to avoid the question. Grandma, Zhu is starting elementary school, but without a household registration, she can only go back to Dong Yihua's side. I don't agree. Grandma Qin strongly opposed this. Liwer, haven't you suffered enough? Do you want to jump back into that fire pit? Grandma Qin was so angry her hands trembled. Mom, please don't get upset. Take care of your health. Qin Lihua hurriedly soothed her mother. I can't stay here forever. People will talk. Qin Lihua wished she could stay at her family home, but once a daughter was married, she was like spilled water. In the countryside, if a woman stayed at her family home for too long, there would be all sorts of rumors. Who cares what others say? You don't eat their rice. If I hear anyone gossiping, I'll go to their house and confront them. Grandma Qin was still very agitated. Qin Su secretly gave Grandma a thumbs up. That's how it should be. Hearing her mother say this, Qin Lihua felt a bit shaken. Maybe she should be brave for once, for her and her daughter's future, and go back to divorce Dong Yihua. Qin Su saw her aunt was moved and quickly said, Aunt, go back and divorce Dong Yihua. Get custody of Zhu. Okay. Seeing her family support her, Qin Lihua's determination to divorce grew stronger. Let your brother go back with you. If Dong Yihua disagrees, just sue for divorce. Grandma Qin continued. No need, my brother has a lot to do. I'll go back and talk to Dong Yihua myself. Qin Lihua didn't want to burden her brother anymore. After the lunch break, Qin Su, Grandma, and her aunt started packing up things on the first floor. They could move everything tomorrow, saving time. Their house was a typical rural self-built small villa, about 150 square meters. It had 2 floors. The first floor had a living room, dining room, kitchen, and 3 bedrooms. The second floor had 1 living room, 4 bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms. Qin Su and Qin Jun's rooms were on the second floor, and after her aunt returned, she and Zhu would also stay upstairs. Grandma and Dad lived on the first floor, and the remaining room was used as a storage space for old things. They had already moved everything from the second floor that morning, so only the first floor was left. Since no one could stay on the second floor, tonight Qin Su would share a room with Grandma, while her aunt and Zhu would be in another room. As for Qin Jun, he would sleep outside the living room for the night. The furniture store owner said they could install all the furniture today, and tomorrow she would hire someone for a deep clean. Once the appliances arrived, they could move in by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Qin Su went to her dad's room, thinking of helping him organize his things. Some items he couldn't bear to throw away were too worn out, so she packed them into a big box. While sorting through the clothes in the wardrobe, she suddenly found a red cloth bag in the corner. She took it out and discovered it was a marriage certificate. Opening the certificate, she saw her parents when they were young. In the photo, her mother looked graceful and delicate, while her father had a square face. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he gave off a feeling of safety and reliability. Their eyes reflected happiness. Qin Su resembled her mother quite a bit, with a standard oval face and beautiful almond-shaped eyes. However, her nose was more like her father's, with a straight bridge and a slight bump, making her look less delicate and more spirited. Qin Su had never seen a photo of her mother at home. She didn't know if it was because they were too poor to take pictures or if her father was afraid of painful memories. But seeing the marriage certificate kept in such good condition, She thought her father must have loved her mother very much. Qin Su put the marriage certificate back and continued to tidy up other things. At dinner time, the whole family finished eating and went to wash up and rest. They had moved a lot of things today and were quite tired, so they went to bed early. Qin Su only slept with Grandma when she was little. By the time she started elementary school, she slept alone. Her mother had fallen seriously ill by then, and Qin Jun was too young to help. Qin Jun was taken care of by Grandma, and later, when their mother passed away, their father worked all day to make a living, while Grandma did housework and took care of them. Grandma, what kind of person was my mother? As Qin Su lay in bed with Grandma, listening to the sounds of insects and frogs outside, she remembered her mother from the marriage certificate and couldn't help but want to know more about her. Grandma Qin sighed. Although Su was usually a strong and independent child, deep down, she was just a girl who lost her mother at a young age. Did she also miss her mother on many nights? Your mother was a very good woman. I don't know where she came from, but I could tell she wasn't someone from an ordinary family. Years ago, she collapsed on the mountain, and your father saved her. When she woke up, she said she didn't remember anything. We wanted to help her find her family, but she didn't want to. She just said she forgot. We had no choice but to let her stay. Later, your father fell in love with her and asked if she would marry him. Your mother didn't refuse and agreed. Then you were born, but her health kept getting worse. Your father took her to hospitals all over the province, but couldn't find the cause of her illness. Your mother only told your father that her illness couldn't be cured and asked him to take care of you both after she was gone. Grandma Qin reminisced about the past, feeling a wave of emotion. After her daughter-in-law passed away, Janya almost couldn't hold on, but he remembered his promise to his wife and managed to keep going for the sake of the two children. The capital city. After visiting his grandfather, Hu Tianqing returned to the old Hu family home. He owns several properties in various locations around the capital city, but usually stays in a large apartment near his company. Before his grandfather's accident, there was a rule that every month, members of the Hu family had to return to the old home for a family dinner. However, after his grandfather fell into a coma, his second and third uncles rarely came back. As Hu Tianqing entered the inner courtyard, Uncle Zhao came forward to greet him. "Young master, you're back." Hu Tianqing nodded. Uncle Zhao had been with his grandfather since he was young. He had fought in battles when he was younger, but after being seriously injured, he stayed by his grandfather's side. Hu Tianqing respected him. "Uncle Zhao, while I was away, did my second and third uncles come to the old home?" "No. Even the two young masters and the young lady haven't visited," Uncle Zhao said, clearly dissatisfied with the second and third branches of the family. After the old master's accident, those two branches hardly ever came back, only returning during holidays, and even then, they left quickly. Only the young master returned a few times each month to stay for a night. Hu Tianqing wasn't surprised. Before his grandfather's accident, his two uncles could pretend to be dutiful sons. Once his grandfather fell ill, they only cared about fighting over wealth and company shares, not about their grandfather's well-being. "Uncle Zhao, I'll be staying here tonight." Having just returned to the capital city, he didn't want to go back to his other house and came directly to the old home. "All right, young master. I'll have someone prepare your room right away." Uncle Zhao arranged for the servants to clean and asked the kitchen to prepare a meal quickly. Hu Tianqing sat quietly at the large dining table, eating alone, with only the faint sound of dishes clinking in the spacious dining room. Uncle Zhao watched the young master's lonely figure and couldn't help but feel sad. He had watched the young master grow up and remembered when his parents were still alive. Although the young master didn't talk much, he wasn't as cold as he was now. As a child, he always had a serious face, like a little adult, a cool little boy. After the eldest master and mistress died in a car accident, the young master became distant and quiet. 3 years ago, when the old master suddenly collapsed, chaos erupted within the Hu group. Fortunately, the young master returned from abroad and took over the company, using strong measures to control the restless shareholders. Although outsiders said the Hu family's leader was ruthless, Uncle Zhao knew the young master wasn't like that. With the old master in a coma, The second and third young masters were busy fighting for power and profit, never thinking of ways to help him. Only the young master had never given up in the past 3 years, continuously bringing in top doctors from abroad to treat the old master, and he was the only one who regularly visited him in the hospital. Seeing the young master sitting there alone for dinner made Uncle Zhao feel pity for him. Despite his immense wealth, he was ultimately alone. After finishing his meal, Renxin went up to the study on the second floor. Sitting in the chair at the desk, he looked at the family photo on the table, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Did his grandfather really think the Hor family was harmonious and loving while sitting here looking at this family photo? If he knew that after his coma, the dutiful children and grandchildren hadn't even visited him, and that family members were busy fighting over the company, would he be angry enough to wake up? He gazed out at the distant twinkling lights, standing quietly for a long time. He remembered the girl's bright almond-shaped eyes, took out his phone, opened his contacts, and found the profile picture he had memorized, staring at it for a long time. In the end, he sent a message. "Are you asleep?" After listening to her grandmother talk about her mother's past, Qin Li, although 6 years old at the time, found some memories hazy after so long. Now that her grandmother was bringing it up again, she felt something was strange. While she was still pondering what was odd, her phone buzzed with a message notification. She picked up her phone to take a look and was surprised to see a floating message on the screen. Unlocking the screen and checking it, there were just 3 words. Being polite, she replied, "Not asleep yet. What's up?" Seeing her reply, Renxin suddenly didn't know what to say. He typed and deleted several messages on his phone, finally sending one. "When are you coming to the capital city?" Fearing she might misunderstand, he quickly sent another message. "My grandfather's condition has changed recently. Can you come to the capital city as soon as possible?" Qin Li had already planned to go early, so she replied, "I'm moving tomorrow and can leave the day after." Moving? Renxin didn't know what had happened after she left Renxin, so he asked her. Qin Li didn't find his question strange and simply told him about buying a house and needing to renovate it. When Qin Li saw there were no more messages, she turned off her phone and went to sleep. The next morning, Qin Li woke up to find her grandmother already out of bed. After washing up, she went to the dining room and saw her grandmother had prepared breakfast. Today, Grandma made noodles and cut a poached egg for each person. She even added some leftover shrimp from yesterday to the noodles. The white noodles with fresh vegetables and bright red shrimp looked quite tempting. Seeing Qin Li up, Grandma Qin quickly called her. "Su, come, eat breakfast." Qin Li sat down at the dining table, picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of noodles, giving her grandmother a thumbs up. "Grandma, your cooking is amazing." Grandma Qin smiled so much her eyes squinted. "Just know how to flatter. Hurry up and eat." Before long, Qin Jun also came in. Seeing Qin Li already eating breakfast, he sat down and started slurping his noodles. Grandma Qin shot a glance at her oblivious grandson, thinking her granddaughter was the only one who knew how to give compliments. Qin Jun didn't realize he was being scolded by Grandma and just focused on eating. Soon, Qin Li and Zhu also got up. After everyone finished breakfast, they had to start working. Qin Jianya had gone to the fields early in the morning. With so much to do these days, he hadn't had time to check on the medicinal fields and orchards, so he could only go when others were still asleep. Qin Li told them she was going to the city today to hire someone for cleaning and to pick up the appliances she ordered the day before. "Then you go ahead. We can manage here," Qin Jianya said. By the time Qin Li took a bus to the city from the town, it was almost 10 o'clock. The town was still too far from the city, and every trip took a lot of time. When Qin Li arrived at her new house, she saw that the furniture delivered yesterday had been installed according to the layout she provided to the furniture store owner. The quick efficiency was thanks to Qin Li offering the workers 3 times the usual pay to get everything done in one day. Qin Li ordered housekeeping services on her phone and notified the appliance store owner for home delivery. She worked hard until the afternoon and everything was cleaned and the appliances installed. Qin Li relaxed on the sofa. Setting up a new house is really tiring. Although she doesn't feel physically tired due to her training, her heart feels heavy. After resting for a while, she got up to go home since her family could move in tomorrow. When Qin Su returned to the town, it was already dark. As she wondered if there were any tricycles available, she heard her father's voice.
Shushu.
Qin Su looked and saw her father standing by the entrance of the bus station. Dad, what are you doing here? I saw it was dark and you hadn't come back. I was worried you wouldn't have a ride home, so I thought I would wait here. You would eventually return. Qin Su felt a lump in her throat. She walked over and took her father's arm, cheerfully saying, "Okay, Dad, let's go home." On the way back, Qin Su told her father that the house was ready and they could move to the city tomorrow. When they arrived home, Grandma and her uncle Qin Jun were waiting for her in the living room. They felt relieved when they saw her return. "You're back. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner," Grandma Qin called out. Seeing that it was already 7 o'clock, Qin Su realized her family had been waiting for her to eat. During dinner, Qin Su mentioned that they could move to the city tomorrow. "That's great. Let's hurry up and move so the workers can fix the house and we can return sooner." Actually, Grandma Qin preferred living in the village, where she was familiar with the people and things. Thankfully, they would only be gone for a while. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to leave. Qin Su planned to go directly to the capital city with them tomorrow. She thought about how Qin Jun's school was in the town, making it inconvenient for him, and there were still issues with Zhu Zhu's schooling. But she didn't have time to deal with it now, and would have to let her father worry about it. Qin Jianya had already heard from his daughter about Zhu Zhu starting elementary school. He needed to resolve the divorce with Li Hua first to transfer Zhu Zhu's household registration. After discussing everything, the family went to bed since they had a busy day ahead. The next day, the whole family woke up early. After breakfast, they loaded their things into Uncle Qin San's van. Since they only had some clothes and Qin Su had prepared daily necessities the day before, they didn't need to bring much. Qin Su gave the address to her uncle, and her father and Qin Jun followed him in the van to move their things first. Qin Su took Grandma Qin, Li Hua, and Zhu Zhu to the town to catch a ride. When they arrived, Qin Jianya and the others had already finished moving everything. Qin Su initially wanted to buy groceries to cook for Uncle Qin San's help, but Grandma Qin stopped her. Su, we haven't moved into the new house yet, so we can't start a fire inside." Qin Su knew there was a tradition about moving into a new house, but it felt a bit rushed. In the end, they went to a restaurant to eat. After finishing their meal and sending off Uncle Qin San, Qin Su discussed with Grandma, "Grandma, I'm going to the capital city tomorrow. Can you find someone to check the auspicious moving date? Otherwise, will you all eat out every day? You're leaving tomorrow? Why so soon?" Grandma Qin was surprised to hear Qin Su was going to the capital city. "Yes, I need to take care of some things," Qin Su replied. "All right, for the auspicious date, I'll go back to the village to find someone. I think there's someone in Lu village who specializes in that." Grandma Qin added, "Actually, the elders say we can't use an open flame, but cooking with electricity is fine." Qin Su wasn't very familiar with some customs, but cooking with electricity didn't seem as convenient. However, there wasn't a better option now. She hadn't planned well, and time was too tight. If the family had to eat out every day, they would surely feel reluctant and think cooking at home was more economical. Fortunately, they had bought an induction cooker, so making simple meals for a few days would be fine. Li Hua came over and said to Qin Su, Su, I also need to go back tomorrow to handle the divorce. Can you go alone?" Qin Su felt a bit worried. "It's fine. If he doesn't agree, I'll file for divorce." Li Hua had become more determined about her decision after thinking for 2 days. "I'll leave Zhu Zhu here with Mom." Li Hua didn't plan to take Zhu Zhu back with her. Seeing everyone had their own tasks, Qin Su prepared to pack her things for her trip to the capital city. They went out for dinner again, and Qin Su didn't concern herself with how they would manage meals after she left. But she preferred not to cook with the induction cooker, feeling that food cooked with gas tasted better. That night, Qin Su lay on the new bed in the new house and felt a bit uncomfortable. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, Qin Su entered her space to focus on her training. Su, take care of yourself in the capital city. Call me if you need anything," Qin Jianya reminded his daughter as he dropped her off at the high-speed train station. Okay, Dad, I need to go in now. You should head home, Qin Su said reluctantly, as she said goodbye to her father. Qin Jianye watched her enter the station until she was out of sight before leaving. Qin Su boarded the high-speed train, found her seat, and placed her luggage before sitting down. The train ride from Renxin to the capital city took about 8 hours, so Qin Su took out her headphones to listen to music. As the train moved smoothly, Qin Su gradually felt sleepy while listening to music. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard a commotion from the front carriage, filled with passengers' screams. Qin Su immediately woke up and looked towards the noise. With her keen hearing, she realized there had been a violent incident in the front carriage. Some people were running from that carriage to hers. Amid the chaos, Qin Su heard the train officers trying to calm the attacker. Qin Su pushed against the crowd and walked towards the troubled carriage. As soon as she entered, she smelled blood. Someone was injured, and the train officers were quickly evacuating other passengers to different carriages. Qin Su saw a man a few meters away holding a knife to a young girl's neck. He shouted excitedly, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her." The knife left a cut on the girl's neck, and blood slowly seeped out. The train officer quickly tried to calm the attacker, saying, "Stay calm. Let's talk this through. Just put down the knife." But the attacker ignored the officer's words and kept shouting incoherently, "You women deserve to die. The ones who deceived me deserve to die. I have nothing left. Nothing at all." When Qin Su saw the situation, she realized it was serious. The criminal was clearly not in his right mind, and if she didn't stop him quickly, the girl would be in danger. Qin Su suddenly stepped forward and shouted at the man, "Do you know why you keep getting fooled by women?" Hearing her voice, the man turned to look at Qin Su and hoarsely asked, "Why? Why do they all deceive me?" Qin Su moved a little closer to him and said, "Because you lack self-awareness." The police officer, hearing the girl's voice, quickly rushed to stop her. "Young lady, what are you doing? Get away from here." Ignoring the officer, Qin Su continued, "You say you've been tricked by girls. Either you're too foolish or you're just after their looks. But have you thought about yourself? With your appearance, if a girl says she likes you, can it be true? You lack self-awareness. Otherwise, why do you always get deceived?" The man's eyes turned bloodshot from her words. Meanwhile, the police officer was nearly losing it over Qin Su's actions. "Miss, please don't say things that provoke the criminal." Qin Su paid no attention to the officer and continued, "Do you hate women? You say that if you want to vent your anger, you need to find a pretty one. But look at the girl you've grabbed. She's not even as pretty as I am. Are you brave enough to come and grab me?" The man glanced at Qin Su, taking in her slender figure and beautiful face, his eyes glinting with malice. Qin Su stepped even closer. "Let her go, and I'll stand right here. Do you dare?" Now, she was only a few steps away, ready to stop him from harming the girl. To be safe, Qin Su decided to provoke him into abandoning the girl and focusing on her instead. The man finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted at Qin Su, "Come here, and I'll let her go." Qin Su moved closer, almost standing right in front of him. As she approached, the man's eyes flashed dangerously. He shoved the girl away and reached for Qin Su. In that instant, she struck his wrist's pressure point, then used a hold to twist his arms behind his back and pinned him to the ground. Seeing the criminal subdued, the police officer quickly rushed over to handcuff him. The crisis was finally over and people around them gasped in amazement. "That girl is so cool." "Yeah, I was just angry at her for provoking the criminal. What if he harmed someone? Wouldn't she be an accomplice?" The police officer approached Qin Su and asked, "Miss, may I know your name?" Qin Su handed him her ID. After glancing at it, the officer asked, "Miss Qin, have you trained in self-defense?" Qin Su smiled modestly. "I just learned some basic self-defense techniques." The officer saw her swift moves and knew it was more than just basic, but since she didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press further. He continued, "Thank you for your brave actions, Miss Qin. However, in the future, please prioritize your safety in such situations. We've handed the criminal over to the police station, and they may need your cooperation for a statement." Qin Su went to the police station and, after a detailed inquiry, finished her statement without any issues. The police then let her leave. As she passed the interrogation room, she heard the man's angry shouts. Women are all liars. The prettier they are, the more they deceive. Qin Su smirked and then left the police station. After buying a new ticket, she boarded the train. This time, nothing happened along the way, and after a few hours, she finally arrived in Beijing. Qin Su had set off in the morning, and after delays, it was now close to midnight. She checked into a hotel, had a little something to eat, washed up, and went to bed. That night, Hu Tianqing chatted with Qin Su, knowing she would arrive in Beijing today. During the day at work, he kept checking his phone repeatedly. Qi Mingyang noticed Hu's distraction and cautiously asked, Hu, are you waiting for Miss Qin's call? Hu Tianqing shot him a glance, and Qi Mingyang quickly clarified, I know you're worried about old Hu, so you hope Miss Qin can come quickly to see him. Qi Mingyang realized Hu wanted to connect with Qin Su, but was a bit shy. He decided to give him a nudge. Hu, if Miss Qin is in Beijing and school hasn't started yet, wouldn't she need a place to stay at the hotel? You have to arrange for someone to take care of your grandfather, right? Qi Mingyang's hint was clear enough. If Hu didn't seize the opportunity to spend more time with Qin Su, there was nothing more he could do. Hu Tianqing understood. He looked at Qi Mingyang, and his eyes conveyed unspoken words. Qi Mingyang took the hint and left. Hu Tianqing sent a message to Qin Su. When will you arrive in Beijing? I'll pick you up. After waiting a long time without a reply, he sent a few more messages, but still got no response. He put his phone down, sat quietly for a moment, and then returned to work. When Qin Su woke up, she grabbed her phone and saw several messages from Hu Tianqing. She replied, letting him know she had arrived in Beijing. A few minutes later, Hu Tianqing's message came through again. Where are you now? I'll come to get you. Thinking he might be eager for her to see his grandfather, she sent him the hotel address. Half an hour later, Hu Tianqing messaged her that he had arrived at the hotel. Qin Su gathered her luggage and took the elevator down. Hu Tianqing was waiting in the hotel lobby. When he saw Qin Su come down, he walked over. You arrived yesterday. Why didn't you call me? Not receiving her reply yesterday, he had thought of many reasons. Qin Su recalled the messages she had seen that morning and apologized. I ran into some trouble on the way yesterday and didn't check my phone. Hu Tianqing took her luggage and put it in the car's trunk. Qin Su settled into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt as Hu Tianqing started the car and drove away. Perhaps it was too quiet in the car, so Hu Tianqing turned on the music and asked Qin Su, Did you finish dealing with things at home? Yes, I've moved into the new house. Hu Tianqing glanced at the time. It was 8:30, wondering if she had eaten breakfast. Have you had breakfast? Qin Su had just replied to Hu Tianqing's message and hadn't had time to eat. She had checked into the hotel late last night and didn't want to go out for food, so she just made a quick cup of instant noodles. Seeing her expression, Hu Tianqing knew she hadn't eaten, so he turned the steering wheel and headed down another road. Qin Su was about to suggest finding a food stall to grab some buns when Hu Tianqing parked in front of a classical Chinese-style building. After handing the keys to the valet, Hu Tianqing took Qin Su inside. As they walked through the winding corridor and past an archway, the view amazed Qin Su. Behind the door was an artificial lake, still vibrant with some lotus leaves as summer was ending. In the center of the lake was a pavilion. It must be a great pleasure to enjoy the flowers there when they bloom. Qin Su couldn't believe there was such a Su-style garden in the expensive area of Jing City. They walked along the lakeside corridor to a room decorated in an antique style, with a large round table in the center. Eating breakfast in such a fancy place? Qin Su marveled at her lack of experience. Soon, a man in his 50s wearing a tang suit entered. He greeted Hu Tianqing warmly upon seeing him and Qin Su. Tianqing, it really is you. They said you were here, but I didn't believe it until now. He then turned to Qin Su. What should I call you, miss? Qin Su stood up politely and greeted him. Hello. My name is Qin Su. Uncle Gu, we came here for breakfast, Qin Su added. This is Gu Junsheng. The Hua and Gu families have been friends for generations. My grandfather and his father were friends since they were young, along with Zhang Han's grandfather. The three of them have known each other for a long time. Gu Junxing realized from Hua Tianqing's detailed introduction that he might have a liking for this girl. Miss Qin, what do you like to eat? Feel free to order anything. We can make whatever you want, Gu Junxing said enthusiastically. It was the first time he saw Tianqing bring a girl to eat here, and he wanted to treat her well for Tianqing's future happiness. Qin Su smiled slightly but didn't speak. It was clear he misunderstood something. Seeing Qin Su's embarrassment, Hua Tianqing quickly told Gu Junxing, Uncle Gu, Miss Qin is here to treat my grandfather. Please have them prepare some light dishes. Gu Junxing was surprised to hear that Qin Su was treating Elder Hua. She seemed young, yet her medical skills were impressive enough for Tianqing to invite her.
Ha!
I was wrong. Miss Qin must be very skilled. Thank you, Mr. Gu. It's because Mr. Hua trusts me that I'm here to give it a try, Qin Su replied humbly. Before long, the waiter brought various breakfast dishes. Qin Su looked at the beautifully arranged dishes: soup dumplings, shrimp dumplings, honey-glazed roast duck, and about a dozen other types of Chinese breakfast foods from both the north and south. There was so much food that she and Hua Tianqing could hardly finish it all. Hua Tianqing placed a crystal shrimp dumpling in Qin Su's bowl and said, Let's eat breakfast first. Qin Su's face turned slightly red. She didn't expect him to serve her food in front of others. Noticing Hua Tianqing's attentiveness, Gu Junxing wisely stood up and said, I won't interrupt your meal. Tianqing, come visit the Gu family when you have time. Once Gu Junxing left, Qin Su stopped Hua Tianqing from serving her more food, saying, Mr. Hua, I can serve myself. Hua Tianqing paused and replied, Didn't I tell you not to call me Mr. Hua? You can just call me by my name. Qin Su hesitated. They weren't very familiar yet, just partners in a professional relationship. She decided to ask about Elder Hua's condition first. Did your grandfather have any unusual symptoms before he fell into a coma 3 years ago? After learning about his grandfather, Hua Tianqing flew back to the country. Uncle Zhao had been taking care of him at the Hua family home. Hua Tianqing had asked Uncle Zhao, who said there were no unusual symptoms before the coma, just that he felt a bit dizzy and wanted to rest. Then he never woke up. The one taking care of my grandfather is Uncle Zhao, who has been with our family for over 30 years. He said my grandfather only mentioned feeling dizzy, with no other unusual symptoms. No wonder Hua Tianqing wanted her to see his grandfather. That symptom was quite similar to what happened to him. However, Qin Su didn't want to jump to conclusions. She needed to see him first. After they finished breakfast, Hua Tianqing went to say goodbye to Gu Junxing, while Qin Su waited a short distance away. Seeing Hua Tianqing approach without the girl, Gu Junxing jokingly asked, Tianqing, are you interested in that girl? Hua Tianqing neither confirmed nor denied it but told Gu Junxing, Uncle Gu, I don't have time to visit Grandpa Gu right now. Please send my regards to him. I will definitely come for his 80th birthday. Gu Junxing knew that besides managing the company, Hua Tianqing had been searching the world for capable people to help treat Elder Hua. Does Miss Qin really have the skills to save your grandfather? Gu Junxing still found it hard to believe that such a young girl could compare to the world's top doctors. I encountered some issues in Wencheng. If it weren't for her, I might not be standing here, Hua Tianqing said without going into detail. They would find out later. All right then, you're busy. We'll talk later. Although Qin Su had sharp senses, she didn't want to be overwhelmed by noise, so she usually tuned out things she didn't want to hear. She wasn't particularly interested in others' privacy, so she didn't pay attention to the conversation between Hua Tianqing and Gu Junxing and didn't know about Gu Junxing's question. When Hua Tianqing approached, Qin Su asked, Are we going to the hospital now? I'll find you a place to stay first. You can rest today and go tomorrow, Hua Tianqing said, taking the car keys from the valet and opening the door for Qin Su. Once she got in the car, Hua Tianqing drove away. Qin Su didn't understand Hua Tianqing's intention. Wasn't she fine staying at the hotel? Why find another place? Hua Tianqing didn't explain and drove to the most luxurious villa area in Jing City. After 10 minutes, they arrived at a grand and luxurious building that looked like a castle. Seeing the vast villa, Qin Su felt the stark difference between top-tier wealth and ordinary life for the first time. Hua Tianqing didn't stop, but continued driving into the underground garage of the villa. After getting out of the car, Qin saw more than 10 luxury cars parked in the garage. SUVs, sedans, sports cars, and vans, all top global brands. Qin didn't want to say anything more. She thought she was wealthy due to her space, but compared to Tianqing, she felt like she didn't even measure up to a hair on his head. Qin followed Tianqing into the elevator in the parking lot. As she watched the elevator button light up for the 6th floor, she wondered how many rooms there must be in such a large building. Just then, the elevator arrived. Tianqing led Qin to a room and opened the door. "You will stay here for the next few days. Let me know if you need anything, and I'll have someone get it for you." Qin wanted to say that she could just stay in a hotel, as such a big house would waste too much time just walking around. She simply said, "I can stay in a hotel. It's not necessary to go through all this trouble. You are a valued guest invited to treat my grandfather. How could it be a trouble? There's Aunt Wang in the villa. She takes care of the kitchen. You can tell her what you want to eat. If you want to go out, just call me. If I'm busy, Uncle Li can take you. If you need help with anything, just ask Xiao Zhang or Xiao Qian. They manage the daily affairs of the villa." Qin had already seen more than 20 servants in the villa. It was just Tianqing living here, yet he had so many people serving him. It was like a model of an ancient wealthy family, and Qin admitted she felt envious of the rich. The room was already tidied up, so Qin put her things away and went downstairs to the hall with Tianqing. Tianqing gathered all the staff in the villa and instructed them, "This is Miss Qin. You must attend to her needs for the next few days. If I find out that anyone neglects her, you can leave." The staff responded immediately to Mr. Hu's orders. Afterward, Tianqing left for work. Once he left, Qin felt the eyes of the staff lingering on her, so she went straight to her room to rest. As soon as Qin left, Xiao Zhang and Xiao Qian squeezed over to Aunt Wang, curiously asking, "Aunt Wang, who is Miss Qin? Mr. Hu seems to value her a lot." Aunt Wang shot them a glare and replied, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" With that, she turned and left the hall. She knew that anyone Mr. Hu brought here was important. She wouldn't be foolish enough to inquire, fearing she might get kicked out one day. Other places wouldn't pay her as well. Back in her room, Qin lay on the bed, feeling a bit bored. She had rested enough yesterday. She initially thought Tianqing was eager for her to come to Beijing to treat his grandfather, but his behavior now seemed less urgent. Qin took out her phone, found her college classmate in her contacts, and made a video call. The call was quickly answered, and a striking girl with a somewhat cold demeanor appeared on the screen. "Qin, after 2 months of vacation, you just remember to find me? What have you been doing?" Hearing her friend's teasing, Qin quickly smiled apologetically. "Sorry, Miss Zhang. It's my fault for not contacting you. Are you free now? I'm in Beijing. Let's meet for a meal as an apology." Zhang Yilin reluctantly agreed. "Fine. I'll accept your apology. Where are you? I'll come pick you up." Since school hadn't started yet, Qin was sure she was staying outside, so it would be easier for her to drive over. "No need. I'll go myself. Let's just meet at the Nandan shopping center." After hanging up, Qin grabbed her bag and prepared to leave. Aunt Wang saw Qin getting ready to go out and hurriedly asked, "Miss Qin, are you going out? Will you be back for lunch?" Mr. Hu had instructed them to take good care of Miss Qin. She was about to ask what Miss Qin wanted for lunch when she noticed she was preparing to leave. "I won't be back for lunch. I just need to go out now, so I might need to trouble Uncle Li." Qin smiled politely at Aunt Wang. "Okay, I'll call Uncle Li for you." Aunt Wang made a call to the driver, Uncle Li, and soon he arrived. "Uncle Li, Miss Qin is going out. Please take her," Aunt Wang said to Uncle Li. Qin got into Uncle Li's car, and after about an hour, they arrived at the shopping center's parking lot. "Miss Qin, do you need me to wait for you here?" Uncle Li asked, unsure how long she would take. Qin felt that she hadn't seen Zhang Yilin in a long time and wouldn't be back quickly, so she replied, "Uncle Li, you can go back. I'll return on my own." "All right, Miss Qin, just call me when you're done, and I'll come pick you up." Qin arrived at the meeting spot with Zhang Yilin and spotted a stunning beauty sitting in a cafe from a distance. "Zhang Yilin, bored, had already sent away several men who tried to flirt with her and looked up just in time to see Qin Su approaching. Su, over here. Zhang Yilin waved at her. Qin Su walked over and sat beside her. How long have you been here? Not long. She looked at Qin Su again. Su, after 2 months apart, you seem even more beautiful. Did you take some beauty potion while you were home? Qin Su coughed a bit. Although she knew her friend was joking, she still felt a bit shy. After unexpectedly gaining a special space, she often practiced there. With the nourishing energy from that space and drinking the spring water, her already beautiful face had become even more radiant. The two beautiful girls sitting in the cafe immediately attracted a lot of attention. In just a few minutes, they had already turned down several people who approached for contact information. Let's go somewhere else, Qin Su said to Zhang Yilin. Staying there wouldn't allow them to chat properly. After settling the bill, Qin Su and Zhang Yilin left the cafe. So, where do you want to go now? Zhang Yilin asked Qin Su. Knowing that Qin Su's family situation wasn't great, she was hesitant to suggest high-end places, fearing it might upset her. While she didn't mind paying for their outings, she knew Qin Su had a strong sense of pride. If she kept paying, it might ruin their friendship. So they usually went to more affordable places, ensuring Qin Su wouldn't feel a financial burden. Qin Su understood her friend's intentions. In the past, she wouldn't have gone to expensive places, but now it was different. This time, she wanted to treat her friend to a fun outing. Yilin, let's go to the hot springs at Qingqi, Qin Su suggested. Zhang Yilin was surprised that Qin Su would propose going to Qingqi. The cost there was nothing for her, but it was quite a lot for Qin Su, almost equivalent to her living expenses for 2 months. She looked at Qin Su suspiciously. Did something happen while you were home?
You seem different this time.
Qin Su just smiled. Let's go. Zhang Yilin saw that she wouldn't say more, so she gave up asking. Zhang Yilin drove today, and after an hour, they arrived at the outskirts of the capital city. The hot springs are located at Longbao Mountain, just outside the city. As soon as they were discovered, a subsidiary of the Hua Group bought the development rights and turned it into a hot spring resort hotel. It is usually a place for elite individuals and socialites to relax. As the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Yilin had been here before. The prices here are quite high for ordinary people. A regular hot spring package costs as much as half a month's salary. Qin Su booked a VIP package for the two of them, and they went straight to a private hot spring pool. Qin Su soaked in the warm water, relaxing her body and mind. Zhang Yilin leaned beside her, pinching her skin and looking her up and down with a hint of envy, saying, Su, I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry you in the future. Just look at your skin, so smooth it could be squeezed for water, and your figure.
Wow.
Qin Su glanced at the woman next to her. Did Zhang Yilin not realize that her own figure was equally stunning? You are way prettier than Qingyu. Yet everyone insists on giving her the title of school beauty, Zhang Yilin complained, sharing gossip from school. Let them choose whoever they want as the school beauty. Why do you care? Qin Su focused on her studies and worked part-time in her free time, so she didn't have time for school gossip. I just think those people lack vision. You are so much better than Qingyu. Many people privately said they wanted you as the school beauty. Qingyu is the daughter of the Qi family, whose Hongxing group ranks among the top 10 in the country. Of course, it can't be compared to the Hua family, which is a giant. The top families in the capital are the Hua, Zhang, Gu, and Fu families. The Hua family was once a huge business a century ago but moved abroad after changes in the domestic situation. It wasn't until last century that they returned their headquarters to the country. The Hua Group now has businesses in various industries worldwide, led by the current head, Hua Tianqing. However, the Zhang family is not like hers. They are the Zhang family of Renxin pharmaceuticals. The Zhang family started in medicine, and it is said that the old master has connections with the mystical sect. The Gu family's ancestors were the head chefs of the imperial kitchen, and they opened hotels nationwide based on their culinary skills, becoming leaders in the restaurant industry. The head of the Fu family, Mr. Fu, was once a general but has now retired. His eldest son, Fu Shengnan, holds an important position in a southern military unit, while his second son, Fu Xingbei, is a notable figure in politics. Their third son, Fu Xingdong, went into business and founded Whaley Group during the good times of the reform and opening up, focusing mainly on real estate while also branching into other industries. Her family is only considered a second-tier family in the capital, falling 2 levels short compared to the top families mentioned. Qin Su took a piece of fruit from the nearby fruit platter and stuffed it into Zhang Yilin's mouth, saying, "You seem more anxious than I am. Whether I become the school beauty or not doesn't affect me. You're not any worse than Qi Qingyu. If you're upset, just take the title back next time." After soaking in the hot springs, they went for a full-body massage, and by the end, they felt much more relaxed. Noticing the time, Qin Su planned out dinner with Zhang Yilin before heading home. Just as they were leaving, they ran into the subject of their earlier gossip. Qi Qingyu had come to the hot springs with a few friends and was surprised to see them. "Qin Su, Zhang Yilin, what a coincidence to see you here. Are you here for the hot springs?" She was pretending not to know, as she had already seen them come out. It wasn't surprising to see Zhang Yilin here, but running into Qin Su was unexpected. Qi Qingyu knew Qin Su from their freshman year, when the school held a new student beauty contest, and they were the 2 hottest candidates. Although Qi Qingyu ultimately won the title, many thought Qin Su was prettier. Qin Su lost out due to her humble background and simple clothing. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would have won. "We're not here for the hot springs. Are we here to shop?" Zhang Yilin replied irritably. Zhang Yilin and Qi Qingyu had never gotten along. She thought Qi Qingyu was good at pretending to be gentle and sweet in front of classmates. Moreover, there was a personal grudge between them. Qi Qingyu's mother was a mistress, and the original wife happened to be Zhang Yilin's aunt. Years ago, Qi Jinxing married her aunt, but Qi Qingyu's mother intervened, causing the relationship to break down. Zhang Yilin's aunt couldn't handle the blow and became mentally unstable, leading to her being sent to a sanatorium. Not long after, Qi Jinxing divorced her aunt and sent her cousin abroad. Qi Qingyu's mother then brought her illegitimate daughter and son into the family, becoming Qi Jinxing's wife. So, how could Zhang Yilin have a good attitude toward Qi Qingyu? "Why are you so rude? Qingyu was just saying hello to you. Why do you have to be so harsh?" A girl next to Qi Qingyu glared at Zhang Yilin. "Jinghua, don't say anything. Yilin has always misunderstood me. I won't take it to heart," Qi Qingyu gently advised the girl, who was scolding Zhang Yilin. Zhang Yilin rolled her eyes at Qi Qingyu's fake demeanor. "Sorry, Qingyu. Yilin speaks her mind and didn't mean any harm. I hope you won't be upset," Qin Su said, trying to ease the tension. Seeing Qin Su speak up for Zhang Yilin, Qi Qingyu smiled and said, "I know Yilin is straightforward and can be a bit harsh. Although I don't hold it against her, it's easy to offend people this way." She looked at Zhang Yilin's displeased face and added, "Yilin, I'm just looking out for you. Try not to be too blunt. It can lead to misunderstandings." Then she continued, "I just wanted to say hello when I saw you. If I disturbed you, I'm sorry." At that moment, the girl who had defended Qi Qingyu earlier spoke up again. "So you are Qin Su? You don't look that impressive." Some people at school said Qin Su was prettier than Qingyu, but those people clearly lacked vision. Looking at Qin Su, her entire outfit probably cost less than 200 yuan. How could she dare compete with Qingyu for the title of school beauty? Zhang Yilin immediately reacted to the comment about Qin Su, feeling angry. She could say what she wanted, but what did she mean by that comment about Qin Su? What does Qin Su look like? Do you need to say that? Look in the mirror at yourself. You look like a toad and dare to criticize others. You should spend more time in front of the mirror. The girl felt insulted by Zhang Yilin's words, and tears almost came to her eyes. "How dare you insult me? Isn't it just you looking for trouble by coming here? We're fine as we are, so why do you need to come here pretending to be kind?" Qi Qingyu's pretty face darkened. "Yilin, that's too much. We're just trying to be nice. Why do you have to make it difficult for us? Qi Qingyu, stop pretending with me. You know I don't like you. Why do you keep coming here to get insulted? Do you think just because you went from being a love child to the eldest daughter of the Qi family, I would be afraid of you?" When Qi Qingyu heard Zhang Yilin mention being a love child, a cruel look flashed in her eyes. Qin Su caught that brief moment of cruelty. Yilin, you're going too far. I'll tell Uncle Zhang what you said today, and ask him how he raised such an uncultured daughter. After saying that, she left with the girl beside her. Who does she think she is, looking for my dad? She's just a love child who climbed up the ranks. What right does she have to act so high and mighty? Zhang Yilin laughed angrily at Qi Qingyu's arrogant words. All right, let's not let those people ruin our mood. Let's go eat, Qin Su said, patting Zhang Yilin's hand to keep her from getting too upset. The two drove back to the city, and on the way, Zhang Yilin told Qin Su about the grudges between Qi Qingyu's mother and her aunt. Qin Su learned that Zhang Yilin and Qi Qingyu had been at odds because of the previous generation's conflicts. How is your aunt doing now? Qin Su felt sorry for her aunt, who had her life ruined by a scumbag. My aunt is still in a nursing home. After she divorced Qi Zhenxing, my uncle took her back. But her mental state isn't good, so she's been resting there. Zhang Yilin felt both sympathy and frustration for her aunt. It was just one man. Why make her life so miserable? She had let that mistress's family into the Qi family and even caused her cousin to hide abroad. Qin Su asked, "Do you want your aunt to get better?" Zhang Yilin looked at Qin Su suspiciously. What do you mean? Do you have a way to help her? That's hard to say, Qin Su replied mysteriously. Seeing Qin Su's mysterious demeanor, Zhang Yilin found her harder to understand. By the way, which hotel are you staying at tonight? As they entered the city, Zhang Yilin asked.
I'm staying at Yulin Villa. What?
Zhang Yilin almost drove off the road in shock. That was a place for top wealthy people. How are you staying there? Zhang Yilin couldn't believe Qin Su would mention such an unbelievable place. I promised to help a friend. I'm temporarily staying with him, Qin Su said, not wanting to reveal too much about someone else's privacy. But Zhang Yilin wasn't easily fooled. Only people at the top of society could stay there. What could Qin Su possibly help with? You're just an ordinary college student. Those people are either rich or powerful. What could you do to help? Are you sure you won't be tricked? Zhang Yilin thought about some news stories where wealthy people needed organ transplants. What if Qin Su's organs matched with that rich person, and they tricked her into going? Qin Su didn't realize Zhang Yilin was already imagining strange scenarios. I can't discuss this with you. It's personal privacy, and I haven't gotten permission to share. But I promise I won't be in danger, so don't worry. Qin Su appreciated Zhang Yilin's concern. Aside from her family, no one cared for her like that. Seeing that Qin Su didn't want to talk, Zhang Yilin didn't press further, and drove her to Reuniting Villa. Tianqing settled Qin Su in the morning and returned to the company. As it neared the end of the workday, he left the president's office on time. Is the sun rising from the west today? Workaholic President Hua is actually leaving on time? The company gossip chat exploded. Did you notice that President Hua seems particularly happy today? In the past, when I submitted my project proposal, I was always scolded. Today, he actually pointed out my mistakes gently. Yeah, I noticed that too. When I greeted him before, he would just ignore me, but today he even nodded back. A group of people excitedly speculated about what could have made President Hua so good-tempered today. Qi Mingyang was lurking in the chat, smiling slightly at the various guesses, keeping his achievements hidden. When Hua Tianqing returned to the villa and didn't see Qin Su, he called Aunt Wang to ask, "Where did Miss Qin go?" Miss Qin said she went out to meet a friend this morning and told me she wouldn't be back for lunch. I had oldly take her out, Aunt Wang replied. Hua Tianqing checked the time. It was already dinner time. He took out his phone and texted Qin Su. When Qin Su felt her phone vibrate, she took it out and saw a message from Hua Tianqing asking where she was. She replied, "I'm on my way back. I'll be there soon." Seeing Qin Su's reply, Hua Tianqing hurriedly told Aunt Wang to serve dinner. "Yilin, I can't join you for dinner tonight. I'll treat you another time," Qin Su said apologetically to Zhang Yilin. Zhang Yilin didn't mind. They had spent the whole day together, which made up for their separation during the break. School was starting soon, and they would have plenty of time in the future. "It's fine. I'll remember this meal," Zhang Yilin joked. Zhang Yilin dropped Qin Su off at the villa and then drove away. Qin Su walked slowly through the spacious villa. The entrance had a large lawn, neatly trimmed. A small stone path ran alongside, surrounded by various plants and flowers that bloomed in every season. The streetlights cast a warm glow, attracting moths to the light.
인소.
Suddenly, a magnetic voice called out. Qin looked up to see Tianqing standing not far away, watching her. She felt a sudden stir in her heart, as if she were the wife returning home to her husband. She was startled by the strange thought. How could she think that? It must be the beautiful moonlight playing tricks on her. She collected her emotions and walked over to Tianqing. President Hua, what are you doing here? He wasn't waiting for her, was he? I saw you said you were almost here, so I came out to check, Tianqing said, gesturing for Qin to come inside. Once they sat at the dining table, Qin was still lost in thought, only picking at her rice and not touching the dishes. What's wrong? Is the food not to your taste? Tianqing asked when he noticed she seemed uninterested. Qin snapped back to reality, embarrassed, and picked up some vegetables. No, Aunt Wang's cooking is great.